Yo, welcome back to the Elestrals Premier Webcam Tournament. Sound the air horns, ring the alarms, blow the confetti. We are back. I am so excited to be here, ready to commentate this brand new meta after the ban list, after more players have gotten into Elestrals with Elestrals Clashes release, after the Elestrals Days announcements just 2 days ago. I am excited. I am so hyped. Swole, it is a good day to play Elestrals.
Ooh, you're telling me. Good morning, PK. I would say it's August 2nd, and I'm ready to hop on and check out where these casters are playing. A lot of things happening today. We have a new ban list. Over 100 players are currently signed up to clash it out for some amazing prizing, as we're also building up for not only Worlds, but also the Kisame Open, which is happening very, very soon. So I know a lot of players are also looking and eyeing at stuff now before we get into live stream, which has also been, really shaking up the meta too from some discussions. It's incredible. Clash too, releasing too. So a lot of players are hopping on now with Clash decks, which they've been trying to test and play for. So it's a lot going on in the world of Elestrals, and it cannot be better. Incredible.
Dan mentioned on Twitter that Elestrals has already experienced over 25,000 clashes since it's gone public. So that is amazing. So many people are starting to hop on Elestrals. So I want to know what you guys have been feeling about Clash, what you guys are playing. I have shared out some decks you guys can try out as well. I gave out a Bears list, I gave out a Win list, and I think I gave out a Fire list as well. But if you guys want to let us know what you're using, make sure you use the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. And do not forget, not only are we on YouTube, we are simulcasting to Twitch as well. So hello, Purple Site. We hope you guys are enjoying Elestrals and Elestrals Clash as well. Well, before we go any further, because there's so much for us to talk about in the preamble before we get round one started, K-Cray will be joining us in round two. She'll be taking my place and commentating with Swole. So later on, y'all will be seeing a duo of PK Cray again. We know y'all love it. It's okay. But Kay will be joining us later on as well. So we cannot wait to hear from her and everything that she has to think about this meta. So sit tight. You'll be hearing from K Cray later on in round two. So Swole, you said over 100 players, but how many people are exactly signed up right now?
Right now, I think we are currently looking at, that's a good question, right around 103, which we are
awesome.
Going into the rounds here today. We're going to have 7 rounds of Swiss that we are having these players duke it out for. Some amazing prizing on today's highlight stream. This is going to be right before the big shakeup for this tournament. We have 2 big things. Number 1, and we have a ban list that dropped. We have Champion Like a Void, which has been sent to Tartarus for the meantime before we get into, will eventually be an errata for the card, changing the card's text to better suit a suppression type control deck.
Which I'm excited for. I love the idea of suppression.
It's a really cool strategy that I know a lot of players are cooking with now, and so I'm excited to see some support for that in the future. In addition to that, we have a couple new limited cards. We have Kinleo, the Fire Nexuser that's destroying Elestrals, going to 1. Moralith, the Frost Giant, this big golem card, going to 1. And then Hurricane going to 1. So some back row hate there, going to 1 on the limited list. These were now effective July 29th, and this is the first time players will be able to really flex their muscle with these things. I know people have been rushing to find what is the best deck inside of the meta. But not only do we have these the new card restrictions going to be in place today, we also have a brand new card that might be shaking up the meta. I'm not exactly sure what the casters could be doing with this one and what kind of insanity, but Bubloon, Champion of Aphrodite, is early for casters from Shattered Stars. This is a really interesting card, allowing you to discard from your hand and expend a water to enchant water onto your field. So cards like Poseidon, cards like Champion Galaxy, a lot of really strong cards that want to receive water can also really utilize this card. I've been seeing some people theorize some larger decks with this too. I know in the casuals have been trying to test it out, and it's really interesting. What are you hoping to see from this meta shakeup?
Well, it's actually funny you mentioned, you asked what I'm hoping to see, because we all have our own predictions. So Lee, I'm pretty sure you chose Cornadile on your prediction list. So I'm not not shocked to hear you mention Babloon, champion of Aphrodite, but I am hoping, I'm expecting to see one or two things. Whenever there is a meta shakeup, people like to go back to basics. So I chose Galaxy, champion of Poseidon, to represent a tempo deck, or fives, as is commonly known. But I expect people to just play something that's simple, something that can take pace, go for one-to-one trades, and try to win out in the end game. However, I also think that we're poised to have a Thunder clapback. So Titana Strike is representing Thunder and Champion of Zeus, because similar to Champion of Apollo, I think Thunder got some good juice from Firestorm, and I'm expecting that element and that deck type to really show up and show out. What is your picture like this? Well, my God.
Hey, listen, I'm just trying to keep up with you and K-Cray here on the model status. Now, I'm picking Chronodile for mine and Nabi. I think there's these two cards, and these decks are very similar, like I said, well positioned and do have a lot of sauce to them. In Nabi 1, particularly with losing the champion like Avoid, Nabi's one of the biggest cards inside of the Moonrise meta, and coming into Firestorm, we thought to ourselves, well, if these lunar cards, these really strong lunar cards, are going to be more prevalent, Nabi is maybe going to be less effective. And with that, the biggest wolf gone, we have this little bug potentially going to make a big splash. And with Splash 2, Chronodile, I love me some Crocodile. I think people have been experimenting with this one, and I'm big fan of what this card's able to do. Able to target cards in the field, destroy them, a big body. I want some more Daybreak love here a little bit. Guys could also be kind of cool to see as well. Now this is going to be an insane little shakeup here, and this deck, Chronodile, can also be used the champion Babloon, just can point that out. So not exactly sure what these players are going to be repping with it, but it should be good.
We also see that Kay Cray has her predictions for Bears, Majersa champion of Hestia, showing up there, and Poseidon's Fury. Now, I want to lean into Kay's opinion a bit. We'll get her opinion or her takes when she joins us for round 2. But Poseidon's Fury is one of other cards that are seeing experimentation lately. We're seeing Hermes talk out of nowhere. We had Bean Soldiers show up and win a massive event. They will go undefeated at the event not long ago, going 7-0 in Swiss. Absolutely crazy performance by with Hermes right there. So, and then I'm seeing other boosts on the side. I don't want to say what it could be, but I'm seeing other boosts. I'm like, yo, people are experimenting with Hermes. So I say this to say, I think that our predictions are all going to be wrong. No. I don't think we truly know what people are planning. Like, these are all safe picks. These are all good picks. But I think people have been in the lab, especially with Elestrals Clash, giving people more access to run games and actually test theory instead of just theorying. I think that we are going to see an explosion of new meta and deck types and strategies that we have not seen before, Swole.
I really do hope we get some cooks in the kitchen. Like you said, with Thunder, we have players like Cobalt Sanderson and Bo, both players who have actually experimented with some of these newer cards that are a little off-meta picks. They do really well with cards like Thunder, Bo taking it to Atlanta, and Cobalt to a top 4 finish, I want to say, in one of the previous premieres. So we know those cards can really perform, and just very similarly, things like Champion Carryoff and also things like Hermes, which are previously to be maybe some off-meta picks, perform extremely well. Josh, Y Rebellion, we have some more recent names take down some events, and I think that this is going to be, I'm curious to know how they are going to perform as well.
Speaking of people who have taken down recent events, I want to give a congratulations to Bo for winning the store tournament at Cards HQ. Bo coming back, another IRL event, and winning the second IRL event for Elestrals. Give it up. Fantastic performance by them. And shout outs to my man Trish for keeping that bridesmaid veil in the back, just keeping it right there. But man, fantastic event by them. So, I mean, if you guys want to, and that was the last one before the ban list, so now we don't know what is going to happen on this one. But I truly believe that they all got Kinleo limited. But it's okay. Listen, now I know if we get Kinleo back, we're getting Equilex back. So now those two are tied.
We definitely can't have that. I've played enough Earth in my day to know that card is a bomb of all bombs. There's no way.
So have I. Season 2 of Elestriat was great. But hey, with all these Elestrals and big changes going on, with these new players having access to Elestrals through Elestrals Clash, we have a lot of people, including new faces, that are going to be competing for some amazing prizes. Y'all thought Elestrals was sleeping on that? Nah, we are still back here with some top-notch prizing for everyone. If you make, well, first of all, let's talk about top 32. Because if you get the top 32, you are earning qualifier points. Qualifier points are available to anybody who makes top 32 regardless. And from top 32, you get 20 QP. And if you get first place, not only do you get your invite for Worlds, but you get 250 qualifier points as well. But if you look at the scale, you're getting your QP all the same, so make sure you come out and compete. Because if you get top 32, even if you don't make top cut, you can still get a lot of push forward towards your World invite. But now we have everyone just for signing up. You earn 2 organized play premier packs and a pack of Firestorm, of Divine Champions Firestorm. Top 16, you're getting top 16 stamped Stellar Carryoff Champion of Hermes along with your premier packs. Top 8, guess what? You're getting the premier packs, you're getting the top 16, and you're getting a Pandora's mystery box. Top 4 gets all of that, plus in a Divine Champions Firestorm booster box. If you make it to runner-up, you're getting 3 premier packs, you're getting the top 16 stamped Stellar Carryoff, and you're getting 2 boxes of Divine Champions Firestorms. And then, Swole, the final breakdown, what is our champion getting?
Well, our champion's gonna be walking away today with 3 of the premier packs. We have a top 16 stamped carryoff, 2 Elestrals Divide Champion booster boxes for Firestorm. We also have an uncut sheet for Firestorm, and walking away with the coveted full art champion stamped Torchin Champion of Hestia. We've seen a few of these live out in the open too, and they are gorgeous. So far, I think these casters are going to be rearing up for these, and I cannot wait to see who walks away with that. Not only with this prizing here, but also with World's qualifying points. You know, as we see, they get the current winner of this tournament will also be walking away with an invite to Worlds, just straight up to there. The runner-up will be getting 125 qualifying points. Top 4 walking away with 75. Top 8, 50. Top 16, 35. And top 32 with 20. So even if you do not go into these top 16s, top 8s, champion runner-up, you can also still grind for points and make your way up to Worlds. I know for me, I still have to get mine. I don't know about you, PK, if you're going to be seeing you at the event, but I'm still trying to vie for these spots. And so far, we've had a few different champions already lock in. And we have Cobalt Sanderson, Bean Soldier, and Bo, amongst many other casters who will be joining us for the World Championship. Some of the best have already duked it out for these points. And I'm excited to see who gets crowned today.
I will be enjoying my time behind the booth, and I hope to be able to see everybody duke it out for glory and ascend to immortality at Kissimmee in Florida. Tickets are available now if you guys have not come out yet. It is going to be, it's the 3rd now in-person Elestrals event. The 2nd open, we first had one in Dallas, and now we're going to be out in Kissimmee October 3rd. We still have reverse Stellar upgrade packages available. The Stellar package actually sold out in like 10 minutes. It was, people were not playing about that. But hey, you can still come out and get the reverse Stellar upgrade, the player badge as well. And of course, if you just want to see what Elestrals is all about, come through. Spectator badges all available. Can we talk about the frame break on the side prong? The side prong for top 16 players is beautiful, and I am so incredibly, I'll be honest, just for like what it is, if I got top 16, that'd be better than winning top 3 for me. Like, that side prong is amazing, and the effect is even better, Swole.
Oh, honestly, I'm looking forward to these two. They blew my mind with the reveal for Elestrals Day previously, and I cannot believe that we're getting not only cards early for these live stream that we are getting revealed, but also the championship prizing. That just makes me hungrier for the win. I gotta go for it. It looks absolutely killer.
I'm sure you're going to be grinding out, and I think we'll see you up there. I mean, you were already 2nd place before. You guys are just showing up and showing out regarding that. And Imperial Watts will never be bounded except by 2nd place.
That's what I'm saying. Well, so far though, we can look at our top casters, and speaking of which, we have our global leaderboard for the top 16 players who have gained qualifying points inside of this season. We have the number 1 slot is Bean Soldier, a whopping 520 points. Cobalt Sanderson also previous champion here, and Bo taking the number 2 and number 3 slots, already securing their invite. Sir Tractor as well, previous winners. We have Trishula up there, Weathercaster by Sausage, Julian, and then we have Adam, Gatsby, Distant Coder, Perky, Johnny S, Dimax, Archaic Rage, and Aqua Dragon. Some familiar faces here, which might also be duking out in today's tournament just to try and get those invites. These casters are so close to those top spots, and we have some familiar faces too in already getting enough invites for 3 people. I think this is kind of just showcasing too. We have a lot of top talent here competing today, and cannot wait to see some of these familiar names at those World Championship slots.
I think it's important to note that Trish, while not having won an event yet, has earned the invite to Worlds through the qualifying points. So there are more than one ways to skin this cat, or I guess maybe I shouldn't use that one. But there are more than one ways to do this, and if you just keep competing and qualifying, then you can actually make it to Worlds on qualifier points as well. So keep on playing, keep on casting and performing your best, because I absolutely want to see new people break into the commonality of casters here in Elestrals.
Yeah, a lot of ways to Nexus to a Kinleo. We'll leave it at that euphemism there. There we go. Absolutely. I mean, always the bridesmaid. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I think it's just important to know that as long as you're a hashtag playing Elestrals, then you can always have a great time and make it higher echelon. So I'm excited what we see today.
Speaking of, I wanted to see you guys' predictions on everything we're talking about. We will be engaging with you guys on socials using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. So please take your clips, talk about your favorite moments, yell about the strategies you're seeing. I want you guys to gawk at the combos that people are going to be showing off, what new strategies you may be being showed up to, what kind of concepts you're now brewing for what you're seeing. Engage with us through the socials, through the hashtag on socials. Blue Sky, Twitter, Instagram, wherever it may be. And I want to be seeing you guys in chat as well. We can't respond to you due to rules, but we will be seeing you guys come through. So I want to see you guys talk chat as well. Hi, Kay. So in just a little bit, we will be starting up with the event. So I cannot wait to see you guys, see what our players are going to be showing up. Like I already said, I have no idea what these decks are going to be. I am excited to see Hestia. To Hermes. I'm excited to see people start to experiment with Hestia. And then I'm also wondering what people are going to be brewing regarding the new divines coming from Livestream. That's been like pre-orders for Livestream are now live, and I love that we know so little about it right now, because I just want to be involved in the set when it comes out. But Dionysus, there you go. It's the Y, man. Dionysus and Aphrodite. Well, first of all, go back to Dionysus. What does Days in a Rage do?
This is the really fun part about seeing everything late. Get to work quite closely with a lot of the Elestrals community and a lot of the Elestrals development. But as one of the only people that does not quite know certain secrets, I see Days in a Rage and I'm just like, I know there's at least 5 people that could tell me, but you can't. Ridiculous. But I'm excited to see what go up.
I want to know. We got coins for it now.
The status coins for the different keywords are going to be quite crazy. I think we also get a new one in the form of the more recently revealed Champion Drakid in Blocked, which I think is so interesting. Drakid being, or Krakid, I think, excuse me, being an OG card that we saw get a lot of love for zone blocking. Well, I remember one of the earliest shorts or bits from Elestrals was Dan A-Drive talking about this crazy combo with Krakid and Kraking, which is absolutely killer. Kraking is some of the greatest art inside this game too. So excited to see what that card does inside of Livestream. This is excited for Water.
It was one of the most dynamic artworks from the original Kickstarter. I saw that with the attacking the ship. I'm gonna go find that art while you guys yap about it. Kraken, I think, it's actually going to be exciting. No, I'm doing it. I'm bringing out the binder. You think?
Oh God!
I need you guys to see the art.
I think that it's kind of a testament to speak though that they're kind of approaching some of these strategies, particularly one that's inside of the Water Pantheon. Water's got a lot of really strong tools, and including one like that. This Kraken is absolutely gorgeous art. Look at that Kickstarter promo. And Reverse Stellar that came out in Shattered Stars. You know, not to toot my own horn about my polls, but that is also going to be a killer. So I think I'm curious to see what we can brew up with that. Especially.
Ooh, the text here says those Celestial slots cannot be used as long as it's enchanted. And right. Now it says it's blocked. So we have actually made it a key term. So expect that to be a feature in Elestrals going much further than that. I cannot wait to see what it does, and I cannot wait to see what kind of benefits or advantages can be created from that.
I mean, historically, we know we've had a few of those happen with this line of the Crack Hit and Crack King. I don't know if you know, but Suppression. Before that actually got an official term, a little bit of Elestrals history for your trivia between rounds. We have Crackhead was one of the original cards for Suppression. Actually, funny enough,
was it?
You can target to suppress. That's right.
Oh wow!
You know, everyone forgets the ancient text, but you know, I was there when it was written.
I mean, I was there too. I'm just also forgetful. I was actually admiring my my prototype decks not long ago. I was just like, now, man, just the way how far Elestrals has come from those original 125 cards.
Yeah, no, it's
it used to be 2-4.
Well, you know, we don't have to talk about that one specifically.
No, it's incredible. It really is just incredible, like what this game used to be. So, just the growth. We're 3 years in now.
Well, you know, we're celebrating Elestrals Day just the other day, and it's crazy to think about legitimately how many years. And I've counted some more grays on my head, and I can't tell if that's just from seeing Trish enchant Astrabbit one too many times, or if it's from watching this on the edge of my seat, watching exciting gameplay. And I think that's the fact that I can't differentiate the two means that both are good, right? That's what I'm getting at.
That's what I assume that would mean. I mean, I love Astrabbit. I've seen Trish make Astrabbit a 5 attacker with a water enchanted Astrabbit so in cool. Galaxy, and I'm just like, yeah, this is why that's my friend. That's my bull right there.
But like those type of technical plays really get me excited. We saw Bo as well in the last Atlanta premiere, the Cards HQ premiere. Utilize very similar strategies with the OG Galaxy, with the new Galaxy. There's just so many interesting small plays you can do with those spirit managements that really separates Elestrals out from other games, you know. And I think that's also something with the top players in this game is being so experienced in some of those very minute gameplays. So the smallest mistakes can go a long way, but the smallest I don't know, technical plays can also really drive home champions. I think that's something that Elestrals really highlights with some of these players.
I don't know why you said smallest mistakes, and this just brought this back up. But one of my small mistakes was not bouncing an Equilinx with my shield in Elestrals Clash, and it caused them to ascend to Nixamira, and then I just lost everything. I'm like, no, I could deal with this another way, and then they stopped that other way. And if I would have just bounced it, I could have saved my other way for later. Always bounce when you can. Like 9 times out of 10 is probably correct to bounce the attacking Elestral. But speaking of Clash, though, how have you been enjoying it? I've been as much free time as I have. I've been putting that into Elestral's Clash.
20 hours.
I see you've been streaming it.
20 hours from just the other day. I've been loving Elestrals Clash. It's so interesting too, because I love seeing what people are bringing on ladder and what the new and interesting strategies with this card pool. I'm not only am I seeing bears, I'm also seeing Winjin, I'm also seeing Water Reanimator. There's been mono lists that have made into the top 10 into the top rankings. Mill is meta surely, and we'll get that one to work. BlueStacks is everywhere
Dan
too.
will make it work.
Dan will make it work.
We know he loves his mill strategies.
It's incredible. I'm having so much fun being able to hop on Elestrals and play for hours and hours a day. It is truly addicting, and I cannot explain to you why it is scratching the itch in the back of my head, just saying one more. But it is something to behold. Early access is out now, is on Steam. It is free to play. All the cards are functionally free. Cosmetics are the only monetization here we have it, and some of the cosmetics are wild. I got pulled a full art Nectar of the Gods that I immediately slapped on a hollow foiling on into the game, and it's like I'm playing in real life. You know, bring up cards that we have next to us. I have effectively the same card, and I was like, that's the thing. It looks beautiful. It's incredible.
I pulled a full art Shield of Achilles, and again went straight to my collection. Put that thing right on. I will be upgrading it later, but yeah, I do love how you can pull things from the through the monetization options. But you know, that's all just cosmetic. End of the day, you can play this game completely for free. The entire card library is available to you once you complete the tutorial, because Zeus has to gift it to you. But yeah, you have to go through that and then just enjoy Elestrals. And I like it because it's so much faster to test theories and ideas and different concepts. Like I've been running a fire solar list I've been wanting to enjoy. I'm waiting. Dan actually tweeted out the other day, what cards do you want prioritized to be added to Clash? And I wrote a laundry list. Like he said 1, and I said 100. So I apologize. Dan, please don't ignore my tweet. But one of my big hopes, I look forward to being able to play with Celestial.
Oh God! Don't tell Dimax that. You know, Dimax clearly has solar spirits rotating through the eyes, gambling there. I think that you know, previous champions, Cobalt, also taking this to high success. I am very afraid of that card, and it is very real.
So it looks like we are ready to go with round 1. Going first will be Soren plays. We've seen Soren show up before, so I believe Soren was the one who showed up and out with Fowlicane not so long ago. So cannot wait to see what Soren has brought to the first Premier Tournament after the July ban list. And facing Soren, going second, will be Ryguy, another familiar name in the Elestral scene. Really has showed up and showed out with some amazing strategies, but more so precision plays that have given them a good bit of success as well. So Swole, from these two casters, what are you expecting to see from this?
Oh, you know, we have Soren Plays being a previous champion. I think that we might, and also taking down many top players before. I think that Soren is someone that I know cooks very, very meticulously, really tries to look at all the cards inside of the meta and says, okay, what can I do with this? How can I push this even further? I think is super interesting and really cool to see. So I'm hoping that we see some of those tech plays and some of those interesting deck building choices that we come to know from Soren. And from Ryguy, you know, pretty common name inside of the community as well. I'm hoping that if Ryguy is any sort of player like Soren Plays, I think we're in for an incredible match here.
We're going right into it. We have a cast by Soren. Going to be saying just a T set, essentially, kind of see what's going to be going on here. So now Ryguy is on the play. Foamy is staring at Ryguy saying, please try to run over me. I love that we're still seeing Foamy being played, because I don't think I've seen one ever resolved properly. Yeah,
Foamy is really interesting here as a lunar phase new moon comes down to suppress the Foamy, I believe.
Okay! Are we seeing Vol clips show out? If we see Vol clips in round 1, I'm so sorry that case in our commentary.
I think this is, well, I mean, as foxes are rolling through her eyes, it's the same. We have also discarding a lunar phase to suppress and destroy the Foamy, and a Werepup coming down. We have, whoa, Werepup in this economy?
So with Champion of Artemis Lycavoid being out, Werepup will likely be searching out and casting out base Lycavoid, but Soren does have Gorgon's Gaze to meet the Werepup, stopping the search of Lunar Phase, but hopefully Ryguy didn't already have it in hand.
We're going to go for a set 2 from Soren after taking a damage here for the Gorgon's Gaze. And I expend to draw and pass. No Elestral on the board for Soren. Ryguy here going to expend to draw as well, saying I'm going to take my time with this one. I don't really need to overextend just in case we have cards of those big bombs like Lavalith or Arcolith. Shouts to my Unc. Set 1 from Ryguy here. Taking it nice and slow. Both these casters are saying Hurricane is limited, and I know you're not playing it.
I was thinking that like these players are absolutely brazen, letting them know, but I would be worried of Hurricane showing up from Soren. Here, you already saw Foamy and Water, so very easy to slot in a package regarding that. We have a cast out by Soren that is responded to with Poison Tip Arrow. Ryguy does have Poison Tip Arrow to meet the Elestral and not letting it sit on the field. As I think that's Reverse Stellar Plucky.
That is Reverse Stellar Plucky. Yeah, and we're seeing that, we'll see what this Divine is. It looks like that's going to be, is that a Zeus on the board potentially?
It did look like statue Zeus. We'll get confirmation soon, but the Divine has been searched absolutely 100%. So we are seeing Foamy, we're seeing Plucky, Is it possible that Soren's on Chronodial?
I think if the champ Poseidon, I'd have a little more insight into it. But with the Zeus there, it's kind of hard to tell. I think Foamy being a great card just in general for getting into big beaters like Galaxy and Eddie is something that has, I think, been a little more common for players recently. As another cast from Soren comes down, Ryguy seemingly cannot contest this this tiny duckling.
We're going to see if this second attack goes through, and I imagine it's going to go out, but instead, the end phase is going to be met or entered. Poison Arrow does destroy the Plucky, so we do have an Celestial on field ready to go. Let's see what Soren is able to convert that into as Ryguy makes another cast out as well. Glare is kind of hurting, but I think that's Winjin. That is Winjin. Okay,
no.
So are we going to see 4 Gorgs in Ryguy's list? But we do have Winjin coming out, so I wonder what the cast is going to be as we get confirmation that Soren searched out Poseidon.
Oh God! Well, you might be right on the Chronodile prediction, and as our predictions go here, Ryguy's going
you're
to
right on the Chronodile prediction.
Foretell here for a lunar phase, and that's going to be the Winjin to ascend. This is a lunar phase Tornadin that we're about to see here. This one's really cool. So the idea with this one is that you are taking the lunar phases, which share the name lunar phase, but the distinct titles to separate out their effects. So Winjin, a card that says that you can call a card, foretell the cards, and if you do hit it, you can get into one of the biggest and baddest Celestials in this game, Tornadin. So that's a really cool use case of something like the mechanic of titled forms. Again, we've seen this before in the past with things like the Storlets, with the Champion Storlet coming out recently, with Galaxies. So this being able to go for the lunar phases, this is only stuff I've ever heard of in Discord. This is some shenanigans here. I can go call the Tornadin effect here to get 3 cards.
That beautiful full art. I love that artwork, and I need to get that because I'm a fan of Tornadin as well. But that was we've seen that type of 4 show up in these events. So I'm wondering how far Ryguy will go with it. But Winjin is getting a search of Gorgon's Gaze, Shield of Achilles, and the third one will be Poison Arrow. So going for the counter rune sweep. Can I share a little bit of an anecdote? One of my favorite searches to do with Tornadin is Bag of Winds, Gorgon's Gaze, and Golden Fleece. You do that and you insulate Tornadin so well, and then you can just go up and show out from there. And not to mention wind and solar, they're already incorporated in it.
It looks like we got a Gorgon's Gaze being added to hand from the Tornadin effect. It's really funny that you say the Golden Fleece. I remember in Dallas, I remember certain players coming up between rounds and talking about these legendary plays and how strong and powerful they are. I like the idea of the Tornadin being able to be out this big body that also can search for its protection to ensure that the genie stays around for more wishes. And and I think either that or this Shield of Achilles from Soren might be crazy if the back row is anything to predict. It's only got a Tadpuff on the board as a 1/1 body. Let's see what the kind of defense is, and we have a Tsunami coming down from Soren.
That is the best defense Soren needs right now. So now, if Chronodile is in hand with Poseidon there as well, they are set up to set up Chronodile. Just nexus onto the Tadpuff, ascend over it with the solar, and then have 3 Poseidon or 3 water on Poseidon. You're set up. You're immune. What are you going to do? Get over a 14 defense? You got a Pantera? Actually, you're playing. Wait, you could have Pantera. So let me just sit my mouth shut.
I think the worry here if you're Soren is that the Gorgon's Gaze is in the background as an Ambrosia comes down. You also have, even if that's a big body, the big scary part is that Tornadin can go expend to search things. We did see the lunar phase New Moon dropped from Ryguy previously, which is a destruction and a suppression. So I think that Soren is in a very particular moment at the moment to ascend in the Chronodile is the question, or do we see an Eddie, potentially a Galaxy Whale? Let's see what they do.
Yeah, just mulling over the decisions here, we do see the Poseidon being put down. So how much are we loading this up?
Oh yeah, the Stained Glass Poseidon animation coming in.
Love that. Poseidon's gotten a lot of featuring right now. Stained Glass from Shattered Stars that I'm going to be pulling later on today. And we are loading up the Poseidon with 4. Nexusing to the Tadpuff is Chronodile in hand. Gorgon's Gaze to stop it.
When so
keeping the spirit on the Tadpuff.
Looks like when you say something so hydrophobic, you got to hit him with the Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah,
this Tadpuff's not going anywhere.
Soren did know that Gorgon's Gaze could be there from the search of Tortigen. So just maybe that could be bait, letting them know like, I am ready to do this, but now here's my real play for the turn.
Now I love this this idea too. It does make this a little bit harder for Raigai as the spirit count's going down. You are trying to also play protect the castle with this Tornagen. And is that a Trident of Poseidon from Soren? This is exactly what I was talking about. Soren is in the tank, in the fish tank here, down in the deep depths of the water, pulling out cards that we haven't seen in some time.
But wait, am I wrong? Like, you could have done this first to insulate against the Gorgon's Gaze, then Nexus, then Ascend.
Possible too. I mean, that's the Poseidon being enchanted to prevent the counter runes.
All right, well, it looks like we have Volcus casting out the special artwork from Dallas. Love that.
Bo's influence knows no bounds, and I'm sure there is a certain redhead out there that is losing their minds. Volclips coming in, or Voldust coming in, and we have a lunar phase to heal back the 2 lunar spirits, draw a card here from the Voldusk. This is a very commanding position from Raigai.
Let's see if we're going to get an ad there. That is Ambrosia. Love that tournament pack artwork. Beautiful artwork. Let's see what we're going to be recovering here from the Underworld. Using 1 lunar from Spirit deck to recover. Looks like a wind, a water, and a lunar. So very interesting there. The water probably telegraphing a tsunami. Although if you're facing a Poseidon deck, it's probably not going to be too beneficial. And we do have Tornagen being searched right now. So we are expending the wind. And let's see what our 3 ads are going to be. Possibly the same 3 counter rune suite, which would be powerful, especially with the amount of spirits Raigai has right now. You just keep up the counter runes and make your opponent struggle with every turn they play, because PTA on Corner Dial will work.
It's so interesting here too. So as the Tornagen effect to expend coming in, imagine that the back row has to be Tsunami here to help protect Soren's board. This little Tadpuff that could... we see a Gorgon's Gaze, a Shield, and a PTA, once again going for the counter rune suites for this Tornagen. Such a strong strategy here from Raigai bringing into this. And again, Soren has to have specifically 1 card here. Like a 1, so they're going to go for that Gorgon's Gaze again.
Wow.
Man, I hate to bring up the same old jokes, but as hydrophobic as possible, this Gorgon's Gaze is going to be killer if Soren does not have a bigger response to the big genie.
I mean, Tsunami could come out again, so we'll have to see what it is. We do have confirmation that Soren did not have enough spirits to properly enchant the Trident, so they did retract the play from this. So we do have that reveal, but it is not in play as Tadpuff is going to go down, and I'm assuming there's going to be spirit damage as well. That will be 3 total? No, 2 total, because there were 2 spirits on Tadpuff.
Werepup indeed. You know, it's so funny to think about this, but this all started with the little puppy that could, and I will say that while Champion Like Voice was really scary, this is going to go to a game 2 here as Raigai takes it with a commanding lead. That was incredible. You know, we didn't even see the OG Likeable come down from Raigai after that Gorgon's Gaze was stopped. And we also didn't necessarily see Chronodile from Soren either, which I would love to have seen the big Croc drop. But wow, what a game. That was over with the swiftness, and I cannot believe that Soren was able to even get into the position to maybe even cast Chronodile in the first place. That's a very hard feat to do.
The story of that match was absolutely consistency. From the first play, Raigai just did not let up. It was Werepup, it was Windgen, we had the Lunar Phases coming through, but I think the biggest shine there was Lunar Phase New Moon to suppressing the Foamy and then destroying it after discarding another Lunar Phase. So getting the most out of that Lunar Phase suite that really has not been properly utilized yet. And as you said earlier, our favorite redhead, my sister, is most likely popping off seeing Volclips actually be played. We don't know if Volclips in game, but we did see Voldust there. And just the Lunar Phase suite showing up and showing out for Raigai. Really just consistent plays, consistent with the searching in the back row thanks to Tornagen, consistent with the output thanks to the back row from Tornagen, as well as the front line. It kept Soren on the back foot. So in this scenario, Soren, you're playing a strategy you have to build towards versus a strategy that's kind of beat down and just keeping pace. Just 2 laps per minute. What are you doing to adjust if you saw it?
Well, what's really funny is that I'm trying to think of the different cards that could be in the side deck for Soren, right? Because in the main deck, you're already so well equipped to deal with something like this strategy. The Tornadgen being the big drop here for a Rye guy. And if we're on the call that it's OG like a Void, then you have cards like Eddie, which is already a good staple against these cards. Cards like Champion Galaxy, which is already a good staple against these cards. So those being in the main deck, you might have more removal, potentially things like Boom Bat or maybe even Cryoblast could come down from Soren. I know Soren's been prominent for Frost in the previous events. So there might be some thought there if you're Soren to bring in those cards. And if you're a Rye guy, to kind of mount your defense here, maybe you're sighting out of some of those lunar cards that might be a little bit less effective. Maybe even have more of the ones that might be more effective, like you were mentioning the New Moon previously. So I'm not exactly sure what we're going to see from Soren, but for a Rye guy, I think you're trying to keep that commanding lead and mount your defenses even harder. Yeah,
and that's also a scenario with Soren where maybe the game would have been better if you went second, because then you could get, I don't know, it's tough to say. Soren got Foamy out and it was just stuffed. I feel bad for Foamy. I've never seen a Foamy work out. Very rarely do you see Foamy cast Eddie into switching Eddie. Very rarely.
This is also the beautiful part about the Foamy dichotomy, right? It's that Foamy gets got by cards like Spectrus, by New Moon, the Gorgon's Gaze, but when Foamy goes off, this little 2/3 body, it is absolutely devastating. Keeping that advantage on board, the board presence is crazy, set up for Ascensions. It's one of my favorite cards instead of the game, and I know in base set too, being able to go into things like Krakatuga, going into things like Caprigal, which, I not to look too much forward to live stream yet, but seeing the Caprigal 6/6, the champion of Aphrodite, I know I'm playing Foamy in the deck too, so I know Soren's probably ahead of the curve on this one.
Yeah, actually, that is curious to know. I wonder if we will see Bubloon champion of Aphrodite in Soren's list, because that is another way to supercharge that. But it also begs the question, how much water is Soren playing? Because the fact that they could not play Trident with 5 spirits less, that feels kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, that also, we've only seen the water half of the deck, which maybe means that there might be maybe a wind engine or a thunder engine from Soren, some more of the low to the ground solid cards, Astrabbit, as we mentioned before. So I would be curious too. The Trident was a really cool tech play. I'm sad we didn't get to see it work out, but I wonder if there's gonna be an Argo inclusion. I have seen that before with Champion Majesty, having the Argo go on to protect your Champion Majesty and boost its attack to a strong 8. As we have the players going in here to the second game, Soren will be taking the play here, and I really want to see that Chronodile drop, and maybe from Rye guy we can see some more destruction. We'll have to watch out.
Yeah, this entire game too, Rye guy now knows what the threat is. Rye guy needs to stay ahead, because if Chronodile drops, this entire game goes like an 80-20 Soren's favor. But let's see what happens as we enter game 2.
Yeah, the Crocodile is waiting in the waters for its prey. As we see what comes down here, maybe a Tadpuff turn 1 will be more interesting here. We're gonna have a Nectar of the Gods, I think, coming down from Soren, trying to dig into the combo pieces.
I was just thinking the other day that we haven't seen Nectar being played. There has to be some way to make Nectar valuable. So I love seeing Nectar right now, because you want to see combo pieces come out. As we see that Elestrals Clash Kickstarter Astrabbit come through to help Soren load up the back row as well, or load up the hand with further strategies. Not to mention, it's Astrabbit in defense. We all love Astrabbit in defense. Unless you're Trish and want a water enchanter with the Galaxy next to it.
So we have, coming down from Soren, the tried and true Rabbit defense is still a very hard card to get over. You could just go for, if you're Rye guy here, well, your own Rabbit also could work out well too. The Rabbit Wars are upon us, but to say a New Moon into discard a Lunar Phase could also take care of this Rabbit, very similar to the Foamy. And sometimes you want to take those trades. Back in the day, you could, when we had 3 Earthquake, 3 Laurels, back in the day, like I'm 100 years old. But you would just shotgun that Earthquake. You don't want to deal with that 5 defense body for too long, as Rabbit can really accrue value. And so Rye guys often take this one real slow and potentially building up some resources to deal with the Crocodile.
If we see New Moon here, I would take that as just, if I was Soren, to say, new moon was added off the top, but we do not see it. We see a set instead. So we are building up resources, which definitely works in Soren's favor because your strategy is much more resource intensive. 19 to 17 on the spirit count, thanks to the Nectar of the Gods. But now we have Galaxy coming out, making that a Stratton 5 attacker for the turn. And with one face down, well, we do have Galaxy being triggered. Do we have a Gorgon Gaze to stop it? Absolutely not. So best case scenario, we have I don't think there's any one card that deals with this. Like having a water attacker is so good.
I love this play here. We're talking about it a little bit in the pregame where we have the Champion Galaxy and also OG Galaxy, this ability to swap attack and defense. 5 attackers are so powerful, and so we have 2 of them dropping on the board as a Navi coming down from Raigai in retaliation.
Yeah, Navi's going to be lowering the attack of all non-lunar enchanted Elestrals by 2. So now we have 2 0 attackers on Soren's side of the field. Very sad. But let's see if this attack goes through. I would say it's not likely. Soren's fade down has to be real. But let's see if Raigai can crack it back with the Navi on the next turn. Going forward. But right now we have the attack waiting to be declared, and Tsunami is flipped. And this is a very valuable Tsunami. Even though you want to typically save it for when there are 2 or more Elestrals on the field, that you can switch to defense. Preventing a Doppelganger from coming out? Absolutely, I'm taking that any day. And I think his body's what, 5'4", 5'2"?
Yeah, it's going to be a 2/5 from the Galaxy and the 2/5 from the Rabbit. The Navi is going to be threatened immediately here, which I think is a little bit harsh unless you also have a lunar phase full moon is maybe the call here if you're Raigai. Ability for Navi when it receives the lunar spirit, it can decrease the attack of Elestrals by 2. So all it really needs is 1 extra spirit here to enchant it with, as Soren's gonna come down with the Poseidon again.
Okay.
And the Trident.
And we do have the Trident lock. Ooh. Trident of Poseidon gives +2 attack to its empowered Elestral, likely going to the Galaxy. And then we have, because Poseidon is activated, your opponent cannot activate counter runes. And it looks like that's Jotagwa being, no, that's
OG Galaxy. That is the Stellar OG.
There are so many 5s on the field right now.
That's right. Well, I'm curious to know this Rabbit, I think being a normal Thunder enchant instead of a Nexus to the itself from the Poseidon is very interesting to me. Potentially trying to keep up some spirits on the Poseidon for an eventual Chronodile play from Soren. But so far, this water beatdown strat, we saw Raigai with 3 Elestrals on board, very commanding position. Soren has seemingly taken notes and said, I can do that too.
So now we are without the back row sweep, right? No PTA, no shield, no Gorgon's Gaze, no Tsunami for Raigai. You have to rely on your Invoke Runes, which are very potent. We do have New Moon in the list, and your frontline options such as Navi. Let's see what Raigai has in the hand and maybe not up the sleeve, don't do that, but to deal with the board that Soren has set up, because, we are just ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if that face down is altered to go to the Extravagant.
All right, we got to see a New Moon here going to be targeting what I can assume to be the OG Whale, and a expend and a discard to destroy. That's the Astral.
Oh, the Trident was on the Astrabit. That makes complete sense. You're unlocking your back row. Okay,
interesting. I like the play.
So that's why he didn't enchant. It was a 4 attacking Astrabit and then 2/5 man.
Okay, I like the idea here. Can activate the counter runes regardless, so you're trying to protect a little bit as a Rabbit comes down from Raigai.
Not too safe of a situation because Galaxy Champion is waiting to be Nexus 2 and swap the stats of that. So gotta hope that back row is very real. I'm assuming there's a Gorgon's Gaze back there somewhere.
Yeah, I got Rabbit going to search for 3 here, and it's so funny to think about this, but as much as Soren only has the 1 card set, masterfully playing around the 1 of Hurricane, Raigai seemingly has all the back row in the world, but this Rabbit can be immediately contested by just this Poseidon. What I love about the inclusion of Poseidon in a lot of recent decks is that Poseidon allows you to prompt cards like the Champion Galaxy, and you don't have to waste your normal cast. Previously, before you had to use a card like Eddie or a card like another Champion Galaxy, but Poseidon tech inside of a lot of these strategies, you enchant to the Champ Galaxy, activate its effect, bait out a Gorgon's Gaze, as an Ambrosia comes down from Soren here. I think we're about to see something crazy.
Is that Gorgon's Gates?
Oh, and it's going to be met with a spoiled fruit.
Oh!
Huh?
Versus this, I mean, I can't deny, you just stopped an ambrosia. So that is in name. That's what it was designed to do. But I'm surprised to see spoiled fruit versus a Chronodile list.
Well, I think the idea might be pretty sound. You have Jotagua, you have Sluggle, you have some healers inside of the water strategy. And so maybe the idea here is that when those key cards do drop to be enchanted by or try to get a little bit more ahead, Spoiled Fruit can come in here. And I love the play as a Win-Jin comes into the field.
All right, so this is something you have to stop. If you can stop the Ascension, you gotta do Gorgon's Gaze right now, Soren. Because if they get that search off, we are gonna see Gorgon's Gaze. If the effect is allowed to resolve off and the called card is found, Tornadin will be coming out no matter what. So stopping that preemptively. Soren with a decent, I don't even want to say a decent board, because you do have a board that's equal to Ryguy, who has more spirits.
Gorgon's Gaze coming in. Strat to attack, potentially trying to play around a potential re-enchant. Trying to think of the play here. Maybe even the Argo signaling from Ryguy.
I am confused. That face down has to be something interesting to really keep Estrabit safe.
Yeah, I think it's important to note here too. Ryguy being up one game and also up in spirits. 10-6 here from Soren. While Soren is, fairly good on board presence, equaling out spirits with the 4 on, it's having to respond to a lot of these cards does get pretty draining. You see Champ Galaxy swing in and take down the Win-Jin.
Good, very good. Stops the re-enchant on the next turn. And Estrabit goes to the Underworld. Why switch it to attack?
I'm curious to know on Ryguy's call too. Again, maybe trying to play around the swapping shenanigans. I think for Soren here, you feel pretty good about a clear board. Ryguy now has to mount a comeback here between 2 different whales. And I don't know about you, but I've never been caught between 2 whales, but I really don't want to find myself in that position.
No, I'm not interested in being caught between 2 whales unless they're buying me gems in Elestrals Clash. We have a cast of a Water Elestral by Ryguy. We'll get confirmation soon, but whatever it is, it will have its stats swapped thanks to base Galaxy on Soren's side of the field.
I love me some whale wars here. We are truly going in. Champion Galaxy trying to swing into the other Champion Galaxy here. As Soren debates a play, we have a Shield of Achilles coming down from Soren.
You know what? You take that trade. That's 2 spirits out of Soren for your 1. You're going to take 2, but you're still up an advantage. You got to remember, though, we do have 2 spirits under Poseidon on Soren. So that's potentially damage. That's potentially an Ascension and a Chronodile. We got to see how this one works out.
Well, it's also kind of
a 14 attacking Chronodile.
It's kind of a dangerous position too for Soren, because as we know from the previous game, that there might not be that many water spirits left in the spirit deck. We saw a solar and a frost spirit being used on the last shield there. So that what is on the board, what is wet right now, might just be it. All the water spirits in the deck as Soren gets a cast down. I believe that's Foamy. And never mind, it speaks a little bit too soon. We have another water spirit just sitting there for Soren.
Yep, so now we have a Foamy on field as well. And it's just, this is the world's strongest Foamy. Shout out to 3 attacking Foamy.
3 attack Foamy is still a killer. Can now be a Rabbit Slayer as an Ambrosia coming down from Ryguy here trying
One of the 3 face downs.
Trying to find something. That makes a lot more sense. I imagine there's maybe another Ambrosia back there in the row, but I think one of the cool parts about Soren's strategy here is that you're pretty resilient to most counter runes, and so you just say, yeah, if those are real, those are real. Yeah,
especially with 3 Elestrals on board, you force them to play out. Absolutely. Like, if you're sure, fine, I'll play it out next turn, because I'm not over-enchanted on anything right now. So, Ambrosia coming out, and now we have, I believe that's New Moon will be coming out to target, likely the base Galaxy.
Base Galaxy or the Foamy, but suppressing one of the 2 into another Champ Galaxy.
Okay, so not going for the destruction effect, so kind of signaling no lunar phase in hand.
Well, a hero eruption here from Ryguy would be absolutely next level call, and I think that'd be hilarious as Champ Galaxy going to try and swap and potentially hit over. I think Soren reached for the Foamy as Ryguy is going to crash with this Foamy.
Yeah, with no destruction, the Foamy is absolutely the best call there. You get it out the way, but now you got to deal with an incoming 2 points of damage unless Soren wants to try to empower or enchant from Poseidon onto one of the Galaxy for more damage pushes, which, you know, getting them down to 3 with more Elestrals on board is a very good spot for Soren to be in. Let's see how Soren plays. This is a really methodical game too. These casters now understand each other's decks and their win condition, and they're playing towards it.
What to say, and we mentioned the speed of the first game, and while this one I think is still in Soren's favor, it has been a very back and forth game. Ryguy trying to grind it out to find the key cards to claw back in this position. We have a Water Spirit going to be enchanted back onto the board from the Poseidon, from this, I believe it was seemingly a Tadpuff, to get some more damage out. That's gonna be 4 damage directly to the face of Ryguy. That Spirit deck is not feeling good about that.
I wonder what those face down are. I assume that Ryguy would take the Tsunami out after seeing a water list. But, you know, what is it? Is it a Nexus list? Is it Ultra Stars? Are they all just fake? Man, tough to say.
More lunar phases back there is probably for me my call. You know, we have the waxing Gubbus, the waning Gubbus, maybe even another new moon back there playing 3 of. Is that another Champ Galaxy I see trying to slap down and get something on the board? Champ Galaxy effect's going to activate here.
I mean, you got a lot of things going on. That middle Elestral from Soren with 2 spirits on is pretty much saying, you know, if you want to take out anything, take this one out.
And we have
another face down reveal.
There's the new lunar. Sorry, we were kind of on the call here and said those were potentially not counter runes, and that is a 2 spirit healer here. While they're both tied spirit decks 2-2, Soren has a shield coming down, and that's potentially going to close out for game 2.
In that situation, losing the Elestral on board is not going to give you any advantage. Soren, once again, just understanding, okay, if I go for the big build, I'm going to get smacked by the over-aggression from Tornagen and Werepup, etc. So let me just build wide, and build wide they did. And we saw the Estrabit empowered the Trident of Poseidon with Poseidon on board. We saw Champion Galaxy, we saw Galaxy, so now we have 2 5 attackers on board, and ever since that board, it was just Soren keeping that control, retaining momentum, and not allowing any good footing by Ryguy. Fantastic play by Soren.
Yeah, I mean, whales are heavy, and that pressure was probably equal. I think that it's interesting to watch Soren go from a game where a Tadpuff was about the only Elestral that we see into having a commanding board position effectively the entire time. I like the addition of Ryguy trying to play the Champion Galaxies to maybe help combat so they can OG Galaxy and have a 5 attacker of their own, but seemingly couldn't really get a foothold inside of the game. It's been really difficult to have, especially in a deck like Winjin, like the Lunar Phase deck, where if you can't get that Winjin off, like we saw there previously, the Gorgon's Gaze stopping that Genie, then that might just be it. And good on Soren to recognize that that's the play to stop. You know, you don't really care too much about some of these other Elestrals, but if you can stop the Winjin, that might just be game.
Yeah, Winjin, Werepup in early games, so you can't build wide quicker, or I guess that's no longer a thing. But getting out a 6-2 attacker that can deal so much damage, stopping that's a good play. Just so many different options by Soren. But I do want to point out one thing. We did not see much from the Lunar package besides the New Moon from Ryguy. Like, the list that we saw from game 1 is not what we saw in game 2 at all. We saw no Voldust. We saw very few New Moons. Where Winjin got stopped immediately. A good side of Ryguy's list was just locked behind either in the deck or by not being able to be positioned well. Which, you know, testament to Soren's play. But it still leads us to believe if we can get both decks playing at their best and playing at the optimal, which one comes out on top? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that this is a very interesting game 3. As we're going into this, we talked about the players, like what they side in, what they side out. And at this point, a lot of their decks are fairly going to be standard. I don't know if Soren's going to make a lot of concessions here. Ryguy might be putting back in certain cards that really helped them out inside of that game 1 to get that win in commanding position. I think if you're Ryguy, you are trying to maybe even keep up the pressure with those New Moons. Maybe you're siding out of the Tsunamis, kind of like you mentioned inside the game 2, if they were in there in the first place. And I think if you're Soren here, I think you just keep the same strategy. It looked like it worked out for the first time, and you have a lot of really good offensive cards for going second. This is a very difficult position, though, if you're Rye Guy, seeing those previous plays, because what do you do against that onslaught so offensively?
Well, you remember that you called out the Frost being sent to the Underworld. So what do? You hope that Windgen is the opening play, because then you can snipe out a Tornigen with your Cryoblast in hand. Likely that's what the one Frost was for. So, you go first. Oh no, your Werepup. Oh no, your Tornigen. Anyway, it's a lot easier to Cryoblast a Werepup when your only Lyca Void is the base Lyca Void from Moonrise. Because you're not going to cross that without you attacking. So all of those are threatened by Cryoblast.
And I find it so funny too that that Sorin playing this the one Frost Spirit, we can maybe assume a Cryoblast, is so prepared and ready for something like Rye Guy. And that goes to the testament of maybe testing and playing out. Maybe Sorin is seeing something inside of their play circles to see, players might be trying to approach this Werepup, or just in general, sometimes a Galaxy only is a 5. You don't have a Zeus in your deck, you don't have a way to modify attack stats except for that Trident Poseidon. And so having the Cryoblast 2 is a nice little bit of utility to break down some defenses and to hopefully get some leeway on a game. So I'm curious to know what those Solar Spirits are doing, though. We saw the Plucky before searching down the Poseidon. I hope to see a Chronodile if that's going to be the case, because we have not seen that yet.
I do want to bring note, you just mentioned the Trident. That was essentially locking down 3 back row of Rye Guy, which we have come to learn weren't even really counter runes, but still wanted to get it off the field. And he did that using the Invoke Suite. The Invokes definitely have been the counter rune suite has definitely been seen as the way to play your runes. But we saw the Invokes not only shine in this matchup for Rye Guy, but be the out to really tough situations otherwise. So always consider your Invoke runes. I know I know Earthquake is limited. Eruption is available. But I know there's stuff out there, but we do have Cryoblast. The Invoke runes are absolutely powerful, so absolutely consider them for your play and try to get a decent blend between counter runes and Invoke runes when you're doing your deck building, especially in Elestrals Clash. But now that Rye Guy and Sorin both have a W in the column, they want to see, we've seen your deck at your best, we've seen your deck at your worst. This is what I need and what I don't need for this one. I don't know if I think Rye Guy should keep the Galaxies in their list. I don't think Galaxy to stop Galaxy is a strong idea, because at best, it goes even. It kind of meets you in the middle. So maybe find another way to get around the Galaxies than that. I mean, if you have Spectrus.
You do have that native into the deck. I'm actually curious to see why we maybe just haven't seen or drawn, but a Spectrus would be pretty devastating into Sorin's deck here, being able to suppress so many things and be a solid 5 attacker and a good defensive strat here as we're getting ready into this game 3 for both these casters. Seeing this final game pop out for our round 1 of our August 2nd Premier Tournament. Will it be Sorin or Rye Guy? It's like we have Rye Guy taking the play going first here.
I just got to give shout outs to the color choices of these caster sleeves. I mean, it's matching so well. It's contrasting so well. It's satisfying to look at it. The orange and the purple, the gray and the white. I just got to give shout outs to that. We love a caster who cares about the aesthetics.
So we have a mulligan coming down from Sorin. Those 2 water spirits, potentially playing those healers to get those back. So not really a super detrimental play, just to get a more sculpted hand. Especially going second, you want to make sure you have a good amount of removal and a good amount of counter runes to back up your removal. As Rye Guy, a Werepup uncontested this time, comes down, and that's definitely going to be searching out actually in this deck, it could be anything. I think it's going to be a New Moon coming in.
New Moon, a really good card for everyone to be playing out. We do have Werepup as well, just showing up and just setting up for Rye. So let's see how this board is going to be popping out, as we have 2 back row by Rye Guy. At this point, I'm questioning if they're even real back row. Rye Guy is setting a lot and flipping not much. But we also know that the full counter rune suite of PTA, Shield, and Gaze is in Rye Guy's list. So let's see what happens. 2 set by Sorin, and Sorin trying to figure out their opening play. I'm assuming there's no Cryoblast in hand, because if it was, it would have ran out immediately. So a Strabit is going to come out, getting them out of the top 3. Hopefully that can find the Cryoblast.
And we've got a defensive play here, which is really nice if you're on the call that maybe Ryguy is not on the previous Like a Void from Moonrise. It's so interesting here because if Ryguy is searching for that new moon and then full moon is in the back row there, Soren's going to have a response. And maybe the call here is that Ryguy is only playing the Werepup as a lunar phase searcher for the utility pieces. Might be a little bit difficult for Ryguy to handle, especially with 2 back row in there. If you're Soren, you're on the call that Ryguy is not playing Hurricane. I don't know if they have the spirits for it.
That's a good point you brought up about this, the new moon searcher. We haven't seen full moon be played by Ryguy at all this match, have we?
Not yet. I think that it's a very interesting card to play with Nabi, with Spectrus, with Werepup, going into maybe OG Like a Void. But this deck brew seems to be built a little bit different as a Nectar of the Gods comes down from Soren to draw into 2 cards.
Do love that full art Nectar of the Gods. I love Nectar of the Gods being played at all. So shout out to Soren for that one. But with 2 extra cards in hand, what is going to be the combo for Soren? Because now we have 2 back row, we have an extravagant defense, and you have a 3 attacker on the field. But you do have that 3 back row backing up the Werepup as face down Gorgon's Gaze, it looks like.
And Gorgon's Gaze coming down here for this Werepup. Very interested to see what's going on here. Potentially just to stop a full moon shenanigans from Ryguy as an Atlantis hits on the board. And there's a Galaxy, OG Galaxy coming in, the biggest 5 defender in the room.
Interesting lineup we're setting up right now. I guess the preemptive Gorgon's Gaze is to stop the battle phase full moon. Oh, sorry, the battle step full moon for Werepup. But we do have Shield coming out, I'm assuming bouncing the Galaxy, yes. So Estrabit no longer will be able to do any sort of damage this turn. All right. Decently paced turn. Ryguy has much more control here. 2 back row face down and 16 spirits to Soren's 11. That Nectar of the Gods is kind of biting Soren right now.
It's really interesting here as we now get into an Ascension from Ryguy. Hopping down, there's a Tornadgen with a Water Spirit, a Water Lunar Misenchanted playing around Tsunami. Not much else. You can't activate the effect for the searching here as another backer comes in. Sometimes a big body is all you need, and we appreciate the BBBs here. We got a Shield of Achilles coming down from Soren.
That hurts.
That's devastating. That pace loss for Ryguy might just be it. We have an option to enchant for the rabbit here for Soren, and we also have a game on our hands here. 15 to 8 spirits though. That
normal action you get per turn is so valuable in Elestrals. Using that for the re-enchant, being so confident of the Tsunami, just saving that, man, that is rough. But not going for the attack or threatening the attack with the Estrabit tells me that there's no real option for Soren to protect the Estrabit right now. So Ryguy should be comfortable to reestablish a board as a second Estrabit meets its brethren on the field to search the top 3.
Second rabbit has hit the board, and Ryguy has no Elestrals to defend, even though these counter runes are plenty. We saw so many bluffs last game that I think if you're Soren, maybe you just try test 1. You have 1 rabbit in defense to mount your defense, and a second one to try and poke and do some chip damage. That might signal too that Soren's hand is maybe unoptimal. We have maybe Poseidons, maybe some bigger, larger Elestrals, Tadpuffs even. And so I'm curious to know what is inside of that hand for not trying to do some offensive pressure. This card set from Soren and Ryguy draws.
Yeah, not a board that spills confidence from Soren. I would have went in with the Estrabit just for the damage. It may be just a bluff. Like there is something here, especially if you're casting on the second one. But instead we have a pass there. It's back to Soren already, and we have a cast of base Galaxy, it looks like.
Wow, and maybe Soren knows something I don't. It's partially why I'm here on the desk. We have 3 Elestrals swinging face on Ryguy, seemingly going to be taking all of them. An OG Galaxy here is particularly strong, and that's the good offensive pressure, the good sword and shield, if you will. You have the rabbit going to be the defensive option, and then the offensive option in the Galaxy. Slowly trying to get that spirit gap from previous 14 now down to 11 as a Winjin hits the board.
Okay, Winjin is here with 3 back row. 1 is set by Soren. If that is Gilligan's Gaze, then it's great, but it's not likely. Lunar Phase was called, and you get your choice of 2 along with the Galaxy. So Tornajin is coming out. We get a Lunar Phase to hand. 3 back row is set. I think Ryguy is poised to take over this game.
Yeah, who up winning the Crescent? We have a Tornajin properly enchanted from the hand, maybe signaling there's only 1 Tornajin in the deck here. And that's going to be allowing you to get those heals. You have the Tornajin's going to expend to add some cards. This is another commanding position. If Soren has a Tsunami, though, it's not quite over. This is now very scary. I think if I'm looking at I'm looking at my digits here as I'm sitting at the desk, I see that I have a game on them. This is an incredible little feat.
Right now, Nobby, Galaxy, and Voldusk is being added to hand. No back row. So those never mind. The face down by Ryguy is very real right now, and we're going for a pressure. But think about this. We are searching Elestrals. That means until that Winjin, there has been no dude that Ryguy can run out.
Yeah, luckily been able to sit here and it's funny having the Voldusk here. A 3 here, maybe potentially picking up the Galaxy.
Okay.
Having the offensive threats is going to be really nice. You do have to start chipping at Soren's board because the Galaxy is quite obnoxious. These rabbits can sometimes do a lot of damage, and I fear that Ryguy is still not out of the woods yet, despite having one of the largest boss Elestrals on the board.
Well, at least that Tornajin is not water enchanted. A fully set back row suite by Ryguy. I want to believe that 3 of them are real.
Well, definitely Soren is real. That's the Shield of Achilles for the 2nd time, ending this Tornajin.
Yeah, that's a really bad situation because now likely the only castable Elestral is that Galaxy, which this board by Soren can deal with Champ Galaxy. So now we got to see if we can get some back row by Soren. If you can re-enchant the Astrapid and dig for the top 3, I think that's your best play right now. 3 spirits left by Soren, so it's possible there's not even a Thunder in the spirit deck to enchant in the Astrapid. Ryguy 4 face downs, 8 spirits in spirit deck. This is the defining turn. However, whatever happens here is going to dictate the rest of this match.
Now, if Soren here thinking very carefully with an Ascension here into a larger Elestral, is that another Foamy on the board here?
No, that's a 2 cost for sure, but the card itself is tough to say, but the spirit damage is going to be
It looks like a Waylance.
Is that Waylance?
I think that's a Waylance on the board. Holy.
All right, then. Waylance. That is a huge reveal by Soren. But hey, if you're going to reveal something like that, the last game is going to be it. We'll have to see it. Yes, it is a Waylance 8/4 attacker.
Oh, wow.
Frostfall is alive. Voldusk was drawn by Ryguy. That's very good for them. And Pandora's box being bad. No, don't send it to the underworld like that. Doing it to cast out a lunar phase there. And now just trying to get themselves back some spirits so they can make further plays. But man,
yeah, Soren really said, whale, whale, whale. We're in this really tricky position. I think it's so funny to see a misenchanted Waylance like this being swapped by the Galaxy. And if we were on the call that this was Chronodile, maybe that's what Soren did, was side out the whale for Chronodile for the whale. This is his Dimax Turbo list from what I'm seeing.
I mean, yeah, we're getting a huge lunar recharge. Kind of, hey, new card to create a drive. Think about that. But we're getting a good lunar recharge right now of spirits. So now Ryguy has a lot more spirits to work with. But now you have an 8/4 body to contest as well. Would have been handled by the. Wait a minute.
8/4? It's not. No, I wouldn't say 8/4.
It's 4/8.
But then that's the Stellar Veritaqua coming down, and that's going to be immediately be able to contest this Voldusk. I was just about to say. The Waylance is swapped by the Galaxy, and Galaxy cannot hit over this five defender. That Fox has a large booty, and that is a Gorgon's Gaze coming in, hitting the Veritaqua, stopping this offensive threat.
Man, Wereland's coming out there and actually being. I mean, did we actually water enchant it? Because I can see. I know it was Thunder from the Astral. I cannot pick out the other one. So it could be the face downs are coming out. Actually, 3 of them were real because they sent the Pandora's box to the underworld. But still, like just a really good back row being split. But all he's doing is buying Ryguy a turn.
This I brought the Atlantis is out too, making that Galaxy a big 6 body. When you gotta say something. Soren's trying to hit in with only 1 spirit left in a commanding board position. Ryguy coming in here with it looks like a champ Galaxy trying to get some leeway. It's another big body on the board, a 6 attacker from this Atlantis.
I mean, we did just switch the Voldust to attack, so interesting position to be in. Galaxy is also on field. Oh, because it's a 5 attacker because it's Champ Galaxy. Okay, so we can get over the Galaxy and the Veritaqua.
You can get over the Waylance here. That swap from the Galaxy and the boosting of Atlantis makes it a 6/3 attacker.
Okay, so that's confirmed water enchanted. Then yeah, that would be the target of the Galaxy and the Waylance, then the Galaxy. But yeah.
Well, that looks like it's gonna be it. Ryguy is scooping it up here.
We'll get confirmation in just a minute about how that scoop, because that could have went either way.
I don't know. I think that there was pardon my pun, a whale of a chance here for Ryguy to try and mount the comeback. We've seen it before and definitely seen it happen, but I think if you are, we saw it in game 1 with Ryguy being able to bring out the Tornadon and really lay on the pressure with multiple Elestrals, some of the biggest bosses in the game. And then inside of this last game, Soren having a call and response, having those big bodies on the board and just pressuring on. No counter runes for just so long time, but those 2 key cards inside the Shield of Achilles, stopping Ryguy's big bodies. Yeah. Wow, what a match.
Yeah, it was completely, as you just said, it's a completely different type of game. Big bodies, big back row. Which one is more potent for the other? And, I'm kind of arguing for the big bodies. But the Waylance was a really interesting play. Dimax just shining in this matchup. Just with the what they enjoyed. But these 2 casters just showing up really unique strategies. We're going to get confirmation on the results in just a little bit. We don't want to report anything that's not actual. Because, again, that could have went either way. Maybe Soren just says, well, I lost my big dudes. That's it. My Astral won't be able to do it. My Veritaqua won't be able to do it. Especially with spirits. We also saw the enchantment, like the back row, we only had 3 spirits on Ryguy. So just hang tight. There's a lot of things going on. We're going to wait for the judges to rock out. So now we have confirmation that. Okay, so we do have confirmation that Ryguy didn't realize that Waylance's stats were swapped twice thanks to the OG Galaxy, which is I didn't know it was water enchanted as well. So it would be swapped twice, which means the attack wouldn't be able to get over the Waylance, which means that only 1 board would be on the field, and that was a Ryguy scoop. But again, we'll continue to get confirmation on what the exact outcome was.
I'll say it once and say it again. Whale, whale, whale. I think when you have those triple Elestrals on the board like that, it's really important to try and keep track of those modifying stats. Yeah, Elestrals Clash is great for a few reasons, kind of lets you do that math for you, but when you are in a Premier tournament like this, you really do have to keep that math, not only spirit math, but also the attack and defenses. It's interesting because I think for Ryguy, we saw it in the second game, activating the effect of the Galaxy just to play around certain cards, potentially trying to bait out things. And so maybe it's just a force of habit. Maybe it's something that Ryguy said, you know what? Galaxy is swapping everything. I'm going to activate my Galaxy to swap everything. Not exactly noticing that, you can actually hit over the biggest whale on the board, that you are the larger fish. Yeah. So again, just those small, tight plays here that we might see kind of let go early in the morning are going to start to get tightened up as we get longer into this day. I thought it was still a crazy match from both these casters. Ryguy dropping a Tornadon, getting one of the coolest things I've seen in that the searching of the lunar phase. You don't see that every day. And that does both these casters going deep into the tank and try to construct these really interesting strategies. Waylance from Soren. What's that about?
you know what? We saw the Werelands. We saw. I mean, that's what the Frost was for, not Cloud Blast at all. Maybe it was still there.
That's true. Wait a minute.
But it was just a really insane matchup that I'm so glad we got to cast for our opening matchup. Thank you to Soren and Rye Guy for the games. Congrats to Soren for winning round 1. We're going to take a quick break and get everybody settled. We just had to deal with a lot. So we're going to get Kay here in Swole's seat and Swole in my seat. I'm being kicked off and told to go look at and touch grass. For some reason, I'm going to be touching Tyrantlus. I'm not going to go outside, but this is the time to go get some water and go get some snacks. In 2 to 3 minutes, we'll be right back with more Elestrals Premier Tournament.
Oh.
And good morning, Alestra and beyond. I am joined here back by, of course, the effervescent Kay Cray. Good morning, Kay. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm great. Listen, I got to see some Voldusk gaming.
No.
I have to forgive the fact that they chose that list for a round that I wasn't commentating. You guys, you killed it. You did my girl proud. So I simply just have to be thrilled that she was here at all.
Well, let's say hopefully we reacted accordingly. I know we didn't see a total Volclipse mind wipe of the board as we did for previous casters, but yeah, it was kind of insane to see both Voldusk and the Lunar Suite pop down from a Tornadin deck.
Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, I think it was you and me whenever Moonrise was first coming out, and I was like, can you call Lunar Face and it count for all of them? That at the beginning of Moonrise, I remember that being a conversation and it being like, oh, that sounds kind of crazy, actually. That sounds super strong. Really cool to see Ryguy experimenting with that.
Between the title forms, the question will always be like, hey, can I add the different, lunar phases to the deck? Like, which one can I add? And the answer from most of the judges and Skyhawk is just yes.
Yeah. It goes the same for Morfrost. I know that there's been conversation about Tornadin Morfrost shenanigans. I haven't seen that one, but I mean, hey, get a Frost Spirit on the Tornadin at some point, then we're not going to get Cryoblasted. But also, who's playing Cryoblast in Firestorm meta? I feel like no one.
Well, we almost called it with Sorin. We saw the Frost Spirit being expanded to the Underworld, but turns out that was maybe for a Waylands, which was potentially one of my favorite moments from the previous round here. And I would love to share that one with hashtag play Elestrals on the socials. If you're enjoying watching this at home, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Follow the stream too. We're multi-streaming on Twitch. We are trying to reach across all platforms and expand the game in its entirety. And of course, we'd love to see your plays and your comments and questions throughout the day with the hashtag play Elestrals. Hopefully we can see more hype moments like that shared. And I'm looking forward to it because this meta is very interesting. You mentioned Cryoblast not being played that much, but I think so far from what we've seen, it's going to be explosive.
I know that you guys touched on it a little bit, but we're in sort of new territory right now, post new banned list. And I know that with Elestrals Clash, people have been cooking. I know I've been cooking. I know I've been trying to ascend into Cryovern.
Trying is a good word there.
But a lot of people have been in the kitchen. We've had over 25,000 clashes happening, which is an absolutely mind-blowing statistic for a game that has just recently gone into a public beta. And it's a really exciting era of Elestrals that we're in right now.
I think it's so cool to see too. A lot of these casters, and from what I understand, potentially trying to take those decks from Clash and try them out in tournaments. Exactly what you love to see is those testing environments, playing the best of ones, destroying Blizz tricks and destroying bears on the ladder and saying, you know what, I think that this water deck might be pretty good. And
speaking of bears and water, listen, Swole, I have to say thank you so much for that particular setup.
No.
I haven't got to talk about my caster predictions today.
Yeah. Well, hit me with it. What you got for the day?
Hey, I have my emotional support pick, my bear, which has, been consistent over every single tournament that we've done so far in the Firestorm meta. I love my Majersa. I love Bear Bomb, and people have been cooking with it on Clash. I don't know if cooking's the right word. I have been using it on Clash. And, also, this Poseidon's Fury. One thing I love is a total board wipe of the heart. And you know what? If you squint and look really carefully, it kind of is Volclipse with fewer steps, actually.
Yeah, Volclipse with fewer steps and definitely more abs. I know that you're partial to that stellar Poseidon that you pulled from the Shattered Stars. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. You don't tell me you haven't already.
What are you talking about?
Hey, you look different today, Kay. Is the hair different? It looks good. The curls doing well.
Yeah. I was trying something new. Thank you. Thank you so much for noticing. Actually, I was shocked that it took you this long to point it out.
Oh, weird. I cannot believe you have that on hand and ready. If I pulled that well too, I probably will. The stained glass Demeter for that someone here revealed for the next Shattered Stars. I cannot wait to see that stellar. I know it's going to be killer.
I cannot wait for you guys to see it. I can't say anything. I'm just saying that, maybe I got some sneak peeks and oh my gosh, y'all, the future of Shattered Stars, you don't even know what is coming your way. Wow.
As we're getting into this round 2, all set up and good to go. Kay, what are you expecting to see from our casters here, especially after that explosive round 1?
Oh, goodness. Well, I know that whatever it's going to be, in these early rounds, one of the most fun things is we get to see sort of the fringe decks, the decks that maybe we wouldn't see later on in the day. Who knows? They could end up popping off and we might see them in Top Cut later. But especially round 1, 2, 3, these are the rounds to watch if you like sort of the pet decks, the fun tech kind of choices. And whatever we're about to get into, we have Ruli versus Skullmock, 2 casters who, those are names I'm familiar with, so I think we're in for a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, I faced off against Sir Ruli on Clash and I got my butt absolutely kicked. And I think it's super fun to see that this caster coming in here. I remember talking to them a little bit at Dallas as well. And so, yeah, like you said, these one-off kind of niche picks that we are seeing in the early rounds that might be doing well, we'll get those filtered out as we get into the day. And I'm hoping that we can see some pop-offs like Poseidon Queen even. But man, after the first round, I don't know if I'm going to see anything as explosive as a Waylance or a Lunar New Moon, but hopefully some more Ascension plays. One thing I know on my predictions list is that Chronodile. I was super hoping that we could see that drop down from Soren here. And maybe no confirmation if they're playing it at all. But I hope to see more like that.
Yeah, it was not crocking to Soren to stand on Atlantis, but we can dream. I mean, I know, hey, listen, it's almost like we planned it. Our predictions, I think that Poseidon's Fury, Chronodile, I think they could go hand in hand. But with that said, it looks like we are getting ready to get into round 2 right now. Ruli versus Skullmock. Let's see what they have cooked up today.
Like Ruli's gonna be taking the play here, going first inside of this clash. That is hey, I recognize a couple names on that signed board there.
Whoa, hey, yeah.
Lestrad Season 3 represent. I'm always partial to Season 2, but it's always great to see some names recognized. I think this is going to be a mulligan from Sir Ruli.
Yep, that is what it looks like. We've got names we recognize, divines we don't on this side of the board over here. And of course, that clash mat on the other side. I always love to see the aesthetic choices that our casters make, the different mats, and whether or not it's like, you're playing like with Soren, the lunar mat, but you're playing water. What kind of mind games are we getting into right now?
Some high tide shenanigans here. I think we see a wind and a lunar spirit expended from Ruli for a mulligan. Might tell us a little more about the play. PK mentioned Doppelgator and Fulgorix in the first round. I'd be shocked and surprised. I know we see Nabi as my other prediction coming down here, which we did see actually. Now that I'm really thinking about it, we saw Chronodile and Nabi in the first round. Wait a minute, was I just right the whole time?
Wait a minute, what do you know? However, I have been playing in a locals that we have here in Vegas now, and seeing that lunar and wind, that's giving me potential carry-on, carry-off trauma. I have been the victim of some of that, but we have on Skullmock's side Rabbit coming out in attack actually here, which bold.
Slow Rabbit animation. Yeah, we have Ruli setting 1 to expend, and the Skullmock dropping down and attacks Rabbit early is interesting. What can maybe signal from this attacks Rabbit here? I normally we only see players going for a defensive slower option.
Well, that tells me that maybe this back row is real. Maybe we're going back to sort of the like Dallas meta of this is absolutely an Argo. This is an Argo. I dare you. This is an Argo. Please, I beg you, attack into me. And all right, it looks like we are already starting here. We have I believe that's a Peliquarius.
That's a Nemesis. Whoa, hold on. Hold your horses there. Hold your birds. Whoa, that's a stellar Nemesis.
Stellar Nemesis. Woo, hey, listen. I love that Clash Stellar Nemesail coming out here. I guess we're already refunding everything we've done, although I don't know.
And you were 100% spot on. That is an Argo coming in from Skullmock on the attack. Someone called the ships. The Argonauts are on their way. Nemesail into the Rabbit is so funny because you would think that this is just like let it go. This Nemesail is really easy to get over, but this Rabbit is about to be buffed up here by a Scythe of Demeter.
Ooh, I love Scythe of Demeter. Okay, listen, that was one of the cards that I first saw, and I said, hey, this is sick. Does anyone play it? And Bean Soldier Josh said, absolutely not. And I was like, cool. Really cool to have seen the meta develop to get to this point where I can see a Scythe of Demeter being played in a premier event.
I'm surprised that Josh said no. Josh looks at any card and says, yeah, I can do that.
I think at that point, Josh was still theorizing the scrap that was there all along and maybe just didn't want us to know about the tech yet.
That's true. As the Nemesail going down and Astrabbit taking it, the Scythe of Demeter healing for 1, passing back to Skullmock here, really with the 2 counter runes in the back, but the spirit count is now back to even after an expend from Ruli. It's as another attack Strabbit comes down from Skullmock, laying on the pressure.
Trish? Is that you? There are Trishlas everywhere for those with eyes to see, as we've got 2 attack rabbits out here, not only getting the effective Astrabbit, but unfortunately being a powerful fighting force, especially with this Scythe of Demeter.
Yeah, we keep on saying that Astrabbit's one of the best defensive bodies in the world, but what happens when that kindness turns to aggression? The soft bunny turns into one of the best offensive pressures. And if you're Ruli here, I think you can activate a Tsunami to feel pretty good about this, but overall, these rabbits are just such a gamble. You can deal with them offensively, but at the same time, this is just a lot of damage you're taking with a set from Skullmock. See what the response is.
I mean, this scythed rabbit looks like a really tasty shield target to me.
Absolutely.
That's one of those that if you've got the shield, you're activating it. But we will see here, because not only do you get that scythe out, but you also prevent. Oh, yep.
There it is. Shield of Achilles coming down.
You're not only getting all those spirits off the board, but you're preventing the additional heal for Skullmock. Which, always good to try and keep that spirit count as even as possible.
Yeah, you'll take that 9 times out of 10. I think the idea here too is if you see the Scythe of Demeter off an Argo, there is potential danger for the limited but yet very powerful, arguably bannable Equilinx as an Astrabbit of Ruli's own comes down to the field defensively this time, opting not to maybe propose a crash. Another Argo would have been devastating, so I understand the play.
Yeah, I mean, I can't let you get away with the with the Equilinx stray there. I know that, listen, we're friends, that we fundamentally disagree on very little. The Equilinx ban is one of those things. That's my baby. Bring her back. She did nothing wrong. This is the meta where she can be unlimited. I swear she'll behave, I promise.
My God. I don't think that the Equilinx is particularly house trained. I've seen that thing take down counter rune after counter rune without any sort of regard. Kinleo, even. What is I've seen Equilinx and Kinleo hanging around each other, and now Kinleo's limited. What are these kids doing?
I'm just saying, Sparket's looking up from Tartarus being like, hey,
what I
whoa, they just got limited?
See, we got a Skullmock going back on the play. We have a Kinleo, speaking of that, coming down.
Speak of the kitty, and she will arrive.
Unless some artwork here from this. We have a Gorgon's Gaze coming. Oh, it's a Volcari. That's a Volcari's champion. My mistake. I'm searching the Hephaestus out. Gonna go ahead and Gorgon's Gaze that like Elichik.
Yeah, that is a strong Gorgon's Gaze. You do not want to let this Volcari start popping off. But speaking of, oh my gosh, Hephaestus, Shattered Stars. Who's going to be looking for that stellar Hephaestus? Because me. And we have a Spectaris coming out over on Ruli's side here with that marble frame, the premier frame spirit there. Beautiful.
I'm so used to playing the TP art Kinleo as a 1-0 that this Volcaris looks so similar as a Spectaris with no back row from Ruli here, trying to contest the Volcaris and declaring its effect to boost itself up and suppress. 9 spirits to Skullmox 14 here. This is a very interesting board state. As the Volcarius goes down, that back row seemingly not live.
Yeah, you would have used it there, you'd think, but yeah, very curious what that would be. I mean, we've already seen the 1 Argo from Skullmox, but not too much else. Here comes, we are just
Ambrosia off the rabbit. Ooh, Kaylin, I hate to say this. Do you smell burning?
Do you smell a burning?
I smell burning. I smell burning in the form of a 6/4 body. I think that we're about to see a Lavalith be dropped from Skullmox if this prediction is correct.
I think you might be right there.
There's the Stellar.
Yep, here we go. Speaking of limited to 1 cards, the Lavalith coming out. Unfortunately, no runes for him to target. He's so hungry, doesn't have anything to destroy, but that's okay. A 6/4 body is really nothing to cut your nose up at.
We can feel very sorry for one of the best cards in existence in the game. The beautiful Stellar Rare too. I love the Skullmox choice here. Taking down that Spectaris is so funny. Initially, I was like, wow, Skullmox, you don't have a hand here. Taking that rabbit, that's a desperation play, even at 14 spirits. But again, showcases why I'm here at the desk and Skullmox here on the table. Ruli's going to draw here with 9 spirits to 15. Lavalith is a strong card to get over.
Yeah, Ruli, so far we haven't seen anything that would be able to contest that. But, okay, we have Spy Nymph coming out.
Champion of Hermes Spy Nymph, able to search out a Hermes from deck to the hand. Let's see if Skullmox has a response here. This could also be a good Gorgon's Gaze target.
I mean, again, Ella chicks everywhere for those with eyes to see, and they're always a nice, tasty Gorgon's Gaze target. And again, the question of what is that set card on Skullmox's side?
Well, we have potentially some technical difficulties coming in from Ruli's side here as an Earthquake seemingly takes out the camera and limited to 1, but those things are everywhere. Spy Nymph, Champion of Hermes, I think is so funny because while this play for the Lavalith is really strong, being able to search a Hermes, bin the champion Spino Sect to the underworld, you can then Nexus, Ascend, potentially bounce that Lavalith back, which can be very threatening, especially if you are okay with having that Lavalith back in the hand. But as we're getting some technical difficulties here sorted out, hoping to get back in the match sometime soon.
Yep, and that's just part of the game when we do these webcam tournaments, and we take it and get back on track as we can. And shout out to the judge team who is always back behind the scenes, making sure things run smoothly. And of course, shout out to my co-caster here. I do have little Kirby, so everyone say hello to an important addition to our casting team today. She has a lot of opinions and a lot to say.
You know, I thought that whenever they said that the casters have that dog in them, I thought they were talking about PK exclusively. I didn't realize we had a little cute puppy on the desk today. But hello, Kirby, and good morning. Kirby, any good insights on particularly a Lavalith play like that? I think that's a pretty good one. But what do you think? Do you think actually does Kirby know about their re-enchanting Astrabbit play? I've heard that's pretty good.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell her about that particular one, but she just keeps saying "where pup." That's the only thing she seems to care about. So, hey, you know what? I'm a girl who loves her foxes. She's a girl who loves her pups. So, hey, we all have our preferences, okay?
I've been more shocked to know that Kirby has learned English and also has extrapolated that into some Elestrals. You know, I think that he might have the puppy speak a little bit. But yeah, wow, I can't believe it. Hang tight, we're trying to get the webcam back online and good to go here from Ruli. It's so funny because I think that a lot of times inside of these tournaments, we saw Cobalt Sanderson as well have a power outage, and sometimes these acts of just absolute. It was crazy to watch that too, and so you know,
I think it was on a cast of like a thunderstorm or something too. Like it was very, it was very timely.
Actually, calling down the power of Zeus. And to destruct the game too. I think Sir Tractor leading that one into a victory. So very funny to think about that. It was literally, a course of lightning to decide that match.
Hey, that bolt from on high was just you know, shot out there. But I mean, we were just talking about this. We have our casters who are all competing for these world's points, the QP, and some of them who've already qualified are just out here having fun. And it's been a great time. It seems like we are about ready to get back into this round here. We have a 2-minute extension. There was a camera disconnect, but we're able to get back quickly. So again, shout outs to the judges, always keeping us on track. And thank you to the production team as well. So, and furthermore, thank you everyone watching for your patience. We're getting back into the action here.
Yeah, but behind every strong caster is an even stronger Skyhawk. And looks like with the repaired game state in order, going to search that Hermes off the champ Spy Nymph. Add to hand here, Lovelith on the board, 1 card set from Skullmock, 8 spirits to 15 is our current state here. Ruli has an interesting decision here with 1 card set. Do you go ahead and fire off that Hermes, take down the spirit deficit, and try to deal with this Lovelith, or do you try to make Skullmock? Well, I guess the answer is make Smallmock make the move.
It is interesting because in a lot of these decks where Lovelith is a one of, people are only teching in 2 fire spirits. So a lot of times, if you go for that bounce or if you go for the shield, it's valuable enough. But we are, as we know, playing a native fire deck. So that is not necessarily as feel good of a play to make in this exact situation.
Yeah, we have a native fire, but we have a water puppy. Necroff Honorary, one of the strongest water Lestrals in the game, playing around a harsh tsunami, which I think we see. There's that shield coming down for the Lavalith, bouncing back to hand as the Necroff takes down.
And Kirby, never fear, we have pup representation on the board. It may not be where pup, but their pup regardless.
Their pup regardless. I'm happy for your daughter. I think it's important that Elestrals show out that you can also be a dog from the underworld, flame burning as a Hermes jumps down here from Ruli.
And there's that Hermes that we searched last turn. Going to be enchanting. It looks like just 2. Which at this spirit count makes a lot of sense to me personally.
Oh, but you got Divine Healing coming in. This is such a fun tech choice. I've seen a lot of casters run 4 powerful effects like Hermes or Poseidon to try and enchant those 3 spirits here. That's just free real estate for your Divine Rune here. You were still super low on spirit counts in your spirit deck, so casting anything might be a little bit dangerous, except for maybe specifically a Carry-On. I'm curious to know what Ruli goes for.
Well, I think we are about to find out as we see that disenchant from the Hermes. Let's see here. Okay, you're right. It is a Carry-On, and maybe we have an Ambrosia that's able to pay off of one of those spirits that was healed back onto the Hermes. We will see.
This is a very, very careful position, walking the tightrope, Stevie Ray Vaughan style. I think that the Necroff is a hard body to deal with, especially as a water spirit. Not a lot of outs to it. Again, Necroff is one of these base set staples that I love to see returning now that Kinleo is at a limit as the Carry-On gets casted here inside of attack. An Ascension into potentially a Champ Spinos Act, a Carry-Off. There's a lot of different ways that that we can nexus to a Kinleo, to use PK's analogy earlier better. Let's see what we do on the play. Ruli deciding here, 2 spirits left. This might be the game. If you're Ruli here, staring on 14 spirits, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling like I want to see an Ambrosia, personally. And I don't want either of those 2 back row to be real. Again, that 1 has been sat there for a long time. You'd think that the new Kraken was out already and that zone was blocked, but instead, it's just been sitting there. But we do have that new back row set, which that's got to be something.
Yeah, I think it's funny because a lot of these cards, like Divine Healing, are like Ambrosia. Things like Reforge are like Ambrosia, but they're not quite an Ambrosia. No one can do it like she can, and I think that that this is such a tight position if you're Ruli. I almost don't wonder if you want to save the time. You have the 2-minute time extension, so it's not an entirely big consideration. But if you just want to say, okay, let me try again, let me side my deck a little bit more careful for fire as we get a pass from Sir Ruli onto Skullmock.
Interesting. Okay, that 1 set card. I mean,
here's the Lovelith.
Yep, here it comes. That set card is either going, or that Hermes, which I don't know which one you would go for.
Well, between you have two, the Hermes Trickery coming in. That is going to be interesting. You know, this is a very fun. We're talking about Ambrosia having these low spirit counts for Ruli, but this is definitely one of the ways to play around it and to continue and to get yourself back into the game. Hermes Trickery able to keep the enchanting spirits from Elestrals to swap and kind of play some interesting mind games for some of these positions. It looks like Sir Ruli had a choice there, and I don't know what Elestral in the underworld you can use as a one spirit to contest a Lavalith.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean we've seen the Spy Nymph. I mean we could possibly do, Nimicel. Okay.
Well, hey, that's like Ambrosia and pretty close.
Again, yeah, I mean lots of options to deal here. And giving Ruli a little bit more to play with in the spirit deck.
Yeah, but no shield this time around to contest a Lavalith. This puppy and the Lavalith are going to go uncontested, but it gives Ruli just one more turn, and sometimes that's all you need potentially to see that Ambrosia off the top, staring down a 5-1, a 6-4, and 2 back row. With a Hermes on the board here, let's see what Ruli can do.
Yeah, 2 back row, no Ambrosia is not where you want to be in this position. But let's see. With 4 spirits, we've got a little bit. But I think instead what we're going to see is a scoop, which is probably fair enough. Didn't see that Ambrosia off the top there. But you always have to at least check. You have to see if you can top deck that Ambrosia before you scoop. That's the rule.
A couple wise casters once told me that it's not over until the last spirit's played, and that's technically not true either. It's technically over whenever the last spirit's expended, but I'm not gonna try to go on technicality here when that was some tech play that I haven't seen in a long time. I love the last minute attempt from Ruli there. You know, seeing the Hermes Trickery to float into the Nemisail to heal back spirits. Normally a very strong power play if you're already ahead and you want to really lay on pressure, but just not quite enough whenever you are having to face down some of the biggest bodies in Elestrals. Like you were saying, that Lavalith dropping down, hitting the Hermes Trickery anyways between those 2 choices, that was rough.
And I gotta say, my co-commentator here is very excited about the reemergence of Nekruff. As you said, Kinleo getting hit has really opened people's eyes to those base set staples that it's like, oh, hey, was that good all along? And I think the answer is, in fact, yes.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, too. Again, a solid 5-stat body is sometimes all you really need. It's a good offensive and defensive threat, being able to water enchant it pretty freely. It reminds me a lot of Lumaru in a way where in solar decks you can have this really strong body that can just put on a little bit of pressure. Kinleo going to 1, again, hanging out with Equilinks. We can only assume what happened there. But Kinleo is still a very strong power play. Some of these fire decks are playing cards like Smoltuga to see into these power cards. So it's not like they are missing too much. But slotting in just a very solid attacker, especially into a deck like Ruli's, which I think Spy Nymph is a 4 defense. So you can easily contest.
Yeah, I would be interested to see what Ruli is looking at in the side deck here. Wind is, I mean, hey, PK and I have been shouting it from the top of Mount Olympus from the beginning of time. It's one of our favorite elements. It's so versatile. It's such a toolbox type element where there's so many different things it has access to. And Ruli is probably going into that side deck, and who knows, we may be going into this game too with a completely different identity.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility there to side out maybe some of those lunar spirits or potentially, putting in more earth spirits. We can imagine maybe Viscerus coming in. Even Equilinks could potentially see an appearance from the side deck of Ruli because you are on that native earth. So having those Nexus banks are really very solid. I don't know if we'd see something like an Exaltair, maybe even for some burn to help maybe really try to equalize those spirits. We saw Skullmock so far up in spirit advantage effectively the entire time. And for Skullmock, what do you think you're siding into against Ruli?
Ooh, well, it's always hard to say. Of course, we didn't get to see too much pop off for Skullmock, despite playing this low to the ground strategy that just, attack rabbits going off, Argo. We did see the hint at fire artifacts with our friend Volcaries coming out. Unfortunately, did not actually get to do anything, but I don't know. It's going into game 2 with already a win, I think that there's a lot to say about kind of just resting on your laurels, some might say, and seeing, I mean, hey, it worked once, maybe it'll work again, and we, worst case scenario, have game 3 to regroup and get a surprise out from that side deck. But I would be curious, what do you think, knowing you're playing into Wind, is there anything that you would be grabbing for specifically?
Well, you know, I think that you might be able to go into those cryoblasts. We talked about no one playing. Maybe that's an option, considering that Wind has a lot of really small defensive Elestrals. I imagine you could even try to go into a heavier Earth package again. Maybe you're playing Equilinks or trying to go for artifacts. Maybe you're playing Plucky and playing Heliolith. As we're going to the second game here with Ruli and Skullmock. Maybe you'll see some of those tech choices come out. It's like Ruli's going to be taking the play here going first.
All right. And let's see, I am curious, if we see Exaltair Nexus to Nimisail, I'm popping off. I'm telling you right now, lower your headphone volume, get ready for that. The dogs are going to be barking in this house.
And Nimisail Queen even. Let's see what we get from Ruli here. Skullmock's going to go ahead and go for a mulligan. Potentially not the hand they're seeing, and Fire and an Earth Spirit coming down. We did see the Earth Spirits from the Scythe, but do we have a heavier Earth package in the main?
That is interesting. There have been so many of these combinations of elements that we've seen, and Fire and Earth, I don't know if that's one. I mean, we've seen Earth and Thunder was one of the classics back in the Daybreak meta, actually, but Fire Earth is very interesting.
You know, I think I've seen it one place recently, and it's been scarring me ever since. For some reason, and I'm calling out A-Drive directly in this one. I saw him play it on stream yesterday. I've been seeing Wasp Ivy Artifact all over Elestrals Clash, now in early access, free to play. And
no way. Wasp Ivy Artifact popping off, localized entirely in the Elestrals Clash public beta.
That's
incredible.
This time of year and this time of day even. And I wouldn't be surprised if Skullmock maybe is taking notes and saying, wait a minute, this deck's actually pretty good. Fire Earth would actually put that in together. And despite PK's dismay, I don't think this is a Vesuvatuga list, as a Chantful Carries comes down for Skullmock, met with Gorgon's Gaze.
Well, you know, some things, as much as they change, they do stay the same. And unfortunately, Volcarius is not going to be able to go get his buddy Hephaestus. But, you know, who knows? Maybe we will see Fire Artifacts still pop off for Skullmock.
You say something so artophobic that you got hit with the Gorgon's Gaze here. Good choice on Ruli to hit this. He was talking about Eletrix for the world to see, and it's never a bad idea to stop some of the best and most powerful cards in the game. Volcaries, Spy Nymph, Elechic as a carry-on comes down here from Sir Ruli. Not stopping those plays in the tracks, but a 3-body is not quite enough to take care of this 4-2.
No, unless we start seeing some shenanigans happen, and that is what this kind of deck wants to do. And shenanigans they can pull, may I just say. Listen, if you have your Champ Majersa taken over by a carry-off, you're never going to be the same again.
Oh, was it Champ Galaxy coming in? It looks like Sir Ruli said, I have some shenanigans, but you can shenan again. Passing back to Skullmock here. 4-2 and a Champ Galaxy being able to swing in as a 5-2, going in and punching in for 2. So Ruli letting the carry-on die.
Okay, however...
Hold.
What?
We have a carry-off coming in. When a carry-on is destroyed in battle, we have a carry-off dropping down. That's the full art here. I know someone on the Elestrals team is happy to see that. That is a crazy full art.
Oh my goodness. Speak of the carry-off, she will arrive. This is very scary. Carry-off is one of those Elestrals that we didn't get to see do too much in Moonrise, but now it's gotten a lot more support with all of the Hermes nonsense, I must say. And here we go.
I can hear it now. Bean Soldier TV saying this amazing onomatopoeia, just a quick yoink from Ruli to potentially try and take one of these Elestrals as a Gorgon's Gaze from Skullmock, flashing that over, attempting to activate this effect.
We've got a Gorgon's Mabes going on. Okay, no, it is in fact, it's happening here.
Turning this bug to stone.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that decision. That is
wow, how powerful.
However, if with those two back rows set, if Skullmock can't deal with this on the crackback, we might be looking at a very scary next turn from Ruli.
This is terrifying. Big bug on the board. Let's see what Ruli has coming in with an Eddie.
Okay, we had that as a special cast, so Ruli still hadn't used their normal cast for this turn, that being cute little Premier Frame Eddie. And there goes that Galaxy.
No back row to defend Skullmock here, looking like Ruli inside of game 1. Spirit count's pretty close, 12 to 14, and Ruli is in a pretty commanding position with this jump scare of Karoff, as I believe that is the Firestorm Viscerous strong 5/1 body coming down for Skullmock.
Ooh, okay. You don't usually see the Firestorm Viscerous be the one to come out first, but I guess sometimes that might just be what you have in hand.
Yeah, that one defense makes the difference here, especially because this card is affected by counter runes, and a Torch of Hestia coming in here potentially buff the Volcaries. That'll contest the carry off, as a 5/3 body on the Ascension is hard. Plus you get that Foretell, which is super nice.
However, a Tsunami would simply solve all of these problems for Ruli. But
Demeter coming down for Skullmock. Kaelin is on board.
That's my girl. Here we go. And I imagine going to be bringing down that carry off, and it will be bringing down that carry off. Ooh, what are those back row?
They've got to be something. The Torch of Hestia going ahead and foretell a Rabbit, a Necruff, and it looks like an Ambrosia, or a Kinleo. Hey, there's that one Kinleo.
Okay. Hey, you know what? If we had Hestia on the field and enchanted, either that Necroff or that Kinleo would be in hand right now. I'm just saying.
Absolutely right. Going for the Demeter here, the opting is maybe a potentially good play. You also were able to contest the whole board even without it. But what is the back row from Ruli? Is it 2 Hermes Trickery and we're gonna see an expend to draw here potentially?
Ooh, 2 Hermes Trickery, no Tsunami. A rough position.
You're still pretty okay in spirits, though. And once again, Skullmock has a commanding board. A Volcaries as a 6 attacker and a 5 attack Viscerous. It didn't really matter if that's the Firestorm or the OG. It's put in work regardless.
And we just see the pass back over to Skullmock. This is a really tough position to be in. You're hoping for the top deck of a lifetime, I imagine, but we're on kind of a ticking time bomb here. And here comes that Foretell from the Torch.
You can tell that Skullmock drew the Kinleo for turn, as the Scythe Demeter, the Rabbit, and the Necruff, 2 of those cards previously revealed from the Foretell taken. So we now have confirmation that there is going to be the second cat that has hit the limited list on the board soon to take care of any sort of shenanigans from Ruli.
Yeah, unfortunately, even if Ruli is able to get something on the field with that Torch of Hestia, that's a Nexus Bank. And Kinleo is very much live, and it can hurt you.
Alive and well. Well, so Ruli's trying to stay alive and well as well.
Ambrosia is what one of those back row was. Okay. Now would be the time to activate it.
Would have loved to see that last game. We're keeping the spirit counts a little closer here. We're going back up to 8 spirits to Skullmock's 9. And see if we can have some maybe Hermes Trickery afoot with a Hermes. We have a second Ambrosia.
A second Ambrosia has hit the game. And I mean, we could also see a Nimisail come down and we could really just make this a party. I'm just saying.
You squint hard enough, it's almost like Peliquarius and Ambrosia.
Mm-hmm. And here comes that heal.
Third Ambrosia.
No way! Okay, now what we need is the Ash Rabbit. I have been living for the day that I see a 3 Ambrosia in the Underworld chain Ash Rabbit happen again. Shurit, if you're out there watching, just know I'll never forget you. I never will. That was the greatest moment of my life.
2 Ambrosias hit the board, and a third has hit the Pantheon. We have 9 spirits back to 9. back to being even, but once again, we have so much spirit representation on the board for Skullmock. I have to imagine Ruli is staring down this saying, I don't know if I can pull off some carry off once again.
I mean, no matter what Ruli wants to do, I mean, we've got the spirits to do it. We're looking at a proper game of Elestrals that is still happening here, and looks like we are actually starting our turn now with an expend to draw.
I recognize that play a little too close here in these premieres. That's the Swollax Classic, if I've ever heard it. Yeah,
many people are calling it the Swollax Special, actually. I don't know if you'd heard about this, but it's...
Heard about it. I was there. As an attack rabbit coming down here, meaning Necroth might be the next card on top. 4 counter runes and a PTA, but no Elestral here from Ruli as this attack rabbit. Won't be getting in for damage, but will definitely be getting in for some card advantage.
Now we actually see a real counter rune coming out from the Ruli side, which is nice. And as you said, that -2 bringing the rabbit to a 0 attack, meaning you're not going to be taking damage. Rabbit is one of those cards that no matter what position it's in, it feels great to PTA, and that is what we saw here.
Yeah, and I think if you're trying to make something happen, and any sort of delay that you can bring to this game is just going to try to get you closer and closer to getting something to happen. I think Skullmock too was in a brief position with no counter runes and the Volcaries to have something go off, but we're seeing now potentially 2 damage in from the Viscerus and the Volcaries. We see a Tsunami coming down.
We're looking at those counter runes. I'm just saying.
If you look at them hard enough, they will change. That's the crazy part. You set them the turn before, and you got to double check.
Yep, and instead, I think we are just seeing damage taken here. If there was a shield, it would probably have been used on... Is the torch on the Volcaries?
Yes, yeah. Champ on the Volcaries.
Yep. That would be the target there, but instead we are just taking damage. And there's the expend for the PTA to pop the rabbit, send her to the underworld.
She did her best, too. Again, that 1 PTA damage there. That rabbit really did 2 when you really think about it. Now we're back. Those 3 Ambrosias are looking... Well, this game probably would have been over a little bit sooner if those 3 Ambrosias didn't come down. But once again, Ruli staring down 2 Elestrals with their Champ Galaxy in defense, misenchanted with a Lunar.
Oh. Okay. Interesting, considering we just saw 3 Ambrosia come out. If we wanted this to be properly enchanted, we could have grabbed the water. So this seems like a deliberate decision.
Oh, we got a Viscerus coming in. That's the OG. Maybe looking to close this game out nice and early. What's so interesting is that we have even a PTA response from Ruli here. This Champ Galaxy being a 5 defender is somewhat hard to deal with, but the Volcaries, I think, already contested it with a little bit of honey on the goat. We have a 6 attacker and these 2 big bodies.
Yeah, that Viscerus is also, I believe, at 6 attack at this point. So even if, however.
Ooh. We have a Tsunami coming in with spirits out of potentially nowhere. Was that a showcase that these spirits were sighted out? I think that's going to be a scoop from Ruli.
Ooh. Okay, so I guess the water was just not there, and that might explain why, despite 3 Ambrosia, we did not see the properly enchanted whale.
Ooh, that is a little bit rough to see if you're really asking the question. I've heard where pup before, but is the water in the room with us right now? And I think the answer was potentially no. Dangerous side deck choice in here to potentially try and get into a little more of a foothold than that first game. It's always kind of a fun little game to play of, I cited this out and I desperately need it.
Yeah. Did we see those water spirits in game 1?
No, I didn't think we saw any Ambrosia or any tsunamis or anything.
That's true. We also didn't see Ambrosia, but we saw Ambrosia if you squint in Divine Healing, which was really fun to see. That's a card that I feel like I always see paired with exclusively Hermes. It's been seeing an emergence with our boy, and of course the Nemesail. But yeah, unfortunately, we just did not have the spirits to be able to activate Tsunami, activate the whale, and unfortunately, that is sometimes how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, it's so. I want to point out a couple plays that Ruli made in the second game, particularly. I love the carry on to carry off play. You know, that's a really cool, like with the champion and the titled forms, OG carry off can ascend or can cast itself if the carry on is destroyed. So the nice sequencing there is the Galaxy was swapped to a 5/2, destroying the 3/1 carry on or the 1/3 carry on. But Volcaries, if you attack with Volcaries first, you maybe can even crash into the carry off. So the sequencing of events there from our casters, Skullmock attacking with Galaxy, destroying the carry on. Carry off comes down, and now that Volcaries could not get over the big body, and enabling a potential yoinking for the next turn. That was really cool to see, and I'm sad that, unfortunately, the question too for me is, does the deck hold any water? And the answer is no. We have a potential misplay or potential error from our casters here, and that happens in these early rounds, and got to tighten that up as you get into the later portions. Both these casters, again, 1-0 into this second round. Very exciting to see. Cool strategies all around.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I think a lot of people are so accustomed now to expecting, we're probably going to see the the champion carry off, not the original, and not playing around necessarily that special cast. But I know that I've been seeing lists floating around where people are playing both and seeing merit in both. And yeah, we have the 1-0 record going into this round. So these are both casters that we have the potential to hear from later on today. It's still early, still anybody's game. And congratulations on a great clash to both of our casters.
It was pretty exciting to see the Lavalith come down twice, actually, and put in a lot of work. The Hermes Trickery was still kind of cool. We have Viscerus and the Earth and Fire variant of Argo Fax, of the Artifact Turbo list, combining some of the most powerful cards inside of the game. And again, Skullmock taking that to a 2-0 finish there, moving on to the next round.
And I'm personally delighted that after not hearing from her, where is she? Is she still out there? Demeter has returned after she deserved a little vacation after carrying many metas on her beautiful back. Okay. She took a bit of a break. She's now back. We had some Demeter action, and like you said, we have Earth showing why for so many sets it was such a powerful element, why it was considered one of, if not the best. And now we have it paired with Fire, which is another one of those that has a lot of tools. And so interesting to see the combination. And I hope to see more from Skullmock with this list.
No, absolutely. You know, I'm excited to play some more games here and to witness a little bit of Elestrals, but I think we have potentially some time on our hands to play a game of our own, and I haven't gotten to face the absolute queen of this one.
Hey,
Kay,
listen.
do you want to play a game with us?
I find myself having only one question.
What's that?
Who's that Elestral?
Ooh.
Ooh,
well,
who
let me,
is that Elestral? Indeed. I know that, listen, I want you all, I have to talk to all of you right now. So I'm going to need you to just for a sec. When I tell you that Swolax has been talking some mad smack about this game specifically, like, when I see you and who's that Elestral, good luck. I'm going to take you down. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that we both have a lot on the line here. The words have been exchanged, friendships have been put on the line, and I'm just so excited.
Listen, I'm putting the hair back because it's time to do some work. You know, I gotta lock in for this one. Forgive my messy ponytail, but we got I've seen both you and PK go head to head, go full red, trying to get these Elestrals out. And so I got to lock in. And I know for a fact that I assume I know more arts than you, but that being said, I don't quite know how to pull as many good pulls as you.
I'm a little nervous. Last time it was as if I had Zeus whispering in my ear because there were some Elestrals that I was not aware I knew. The names were just flying out of me.
They came to you in a vision.
Truly foretold, the gift of prophecy from Apollo, that red ball hitting me right in the face. And I cannot wait to play this against you. And I cannot promise that I will keep my volume under control. I get a little competitive.
Oh, don't worry. We'll try to keep it close a little bit. Maybe here, have this. You can have the first one. I'll just make the comeback after that.
Oh, whoa. Okay, no need to get nasty.
Oh God.
Both of us are just locked in. I'm not missing this. I've got my hand on the buzzer, ready to go.
Wait, you got a buzzer? She's cheating. I had it on a buzzer.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, did you miss that meeting? Interesting.
You get invited to do a few reveals, and all of a sudden that you're the star child.
It was in my contract. I said, hey, you know what? I will reveal these cards for you, but I actually need to know all of the Who's That Elestral silhouettes ahead of time. Thank you. This is non-negotiable. I don't know what to expect. I swear if I get got by the snowlet booty again, PK and I don't think we'll ever forget that ever in our lives.
I think we're ready to go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Try it out.
Okay. All right. Here we go, chat. And feel free to play alongside us because there have been some of these that are a little niche that we haven't been able to get immediately. Both of us have assumed the gamer position here. We are leaned forward in our chairs. We are ready to go.
Nemastar. The Stellar Nemastar, actually, more specifically.
Listen, you may have won this one, but I won the war.
Yeah, who's the real winner? You got the card right in hand.
The way that was given to me and I didn't get it. Ooh, the tea is not kicking in yet.
It's okay, you'll get the next one for sure. It's gonna be another Stellar that you know, and I don't have. It's, Poseidon would be crazy here.
Okay. All right.
Abomination. Oh, so close yet so far. That's the OG art too, by the way.
Oh. I don't know who got that one.
That was me definitively. What do you
I don't know. I think
by an avalanche landslide. I don't know if you could tell the speed on that one.
Ooh, I don't know.
So okay. I know that you're preferred to bears here.
Yeah.
They can deafen me. I think I'd still win.
Yeah, I think I've just got to grin and bear that particular ruling.
Grin and bear is crazy.
Oh no!
Oh god! Lava Cell. Specifically, this one is the OG artwork with the uppies.
You know what? If you keep doing this,
actually, this is
it's one thing. I swear, if I get like 5-0'd right now, I'm gonna have to retire from the mic. Unfortunately, you're taking the next round.
When the point cell comes out, it's time to get to business. To try to get down a little bit,
Unfortunately, even with 2 people on my team on this side,
she's a genius.
I have to say,
one here. Voldusk.
He's trying so hard to give these to me. Wait, no.
Volumbra?
It is Volumbra, the tail. God!
Yeah. There we go.
There's no way. Oh, the way that these have all been directed specifically at me, and I'm still missing it.
It's okay. No, that one was close. To be fair, a little bit
that one was close.
Well, listen, I got it wrong, and I don't think we had time to really go back into that one too. To be fair, I thought it was Voldusk 100%.
If I had been looking at the tail, I would have known.
Well.
Champion.
Ooh.
I think that was me. I'm just saying.
That was definitely me.
What?
What? As foretold.
Whoa. As foretold, and then special cast. Unbelievable. I think that I specified champion first, at least.
Ooh, we're gonna have to go to the judges panel on that one.
wins.
Kay wins
the
that one.
whole thing.
Oh, I can't believe that was for all the marbles. Oh, that's crazy.
Whoa! Listen. Swole, you know what? You put up a good fight, but unfortunately,
Oh well. You know,
okay,
all
we've
sounds
got
that
a
wins
few
well.
more here. Okay.
It's okay. You can bring it back. It's currently what, 3-1?
Who can say?
But who's counting?
I think you might be.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Globby, champion of Poseidon. I don't. Ooh, Galby? I'm gonna need in the form of a question, please.
Okay, see, now we're just attacking my character.
Well, I would never attack. Listen, Demeter is very strong.
Oh, it's okay. Listen, that one's not in my pantheon. Okay.
I've been playing a little bit too much Clash on that one. Actually, I got that on the gold border. It looks amazing.
You know what? You're store champion with Chronodial, so I actually.
Earth's Coat, a champion of Kion.
You've got. Dang it! You're also 2 hours ahead of me. I'm just saying you've had 2 more hours in the day to wake up. I just want to say, Silver, I love that these have all been K choices. That these are specifically catered to me, or as I call it, turd.
No way you said turd. What? I mean, I might have 2 more hours in the day, but I don't know if that makes up for the speed. No.
Listen, no matter the outcome, who can say the score? We're here to have fun.
You already won all the marbles with the Soul Bell one. I think that you're doing a great job.
That's true.
We have Bronto Wisp.
No, you're so right.
Yeah, that was the Stellar Bronto Wisp.
Oh dang it! I saw the big head.
No, sorry, Stellar Bronto Glow. Excuse me.
I knew it was your boy.
Yeah. It's one of the two looking back. I'm pretty sure Bronto Wisp sounds about right. Okay, holding here. If I'm gonna say this, it's the Bronto Wisp.
No, I'm gonna say Bronto Glow.
Final one.
I'll take the 50-50.
There we go.
Yeah.
I knew those orbs were something. It looked for a second like the Stellar Bronto Glow, but I'm like,
Yeah, it seems like I need to spend more time pondering my orbs, and then maybe I'll be able to come into the next one a little bit better.
No, I don't know. I think I need to ponder my orbs less, to be fair. It sounds like I need to touch grass just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Maybe those collective 40 hours that you've registered in Clash already are catching up to you.
You know, maybe it's paying off just a little bit.
Okay, we have confirmation that this is worth all the points. So,
okay,
come on, Silver, come on. I guess we're gonna see who really is Silver's favorite here with whatever the choice is going into this next one.
We have the Drakid, the champion, Drakid Poseidon.
Dang.
Crackhead champion of Poseidon.
Yeah, the new. Dang it.
You know what's funny? I knew this was gonna pop up today. I was like, wait a minute, are they gonna do the new reveal? You got that one, right? You definitely got that one. You said Drakid though, but you got it.
I for sure said Drakid. Yeah. I for sure said not the right one, but thank you. That was really generous. Yeah, take the hair down. Take that. Whoa. I'm getting hair mogged right now.
Are you kidding? You've been hair mogging all morning. You see those curls?
He's volume maxing, hair mogging. Who's that Elestral-ing?
Who's that Elestral's actions? Listen, we can Karen Bailey Ray here and, hair down, records on. But I think that was a good match. For all the marbles, you got it twice. That's the crazy part.
Listen, I gotta say, you know what? GG's Swole. You wiped the floor with me on that one, and you know what? You said you would. The professor keeps his promises.
All I'm saying is, like, when you come for the queen, you got to shoot correct. And who's to say that my preparation for this commentary was not learning the cards, was not trying to get my voice right, but instead staring at the stack of Shattered Stars stickers that I have here on my desk, prepping for all the artworks. Who's to say what my prep was today, as the sun is slowly encroaching me, punishing me for my Apollo.
Yeah, I know you made some flashcards. I know you've been studying. He's preparing for this. Oh
God.
my goodness. The good game.
GG.
Fun game. I personally, I don't know about you, chat. I love Who's That Elestral, even when I am getting owned each way till Tuesday.
That was, I'm actually really surprised at how much I was jumbling that, to be fair, though. Like some of those Elestral, the Soul Bell one and the Drakian one, I'm like just spitting out like syllables, just trying to make it like work. Like, will you accept an ah? Like, can I get a vowel, please?
Yeah, and you got so many vowels that you won. So I think that's fair. And on that note, I've got to go retreat, lick my wounds a little bit. And when I come back, I will be with the bestie PK. We're going to have PK Cray on the mic. And in the meantime, we're going to be going to a little bit of a break. So hang tight. And we are back, and by we, I mean PK Cray. We're back on the mic.
Yeah, it's time to goof off and say inappropriate things. We're kidding.
Yeah, just kidding, Silver. We swear.
Yo, guys, I'm so glad to be on the mic. I was sitting here watching with all of you, and I'm going to make this public statement. Swole! Everything you guess, I guess faster than you in my head.
Mm-hmm. You go get them.
When I see you, you're going to pay for what you did to my bestie, all right? Mm-hmm. Ain't going to be embarrassing her of Alumbra.
That is what happened.
So you got a target on your back, sir. Luscious locks it all. My hair may not be as luscious, but my energy is as big as my hair. So I am ready to get into round 3 with my homie Kay and to be bringing you guys all the excitement as well. If you have not done so, we're keeping an eye on socials using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. So please let us know what you are thinking about the event. We want to see clips. We want to see hype moments. We want to see excitement. Anything that piques your interest. I even saw somebody say that they can't use a hashtag because they're playing Elestrals Clash while watching the tournament. I respect the grind. Make sure you're ready to enter the next Premier Tournament in 2 weeks. No, next week. Excuse me. Next week.
Yeah, we are back to back.
We are catching up. We are catching up. So make sure you guys come through and let us know on the socials what you guys are enjoying. If you guys want to get your practice in for the August 9th Premier Tournament, our online client is now available to everybody, Elestrals Clash, so you can practice what you need using some of the top registered cards in tournaments, recorded cards in tournaments. Come through, show up, and show out. Where we're looking to see what you guys may be playing using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. Me, Kay said it earlier, I still love Wind. I still love Kreisboard. So let me see some Kreisboard, but I know there's a lot of new tools in Firestorm that people are really excited for, and understandably so. Hermes Trickery is an amazing card. So, I mean, Kay, we've already been over the predictions. Do you feel confident in yours still?
Hey, I will always be confident in Mama Bear. All right. Okay. I think that Bear Bomb is one of those decks that not only is it cute, Bears has always been sort of like a community favorite. But now with a lot of the new support that it's been getting, it is actually genuinely a threat when you play it. We've seen it pop off on these premieres before. I would love to see a Bear finals personally, but as for Poseidon's Fury, that was sort of my fringe pick. I let myself pick the comfort pick with the Bear, but then that new gorgeous pottery art, which when I picked this, I said I have demands, and the demand is that on my graphic you use the pottery art for Poseidon's Fury or no deal.
We love making demands to production. Thanks. Thanks for accommodating. There's definitely not anybody pointing something at you off screen.
No. Yeah.
But like you, my comfort pick was I chose Champion Galaxy to represent it, but I was expecting 5s. While we are seeing Champion Galaxy, we're not seeing the list that I used it to represent, which is a slow tempo list. Now you could argue that the previous match kind of had that feel, but there was no Champ Galaxy in it as well, so I'm not going to try to count that. I still believe that with Hurricane being limited, we are going to see more Thunderstorm. So we are going to see Titanostrike Champion of Zeus, which is why I chose that pick. But at this point, I think people are just more comfortable with just pushing through the back row. That's what it feels like, right?
I think that we're at a point of this meta where a lot of people are, especially with the ban list, things are kind of uncertain. They're going back to what feels like familiar strategies, sort of the good stuff lists that we've seen before, and we're just seeing people be like, okay, I'm going to bring as many powerful cards as I can, and that might be where we're at right now while people are cooking and still figuring out what this meta is. And I also want to take this time to point out, sort of on the note of your Titanostrike Champion of Zeus, last premiere, one of my predictions was the Voltempest Champion of Zeus. And after that premiere, it seems like everyone started playing Volt Tempest in like the store locals and everything.
You gave them the reminder.
Listen, I was like, y'all couldn't bring it a little earlier so I could get the points.
I had points on the line. Speaking of points on the line, I realized that from round 1, Swole is up 2-0. While we did not see Crocodile be played, I don't know if you want to count it. We don't have official rules for it. But thanks to socials.
After that, who's that Elestrals? I don't think we need to be too generous, dude.
yeah, it doesn't count. You don't need no points. But thanks to socials, Soren did confirm that Crocodile is an option for him. So that was a lock that was attempted to be played that was stopped by the Gorgeous Gaze. And Ryguy did play Nalby as well. So in terms of Swole's picks, I don't like the fact that he's setting up for a sweep for our commentator games, as it were.
Ooh, yeah. Listen, we've got to really shore up our bestie defenses here, and we've got to make sure that the professor can't come in here thinking that he's something.
I got you, Demeter. I got you, Demeter. I will nexus the Earth to you as your Panzer. We're going to build this defense. All right, we got it.
Yeah, let's get that defense stat up. But no, seriously, I am unsurprised that the Professor Swolax is able to make meta calls and see where things are going. Of course, you are, as you mentioned, with the whale, you are definitely up. I think that I think that that's going to continue to be a pattern for the day, and hopefully, I mean, production. Hey, maybe search through the lists that we have going on today. Help the besties out a little bit. Maybe.
Yeah, just fix it for us just a little bit.
Go get a bear list. Go get a Titanostrike list.
While I was watching the last match, I was looking out my window like Squidward, just waiting for the postman to show up, because I have my July Shatter Stars arriving later today. Ooh. So hopefully I can join Kay with her Goth Poseidon as well. How do you have that on deck? How do you just... All right. But I am looking forward to Shadow Stars. I would love to know what you guys think of the recent Shadow Stars update. Kay, you can tell us more about it because you're the one who revealed the information. Look at you becoming a face of Elestrals. Love that for you. But like, we have Hephaestus coming up there with a beautiful stellar coloration that is essentially what made me say I am buying back into Shadow Stars. And I got myself 7 packs of each. And then Demeter is coming in September, which pretty much said I am staying subscribed to Shattered Stars. Like, I need my girl and I need Hephaestus. I'm trying to watch the word choice there. I need Hephaestus as well. But like, what do you think about what Shadow Stars has been? Because I think we've had some banger months, not only recently, but absolutely coming up.
I cannot believe that we had actually 3. We had the Stained Glass Divines, the Stellar Divines, and the Pottery Art all introduced at the same time. Yeah. I remember watching that update from A Drive, and it was just like, whoa, like it just kept coming, and it was incredible, and I cannot wait. This next month with the Fire, it is in fact going to be Fire. And a card that I don't think has been freaked out about enough is that X of 10 Stellar Majursa champion. Yeah. Oh, I try to not look at the X of 10s too much because it's like if I become emotionally attached.
Right, yes. I get it, because you're 1 of 10. The amount of special you need to be is insane. I can't do that.
Yeah, but I did see that bear, and it was just like, ooh.
Yeah.
I might need an X of 10.
I hope it works out for you. Just triple up on your usual Shadow Stars order. It's fine.
Easy, yeah. And surely the odds will be in my favor at that point, and I will see that X of 10.
I'm sure you will. It's going to happen. It's just a matter. Hey, I'm not going to say all that. It's Shadow Stars is an amazing investment, not just for the stellar chases, but for the usual cards you can get. I mean, there are many people who may not have the first 8 divines. And now you can get them in a beautiful stained glass. I love the stained glass artwork, and I hope that continues forever. And I'm glad that we're now getting it in the divines after we got the spirits and after we got choice Elestrals that we got. Vice stained glass Viscerus is still my preferred stained glass. I know I got like the what's the white frame called? Marble.
The Premier frames.
Yeah, the Premier frames. I love that as well. I love the stellar, but the stained glass one just looks cool to me. I love the design of it, so glad to have that. And I cannot wait to get all of them with the divines as well. But as you said, the pottery, listen, I need the pottery given as art. Wallpaper or something like that. Like, I don't know. I need it. I will change my wallpaper to all the pottery glass arts if you can. Like,
I'm just saying, at some point, we need to get like the muses, even if it's just like in the background of something on one of the pottery arts or something. That would be, that would be incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, if we're doing that, I want the Titans. Lava, what was it? The tornado, the lava, the earthquake, and there's another one. Is it tsunami? There's another one. What is it?
Something. Fire. Did you say fire?
Yeah, there's the lava one. There's the rock one meant for earthquakes. There's tornado for storms. And there's two more, but I'm blanking on them. But like the Titans would be really cool, like an evolution of the lifts. I love the lifts so much. I love the lifts so much.
Yeah.
I want to see an evolution of the lifts.
That would be cool.
I want mommy and daddy lifts. I want baby lifts. I want lift support. Like all of it. Like give me more lifts.
Hey, I just live for the day that we see Verdolith finally get her due. Okay, she is my fave.
I do enjoy Verdolith as well. I think that card is like 2/8 body healing 4 is potent, and everyone should be mindful of it if you see a lot of Earth cards coming out. But right now we are preparing for round 3, and we have a sort of mirror match. And also a strategy that I first saw on Elestrals Clash. We have Weathercaster facing off against Prime with very similar strategy. So I can already think of one card with 3 copies that will be coming out if either of these players are casting it. But I'm not going to say too much right now.
I cannot wait to see, based on the little bit of information that we have here at the desk, this is going to be an incredible round 3.
Oh yeah.
And we are prepping to get into this. Both Prime and Weathercaster names that I've seen, and I know that they're going to put on quite a show for us.
Cannot wait to see what these casters have in store for us. So we're just about ready. As a matter of fact, we are ready. Round 3 of today's webcam Premier Tournament, Prime versus Weathercaster. Let's begin.
And Prime is going to be starting.
Yes. Prime with the set championship mat.
Yeah, speaking of that bear art.
Yeah,
there absolutely. She is.
So, see, you got it on screen. This is your prediction right there. You just didn't know it would be in matte form.
Yeah, hey, give me a point.
Absolutely. Looks like we have an expended draw starting off. Are we shuffling? Oh, that's the main deck. Okay, so we're shuffling the main deck. Oh no, that might be a mulligan. Yeah, that is a mulligan that went on, not extend.
Yeah, I see a wind spirit.
Yes.
And not much else. So I don't know what that tells us.
Yeah, Hurricane is there. You can't really tell too much. But that is a champion Valkyries, or Valkyries champion of Hephaestus being cast out. That is going to search out the Hephaestus and lets Weathercaster know exactly the type of deck that they are dealing with. Well, as a matter of fact, they think they know. We'll see how much Weathercaster can actually predict what's going to happen here. But Hephaestus is going to be added to hand, which is going to go immediately for the search. Now, in this situation, I want to ask you, Kay, what do you typically enchant to Hephaestus? I see many people go for 2. Some people ask for 3. Is that Poison Tunic? Ooh.
That is a Poison Tunic. And I think it depends what you're going to be doing with Hephaestus. I know that when Kinleo was not limited, it was always worth leaving a spirit there to be a Kinleo Nexus bank. But now that Kinleo is limited to 1, maybe we'll see Hephaestus not getting quite as many spirits enchanted to him.
You know what? That's true. I mean, there are a few. We need more Nexuses. That's what we need. Like, can the next sets come up with that crazy amount of Nexuses? I would love that. Strabbit being the first cast by Weathercaster, casting that Thunder very clearly, just setting up the back row here. But knowing that you could potentially be dealing with a Torch of Hestia as well, which would make Champion Valkyries a 6 attacker. Just gotta watch out for what could be and make sure that your back row is able to stop the attack or the empowering, whatever it may be. But the Poison Tunic, feeling comfortable, I can't do anything about that, but I don't think Weathercaster is prepared for what may happen this next turn.
No, with Poison Tunic, it implies that we might be seeing a few other cards that go hand in hand with that. I don't want to say too much, but fans of poison cards might be wanting to keep a close eye on the screen here.
We are mulling it over as we have a Champ Galaxy hitting the field, and that is going to make the Strabbit a 2 attacker, but notably also making the Valkyries a 2 attacker. Excuse me, a 2 defense on the Strabbit, making the Valkyries a 2 attacker as well. Ooh. But Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out. So now we have a situation where we could disenchant from Hephaestus and then re-enchant from the Underworld to cast the Torch of Hestia. Hephaestus is going to get a search out for an artifact, and likely Torch is in.
Yep.
Yes.
There is the
quickly
Torch.
Become one of the best artifacts in the game.
It's just, first of all, it's one of the only artifacts that you only need 1 spirit for. And I think that feels a lot better of an investment than having to think.
Bow of Artemis and Apollo are right there.
True, and the Liar.
And Liar. We don't normally get hype for liars in this house, but we'll love that one.
Yep. Listen, all casters do is liar. I've been saying this.
Ambrosia giving. Oh no, sorry, that was
the
Foretell of 3.
Yep.
So that was Ambrosia Tsunami. And what was the middle card?
I think it was maybe Hurricane or something. It looked windy.
It's okay. I'll be able to check in a second. We have Ambrosia, and it was Argo. It was Argo.
Oh, okay. I was too busy focusing on my joke, unfortunately, and not doing my job properly. So I'll be hearing about that from corporate later on. Make no mistake.
Beanie's like starting the next game with -3 points. Eddie, we have not seen in a while. But oh man, Kay's going to get going. We have not seen Eddie in a while. Going to be able to switch the Valkyries to defense and be able to run over it if the face down is not real by Prime. So hopefully it is, and that Tsunami was stacked up to keep going to the next turn. But I will say, regarding the strategies, not really much has been shown right now. Gorgon's Gaze does stop the attack.
Yeah. Here comes the gaze. It's always June somewhere, especially in the world of Elestrals. And
it feels like June right now.
And we have Prime, of course, revealing what seems to be this fire artifact strategy. But with that Poison Tunic, it makes me think maybe there's something lurking below the surface,
Yeah, let's see what the hand is shaking out to be as we have a cast of Kinleo!
Hey!
Kinleo is on the field! The face down by Weathercasters are being looked at very quickly. So now we know we have a Nexus off of the Poison Tunic.
The Poison Tunic! This
is
not when I thought this would be activated. I don't know about you.
No, not at all. We do have an enchantment, so now we want to keep the artifact on the Hephaestus. Nexusing 2 off of Tunic onto Galaxy, and the destruction is going to go off. A Strabbit goes down.
Okay. And we see another set card from Prime. The use of Poison Tunic as the Nexus bank, I think that makes sense, especially if you're getting a whole Elestral destruction off of it. But I was hoping to see.
Did you see that top 3? Tsunami was there. So Tsunami was not stacked off of the Foretell, and we know that's not the face down set. Or well, most likely it's not.
It could be that Argo.
It could be the Argo. I'm waiting for a replay of it. It was Ambrosia. It is the Argo that was set. So that's why the Poison Tunic may have been played right there, because you have another follow-up there. But yeah, the Argo was the one that was pulled. So let's see if Weathercaster is aware enough to realize what that was.
I think that at the level that Weathercaster plays at, you can count on knowing that. And here comes a Sorlet. Sometimes you just have to play into it. It's going to be a water Sorlet. Oh my god. Classic.
Wow.
It's
Weathercaster caster living up to the name, casting a thunderous rabbit, playing a water piggy. Right.
That is true. Weather said it is actually a chance of rain today, and here comes that Argo.
I think I missed something. What happened to the Galaxy?
Galaxy was shielded.
Okay.
Which makes a lot of sense with all those spirits on it. It was a tasty shield.
Yes. And now Weathercaster is waiting for this one to play out, essentially. I guess, hopefully, Weathercaster did make the educated guess that was the face down Argo. And what rune are we going to see cast out by Prime here?
Well, you know what we could see? And this is, listen, call me crazy, but knowing
we saw
that was
earlier
probably, okay, there comes Liar, but knowing that was Argo, maybe we're going to see an Argo to the Argo, which is something that we saw a lot in the Moonrise meta when people were just Argoing all over the place. Is that...
Oh my God, we absolutely do! But here's the thing. Do we have enough to get over your stats being swapped? You have to enchant Necklace of Harmonia here in order to get 6 attack on your Sorlet, which means that you're going to be expending 2 during the end phase.
I mean, it's gotta be.
Unless you have your own Liar.
That's true. Liar.
Let's see if we're a fan of 90s movies here. Weathercaster just mulling over the deck, and it has to be Scythe is a meter. So I guess we were attacking into the Kinleo, and it is going to give the stats you need to crash.
Yeah, this is the most artifacted out Sorlet that I've ever seen. Does he even have the hands for all of these things?
Well, there are the spirits using base to Ratless, based play there. And it looks like it's staying on a field, but shouldn't that be going to the underworld? Unless my count is bad. It's +2, which would make Sorlet a 3 attacker with his stat swap. Oh, wait a minute. It's +3 defense.
Yeah. The cool thing about Scythe is that it does buff defense as well. And so...
I'll be honest, stat swaps are like the thing that gets me in Elestrals.
Hey,
so I did get caught up there. Don't call me out.
Whale arrow question mark. A classic question in the game of Elestrals, and no one is immune to it.
Yeah. I'm going to have a word with Siberian after this. We have Liar and Scythe empowering the Sorlet, but we still have Hephaestus and Champion of Valkyries from day one. Like, this is the most artifacts I've ever seen on any field in the Elestrals.
This is also the longest that a Valkyries has stuck around today. This is the first time we've seen it not immediately get met by a Gorgon's Gaze, and that was only and exclusively because it was cast on turn 1.
Yeah, now it's a 6 attacker, so I mean, it is threatening the Sorlet here. There is no active face now by Weathercaster, so pretty much accepting it is going to be gone. As we have another cast of a Fire Elestral, but is that Valkyries?
Yeah, it's another Valkyries coming out here, but it's water enchanted? But is this a scoop? Are we?
No, I think that was a crash and attack in. No, I think
and here's the foretell.
Oh, the reveal.
And
that is a Cyan Nectar in hand along with Lavalith, and I did miss the middle card.
I think we were all a little too excited about that Cyan Nectar. We were talking about that Poison Tunic. I'm just saying, we could be Wasp Ivy gaming today.
Actually, it was Poison Tunic, Cyan Nectar, and Lavalith. So an amazing top 3 for Prime here.
Yeah, I would be a little nervous looking at the next few turns if I was Weathercaster. So
now we have an open board that Weathercaster has to operate with. As Lavalith, their own Lavalith is going to come down. You have to snipe the torch. Unless you want to go for the crash, but you went for the face down as well. Do you have a way to buff your own Elestral?
Well, we see that set card coming down from Weathercaster, and I think Argo was probably a good hit there.
Wait.
And Reforge coming. Is that Reforge?
That's Reforge!
I think that is.
Was that Anvil? No, I think that's Anvil.
Anvil of Hephaestus, yeah. Those 2 cards on camera, to me, those are the ones that it's like... But yeah,
this is an artifact showcase.
Yeah, honestly, I have never seen Anvil cast, and this is really cool to see.
Giving +1 attack. And just to read the effect, because I don't really typically see this card, when an artifact in your field is sent to the underworld, you can enchant each spirit that was enchanting that artifact from your underworld to a card on the field. So it helps you get refunded for the spirits casting any artifact on the field.
So it's kind of like Reforge.
Yeah.
A little. And we see that Hephaestus effect coming off, and here comes the Poison Tunic. I wonder if that Cyanectar was in the first slot there, and if we're going to see this Poison Tunic go over to that Lavalith.
Maybe. That would be a really potent way to get out of this. Getting a counter trap immune 8/1 attacker. With what you said earlier, Cryo Blast has definitely fallen in usage lately, so it's much safer in Firestorm meta than it has been previously.
However, we just see Champ Galaxy swinging over that artifacted out Lavalith, which, I mean, wow. I was expecting it to put up a little bit more of a fight. I don't know about you.
Actually, yes, but when you have an Elestral that's so exposed like that, you can kind of expect it to go down immediately. Lavalith is a really good card, but not the greatest in terms of just, sustainability after the initial cast. So Astrabit does come out in attack, notably. So do we have another face down Argo?
I think that is a televised Argo if I've ever seen one. We've already seen this happen today. It could also simply just be a tsunami, even if it's something to put Astrabit back into defense. But I think you're right that this is quite possibly an Argo coming.
Right now, I believe we're still mulling over the 3. Yeah, we're still mulling over the 3 here. So just trying to figure out where they want to move going forward. Shout out to the Kickstarter for Valori Forest playmat by Weathercaster as well. Just a beautiful mat that I do wish I had.
Hey, I know how you love your Sitarver, so that makes sense.
That is my boy. He will be valuable again. Right now, Ambrosia, though, is going to heal up, putting the spirit count 6-4 in Weathercaster's favor. Another face down is set, and Astrabit is going to crash. Wait. Okay, so it is going to be Argo.
There is that Argo.
Yeah. So saving the Astrabit, but what are we equipping? Would it be a Torch of Hestia here? It has to be a 1-cost artifact, I'm assuming. Maybe another Anvil? No,
Torch of Hestia coming out. Okay. Unfortunately,
the attack has already been declared, so we cannot get the foretell, but it does keep the Elestral on board. So now we have a 3/5 attacking Astrabit with 1 face down protecting it as we go into Prime's turn with 4 spirits in their spirit deck.
Yep.
All right, so are we set up for Cyanectar?
Or is it too late? I really hope it's not.
Well, we have just enough spirits to do it. Poison Tunic is an Omni artifact. We just need 2 Earths.
Yeah, save me Ambrosia. In addition to that, save me Ambrosia. Let's see if we are gonna. No, instead we're coming out with
Misenchanted Galaxy.
Yeah, man, if I had a nickel for every time I've seen a Misenchanted Galaxy today, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it is weird that it's happened twice.
I like that you said the entire phrase.
Hey, we were going to sit through that whole thing. By golly. All right.
Most people just say if I had 2 nickels or if I had a nickel. But yeah, another face down being said, I think we are seeing a scrambling Prime here. Weathercaster should be aware of the secret engine that is in Prime's list, and we'll be playing around that. But I mean, not seeing it right now pretty much tells everyone what is going to be happening here. 2 spirits in spirit deck for Prime as we go into Weathercaster's next turn with the 3 attacking Torch of Hestia empowered Astrabit.
Which, I mean, at this point, cannot get over this galaxy. So it's not, well...
What? What? Thunder, water, champion, Chrysor.
Okay. If pigs could fly, they would run over a whale. That's I don't know that I've ever seen that particular combo on a Champ Chrysor before in my life.
Oh, he said do it again. Small Tuga comes out. Is that no, that is actually Earth Enchanted. So I think that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, I think that's all she wrote. And
yeah, I think he just ran in with the attack again, and that's the Strabbit. Thunder Enchanted. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay. We
could see an Ambrosia, and that would make the face downs live.
It's never over until the rabbit can look and see if there's maybe an Ambrosia. But I'm thinking
I think his rabbit did not find the dragon fruit. Unfortunately, this is a fruit saladless end game for Prime, as Weathercaster goes up in a really tight game 1.
Yeah, Weathercaster unfortunately succumbing to scurvy here with a lack of fruit in game 1. But let's see if going into game 2, I would love to see that Cyanectar. I would love to see possibly Wasp Ivy. I'm really hoping that we see a little bit more, because that was a really, really interesting combination there. The thought of putting artifacts with sort of like the fire artifact list that we have, but then also saying, hey, with the inclusion of Poison Tunic, you know what engine that opens up? Wasp Ivy.
Exactly. It's a shame that that was revealed so quickly through the course of the game without actually being played. And you know Weathercaster has to be aware of that, because an 8-1 attacker without counter runes, what did we see in Weathercaster's list that could deal with that? We did see the artifacts, so you could possibly get over it. But the other thing is the highest stat we saw was Lavalith at a 6. So unless you're using Necklace of Harmonia, kind of going to be a rough line to get over. So hopefully Weathercaster has options in the side deck to more easily deal with a counter rune immune Wasp Ivy.
I mean, I think that specifically your prediction, Champ Galaxy, is a perfect answer for that Wasp Ivy. Unfortunately, the one defense there is leaving him vulnerable to things like that, or the Eddy, or anything along those lines. But I would love to see it pop off. I would love to see it happen. And here's hoping that this game 2 goes a little bit differently for Prime.
I am a fan that we saw Water Thunder Enchanted Champ Chrysor.
The hard ascend into a bit of a jump scare, like I would say.
Yeah, that one came out of nowhere, because we didn't even see Champ Sorlet either. So that was, again, just living up to the name. Wind, water, thunder, fire. I don't want fire to be in the Weathercast though. Can we change that one?
Yeah, that is interesting. And you know what? Thinking about it, we did see regular Sorlet, which,
that would work in hand, yeah.
So maybe there's something there. Maybe Weathercaster values base set Sorlet just for that 5 stat line, which would make sense.
I do love a good 5 stat line.
Hey, it's good for a reason. And I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of it today, if I were to guess.
Well, we now have the players lined up and ready to go. Prime will be taking the play here in game 2.
All right, let's get into this here. Again, we're always unbiased on the mic, but we do like to see cool stuff happen. So please, Cyanectar, please. I would love to see it.
I would like to see. I wish we did get the jump scare though, but still we do have. Wait. I see. I think we're getting a mulligan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting a mulligan first. So Prime took back the original play. Mulligan by Weathercaster, not the best start, but that's why you got to confirm with your opponent. Like, are you going to mulligan? Because now you let your opponent know something that you have in your hand and like your opening play. So they might want to try to mulligan for something a little better. I'm just saying, it's a possibility. You gave up the information.
And it is interesting that what was mulliganed in what we know to be kind of a fire artifact list was Water Earth. So
well, we did see the Eddy and the Galaxy.
We did.
So
we know those things are in there. It's just like, how?
Wait a minute. wait. I'm counting Weathercaster's list as my 5 tempos list.
Whoa. Okay.
I'm in there. I'm on the board. Okay.
Whoa. Hey, I am the board. You see that bear mat? Okay.
All right. You know what? All right, yeah, I'll count 1K. I'll count 1K. Smoltuga's searching champion Valkyries. So now we can search our Hephaestus on the next turn. And met with their own 2/5 Elestral and Astrabbit on Weathercaster side, starting to shore up their hand and their defenses for the next turn as well.
Okay, yeah, we're just kind of staring at each other with very similar Elestrals here, which means that we got to get some motion going.
Everyone yells at me when I build a list that has Smoltuga, and I say Smoltuga is just Astrabbit, except for the card I want. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, yes, it is. And now look at this board state and tell me that that's just not blue Astrabbit.
You know, in this exact board state, I think you're onto something here. And we have that Valkyries coming out, again, not met with a Gorgon's Gaze, but we do have that one set over on Weathercaster's side, so might have something else to contest this. There is Hephaestus, Valkyrie's best buddy.
I see what the enchantment is. I mean, if we only have 2 enchantment this time, I'm assuming that there's no Kinleo in hand this time.
Yeah, and with all of those different... Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Here comes the Torch coming out. With all of the different artifacts in this list, you're not hurting for a Nexus Bank for Kinleo. No. So you're right. If you don't have it in hand, you don't need to expend the spirits. You don't need to put all of those on board right now. We do have that Torch coming out, going to be able to swing over this Astrabbit.
If the back row allows.
Yes. And, okay, we saw a Golden Fleece, a Whale, and a... There's always one out of the 3 we mix.
We did see Golden Fleece, though. I do love that Golden Fleece is in the list. I love Golden Fleece. Also possibly means that there's a Heliolith as well. Astrabbit was the middle one. Golden Fleece, Astrabbit, and Galaxy were the options. So a pretty good top 3.
Okay. Yeah, we've got an interesting few turns coming along. And, here comes the Lavalith! Wow, for a 1-of, he sure likes to hit the board. I'm just saying.
And also likes to be met with the Gorgon's Gaze, not really doing much else. I mean, if you might as well stop the attack, right? Save the Elestral if the card is going to be destroyed. So might as well.
Very true. Especially if what we were targeting, I imagine it was that face down, and being able to chain it there. But I mean, yeah, you're coming out neutral in that situation by Gorgon's Gazing it.
Well, Weathercaster is definitely a little bit stuck.
Whoa!
I am no more stunned than anything. You know what? That's honestly good because now you are guaranteed to clear the field. You're at least getting rid of the Valkyries. The only thing left is the Hephaestus with 1 enchanting spirit. Well, and the Smoltuga because Lava can attack. But still, just a really good play there by Weathercaster and getting himself back into the swing of this.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, 2 1-0s being played? Cyanectar.
Here we go! Cyanectar coming out. Let's go.
And Poison Tunic already in hand. Going to be empowering the opponent's Lavalith, lowering his attack down to 4, and allowing Cyanectar to special ascend to Waspivey. And it looks like it's coming from the deck. Prime has a really potent attacking Elestral at their disposal.
Oh, it's happening, and Weathercaster isn't even flinching towards that back row. So I think that we are going unanswered here. We are ascending into this Waspivey. It is the beautiful Shattered Stars art. I am over the moon right now.
The only art better than that is the Stellar itself. But the face down is going to be locked down because now Waspivey is immune to counter wounds. And thanks to the Poison Tunic being empowered to the Lavalith, it is going to be immune to, when it's destroyed by battle, the opponent has to expend 2 spirits. And not only that, we see the ad was the Golden Fleece, giving the Waspivey more protection and +2 defense and an immunity from destruction on its first destruction.
I would like to thank Bo for really opening everyone's eyes to how powerful Golden Fleece can be, because you're so right. Even if you do have an answer to this Waspivey, you better have 2 answers because it's not going down that first time.
I love how the Smoltuga just goes to attack. Like, remember you tried to run over me? Like, remember that? I was there. Man, we have seen so many artifacts played in this match. We've seen Anvil, we've seen Tunic, we've seen Scythe, we've seen Torch twice, we've seen Golden Fleece. This is an artifact showcase.
Yeah, we saw Lyre, we saw, I don't know if you said Anvil in that list of ones, but it was
Lyre
just...
as well, yeah. We have the 2 Earths being expended by Weathercaster along with Fire from the Smotuga, ironically enough.
Okay. And suddenly Prime is in a prime position with this Golden Fleece equipped Wasp Ivy. This is a very scary board to be looking at.
And think about this game state. We just had Weathercaster crack back Prime previous board with 2 limited cards, Labyrinth and Resting on Your Laurels. And still the next turn, Prime came back swinging with a really souped up Counter Rune Immune Wasp Ivy, a 2/5 attacker, and a face down. What do you do if you're Weathercaster? What combination of cards can help you get out of this?
Well,
Kinleo and a Nexus Bank will do it.
Kinleo would be a start. There we go. There's that Anvil. So there's the Nexus Bank. Okay.
3 limited cards by Weathercaster in the past 2 turns.
Yeah.
Is that Gorgon's Gaze face down? No, it is not. The Golden Fleece is spent. Okay, so now we have to get over this Motuga and protect the lion. One more.
Okay, and the necklace coming out that puts Kinleo at exactly enough to be able to crash with this Wasp Ivy, and with that second spirit from the Nexus, this would be just a completely neutral interaction here.
So many one-ofs! So many one-offs. Likely North Necklace is a one-off in the list, but so many one-offs by Weathercaster, and it's just enough to get over this Wasp Ivy. Now, you have to question again, is the face down by Prime live? Are we able to destroy Wasp Ivy twice? No, we are not. So many resources, so many spirits being sent to the underworld by a single shield. That is the world's most towered Wasp Ivy.
And Wasp Ivy lives to see another day. And an Astrabic coming out in attack as well. Yeah, I mean, Weathercaster had exactly what would have answered that, but having that shield set in the back row there kept Wasp Ivy safe, and now we simply are looking at an even more intimidating board.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the good news. You do have Kinleo in hand still. If you have any way to get another Nexus Bank out, like a cheap one, you can get over the Wasp Ivy, run over the Astrabic, and have an attack higher than the Smotuga. So it's not impossible to Weathercaster to beat back this upcoming board. But Ambrosia bringing Prime up to, I believe, 8 here is just going to make it tough.
Yeah, fortunately though, getting rid of that Golden Fleece was huge. We have that protection gone, so now, like you said, Kinleo would do it. If we manage to see more one-ofs, an Earthquake would do it at this point.
Earthquake could be a little expensive, but it would work, yeah.
Uh-huh.
At the same time, considering the spirits that Weathercaster has, like the amount of different spirits, we should say, I don't know how much Earth will be remaining. We have a Wind, a Thunder, a Solar. Need to consider one more as well, and a Fire. I was hoping to not see a Fire here, because you want to have them available for the Nexus. But let's see what happens.
We might be running out of options at this point. I wonder how many different spirits Weathercaster is playing in this list. I know that recently we had someone play one of every single spirit at least, which is so fun.
Yes, we did. But in this one, the only spirits Prime needed were the 14 that were expended and on the Wasp Ivy. We are going into game 3 after some fantastic play by both of these casters. Both boards is built up very huge. Both of them cracked back by the opponent, but then able to come back again, like the Wasp Ivy with the Golden Fleece and the Poison Tunic after the Lavalith and the Royal. But then we had the Kinleo and the Nectars of Harmonia. That was violent. That was a really high-powered game of Elestrals.
It was amazing, and I would even say it was stellar. I'm just saying.
The only good art left is the stellar one. And she goes off camera to find us.
I know PK was watching me rifle through my things the second that you mentioned the stuff.
All right, Carrot Top, I'm tired of you and your prop art. Prop comedy.
Okay.
That's crazy.
We've resorted to name calling.
No, the comedian. The comedian.
Okay. Okay, chat, he thinks I'm funny. That's what it means.
Comedian.
It means he thinks I'm professionally funny. Surely that's what he meant, right?
What an amazing game of Elestrals. That was really exciting with the lava lip in the Resting Your Laurels that we had, the Spivey. Man, just crazy good gameplay by both these casters. And I love that we got to see the elements of both of them, like their core strategies shine in those first two games.
Yeah, I mean, finally we were able to see that Cyanectar happen after the jump scares, after the spoilers, after the poison tunics. Finally it hit the board, and wow, was it powerful when it did, especially with that golden fleece. And going into this last game, I mean, first of all, if Weathercaster has any room in that spirit deck for Cryoblast, he's grabbing it. However, I think that just based on the sheer volume of different spirits that we saw, it might be hard to sight into things like that.
Hey, we have learned recently that it is possible to fit all 8 elements in a single spirit deck. So I'm putting nothing past any caster as we go into game 3. Weathercaster is on the play. We haven't seen this one yet, so let's see how Weathercaster sets up their board going first, as we have
wasting no time. Yeah, coming out immediately with that Valkyrie is going to be going in and getting Hephaestus. I wonder if we're going to be seeing the activation on this turn 1, or if this is simply just saying, I'm going and getting this while you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, this is a situation where Hephaestus, first of all, shout outs and props to the glow up of our Fire Divine King. Went from, oh, this card isn't good at all, to being one of the most played divines in the game right now. I love Hephaestus so much. I love the artifacts are shining. Just a huge glow up for the side of Elestrals that went underplayed more often than not. So now that we have this blind up, we only have 2 enchanting the Hephaestus. I missed the ad though, if you caught that. From the Hephaestus.
I did not see it either. Okay, it was a torch. So we see 2 set here, that torch added, not seeing it enchanted to that Valkyries at this point. So we're going in and we've got the Champ Galaxy already coming out. Another point for PK on the board.
Yeah.
And gonna be switching that Volcaries, but we see a Gorgon's Gaze coming out before we can get that stat swap, and Galaxy is stopped in his tracks here.
Well, and you know what? In this situation, with only 1 face down set, I'm absolutely doing that. You would have the potential to run over a really potent Elestral. If you can cast out a Water Elestral, maybe an Eddy, Weathercaster's poised to just retain control if we have another backboard set as well. Weathercaster mulling over their hand, I guess just trying to figure out what the right play is.
We know, okay, so immediately setting a back row, which to me, when you set something before doing anything else, that tells me that it's a live back row. But we see an expend to draw here, which is interesting, and then going to be swinging over that whale uncontested from Prime and going back over a second whale. Here we go. A second whale is coming out, and let's see if we can make it work this time.
I mean, it has to, right? Yes, it absolutely does. Cannot stop the whale twice. Takes a lot to capture 2 whales in 1 game. So this second one is going to go over. Ahab would be really proud or really mad at this situation right now. But Weathercaster trying to build up and back to another harpoon, and it looks like we're casting a cannonball instead by putting Smotuga in defense.
Okay, interesting. We've seen Smoltuga on both sides here, which, all right. And we see the Kinleo. That makes sense. Now that Kinleo is limited to 1, putting in Smoltuga to be able to search it out, it makes it feel like maybe it wasn't limited at all.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it was.
And it's scary. It's similar to Morphlaw Scorpio form in the sense of your opponent has to be aware that that could come down at any time to destroy something on the field. But this Smoltuga is not safe because you could just re-enchant this Galaxy again. But instead, we're just supposed to forget Estrabit via Estrabit. We're casting our turtles. All right? I want to see fire in my hand. And I'm not talking about a match.
I think it's cute that our cast just said, "Oh, what if we just played turtles for a little bit and had fun and held hands in addition to that?" And and what an adorable little series of turns we've had. Whale moving to defense here, kind of shoring up against whatever Weathercaster is cooking this next turn. But we know Kinleo's in hand with that Hephaestus enchanted for a Nexus Bank. Unless we have a set Gorgon's Gaze over on Prime's side, this is going to be apparently a whale, not a cat.
What is going on? What is this game?
I have no idea. Listen, I was trying to predict things, but you know what? Champ Galaxy, another point to PK. What the heck? Who cares?
No, my Champ Galaxy meant to be tempo, I promise. Not just Galaxy.
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny how we saw 2 completely different personalities from both of these decks in the previous games, and now we're going to the simple 1/1 trades that we've known and loved Elestrals for.
Hey, you know what? What were we saying? Now, sort of in the wake of this ban list, people are trying to figure it out. People are going back to comfort picks. People are going back to, hey, 5 is a good number. And that's what we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot today and consistently have been.
Yeah, a ban list that kind of just resets everything. People are scared to try and experiment a lot, which I want to say typically in a terrified meta, those decks that tend to push the mode are the ones that shine the most. We have a Torch empowering Estrabit, 3 face down by Prime. We've already seen limited cards being magneted to Weathercaster's hand, this is a great time to see Hurricane.
Ooh, true. Okay, we saw the Halloween Necruff, my beloved.
I love the Halloween
anything else
cards.
that we just saw. To be honest, that was enough for me.
Don't worry, we'll catch it in the broadcast. But
there was a liar there. Whatever. More importantly, Halloween Necruff.
Liar, Equilinx, and Necruff.
No way, Equilinx!
You missed Equilinx.
I can't believe I missed Equilinx. Speaking of, oh my god.
You missed Volumbra, you missed Abominursa. You are having a day, Kay.
I am having a day. All right, my children are here.
You don't recognize them?
I know.
Kinleo cast out by Weathercaster, so it looks like we're trying to get over the Estrabit while building wide. Will we see a Gorgon's Gaze to stop that? It has to, right?
There are 3 back row set right now.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, so we are Gorgon's Gazing on the destruction step. So we are allowing that Nexus to go through, which I would agree with, getting Hephaestus off the board. And if we're able to deal with Smoltuga, then we're also getting that Fire Spirit for Kinleo to possibly be able to Nexus again next turn off the board. So Prime setting themselves up for being able to deal with this next turn.
Torch of Hestia likely going on. I'm gonna just guess the Galaxy because we already put. Wait. Oh yeah, because we did put the Fire Spirit under the Smoltuga, probably just trying to spread out the threat level of each Celestial. Because now we have Kinleo the Nexus, we have the 4 attacking Galaxy, we can swap stats, and we have the 2 Spirit Enchanting Smoltuga. Weathercaster just really giving every single one of his Celestials a really potent role in this board to just make a foreboding state. This isn't just building wide, it's building big at the same time.
That's true. Adding value to every single Elestral, because you have to say, oh, do I want to get rid of Kinleo with this Torch? Do I want to get rid of this Smoltuga that is the 2 Spirits Enchanting? Do I want to get rid of this Galaxy, which always is a threat of being re-enchanted and the effect going off again? Every single one of these Elestrals is potent on the board right now.
Well, right now we have a situation where Prime, I don't even know what you would do if you're Prime. you're threatening the entire board. Of course, we're only guessing about what the torch may have been empowered. We don't really have a definitive guess. But Ambrosia is going to be coming out for Prime, shoring up the Spirit deck, bringing back what I assume is 2 waters and a 3rd water, maybe? Definitely 2 waters.
Yeah, I think maybe there was something in there. And so regardless of where we go with this, we have the spirits to do it. The hurricane, which means that Cyanectar coming out. Is this about to be Waspivy? Is this the push?
This is not who I thought would be playing the Hurricane, but it is active. But we do have a response. I believe that face down by Prime is Tsunami, which in this board state doesn't really care about it at all.
It was Gorgon's
Gaze by Weather, and it is Tsunami by Prime. So now they're poised to try to take over this board with Champion of Valkyries coming out again.
Oh, I think this is going to allow Prime
to search for their first Hephaestus. So we can take out the 2 potent threats of Kinleo and Galaxy in this one turn.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And that was a valuable Hurricane because that Gorgons would have absolutely been flipped and activated to prevent this search going off. And grabbing the Poison Tunic, actually. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Depending on who the artifact is on, we should be, at the worst, we can crash and get over it. We know the Strabbit is at 4 attacking right now. Oh, no, 2 is going to be played right now. So being empowered to one of the Elestrals, we'll find out as these attacks proceed.
And we know it's going through. There goes the Kinleo. And if we see that torch go, then we'll finally, that's the answer we've been waiting for. What that torch was actually empowered to. It was the Kinleo. And let's see what else Prime is targeting here.
Solar and Thunder being expended thanks to the Poison Tunic. And now Strata with 3 attack is going to come out. We have Golden Fleece, Ambrosia, and Lava in the top 3.
Oh my gosh. And that is incredible. Genuinely.
You're going for the Lava, right?
I mean, at this position, I don't know how that Lavalith is going to be live anytime soon.
Oh, you just said. Valkyrie's is right there waiting to become a Lavalith.
That's true. We could just hard ascend it. Yeah. Very, very true.
Like, go on, set your 1 back row. I dare you.
Mm-hmm. And
at the same time, Golden Fleece, Ambrosia, both valuable as well. And speaking of valuable Ambrosia, paying all of the Smotuga to recover this spirit back to 11 as well. Once again, another game state where we're going back and forth between our 2 casters.
Yeah, oh my gosh, just last turn, we were talking about how Weathercaster had established a board where every single Elestral was a threat and had insane value, and Prime managed to pick it apart completely in 1 turn.
Well, man. We already know Weathercaster is absolutely good for it, like paying us a well-outdated IOU. So Weathercaster is just trying to figure out what they need to cast to get over this really dominant board.
Well,
their own Lavalith is the play. Lavalith is going to do it. So you take out the Lavalith, you destroy the back row, you take out the Valkyries.
It's the shield every time.
Poor shield. Shield it's such a good card that you absolutely need to play in your deck, but it's also vulnerable where it is operating best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the ones that's not chainable. So if it is destroyed, it's not like Tsunami. It's not like Gorgons. No. But I mean, we've seen shields take out some of the biggest threats in the game. So it is just one of those that you got to play 3 of in most decks, I would say.
Shielding a champion Majersa makes me so happy. Don't come for me, okay?
You said that on purpose to be hurtful, and I know you did.
We do have the Valkyries taken out, so even if the Lavalith was stacked, it is not going to be able to be ascended to properly enchanted. So that's a really good point for Weathercaster here. Just so many limited cards being played by our cast right now. I love it.
Yeah, it goes to show that limited, but not any less potent than they were.
You know what we are limited on? Time. We are under 5 minutes into this match. So now we're at the point where we need to start considering spirit count and where spirits are allocated.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're really neck and neck in terms of representation on board and in spirit deck. However, Prime coming out right now with that wee Necruff. Just a puppy. And we are going to be doing the search on the Hephaestus, grabbing something. I wonder if it's going to be another torch. I don't know how many we're playing in this list. We know that there's all kinds of nonsense in this deck. Between these two casters, we've seen every single artifact under the sun.
Wow.
And another.
Oh, I like this. Going for the tunic to get the same sort of buff while keeping the lava lift debuff just in case. Because now, if you have Tsunami, if you have Shield, you're still only a 4 attacker, and I can probably get another 5 out on the next turn. Good play. Is that the second tunic we've seen? This is so many artifacts being played here. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, we haven't gotten to see the Wasp Ivy Cyanectar again. I kind of wonder if we sided out this game and went into like the Necruff, because we didn't see that before, just sort of going more 5's good stuff type list into this final game now that we got the Wasp Ivy to pop off. But I mean, clearly we're neck and neck here. It's working. There's the liar.
Wasp Ivy is there.
Never mind.
Wasp Ivy is there.
Never mind.
But that probably definitely doesn't want to see that now, because I don't think we've seen a single PTA by Prime in this game, have we? Or match.
Oh yeah, I don't think that in any of these games we've seen it, which is interesting. Maybe just
Liar, Wasp Ivy, Ambrosia were the top 3.
Yep. I mean, that Ambrosia probably going right on top at this point in the game with the timer being where it is. Scythe coming out, which not only empowers the defense stat shoring up, but if we do choose to attack, going to be able to heal up. However, is that the Heliolith full art coming out? It sure is.
Oh man, I love this. Bouncing. What are you going to bounce? I think you crash into the Necruff. You don't bounce anything. You crash into the Necruff, run over the Astrabid. Is that the play?
I mean, let's see. Let her bounce.
I'm not bouncing the torch. I want that thing gone. See, possibly just do that and get the Elestral off board, because it's possible that Prime does have Lava Lift in hand. So we're bouncing the Necruff. So we're not going to switch the Smoke Tooth. We are going to. Okay.
So it looks like we might be.
Smotuga runs over it, gets a heal of an earth, and then hitting for 2. Massive swing by Weathercaster.
Wild. I mean, this entire game has been like someone setting up an insane threat that I don't know how they're going to break through it. And then the next turn, immediately it's broken through, and, and then another insane threat has been set up. So now we are looking at Weathercaster on board with this Heliolith Prime. There's that Ambrosia, likely from the one that was put on top from that Portel, if I had to guess. And it looks like a fire, a water, and another fire. Okay.
So we are currently 5 to 4 in Spirit deck, 5 to 6 Spirit total on board.
However, that
and there's the Lava Lift. So Lava Lift was added to hand, popping the back row, running over the hill, and that was a shield. 2 Lava Lifts destroying 2 shields. Weathercaster, I'm not counting you out. What do you have?
Yeah, can we deal with the 6 attacker? If Weathercaster has any answer to this, then it's game. Prime is at 0 spirits left. And
no, I believe that's 2 left.
Is it? Oh, yeah, right there.
Yeah, the rest of these, yeah.
Oh, I see them with my eyes. Yeah.
Pelaquarius going to search out a galaxy. This will get over the Lava Lift on the next turn. But now we have the Necruff in hand. If Necruff can get over the Pelaquarius, that pretty much sums it up. If we can fire enchant, we burn for 1, hit for 2. And that is a fire enchanted puppy.
I think that's exactly what's about to happen. We went and got those fires back for a reason. We're burning. It is almost like we're eruption for game.
That is it. That is the hand has been revealed. Prime in a really close nail biter takes round 3 in a 2-1 over Weathercaster. Fantastic performance by both of these casters. The limited cards, limited for a reason. They showed up and showed out in big ways.
This has been so fun to see. These 2 very similar lists. They started probably with the same bones, the same basic cards, and went in very different directions. The addition of Wasp Ivy to this Fire Artifacts list, I think is so fun. As we mentioned, I mean, you have the Poison Tunic there. I don't even know if they had to put PTA in there because you have the consistency of always being able to grab the Tunic. And when Wasp Ivy pops off, my gosh, it does, especially under a Golden Fleece.
I do love, I first saw that on Elestrals Clash and I'm like, this is a crazy strategy. I wonder now if I was actually facing Prime, seeing that show up and show out, because it worked. It worked. We got to see Wasp Ivy. We saw the Tunic show off. And again, I cannot count all of the artifacts that we saw properly enchanted in this match.
Yeah.
We saw Tunic, we saw Harmonia, we saw Torch, we saw Anvil, we saw Scythe of Demeter, we saw Liar. Am I missing any?
We saw...
It was just so many. We saw Heliolith. We saw Lavalith. We saw Kinleo. We saw Hurricane. I'm surprised we didn't see an Arcolith in that match.
We saw Resting on Your Laurels.
We saw Resting on Your Laurels, an amazing double combo from Weathercaster there.
I do like now that we're seeing the reemergence of Smaltuga on that note of these one-ofs, because now it's making Kinleo feel like, was it really limited to one if we've got, 2 or 3 even Smaltuga in the deck to be able to search it out and make it a more consistent card.
Yes.
And obviously in this Fire Artifacts list, always having a Nexus Bank live, always a threat. My goodness.
Yeah, Hephaestus was absolutely crazy. The fact that we did not see Earthquake at all in that matchup and still saw that much destruction is mind-boggling. Fantastic match. I cannot wait to see both of these casters lists post Premier Tournament. Speaking of Premier Tournament, if you guys have a fun deck you're working on, you haven't done so yet, the next Premier Tournament is 1 week away. August 9th is when the next Premier Tournament is happening. So make sure you register right now. Get ready to go. You get your Premier packs just for registering, and you get to have be able to compete for qualifier points to enter the Elestrals Worlds Tournament in 2026. So many exciting things waiting for you guys, and so many strategies that you could be the one to put on the forefront in the Webcam Premier Tournament.
And with this, we don't have too many Premier events before the Kissimmee Open. So these are the ones to enter. These are the ones to start getting your practice in, testing your theories, getting those reps in so that in person you can really show up and show out. And I don't know about you, but I'm just getting more and more excited about being able to do Elestrals in person again.
Well, it'll be my first time if I can make it there. I really do hope so. Because I have learned from the FOMO I felt I need to be at Elestral Open events. So I absolutely hope that I'm able to find my way there. There are still many spectator badges, player badges, and the reverse stellar badges available if you guys want to participate in that way. But man, just what a really close match that also came 1 minute away from time.
Yeah, I think that was the most perfectly executed time-wise clash that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, it's like they planned it down to the wire. And you know what? Now we're here at the end of the round, and it's like, oh, wow, that took such an appropriate amount of time. Look at us.
And speaking to that, I love how practiced those casters were clearly with their deck. Because you have a situation like that, it's just like, oh, Lavalith, all right, I'm just going to search out Tunic. Boom. I'm not going to do Torch. Tunic is the play. And they did it without thinking about it, just like, this is the play. So clearly these are lists that they have been putting practice in, whether on Elestrals Clash or whether in person with their friends. So just a lot of things that a lot of experience that they showed off in that matchup. So congratulations to both of them for that.
I think that Fire Artifacts is one of those lists that because we got some of the pieces early in Shattered Stars, people have had more time to experiment with it. And we're starting to see more variation in the lists, like both of these that we got right now. And I think that we're just going to keep finding this strategy refined and made better as we continue on. So huge congratulations to both of our casters. So well played on both sides there. And congrats to Prime.
You mentioned Shattered Stars, and it made me check my Shattered Stars tracking. It's now is now delayed an hour.
No.
So hopefully
It's
by
okay.
round 6, I think I'll be back on. Hopefully I'll have it by then and I can open stuff. Stop it. Prop queen
Do
out
it
here.
for him.
Prop queen. Listen, all right, you want to do that? You want to make me feel bad? All right, you want to do this? All right, I got Centaur. All right, leave me alone.
Hey, that's
I got
actually great.
Centaur. I got my boy, Elestriad Season 2. I'm thankful to Elestriad Season 2. I met Kay. I met Swole. I made friends. I got into Elestrals. Elestriad is dope. Dan is dope. Elestrals is dope. Elestrals Clash is dope.
It's wild. It all goes back to Elestriad Season 2 for so many of us, I find.
While we're here, look at this. This is a prototype Centaur.
Okay, so we're just showing off now.
Look at the icons. No, this is showing off.
Whoa! Stop! She's already dead. You can't keep doing this.
Well, how about this one? This one's playable.
Oh, cutie! Oh my
The top
goodness!
line says, "Thank you for being one of the first to play Elestrals."
What a flex!
So I do want a good Nimbug list so I can play this because this is cool.
Hey, listen, if Dan has anything to say about it, Nimbug, Flammoth, these will be cards that happen at some point, surely, right?
We're gonna
surely.
get a bug milling Stratomoth happening soon. Right, that's what it's gonna be for sure. Yeah, that's somehow looter. It also has to be a looter.
Yeah, somehow
well.
it also incorporates Nabi. Yeah.
Well, we got Stratomoth. We get a lunar name for Moth. I don't want to say Lunar Moth. That's a little bit too one of those. I'm not good with astrology and whatnot. But all right, everyone, it is time to give Kay a break. PK Cray is going to take a little break. You guys can't have too much of us at one time. So we're going to give her a break. I'll be back on the mic with Swole as we get into round 4. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What an amazing round we just witnessed as we go into round 4. I cannot get over the amount of artifacts that we all got to witness. Swole, you had to have been watching. I know you love this game and what that was about, but have you ever seen so many artifacts played in one match?
No, that was crazy. Like between the artifacts, the Wasp Ivy coming down, like I figured between the two of them we would see something, right? But as soon as we see like, what was it Lyre? We saw Anvil, we saw Torch, we saw what was it? A necklace. God, that was insane.
We saw everything. We saw double tunic. Typically people play one, we saw 2. Like Hephaestus has never shined more than that match. That's the spotlight. Like Beanie, if you need a match to show off what artifacts can do, this is what we do. As a matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna email you. We're gonna DM later. We gotta talk about that. We gotta get that out because the people need to see what artifacts can do. That was crazy. Not just the artifacts, but the amount of limited cards. Whoa.
Oh,
like, which ones didn't we see?
Let's see, we got Kinleo, Equilinx, we saw Lavalith. Oh God, what else did we see here?
We saw Equilinx, that was foretold.
Jeez, these casters are really pulling out all the stops trying to bring in the most powerful cards. I wouldn't have been surprised if they were like, yeah, let's Morlith in the side deck for no reason, you know?
Probably, yeah, Arcalith as well, why not? I actually thought that Weathercaster would play Arcalith.
Arcalith's been a nice little tech inclusion we've seen pop up now and again. Unk still got it, you know what I'm saying, between Lavalith and Arcalith.
Arguably the most foreboding lith. That thing is terrifying.
Always waiting and always on time. That was crazy.
You went slightly offensive. Here's 11 attack for your trouble under Olympus.
Of course. I mean, always under Olympus, in fact, too. That was a crazy match. Super excited to watch that, too. And y'all's reactions, everything was just absolutely beautiful. Holy.
We are 2 animated people. 2 animated casters, absolutely. Just like those Lure episodes I love that they post on YouTube. Hopefully we can get more of those soon. But right now we have another matchup going to be lined up and ready to go. But in the meantime, I want to remind you guys at home, if you haven't done so yet, to please engage with us using the socials, using hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. We are keeping our eyes out. We are seeing what you guys are doing. I would be tweeting as well if I wasn't talking about it with you guys. So take a clip and put my voice on the interwebs for me, please, because editing takes some time. Help me, help you, or help me, help me. Yeah, help me.
That's just about right. Now, we have a lot of really great plays happening today. I'm excited for more plays to come inside of the future. So, you know, so far going to these rounds, I think that we've seen a lot of really wacky stuff, despite the fact that I know that your prediction is going off the rails right now. Galaxy Champ of Poseidon has been dominating this tournament so far. I don't think there's been one single match we've seen that hasn't had it just like be a showcase.
Right, but I do want to clarify that my pick of Champion Galaxy was meant to represent like a tempo 5 sort of list. So I would only give myself 1 point thanks to Weathercaster and their myriad of elements and cards played in their list. So in terms of what it was meant to represent, I got 1. But yes, everyone is playing Champ Galaxy. I cannot wait to see the card breakdown that we'll get later on, if not on socials later on Twitter and whatnot, just so we can see what people are playing and what the ratio is for Galaxy. That card, it's everywhere.
An absolute monster. It's funny because I know for a long time, you know, we had only one whale, you know, the OG Galaxy, force to be reckoned with, whale PTA, all that good jazz. But then when they dropped the second whale, to me, I refer to it kind of like a spider. You know, it's always going to win combat the first time, and then after that, it's going to be up to the player to help defend and potentially have some more crazy tech play to protect and maybe do some stuff. I've seen Monsoon. I've seen Altar of Stars really be able to let this card shine. Really interesting design in terms of attack swapping, and of course pairs well with Astrab and a bunch of really large defenders. Voldusk can even see its time to shine with that 5 defense with a Galaxy. A lot of caveats here, unfortunately, and I'm so sorry, Kay, but I think it's a good one. I'm hoping to see as we go into these later rounds. I know we've been seeing a lot of Ascension plays too so far that have been coming in. And Chronodile, you know, I called out Chronodile earlier, and I'm still hoping to see some people rock up with the Croc.
Well, we did get social confirmation from Soren that Chronodile was the in play there, and it was stopped by Gorgon's Gate. So I want to give you that point, because not only did we see, well, Chronodile almost came down, but Narby was featured in Ryguy's list as well. So I'm giving that to you, personally. Man. Although Kay said we're also not helping you anymore after how you dominated Who's That Elestrals, so I'm retracting that in solidarity with my bestie. I'm sorry.
I am so terrified. Listen, I think it was closer than we think. I think Kay got a few of those from what I heard, all the marbles, in fact, and I know I've lost mine. I also know that you're a fierce competitor inside of guess that Elestral and who's that Elestral, and I'm scared.
You don't
for
want it
my
with
life.
me. You don't want it with me.
Legitimately, I'm like, I don't think there's anyone else in this on this couch that knows Elestrals by sight as well as you do so far.
Right.
Even not to call it previous commentators, Joseph Rothschild, MBT, I know is slacking behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you gotta understand, I have a fidget spinner at my desk. If I spin this, I'm focused. Like, it is what it is. At this point, all ambient noise is just this. I got it. Yeah, but we'll see what happens. If we're blessed with a game that allows for who's at Elestrals in round 4, we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, it's more so for the people at home. We love you guys. And if you guys want, please let us know what kind of decks have the matches we've seen on stream so far got you guys interested in trying out. Me personally, and maybe this will be my prediction for the future, but I still want to see Farrageist. I think Lunar has a lot more to show than just Nobby, Doppelganger, and Spectrus is the name. I think it has a lot more to show that people just aren't having the opportunity yet to showcase. So hopefully we can get more Farrageist in the future. But I think
it's hard with that Werepup. Werepup indeed. The Lycovoid champ going down makes that engine a lot easier to drop down that Farrageist. A lot of Lunar casters predominantly, or should I say primarily, have been trying to test with that one. Personally, what I'm sad to see a little bit less in representation is, of course, Drakeen, which I think was really cool with that list.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping we see some Champion Glauby. I know in Clash, I've been seeing Champ Glauby everywhere.
I do want to see Champ Glauby pop out because it's just such a... I want to see how players interact with a turn 1 Majesty and attack. I need to see how the player base adjusts to something like that. Because now you have everything being water enchanted, which, if it becomes that potent and powerful, people see on a stage like a webcam Premier Tournament that Majesty can lock things up. It's going to be kind of crazy, and I cannot wait to see what people... Well, hopefully we get to see people work around that sort of a board, especially if they're unfortunate enough to not only deal with attack Champ Majesty, but Poseidon and Trident as well.
Ooh, yeah, we've seen the Trident come in just a little bit for the tech option from Soren, and Trident is one of these ones back in the day. Aging myself a little bit, the gray hair is still, as I say, every time I say back in the day, I get another gray hair. Leonite.
Back in my day.
We get a Leonite come in back in the day that stops invoked runes, similar to like a Sonic Core. You slap on a Trident and Poseidon, you put on a Poseidon, now your opponent's locked out of invoked runes and counter runes. That was a strong combo back in my day. Similar to when the Kraken was rocking around, we'll say that.
Hey, let's get Leonite up there. Leonite and Trident, how can we make that happen?
Haven't seen it in quite some time. There's a lot of answers to it, but I'm hoping maybe some future support can maybe help out with that, because we've already seen. Well, what is it? What have we seen from the next Shattered Stars, the Festus Shattered Stars? We've seen Hellmelt, which is incredibly strong, and that's really cool. Yeah. Maybe it'll help with some Ascension plays.
Magma. Yeah. It's going to be exciting to see what that is. I got mine coming out, so hopefully I'll get mine later on. Hopefully I'll get my July Shattered Stars like now. That'd be great. Not now, but like in between rounds. Let me come back with that. But in the meantime, we do have our round 4 players chosen, and they're getting this set up now. We have Ant MPH, a name that is new to me, facing up against Keeves, and their deck types, I think, will be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, but to say I recognize Keeves' name after a little bit. You play a lot of casuals, and a few of these premieres, you start to recognize some of these top names, and I think both these casters are going to give us a cool little showcase. I know Keeves has been testing and playing with, or rather, they've dedicated themselves to a specific pantheon. So I'm curious to know if they're going to be sticking on that pantheon here.
I try to stick to a certain pantheon, but I like a lot of things about different ones. I like fire for certain reasons. I like wind I love wind. But I'm a diehard earth. I also think water is really interesting. The only element I'm not big on is water.
Oh. Water.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of that.
I'm not sure why, I'll be honest. But it's all the same, though. Round 4 is on your screens right now. Ant MPH versus Keeves. Let's see what these casters have brought here today.
I'm curious, is that Ant miles per hour, and how fast is that? as they're going to expend with the quickness here to draw 1, set 1, and pass back to Keebs.
I mean, I've never seen an ant be given a fast character like a hedgehog, so I don't know how fast that could be.
Yo, is that a P-Gus?
P-Gus! I love the artwork as well. Wait a minute, what kind of list is Keebs playing here? P-Gus sniping the Gorgon's gaze after it expends to draw. Already, Ant starts off on the back foot, so not going too fast.
I'm already in love. You know, it's so funny. I was joking with someone yesterday being like, you know, you can see a lot of cool stuff in Elestrals Clash and things you never have to play around, including P-Gust. Meanwhile, dropping the Shattered Stars, the foiling P-Gust, beautiful little art, tiny little dodos. This is a beautiful little hit. And a Hydrake coming in for Ant MPH, miles per hour fast. That Tailwind's about to kick into gear.
Yeah, so look at how, I mean, the MPH is coming from the way, the speed that it is playing these cards. Because, man, he is just zoom in out of there. Right now we have, that was a face down being spent to, I think it was a Gorgon's Gaze?
It was Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Hydrake. Maybe PTA, but the Hydrake is no longer on the board. The shield, more than likely.
Ah, okay, all right. So Shield over Kill is going to be balancing the Hydrake, allowing the P-Gus to stay around a little longer. Will we get a re-enchant as we see Aeolus, I believe, Stone Aeolus getting enchanted? How about you enchanting, 305?
I'm going for 3. I'm loading this thing up because you wanting to get those extra searches. Now it looks like Keebs is going to do the same, going to go for a 4. You know, if I'm in this position, you could go for an early Exaltair if you have the counter and protect up and just really start to hammer in this damage. That burn 2
that's what
and
I
destroy.
That's what I like to do.
Get a Nexus in, pop the back row, and I think that's what we're going to do. That is a search for the Wind Toolbox at its best. That is an Exaltair, if I've ever seen one.
So it seems like we are on a Wind Toolbox by Keebs, Kay and I, oh man, Kay is once again missing for a deck that she advocates for. What is happening? But yeah, this Wind Toolbox is a list that Kay and I advocated for so much. And you're seeing in action. We have Backrow Destruction, which is now destroying, I'm guessing that's a Gorgon's Gaze that's being activated.
Yep, that's going to be the Exaltair. What's going to target the P-Gust for the 2 damage or the Exaltair for the burn?
I mean, either or, the result's the same in terms of damage, so you kind of going to be dealing with it no matter what. But yeah, we are going to get the P-Gust going over to it. The important thing here, though, is that we have no back row protection from Keebs. So Hydrate can come back down, get rid of the P-Gust and the 2 spirits without issue.
Wow, yeah, the Art Buddy is showing out here today. A pretty impressive showcase of this fairly innocuous win strategy. But I think that if Ant's able to keep up this Hydrake pressure, that's going to be really hard for Keebs to deal with, because that Hydrake's going to stick around for a turn, and going to at least take out maybe this P-Gust.
Yeah, there's definitely value in both, because if we don't get rid of the Exaltair, it's going to Nexus again, which you don't really want to deal with.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that maybe even like a Toxion comes down for the double burn action. I think that would be
that would be rough, yeah. Let's see what he had. We only have 1 spirit on the Aeolus, so likely it's there for the Nexus. Instead, we get a set of a single card, and now we are getting out a wind cast there for...
There's another P-Gust. It's the second one that gets you.
That's pretty... Are we going to P-Gust the Nexus to the Aeolus for a search?
That would be next level insane. Take out the back row, Nexus in, burn 2, get a search in for follow-up next turn, and then potentially have the counter rune to protect from this Hydrake. It's a Shield of Achilles pop too, so it's never resolving, and it's still the case here.
Yeah, Shield, you have to play it because it can get rid of so many things, but there are so many cards that can snipe it in its vulnerable position. We're Nexusing off of the Aeolus onto the Exaltus to get the burn. So do we have an island?
Island here would be pretty killer.
No, actually, Island wouldn't even work because the Hydrake would be 5.
Yeah, Hydrake would be 5. You'd trade that, and then you'd also be staring down a 7-attack Twindra, which I think
I don't
want
to deal with a 7-attack Twindra. No, that's scary. Oh,
Pass back to Ant PH here, I think.
You can get an 18-attack Pantera.
That's terrifying. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to, to go in. I'm sure Keebs said, am I facing wind? Oh my God.
Yeah, for this type of situation, wind is probably the worst element to face when you're playing Wind Toolbox.
Sorely coming in.
It's modern wind versus base wind.
Yo, Clash of the Ages here. This Hydrake kind of Sorlet combo win strategy from NPH is somewhat of a new development because of that champ Sorlet being able to hit over an Elestral, destroy in battle, search out a champion of Aeolus, typically your Chrysor, and then go crazy. Let's see what we can get here from Keebs. Is it a Tsunami? The ideal.
Let's see how it works out. The attack has been declared. You have to stop this one, or else you're dealing with a whole lot you do not want to deal with. Instead, the attack does go through. This is not what Keebs wants to see. An unfortunate spirit count that's about to get even worse for Keebs, as we're getting to search out for the sort of Chrysor, champion of Aeolus, and then going to be able to special ascend out to get over the Exalt here and then hit for one from Hydrate.
It's important to note too.
No, what I'm talking about, Hydrate runs over it and then you hit for two.
It's important to note too that this this Chrysor has to be properly enchanted with the wind. It's the ruling of the Chrysor has to ascend with wind. So if that back row is a held Tsunami from Keebs, and this would be a great time to do it to prevent all this damage. Making sure that wind enchants under there too. You do have to make sure, just in case, it's the proper sequencing of the card. It looks like no Tsunami coming down. Those two spirits are out of there, and then a swing in for two. Keebs is taking it.
Oh, rough situation for Keebs, losing so much board presence, only one face down that is clearly not real. Because if it was, it would have been activated 3 times over in that turn.
Yeah, I feel like a shield there would have been perfect on the Sorlet, but maybe Monsoon even. You know, sometimes you go into, whoa, is that an Aviolith?
Is it?
Excuse my French, have to stop my entirety of my thing. That's Ava if I've ever seen one, to draw 2 cards. Incredible. That's the full art from the Shattered Stars there.
Oh, wow. Okay, Aviolith, I see you.
Yeah, playing Guess at Elestrals in real time as a PTA comes down here from Ant PH. Those miles per hour are going to stop this in its tracks. Doesn't feel great if you're Ant PH though, but you want to get rid of the big body.
And that also takes away one of the cards you can draw because it is no longer face down.
Oh, that's right. Absolutely. Yeah, let's say you only get the 1 advantage there, which is kind of ideal actually if you're Ant miles per hour. Keebs here taking that draw. What could you possibly have? Maybe back row. That'd be insane.
I mean, if you have an Ambrosia to pay off of this Aviolith for, I think now you do it. Because otherwise, you're staring down 3+.
Yeah, it's also not a bad. So Aviolith is kind of a difficult lith to drop here too, because it still does not quite contest the Chrysor. As Chrysor being a 7 body here, Aviolith needed to have Verdolith stats for that thing to be contested, but now they're going to expend 2 spirits. Keebs is slowly whittling down Ant's spirit deck here, but at what cost? At
no board control. Like, honestly, it's a situation where you're not being allowed to get anything going because everything has been met with the proper answer. And sometimes games are just like that.
I guess we can literally count the spirits that it did cost to get rid of it.
Oh, and the tournament, the Premier Pack Stellar Hydrate. Look at it. I have one of those.
You do? I'm jealous. Everyone's got one of those except for me. Holy. I gotta get one of those.
We'll get you one. You'll enter the next Premier Tournament and you'll pull it then.
That's true. Get it from the Premier Packs there. You're gonna swing in for 4 damage here. Keebs on 3. Keebs on 1 potentially. Looks like that's going to be going to a Swift game 2.
Yeah, as swift as the wind blowing through that match, these players did not play with any sort of withdrawing in their strategy. Like, they just kept things going. They kept everything high octane. Ant living up to the name of MPH, going 100 as they claimed game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I think those games were played with draw. I mean, we saw the Aviolith come down. We saw a few expended draws to start out the match. Those P-Gusts were really cool. I like the addition of the 2 P-Gusts to target and start the back row, consistently put on pressure. But it's just like the age-old adage with that the 5 is such a strong stat. 5s, 4s, P-Gust being a 2/3, great utility card, but still can't defensively contest these Hydrakes and this onslaught of the Sorlets. Really great play from Ant miles per hour too, just kind of laying on the pressure there, taking it really slow, not activating things if they needed to, and just waiting out Keebs' ability to have like any sort of back row. What do you think that back row was that was in Keebs' back row?
Bait. I don't think it was anything fancy because we saw the one turn when Solit became Chrysler and all that. If it was anything real, if it was anything, it would have been applicable in that situation. Tsunami would have worked, Gaze, Shield, even PTA on the Chrysler cast would have worked. And instead, it just went out. So that was just bait. The problem, while I usually do advocate for Win Toolbox, I do think that type of deck is very good. The problem is what we just saw there, what you pointed out earlier. A lack of 5s. A lot of the good Elestrals in Win Toolbox are 3-stat, 2-stat. Nemisail, heals for 2, 3-stat. Exaltair, Nexus and Burns for 2, 3-stat. Pigus, 3 defense, but can destroy any back row. Toxic Swarm, 4-1, but can burn for 1. The only 5 attacker you have right now is Soylent in base Win. And that makes it to where you need to incorporate other elements just for that stat line. But the effects you get from the totality of Win Toolbox are so good. So what's the balance you typically use so that way you can deal with that stat line? Island of Aeolia. What is that doing versus another Win deck?
It's crazy too, because I think the idea between like you said, clash of the ages here between old age Win playing stuff like the Sorlets, stuff like the Exaltair, stuff like the Pigus, versus a more new age style where players have sort of figured out, okay, well, hey, the best thing I can be doing is just winning combat, because combat is so important in the game of Elestrals. And when you have a deck like Hydrake and like Sorlets, the new champion Sorlets, that are able to gain so much advantage off that, it's just like you said, it's able to just lay on the pressure and keep these 3s and 4s down, which I think is kind of crazy. I think from Keebs' side, if we're seeing cards like maybe Toxion come in, if we're seeing cards like maybe even Champ Sorlet of their own, maybe even Hydrake of their own come in to help contest this, and maybe we'll see some Pantera on Pantera action.
Possible. We do have the Pantera on the sleeve, so technically we did. But we don't know what all wins are blowing in Keebs' favor. So let's see what we do and what it does exist as we go into game 2.
Absolutely.
Keebs, we've only saw Pikas and Exaltair. So
hopefully they can play a little more of their deck showcasing. I think I did happen to peek when citing a Sorlet. So let's start with the Thunder here, though. Let's try and true Astrabbit.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Astrabbit and base set decks go hand in hand.
Astrabbit's also a pretty interesting play here. If you're playing Win Toolbox's possibility of having Galaxair, which Galaxair, I think you can swap that Astrabbit similar to your champ Galaxy and lay on some pressure. Galaxair is one of the cards I'd like to see inside of this this matchup here. Maybe contest even the champ Chrysor. It's a 3 defense is not super hard to get over.
Yeah, Galaxy, it really does turn a lot of turntables in this matchup, but you still have to find a way to deal with the Hydrake, which was a bane for Keebs. Do you have a 1-card combo to deal with that? If you can slot in a Spectrus in your list, I probably would. But instead, we're dealing with the Galaxy, which has become one of the best answers to defense Astrabbit.
It plays around Argo, plays around PTA, plays around Shield, and kind of plays around Gorgons. Your tempo prediction is coming in strong, and Galaxy's gonna put in another showcase here, as Astrabbit's gonna potentially go down because his key doesn't answer.
Let's see, we do. Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out, protecting the Astrabbit for at least one more turn. We'll have to see if Ant wants to get over the Astrabbit, either have to cast out another Galaxy or re-enchant it, which gives it a 1 point of interaction to try to deal with.
Checking to see here from Keebs' side, sending their counter rune. This Galaxy is not super hard to contest if you are Keebs with a water enchanted Sorlet. That's right, to play around a Tsunami. Beautiful, just like the Necro. And the Stellar is gorgeous too.
Love that one. Great color choice, great card, and now being able to get around the attack, which is going to do so. Astrabbit is in for 1, and Keebs is finally in a commanding board presence in this match.
It's so interesting too, because in this position, if you are Keebs or if you're Ant miles per hour, I think you are actually still in a very dangerous position for Keebs and a pretty advantageous position if you're Ant miles per hour. And the reason why is because Hydrake, and a Hurricane drops down. Holy, that's huge one-ups.
Talk about advantage. Nothing like having Mother Nature on your side as Shield and Ultra Stars are obliterated in the tsunami.
Holy.
Storm.
But to say, this is where it gets dangerous. If I don't doubt that we could potentially even see a Twindra pop down, Hydrake into Sorlet as a 5, crash a Twindra into a Pantera immediately. That's so hard to deal with if you're if you're Keebs, and oh my gosh, that's insane.
Going for, oh no, we are going for the build up into Pantera in an open board.
Well, if you got it, you got it. This was back in base set, funny enough, with the idea of so many 5s and Viscerus and some good stat Elestrals coming off the board. The idea of Twindra, or of Hydrake into Twindra into Pantera. This is like we're back in base set. Sorlet is the perfect target for this Twindra to crash heads with. You not only lose the Sorlet, you take 1 damage, and now, I don't know if we're going to see this, but the biggest dragon in the game coming in.
Oh man, there is nothing that contests quite like Pantera. Fulgurix is close, but doesn't quite hit the same way. Look at that full art, just rampaging the field. A huge spirit count lost by Ant, but having 15-8 on field that is properly enchanted. So go on and get rid of this Pantera. I will get back my Hydrates and Twindra.
I think I've only seen that one time before.
You know what? This is base set. This is just base set.
Ooh, yeah, but say Earthquake coming in. That's the fastest way to take care of a dragon. Back to being the limited cards taking the stage. Hurricane into Earthquake. And then now that Pantera gets to activate its effect, bringing out Hydrakes. This is crazy.
Both from the deck, too.
Yo, this is wild. I wonder if we're going to see... Do we see more Panteras from Ant miles per hour here? This is going by fast.
711 is the spirit count. 2 Elestrals on Ant's board. And I think that's Water Enchanted Hydrake. And what's the other one we're going to be deciding? Maybe Fire if you got it? Earth? Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think that we're going into this is going to be a very tough position for Keebs to maneuver around. Yeah, 2 Elestrals on board are hard to deal with in general. You've already gotten rid of one of your ways to deal with a board like this. Astrap's a pretty good start, though. Defensive wall is really strong here.
Man, you don't typically see Pantera's effect resolves like that.
Yeah, that's a
rarity. Yeah, we don't get to see it too. Normally, Pantera comes out Fire, Lunar, Water Enchanted, whatever.
It's the world's largest and greatest Nexus bank that's also immune to Tsunami. We'll say that. This is a. I am shocked we get to see this effect live for what it seemingly is the first time in a couple months. We have a tough decision by Keebs here with this Astrap in defense. Can wall out the Hydrake, but again, we have things like Galaxair, things like Sorlet, and even Champ Galaxy we've seen before from Ant miles per hour that can answer this Astrap.
Well, I mean, Estrada did get a choice of the top 3 for Keebs. Don't know what you can really do here, but at least you don't have backbone to contend with. Also kind of says the same thing about Ant. And speaking of which, I think it's safe to assume that Hurricane is waiting in Keebs' deck list as well. So Ant should be aware of this as he goes into the next turn, but no face down set. So it's just a Stravage 5 defense that is hopefully defending Keebs from this impending onslaught.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of difficult to maneuver with only 7 spirits too. Kind of the trade-off for the Hydrake line and the Pantera line is that you are wasting so many spirits on these ascensions, and now down to 6 too. If you're Keebs, that Exaltair to burn is actually looking like a pretty solid strategy. But a Zeus coming in from Ant miles per hour.
You know what? Shout outs to the fact that we saw Demeter before Zeus in this tournament.
You know, nature is healing. We're so back, and I feel like there is an argument to be made that in a lot of these strategies, playing the Wasp Ivy, the Fire Earth mixes, those things are really better off with Demeter. And Zeus is a little bit harder to deal with. But I think in a combat deck like this, there's a Sorlet coming down. Be careful.
Water Enchanted Sorlet, though. Getting around a Tsunami. No, I mean, do we have a second Twindra and Pantera in deck? You don't know.
I feel like it might be imminent, but 5 spirits makes this play a little bit strong. Let's see what we can do here. I think one of the Hydrakes is actually Water Enchanted as well.
Well, looks like we're considering the face down. And it's going to be played. It is Shield of Achilles.
Achilles. Okay, burning for an extra 2. It's starting to get really expensive for Ant. I'm curious to know what is in the hand that can potentially do it. 3 spirits left, Ambrosia be killer.
Not being able to keep a board on field after you expend it so much can really keep you down in spirit count. It's unfortunate that Pantera couldn't last even just one more turn. But we're still in a situation where, actually we do just have set an attack for 2. So that's a really quick turn by Ant. Kind of letting them know, like, I am low on resources.
Solid body in the form of Sorlet and a back row is good. Hydrax going down, its Earth Enchant is not going to get its effect.
Not going to take out the Water Enchanted one is interesting. I wonder what they're worried about. Or maybe just didn't consider it.
Yeah, that's true. I am curious as that as well, because you'd figure that it'd play a little better around a card like Tsunami.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe the Hydra can't contest anyways.
Yeah. Agreed. All the same, though, like Ant is just trying to figure out what they're trying to figure out. Turning the MPH down to maybe 5 as we figure out how to navigate this. Is that an Earthquake in hand? Oh,
that is an Earthquake in the hand, and that's going to be 2 spirits gone. Ant's on 1 spirit. Just trying to get a foothold in here, and these are some great removal plays to just lay on the pressure. But now, Ant can put himself into a dangerous position with an Exaltair burn.
Yeah, but you have one. Yeah, exactly. Exaltair, if you have Aeolus in hand, you kind of just load up. Instead, that is a
Viscerus with Thunder Enchanted. This deck is win combat or leave.
I am swinging with my sword. Response?
This is pretty killer. We're going to have to see an expend to draw.
An expend to draw in this game state is crazy.
Ooh, the nice part is at least that Ant miles per hour can only do 2 damage, and so leaves Keeps on just 1, which isn't amazing, but can definitely just be enough depending.
I think that's a scoop.
I think that's a scoop too. That's going to be it for Keeps, not drawing the Ambrosia off the top to get into this game. That was a fast game 2 and a quick 2-0 for Ant MPH.
Wow, yeah, literally just living up to the name. Speed ran that round, really get the strong play to get themselves into the winner's circle, moving up 4-0 into round 5. So congrats to them. But man, was it nice to see essentially a wind mirror of the ages showing out here. I think we saw Pantera being showed off by Keith as well during the end of game hand reveal ceremony.
Absolutely. I think that we were kind of spot on the money for having the swapping out of the side deck there to include more of those high octane, high impact cards for battle, for combat. It's really cool to have those utility cards in the form of the Exaltair and the P-Gust, but yeah, staring down a 4 attacker and a 5 attacker, it makes it a little difficult to try and get in there for any sort of damage outside of burn, unless you have the counter-ins back it up.
The Remnants of Pantera was exactly what Ant needed to take control of that game, because at that point we just kept pace, and unfortunately that one turn, if we would have saw an Elestrals that turn to run over the remaining Hydrate of another 5 attacker, even Toxic Swarm would have been great just to hit it and burn and crash, but instead we saw nothing and had to expend to draw. The question becomes, in that situation, do you expend to draw?
I think if you're trying to dig for the Ambrosia, maybe you do. The other consideration there is that you're just trying to find something. You have a Water Spirit left in there somewhere, and you can just try to go for it. The hand seemingly being all Avioliths, counter runes. Like we saw Aviolith doing work previously, which is kind of interesting. But once again, we see the effectiveness of that and how that can maybe be a double-edged sword. Have it stick in the hand with there's no back row to be found. I don't know. What do you think if you're playing those 2 decks right there? The strengths and weaknesses of both, I think, kind of shine through. I really do like the utility of the Wind Toolbox. I think it's a really interesting strategy that has stood the test of time. It keeps being 3-0 in this tournament so far.
It goes back to what you said earlier, is that it is win battle phase, and what wins battle more, 2 and 3 stats or 4 and 5 stats.
Absolutely.
We saw Sorlet. But we saw Hydrate, we saw Twindra and Pantera, we saw Viscerus being played, like we saw 5s being played by Ant MPH, and that's exactly why they were able to consistently win the most important phase in Elestrals, the battle phase. And it comes down to a point of like, you just can't keep up. You can do all the burn shenanigans in the world, and darn it, did I love the magic of Wind Toolbox, but that 5 stat line is tough to get past.
Yeah, 100%. And it's the Pantera coming down, and the Pantera having its proper effect too after an Earthquake being dropped. Really, really cool to see. I love those interactions inside of Elestrals that you might not like, those little fringe effects. Again, like having the heal, having the burn, having the P-Gust. But Pantera bringing out 2 more Hydrakes, I think, is what was able to keep ant miles per hour, chugging along at a nice cruising speed.
Yeah, and in fact, we don't typically see play out. And fortunately for them, we're able to pull out the Hydrakes both from deck. Like, none of them were in the hand as well. So really getting the most value out of that Pantera. Again, it was sad that it didn't get to stick around more than just that one attack. Fortunately for that situation, Keeves did have the Earthquake, but MPH had it as well and took out the only Elestral that was giving Keeves any sort of saving grace in that match. Like, that Soiled was doing so much, it kept getting bounced and bounced until it fell into the hole that was the Earthquake.
Yeah, and I think that I do love the idea and the concession there too, that if you're playing Wind, you're probably siding out of those Ions of Aeoluses too. They're not really doing effective damage or effective work there. And so a difficult matchup there, but congratulations, of course, to Ant Miles Per Hour for taking it, going now onto a 4-0 finish. And then Keeves is not quite out yet. A 3-1 is an incredible record, especially on a deck like this. And I know Keeves is a very technical player too. So I have no doubt that we'll see more from Keeves along the way.
Yeah, 3-1 at going into round 5, absolutely doable for Top Cut. If nothing more, you can make top 32 for those qualifier points to enter Worlds in 2026. So absolutely keep up the good fight and don't let up. You can you can still make a solid performance to end the day off. We have 7 rounds, so 4 more to go, 3 more to go. 3 more to go.
Yeah, 3 more to go, and then we're going to be crowning a champion here very, very shortly. I think that as Livestream is upon us, as Kismet is upon us, and we have the next premiere next week, 7 days for these casters to take notes from some of these losses and some from these wins and really put into practice those. I know the Ard buddies are probably scrambling right now, taking notes and being like, hey, here's what we need to do. Here's how we need to change this. You know, those teams coming together and really collaborating on playing Elestrals.
That's what I do love that about the Elestrals community, is that there are so many different pockets of casters that play together, practice together. I mean, just to shout out a few of them, we have the Elestronauts, we have everybody with Nimbug, we have Pantera, we have the Ard buddies as well. Just so many people who get with their groups and just bring different strategies to it. And I think that's the real charm of Elestrals, is that people are meeting other people, whether it be through social circles, whether it be through the Elestrals Discord, community Discord, or whatever. They're meeting people, maybe the Tuesday casuals, and they're just saying, hey, we have similar interests. Let's go out and just play this. Let's practice. I like you. I like this deck. Let's talk shop. Then we go to the Premier Tournament. Next you know, you got a new best friend. You're going to kiss me together. So it's like a real thing that very often the people in the Top Cut are people who play in well-known groups that really do grind this game. So put that thought out there. And just pretty much what I'm saying here is go make some friends. You don't gotta touch grass to do it. Go make friends.
Calling people lonely is crazy. Well, listen,
that's
I think
not what I said.
Between that and the Carrot Top, it's crazy.
Stop!
No, I'm with you. Listen, I think it's amazing to meet everyone. We're back in Dallas, a while back, and meeting everyone for the first time was absolutely incredible. And I cannot wait for Kismet to have another opportunity to hop on Elestrals and to see some people in person, because the energy was electric, and I cannot believe that I get to do that again sometime soon.
You can't tell, but my face is incredibly red right now. Oh man, I'm having a day. But I am having an even great day. I'm glad to be back casting Elestrals after a month off, and now y'all get 2 tournaments back to back. Woof, man! I want to talk about the ban list real quick, if we can get that up on screen, because I think almost every card on this list has been seen on stream. We have not seen Rise. We have not seen Race to the Top. We have not seen. Actually, I guess it's not every card. We have a good bit. We haven't seen yet. Arcalith, we haven't seen any Thunder Power, which I put on my predictions. I thought I would have bet money that we would have seen the Thunder Power here, but we do not get to see Arcalith yet today. More or less, I'm sure there are Blistrix lists on there, but I have it on good authority that the Blistrix players are not doing too well today. I wonder what that could be about. I don't know. Once again, the Clash takes its victim. I've been seeing a lot of players play Blistrix on Clash, and maybe that's because the Moralith hit has been just that detrimental. And I am curious to see if we can see the Thunder casters pull it out through. We saw Cobalt Sanderson with great success in the last one. Yes. How much do you think the Champ Like Void ban is starting to affect some of these deck choices and that these strategies? Because I think so far,
I've been seeing a lot of decks that I'm like, wow, that could have been handled by Like a Void.
I think that it scales back a lot of opening plays because now people have to reconsider. Instead of just turboing, I want Wear Pump and then I'll deal with the bodies and go from there. Now it's like I have to figure out an actual way to get to my core strategy. So I think it slowed the game down to a healthy point where now we're going to see other strategies and, you know, an actual tempo game be played instead of just Like a Void go burn and having to just, you know, have an answer or pretty much lose, which we've definitely seen on stream before. Regarding Like a Void, though, like going back to a new limit, we saw Hurricane show up in that previous matchup and in round 3 as well, and it's been potent every single time. So clearly that limit was absolutely worth it, and also not helping. King Leo, we saw being searched out by his turtle buddy. It's just turtle cosplay at this point.
I think it's an interesting little pace of it, though. You know, we saw Bo, to great success at Atlanta, take a triple Kinleo Smoltuga list with a Hestia and a Torch, champion of Hestia, Torchin, to do really well trying to turbo out Kinleo to get these Nexus Banks off. So I think that on some level, combining the Kinleo plus the Equilinks and trying to make those decks together like the Wasp Ivy is kind of, I think, how a lot of casters are trying to utilize these cards. Again, using those cards like Lovelith, Viscerous too. It's no surprise that some of the best decks that we've been seeing so far are combining a lot of these cards that are on the list. Historically, very, very strong options for these players.
It is an exciting time to be playing Elestrals just with the cards that are here because these power 1-ofs, man, it feels good when you get to play them. Equilinks we saw show up. We haven't seen even a hair of Farrageist in any list yet. Please, for me. I love my Campbell buddy, please. Rise from the Ashes, I think, could be really potent in any deck, especially any that can heal up elements really well. Like, I think Hermes decks could use Rise from the Ashes really well, although they're probably like, I'll just trick me instead, which, fair. But still, it's just like a situation like these limited cards, like if you can get them out, you'll realize, yeah, these should be limited. But Lavalith has been showing up, Kinleo has been showing up, Hurricane's been showing up. I don't know. Keep an eye out for those gates of Tartarus. They might be opening once again.
No, I think that the impact of these are yet to be seen. I know that for sure. I'm so sad to hear the BlueStacks players are maybe not doing the best. I think it's so funny that that Clash, once again, instead of Josh, has now moved people onto this deck. And Let's Go Gambling is the way of the game. I think that very strong strategy still. I'm glad we saw some representation that people are looking to experiment with the deck. Don't count it out just yet. You do have to be prepared. But some of these more low to the ground, more all reliable, and more straightforward strategies I know are a great choice for a lot of casters out there. Yeah. And so again, super happy we've seen some fire artifacts. Super happy that we've been seeing a lot more experimentation with water, which has been really cool. I will say, the wind I was not expecting to see this early yet. Pentair was an option going into Atlanta. I think we saw a lot of players do really well with it, but seemingly I thought it was off of people's radar just due to the fact that I thought that Spectaris would come back. You know, Spectaris is like a card that destroys that deck. Yeah,
it's definitely a situation where you're going to be aware of like what could be happening regarding the elements of that, and you know the counters to it just from the ban list, which is, you know, again, I was expecting Spectaris and other tempo cards to pop out because people just don't know what the meta is like. Speaking of the not knowing what the meta is like, what have you been messing with since the ban list? What are your eyes on?
Oh, you know,
you don't have to give too many secrets.
I'm cheating a little bit with my my prediction that I gave on the casting couch earlier, but specifically, Chronodile had my eye. I was a big fan of Chronodile, the new champion of Aphrodite, Enchanting Water and Ascend over it. I don't know if you saw, but I was trying to make that work on a plane earlier, and sure enough, I think it almost crashed.
Yes, that was great. I thought that was amazing. The first Mile High Club caster in Elestrals was insane. That was really cool to see you doing.
Oh, it was a lot of fun.
Were the people like curious, like, what are you doing? Like,
absolutely. It was a full flight, 30,000 feet inside of the air, but I was casting Chronodile like we were on the ground. Shouts to Riot Bellion on that one too, being an absolute sport, like dealing with it. Headphones died halfway through. I played a full 2 out of 3 games, and I had to like sign language my moves, and why Rebellion taking it that one, and it was a good match. It was not too bad. I dropped Chronodile twice.
That's great.
So you know, if a croc could fly.
That is, we got the Nexus form. We need water flying Chronodile.
That's what I'm talking about. But that's been what I'm messing with a lot recently. I think water is very well positioned inside of this this meta. Heal as well, like a heal control deck that we saw
really?
pretty frequently inside of Moonrise meta. I think also benefits very well from some of these limits and some of these hits on the Tartarus. So I don't know if we'll see that necessarily or if how that's doing if people are on that today, but I would like to see casters go back and revisit Quackle, revisit Sluggle.
Please don't remind people about Quackle. You can't advocate for the ban of Equates and say, but Quackle's cool.
Yeah, I look, all these strategies are great, and I think that whatever they want to experiment with, they can. And I think there's a lot of events that they can take that to. Not only is there the premiere today, there's the premiere next week, but there's also going to be casual events that they can play at as well if they have any there. Now, this is a quick note to say that the casual events will be taking place inside of Elestrals Clash for just a little bit of time. If you are experimenting with certain lists or trying to test out Elestrals in a free environment, the early access has been great. And I honestly, I'll probably jump in here too. I can't get enough of Clash.
I do want to recommend finding your local game store as well. Like for me, what I do love Elestrals Clash, not taking anything away from it. Man, is there something good about just having these cards in your hand, playing the cards all out. So if you guys want to find a physical experience and do what I said earlier and make some friends, go find your local game store. And hey, if your local card shop does not carry Elestrals, tell the Elestrals team, go to their support email, however else you can reach them out and say, hey, you know, Goblin and Gauntlets doesn't have Elestrals yet. Can you please reach out to them?
Oh God, you know, by the way, if I had a nickel for every time my dad told me to go make some friends and stop playing card games, I probably wouldn't be here today. I'm just going to point that out.
Would you be richer? Would you have money? I'm like, what happened?
Well, I'll probably have 2 nickels richer specifically. I didn't say the full phrase. I'm not our resident Kaylin Creighton, but
yeah, she really hit the entire phrase like crazy. You want to know who else is at K? Me, because I'm about to take this dub. Chat, we've just been informed. You've just been informed that thanks to our previous players, we can now play another round of Who's at Elestrals.
All right.
I'm doing this for K. I'm doing this for Demeter. You're not beating Panzer. I'm Nexus in this dub. Let's go.
All right, let's put in the low ponytail. Haven't got kicked to the high gear yet. You know, I took a nap on my break. I don't know if I'm ready. I expended all my energy just trying to defeat the reigning champion herself. So maybe we can get into this.
I don't have my hair pick on me, but what can I do something cool? Here, hold up.
Hair?
Temp gun. It says I'm on fire.
Yo, okay, I gotta put you on a cooler a little bit.
Let's go. Dad jokes out the wazoo.
Hey, at least it's a little better than it reading your ice cold. I'd take that all day.
Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm that hot just for a reason, baby.
Yeah, test the veins a little bit. Okay, well, if I'm facing off against one of a formidable opponent and guess that Elestral, then I don't think I'm ready.
We'll see what happens. I'm looking forward to the competition. Oh man, the screen is up. So at this point, if we're just like not talking to you guys, know that we are just focused on whatever may pop up because we're not giving any warning on these silhouettes. Like it just kind of pops up. Look at Soul; he's not even talking anymore.
I'm locked in. I gotta be locked in. You could be talking, casting an actual match, turn over and say Viscerous, and be like,
I do have the gift of gab. I mean, it's the ADHD. I'm able to have that split attention. Like what I tell you earlier, I got the fidget spinner.
Oh no, more locked in than ever.
So at this point, I am locked in on the matchup. We just kind of ultra instinct the commentary while the brain's actually focusing on what needs to be said. Or what it needs to be focused on. That's how you do it, though.
It's going to jump back. Tundra. You got that one.
Yeah, that was easy. You hit the
I almost said Pentair.
That's the Stellar one. The tournament pack one. The tournament pack one.
This is the Constellation art. Oh no, it is the Stellar tournament pack. You're right.
Yeah, that thing is beautiful. Love the color scheme. Man, the Pentair line is just one of the best Stellars. The yellow wings and the black body is everything.
Shout out to Pokemon on this one.
For real. Where is Pokemon? He was collecting those Stellar Pentaurs.
Still is, truth be told. To this day, that Pentair collection is slowly running out for everyone else.
I have not heard of him getting a new one in a while. Normally, he was always just putting it out there. So I don't know. We got to check out on Joey Pokey. Always a grinder with everything.
Ash Rabbit.
Ash Rabbit. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
We got it. I said Ash, Jeff. I'm like, no, and I had to correct.
No T on that one, but
look at those colors. Wait, what the color, man? Look at Ash Rabbit. What a
Absolutely
cool card. A really good Celestial that I feel like just hasn't. When Nexus Thing becomes more potent, Ash Rabbit's going to get crazy.
And we love a red, and I think those loops are absolutely crazy. Infinite value. I'll say that.
Like I need more Nexusing. I want reasons to keep my spirits on board. Like I want Nexusing. I want receive effects. Like
Echo Magma on the receive, the Asher on the receive. Fire's got a lot of options.
Fire is just waiting to explode into a wildfire for sure.
Yeah, limiting Kinleo now before Hellmelt is coming and dropping. That's maybe some foresight I don't have.
Oh yeah, that was definitely.
And Titan.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Oh, I see. I'm looking at the top as the head. Okay, all right. I had no chance on that one.
Our buddies represent on that one.
That tongue is crazy.
Hey yo.
Why does it get thicker on the tip? Like I'm confused.
Gotta take down some strong bugs. You know, you can't have that amount of strength and that amount of body.
I guess you're not wrong. The design of Antitan is also really good. Does it have wings on the back, or is that the tail? There's a lot going on. I never actually paid attention to Antitan's artwork, but that one.
Anteaters got bushy tails.
Do they?
Yeah, it's not just foxes that got them in the game.
I cannot say I'm an anteater aficionado.
Oh, I would not say that alliteration either. I definitely don't think that I can go head to head with anyone that actually knows.
I could not tell you. Antitan, no. Now we need Nexus form Antitan.
Frost Titan? No, that doesn't quite work there.
Nah.
Earth Titan?
No.
Navi. Ooh, we got that.
We
That
back
was
in
close.
there. That tie is crazy. Doing the A-Drive trial.
Yeah, this one is the Stellar Nabi from... Yeah, I think it's the Stellar Nabi.
Which one? This is just base Navi, right?
No, I think
This is
it's
not
this...
champion of A-Drive?
No, it's not that one either. It is Nabi, though. Is this the Shattered Stars?
I'm about to say, do we have to guess the version?
Oh.
What the hell? Oh,
Doppelganger.
Excuse me. Is that Doppelganger?
That is Doppelganger.
What?
Unless I'm wrong. Holy. Champ of A-Drive. Oh, this is a champion of A-Drive one?
I said it wasn't champion. Wow.
Nabi champ of A-Drive. I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
I never actually looked at that art. That was from one of the award tiers in Elestrals Clash Kickstarter, right?
Ooh, fake fan. You know, I've only ever seen A-Drive at Dallas, and I didn't get my gunslinger match, so maybe I'm missing that one. I did get a net though. I would not have get. All right, that one got me. I'm like, do we have to guess the specific artwork now? I think if we're tied, how about that? We'll have to guess the artwork. What the hell? Oh, I'm thinking of it. I'm trying. It's gonna be something kind of silly. And Ricerage? Ricerage is a good guess. Okay, here. It is. I'm searching the deep depths of my brain. I think that this one is... I'm gonna tap out. This one's got me. I feel like it's a Frost Celestial, but that's the best I got. A Frost Celestial? No, I think it's an Earth Celestial. High Wooly? High Wooly is not that bad of a guess. I don't think it is, but I'm just thinking like Frost Celestials that I haven't... Oh no, it's Abomin Ursa. It's the 2020 Happy Holidays 2023 art. It's the limited edition from the promo. That's right. That's right. Let's go. It was from the top, baby. That's the carrot. That's right. How does he do it? You did not just say the carrot. Swole. Carrot up top. Let's go. It's Carrot Top's coming to bite you back. You know, it's irony. That's just some poetic justice. That one got, yep. All right. These artwork is getting real left field. I have no idea what they are. Happy holidays, Jeez. It does say happy holidays. Bring back those holiday versions ones. Panther. Firestorm Panther specifically. Yes.
But Panzer. Woo! You said Panderson.
I got it by the second time. I think I said Panzer by the time you got to the second Panzer.
And I went for Panzer. That was me.
No, I pulled out some 2 guesses.
Look at him. Nexus in the dub. Ooh, that's my guy. Love Panzer. Panzer support, please. That Abominursa. That was almost as bad as Snowlit, but
that's a classic one. I was like, what could this be? Honestly, killer.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so glad I didn't go up and I probably shouldn't say that. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, we gotta put that on socials now.
No, that's your Snowlit from behind for this one, I think.
It really.
Habufin.
Oh, it is Habufin.
Habufin, yeah. It
is Habufin.
Yeah, I'd say this one's the regular one, but Stellar one's a little bit bigger, I think. It's Habufin regardless.
It looks like Hellmelt, right?
That's a Stellar Habufin. That's when the kids start Clash.
But it looks like Hellmelt, right?
Kind of looks like Hellmelt. Hellmelt's got a little bit of a smoother top.
Wasn't a bad guess. The angle, the flying.
Ooh, Boofin.
Cannot wait to be Boofin. I tried doing what was it? The Cactobrum and Habufin. I see if there was synergy there. There's no synergy there. I tried.
They're a little bit harder. Those ones you don't quite see every day. Cactobrol and Cerebrol both have a very similar shape, so I wouldn't be able to get that one right either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cactoball and Cactobrum have interesting effects. I think that they have potential, but it's also like a game plan deck that's not easy to get out. So,
you know what's really funny too is that the Cerebrol is actually hidden in the art of the reverse stellar cracking that happened just in the Shattered Stars.
It's talk
pretty
about
cool.
Hidden in art. Look at Pandora's full art. That thing is a whole spoiler.
There's some stuff in there that I haven't seen before. I haven't been able to get all what's inside the box, but as I'm opening stuff in Clash, maybe I can find out some hints, you know?
All right, this is the last one.
For all the marbles, we've been over this. I've lost all of them.
That wasn't confirmed, we have to say.
Like a Void, Champ Like a Void. This is the Stellar, actually.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought the original not Like a Void, Hey, what's the original name?
Like
what's the original Leica?
Oh, like a Volt? Like a Volt? The discard?
Is it like a Volt?
Yeah, V-O-L-T?
Yes. Okay, like a Volt. That's what it is.
I like a Void, I barely know her, but I think this one, I don't know what the score of this one would be, but I outside of the Panzer one, did I get the Panzer one, or did you get the Panzer one?
I got the Panzer one. I'm giving that to me. I am proud of that one. But
I like the holiday edition was hard. You know, that one took a little bit of time.
I'll be honest here, I got smoked. These artworks were so lost on me. I'm not even going to try to argue it. Swole, I give that to you. Give that to you. I'll get you next round. I'll get you that. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Hey, we got to lock in a little bit. It's the hair back. I can put the hair ties away if you and Kay want to go another round, but...
Absolutely. Well, we'll see what the casters allow us to do. We'll see what they allow us to do. Man, that Abominursa was crazy.
Now, that one is rough.
I'm looking like, what in the world?
Initially, I thought it was an unreleased Elestral. I'm like, that's cheating. I don't know what that one is.
I'm telling you, hey, my instinct on it being a false Elestral was at least correct. But I'm like, I'm going through the Rolodex of what art it could have been. That's why I'm like, is it Ivory? Like, I'm like, what is it?
The champion of A-Drive Nabi did throw me for a loop.
That was rude.
Incredible. I have never seen that card before, but it's adorable.
That was very rude to do. He's like, oh, Nabi. Well, which one? What?
Might as well just put A-Drive on there. Net of A-Drive also probably would have gotten me.
A-Drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, putting cards that can't, well, yeah, champion of A-Drive, Nabi. What does that even do, actually? Time to go and collect. Nabi, I love collect.elestrals.com. It's such a good resource. All right, Nabi, champion of A-Drive. This doesn't even look, what artwork is this?
If I had to guess, it's A-Drive, whenever A-Drive's like running, and then it's the Nabi that's on A-Drive's shoulder in the back. That's what it looks like. Because it's an illustration rare from the full art of A-Drive, the Divine Rune.
Man, it says when you cast this Nabi, you can search your deck for an A-Drive and add it to your hand. You can Nexus Lunar. Wind card that receives Lunar that this way is unaffected by counter rules until the next turn. Oh.
The bug agenda is huge. My prediction of whether or not Navi was going to show up today inside of this Premier Tournament has still been correct. I want to point that out.
Okay, up-to-date effect. Okay. I'm about to say, like, the up-to-date effect is not reflecting the card, but they changed it. So you Nexus a Lunar, and then a win that receives the Lunar's unaffected by counter. Interesting. Huh. Also, only receives it in this way, so you can't just, like, alter it and then get the effect. It has to be from the Navi.
That's going to be a good tip whenever I face A-Drive inside of Kisame. I will be getting that Divine
Honestly.
Ring. Yeah, 100%.
Look at all these registered ones as well. Man, the Stellar shop is always so good. I love collect.com. But after that devastating loss and 2 terrible commentary flubs, I'm going to take a break so Swole can stop bullying me.
You were trying to avenge K-Cray for the last guess at Elestral. I was trying to get back for that Carrot Top comment. That was crazy.
So we're both just supporting the guy.
I mean, we got it here. We're at the desk here for the best commentators in the the Y'all are helping me out when I'm flubbing. So
hey, I appreciate it. So I need Kay to just will a Panzer into the next match for me, please.
Absolutely.
Panzer or Centaur, I'll take either.
And speaking of which, we're going to head to a quick break. And when we do come back, we're going to have everyone's favorite Divine back on the desk with us for more Elestrals action. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to round 5 of our August 2nd Elestrals Webcam Premier Tournament. I'm back on the desk here with Kay. Hey, good afternoon, Kay. How'd you like the guest at Elestrals? Was that as fast and ready for you?
I was really rooting for PK there. I was truly in my heart of hearts hoping that someone could humble you, but instead, I think the ego has grown 3 sizes this day.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate too, because once again, I came in here ready and rare, and so maybe my studying was unfair. Next time, I'll study less. Actually, oddly enough. Yeah. Okay, and I saw, not to rat you out here publicly, but I see that in between rounds, you've been sneaking off and getting some clashes in on Elestral's Clash. Oh God, she saw that. I told no one to tell production. I have been sitting here. Saying Glauby is calling my name, water all over the place. I had to get in some. It can get quick matches in. The queues is short. I'm addicted. I truly am. 20 hours in just this week, and the game came out 2 days ago. Incredible.
It's like a siren song to you, huh?
Oh, legitimately, I am going straight. My boat is going straight for the rocks here, and I'm staying there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, incredible. I love it. I myself should probably be getting some games in. Maybe I'll recognize more card arts for the next round of Who's That Elestral. Apparently that's the secret tech to studying for that game is Clash It Out.
Just hours and hours and hours of Clash. No, I think that's very fair. So for the last match and the last game there, so we saw Twindra against the Wind Toolbox. Not necessarily a mirror match per se, but very still even wind on wind action. As an experienced windcaster yourself, what did you think of that type of matchup?
I was really excited to see Aviolith happen for the first time, maybe ever. Who knew that was a card, It
was crazy to watch come down. I mean, the 2 back row in there and then chain the PTA does somewhat help, but I think I've only seen it ever done once before, a previous feature match player Prime. I think in events long past, back in my day, gray hair number 40, but that was pretty crazy. That was a great one. And your Stellar Hydrake baby making a feature on this one too.
Going for the collection.
Was between the breaks, something looks a little bit different. Did you, it's a new jacket actually?
Yeah, thank you for noticing.
Wow. Yeah, yes, that's pretty crazy. You just had these on ready. You just had the Stellar collection just all on ready.
Yeah. Do you know where I got it?
Now, where'd you get it?
Blaze R Us.
Terrible. There's no way you can go for a double pun on this one for Blaze R Us. Holy.
Woo! There were layers to that one, folks. I'm just saying.
That was insane. She can't keep getting away with it. I wasted all of my mental stack on Guess That Elestral, and there's no way that I can get hit with a Blaze R Us this early in the day. We still have rounds to go. My brain can't be fried that much.
Unfortunately, they keep letting me on the mic, so.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I think that was a banger. So
thank you.
As we're going into these later rounds, one thing to highlight and note here is we're getting into some of the best players inside of the entire game going head to head. A lot of undefeated records going into here, and this is typically where we start to see the top cut kind of shape out. What are you expecting out of these casters as we go into about halfway into these rounds?
Well, we've spoken about it a few times today, and I think that pretty consistently what we've seen is after this ban list, people going back to sort of the low to the ground 5s. If you can win in combat, then you win the game sort of style of gameplay and deck building. And specifically with what we saw with Fire Artifacts, I think that that's the most true evolution of a Firestorm meta deck that we have been able to see, is this looking at how can we expand upon just, obviously we went with sort of the obvious builds at first, but now people are trying new things. But I think a lot of other people are whale, ass rabbit to the sun today.
Yeah, I think that's a very the evolution of the deck is a really good way of putting it, because as we're getting down, of course, also into the later parts of the season, and as these world qualifying points are more and more on the line, as the events get slimmer and slimmer, going up to Worlds, going into Kisame, we start to see these casters really just slice down and thin out these decks to their most optimal. And what I really love about these artifact decks that we have been seeing too is that they do seem to be a good combination of a lot of the different mechanics in Elestrals. Nexusing, we have the artifacts themselves, the divine runes, we have these searchers, strong bodies, counter runes, invokes. It highlights a lot about the game that I think we all know and love, which is incredibly great. And a lot of these players have taken these strategies to the highest of echelons of play. I think we already have, 5 players who have qualified for going even higher into the world's points. And if you take a look at those players right now, I know we have some common names on them that you've seen cast. You've gotten the privilege to cast a lot of them, from my understanding, a lot of champions here.
I mean, privilege is right. I have gotten to see a lot of premieres. I mean, you talk about your grays, but I've seen a lot of premieres come and go. I've gotten to interview a few of those champions too, and all I can say is I hope they remember me when they're on the world stage.
How could they not? 9th place finish. I think they're learning and taking notes from you. You know, they don't speak the ancient text to her. She was there when they were written.
Hey,
Sir Tractor didn't do that.
That was right. I was at the cusp of my competitive career. All right, and then they sniped me and put me on the desk.
Away. The too powerful. They said we have to have her say Blazar Russ on the desk once. We can't have her saying these to our opponents. That'd be crazy.
A butterfly flaps its wings, and then months later, we got Blazar Us.
I mean, just to say that the artifact innovation started with a certain caster putting Equilinks down in Cybermall. Well, we'll just chalk it up to that. We're not going to say who that is, but they might be in the room with us at the moment.
Who can say? Who
can say entirely? I think that so far, a lot of these casters are hunkering down with these strategies. I'm wanting to see still some more off the wall stuff. You know, we're trying to see a little more on the fringe. We've seen Chronodile before. The Hydrix stuff, I think, is still, and the Wind Toolbox stuff, still kind of right there as well. But is there any decks that you're looking out for? We said Bears. We haven't seen Bears yet. And also Poseidon. Where's Poseidon?
Yeah, actually, I haven't really gotten either of my predictions, which is a little sad. I know Bears has to be out there lurking. And as I found out, sometimes bears really can be lurking right around the corner, and that might be the case here today. Maybe we'll see some in Top Cut. As for Poseidon's Fury, that was admittedly a bit of a fringe pick, a bit of a me just kind of hoping to use the pottery art.
Oh, true. It pairs well with your stellar Poseidon, you know?
It does. And yeah, I just...
Bring it up again.
It's just
it's something. It's different.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Is it the?
I'm searching for the words right now to say.
Incredible. You know, I guess is to say too. You have 30, 40, maybe even 60 of the pottery arts for one of the Poseidon. That's a pretty good metric.
Okay, I didn't really need that call out.
What call out? I think that you won on this one. I'm still missing mine.
Yeah. How many packs of Shattered Stars did you open to get that Poseidon, Kaylin? Oh, some, just
a few.
Some.
Yeah, none of importance.
Yeah. On that note, we now have our next round. We know who we're going to be watching. We have Rezout versus Dylan G. Both of these decks. I mean, particularly, I am excited about one of these, but I know that you, for the other one, that you enjoy those lists as well.
I am really curious to see how this one's going to go. For those at home, these are effectively players that are making it this deeper into this tournament with a fairly unknown in terms of playing. And I'm excited to hop into the action and watch. But wow, this matchup, I don't even know how this would go. I don't think I've ever seen these two elements clash in this way.
I know. I think that it really depends, because both of these, I mean, we're talking so vaguely because we want you all to be surprised, but both of these decks have such different play styles, and I would say almost kind of conflicting in the way that they want to use spirits and the way that they get momentum going. So it will be very interesting, and I'm personally very excited. Like you said, these are two players that I don't think we've ever seen on stream, and it'll be really exciting. They've both gone 3-1, so they have pretty good runs going today. Contenders definitely for Top Cut. So
I'll be surprised. I'll be shocked, rather, I should say, if someone ices this one out. It's going to be we'll see as our top cuts forming here, which of these players get to move on. Some familiar faces, but these two, I'm excited to see new people come into the space, try out some different strategies, and do well with them. That's always exciting to see. And especially, again, as our Elestrals Clash has come out, and a lot more people are trying decks on there, potentially bringing them onto these tournaments. I'm hyped to see what we can do with them, and maybe these two players are Clash faithful.
And it looks like we are getting ready to go into the match. Dylan G is going to be starting us off, going first here. And here we go for round, what is this, 5? Where are we in the day? That feels
round
right.
Round 5 strong. We're almost there to crown a champion for the Firestorm Premier here. Wow, that bear mat is beautiful, by the way.
Oh, listen, I'm looking at my girl down there, my girl and her girl.
As close to a bear as you could potentially ever want to be or need to be. And I'm sure you're experienced with that as well. As a Lycan form, Morfrost comes down and expend a Frost to get out a Scorpio and a presumably bat form.
Can't wait for the new Chimera form. Speaking of Morfrost, I've been very excited about that one.
I want some more Frost here. A Chimera form. That card was been in the works for a while now, and I don't want to see what Bean Soldier can do with that card. That's the #1 player I don't need to have that card for.
Yeah, I can't believe that Morfrost is going to be the first champion of the live stream meta. That's crazy.
From your lips to A-Drive's ear, we have a Brummelings champ coming down, searching either a Blizzard or Mounds of Boreas from the deck.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Got that coming out, and already off to a pretty strong start for Dylan G. I mean, this is a huge turn 1, getting all your pieces together and ready to go.
Yeah, and it's so strong for this type of strategy. Going ahead and play out the Mounds of Boreas, making this a 5/3 body, and subsequent Frost Elestrals buffed up by this stadium. 2 set rows also. This is a strong board.
Yeah. Set 2 pass. Is that good? I think that's pretty good, actually.
Almost as good as Reenchant Rabbit here.
Yeah.
See what Reese out has a response. Speaking of Rabbit.
Speaking of, yeah, let's just simply enchant that rabbit. But
is that a good plan?
The first time I'm not so sure. Second time, definitely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
We're going to be PTAing the rabbit again. A lot of classic combos happening here. But the effect of the rabbit will still happen. Look at the top 3 cards of the deck. Put 1 into hand. Shuffle the other 2 back.
Yeah, I think if you're Reese out there, you can be a little bit happy that your opponent is burning through spirits, so to speak. It's 19-16, and after the payoff for PTA, putting down to 15 spirits, you already invested a lot from the Morfrost and the Brummelings and the Mounds of Boreas. So whittling down a back row of PTA is completely fine. You might have to start worrying if this is Blizztrix, though, especially if you don't have like a Gorgon's Gaze in the back.
Yeah, you definitely. Okay, so we have the 2 set. You need to start getting ready for whatever Dylan is about to do in this next turn. We have a good amount of information on Dylan's deck, but really not any on res outs. Going to be paying off of that PTA, and there goes the rabbit. So res out is back to an empty board here.
Pop goes the baby as well. Going to expend to draw from Dylan G, saying, I'm going to take my time, build up some resources once again, and you still got to deal with this 5 body or out the Boreas with a potential Olympus. That'd be kind of nice. Going to swing on for 1 damage here, and we are playing a game of inches.
Yep, and there goes a Lunar Spirit. And I guess on that, we don't really know anything about this deck. We don't know if it would be sort of like an Olympus type strategy. We don't know if this is just a deck that likes to play Astrabbit because it's a good card. I'm hoping that we find out over the next few turns and that res out starts moving here.
Yeah, we see the Lunar Spirit potentially even hitting like a Spectaris, but I think that is a Sparkit. Champion of Tartarus. Escape from Tartarus, Sparkit. Wow, that's a hand rip and a half.
Yep, here we go. I mean, especially with that expend to draw trying to build up the hand, this is probably going to hurt a little bit. Okay, and Dylan said, I actually value my hand way too much. Here is a Gorgon's Gaze.
You say something so Tartar-phobic that you got to hit him with the Gorgon's Gaze. This is an absolute like you're fine with this if you're Reese out. Yeah, it's a 3/1 body that's not gonna be super great to try to defend, but Gorgon's Gaze, you bait out 2 more spirits. That's incredible. I wonder though what's in Dylan's hand that's worth protecting.
Well, we see the Morfrost coming out, the Scorpio form, and there goes the Bat form to the Underworld. Again, I think you're right. I don't know if it was just the combo that Dylan was trying to protect there, not wanting to lose one of those pieces. There goes the Lycan form, going to be casting from the Underworld with Water Enchanted.
Ooh, that's the Bean Soldier Classic. Learn that one firsthand. I think this you're definitely right. I think you want to have the bodies on board potentially for just board presence. It's hard to deal with, specifically too if you're trying to trade 1-for-1 value. There's not enough counter runes in the world that's going to enable you to save this unless this is specifically Tsunami. And there it is.
Even then, that one Water Enchant.
One Water Enchant too to help kind of play around it. And I think if you are Dylan, do you even expend the Frost? That seems really expensive.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like we are simply just going to Rezout's next turn here as we see them draw for turn.
Yeah, paying out those 2 Frost Spirits to destroy the Spark is now that looks like that's what they're gonna do.
Yep. Okay. So there goes Spark It once more, down to an empty board for Rezout.
But look at that spirit differential. I mean, if you're Rezout here, okay, what are you feeling?
I mean, you're looking at this wide board of, I mean, thanks to Mountains of Boreas, it's not as tiny of guys as it normally would be, but it's still little guys. But all of these represent something to ascend over as well. That's something you always have to be afraid of. Oh, however, the Hurricane coming out, gonna be hitting the Gorgons, and it looked like Tsunami. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
So that coming out means that Rezout's probably going to be pushing for something here.
Toxion coming in.
Okay, going to be burning. Yeah.
That's crazy. You know, that is I think probably a very worthwhile play. Really expensive to get rid of those 2 back row, but at the same time, Dylan didn't really set anything else, as Toxion's going to be able to take care of the Brumelink's champ here. That's the biggest threat on the board. And if this Toxion sticks around for a couple turns, that's going to be a big annoyance.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned, Dylan has been burning through those spirits, and if we literally continue to burn Dylan for those spirits, it is going to drop fast.
As the temperature goes, it's already sub-zero on the board, a lot of frost iced out, but this back row, if it's not Gorgon's Gaze, there's a potential threat of a blizzard, and that's going to be a Gaze. Okay,
so the Gorgon's Gaze coming out. And I cannot believe, first of all, how many hurricanes we've seen today. After the first tournament after being limited to 1, I cannot believe that we've seen so many. And it's still so powerful.
And they don't call it Himicane. He'd never show up. I think that's the problem, is that on time, as always, Hurricane is putting in a lot of work for each of these casters. And still with the 1 back row on Dylan G, that could be something good if you're going to re-enchant this Toxin, but it's going to be a Quackle coming down on the board to heal back 3 spirits. Just absolutely flexing.
Defensal? That doesn't sound right. Wait a minute. Why, I never. I mean, on that Mountains of Boreas, if you have, I mean, I think you were probably right at the beginning about maybe having a Mount Olympus. If that's in the sideboard, going into game 2, I would be putting that in with a quickness.
Yeah, there's some question here of if they're playing Jolton at all. I know a lot of casters have been trying to cut it a little bit. This Toxion, still an offensive threat though. Trying to take out the Scorpio, the Morfrost, leaving the Water Spirit on the Lycaris, or the Lycan form, excuse me. And then the Brumelink's champ can still hit over everything. I don't think Dylan's out of this quite yet.
No, I mean, even with the spirit differential, it's not that extreme. However, it's going to become even less extreme with a little Catarant coming out. Going to be healing.
I love Catarant. The Stellar from the Kickstarter Clash is slowly becoming one of my favorite arts of Catarant for sure.
He's absolutely a cutie. And as much as I love Nixamera, the poor baby Catarants being hunted for sport in the art, I cannot believe. Although it seems like it's just a game because in the Fallen Form art, they're sleeping in the corner, all nice and snoozy.
So Brummeling's trying to mount an offensive attack as this back row potentially going to be coming down. Are we going to be seeing a Shield of Achilles here? Which means that this Catarant can contest the Quackle that's in Defensal. But the Brummelings has another option to search and come back as another 5 body. I think if you freeze out, you take that trade and you say, fine, I'm actually now in a kind of a rough position.
Yeah, I mean, the Toxion is going to stick around, which probably is worth it, especially if the only option moving forward is to continue to get some burn. But we're back thanks to Catarant tied 10-10 in spirits.
Where's our Catarant plushie? Actually, as an expend to draw comes down here from Resout.
Wait, true?
Perfectly round shaped comeback. Happy Holidays 2025.
Please.
Oxion's going to try to swing in here over the Morfrost Lycan form, I believe, with Dylan 2 cards in hand. One of them we know is the Brummelings.
And a Tsunami. Okay. Listen, you can hurricane the Tsunami away, but another Tsunami is never too far behind.
They call that second wave Elestralism, and I think from here, Dylan is in a great position, initially being so far down in spirits and spirit advantage, but this Toxion being a little tiny booty of 2 defense doesn't quite sting the way it used to at a 4.
No, that is something that, especially under Mountains of Boreas, a lot of things that Dylan has can deal with. And speaking of, we have Nyxamera Risen form coming out. Oh my goodness. Hey, what did I say earlier? Every spirit or every Elestral on this board represents something that can be ascended over.
That was an Ambrosia hit.
Okay.
That was crazy. What a call out. I think this Nyxamera is insane. We haven't seen Bunnix yet. That's I didn't even realize.
My poor bunny love. Yeah. Apparently we are dealing with a Nyxamera list. And are we gonna have, yep, here we go. Here comes Fallen Form.
There's the big ball themselves. The Catarants are nice, back to being sleepy sheepies.
Cute.
There's another Stellar to hunt.
I'm not sure. Don't even get me started. That X of 10, the Fallen Form calling my name. If we are looking at sort of a pure Thunder list from Res Out right now, what out does Res Out have for this Nyxamera?
What is the res out for this Nyxamera? It cannot be targeted by counter runes. The Mountains of Boreas is currently boosting this thing up to an 8/5 attack. So not even, I mean, a Champ Galaxy doesn't feel great because then you're trading and you still have to deal with the Brummelinks. I think there's pretty limited options, but that'll do it. That will boom that.
Yep, a boom bat sure will. Unfortunately, we don't see a Gorgon's Gaze or anything. No, every time.
I think a boom might, and I think that does kind of get rid of Rizout's normal cast, but you'll take that to get rid of the big ball.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much easier board to deal with, and after investing in both the Risen and the Fallen form, Dylan is a bit further behind in spirits. However, here comes that champion Brummelinks again, going to be searching out, I imagine, another Mountains of Boreas.
It's really funny, too, because there's a Blizzard.
It is actually the second choice that people don't normally make, which is Blizzard.
Yeah, I've been told that card's bad. Well, whale. Looks like joke's on you. This is so interesting to watch here. These two players seemingly constantly behind, just trading blow for blow. I don't know. This is going to be a tight game of inches. We did see a Ambrosia get taken out by the Risen form. So big to be seen on if we have a third Ambrosia hitting the board.
I mean, Dylan down to, is that accurate? Are we down to 2 spirits? That was fast. And then the Quackle coming back again, just furthering that spirit disparity. And Really putting Dylan in a bad position. However, with that Brummelinx, if Rezout can't deal with it, especially under this Mountains of Boreas, I mean, that 5 body is pretty strong.
Quackle's nice, but Quackle's only going to be good for one more turn. Maybe trying to go for an Arcolith, which could end the game with the swiftness. This Quackle is working with the Pseudo Ambrosia, and it's just going to be another swing in and pass back. 8 spirits to Dylan G's 2.
Let's see what Rezout is going to do here. I mean...
I think we have Rezout with a Ambrosia. Ambrosia is going to be allowing you to stick in the game for just a little bit longer. There was that third one we were talking about between the Quackles and the Ambrosias coming in. Again, you can just sit on these Elestrals for just a little bit of time. If we can establish one defensive body that we're going to pass back to Rezout. Dylan G drawing for turn. Let's see how we can do. Set 1, still no other Elestral. Gonna swing it just for 2, try to go in for another game of inches here. This Frost v Thunder. I think this is going to expend the last 2 Earth Spirits to go into other options. Do we see a Titanostrike Champion of Zeus come down? I love this card. Wow, what a pick. This card's gonna be able to get you to a Thunderstorm. You have the Spirits to cast it off, and I think this thing can contest the Morfrost, but I think unfortunately, you are still in contention. You're thinning out the deck a little bit, but that 5 body from the Brummelinx is huge. You also are playing very carefully because you know that there is a potential for a Blizzard coming back here. And there's the Mount Olympus. Called it earlier, outing the Mountains of Boreas. This is now a 5/5 body. Champion Galaxy has no domain here. Both of PK's picks coming in hot with the swiftness. I guess that's the namesake. We're going for here, going to potentially try to drop a Thunderstorm targeting one of the back row. Is that going to be worth it for Rezout? K left speechless by this technical gameplay. We have just a PTA getting sniped out of the way. Not worth it to enchant to get rid of this this card, potentially saving a shield. If that card in the back row is shield, Dylan G is in a good position, but that Brummelinx goes down, a 5/5 body. How is Dylan going to come back?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out that PK has been racking up the points today with this champion Titanostrike. And that Brummelinx, I think, was one of Dylan G's last saving graces. And we know that Rezout is running at least a Toxeon. Being this low on spirits, we are in dangerously close territory to a burnout.
Yeah, we have Kenny Loggins' danger zone here for our Frost player. I can only imagine that if Rezout has potentially another Rabbit to get into a third Quackle, that's also good. Arcolith here would close out the game very, very fast. And like you said, Toxeon is there. Switching the Morfrost Lycan to defense, passing back. Dylan G is low on options.
Yeah, the defense position is just kind of stopping the bleeding for a second. However, another boom bat, and it looks like a scoop bat is really
Scoop bat. Oh, wow. A scoop bat.
Yeah, it's okay.
Little tiny Honduran bat coming in here. Wow, what a tight game of inches, really. So much so, disappearing from the face of the earth. I think a boom might, honestly.
I was so shook that that I only got to see my precious Nixamera, that I ceased to exist, actually, in the physical realm for a few seconds there. But I'm back, and going into this next round, what do you think specifically in a Nixamera list, which we know that's what that is? We thought maybe Blistrix for a sec, but it is Nixamera. What do you do against just a list of powerful cards, which is what a sort of a mono Thunder list is?
Yeah, it's crazy because I think that what you can try to do is trying to hold those Gorgon's Gaze for those boom bats. You already know that's the out that the deck has for it. And other than specifically maybe Arcolith, I don't think there's actually an offensive threat that Thunder has that they can propose to the Nixamera. I think they're going to say no to that that every single time. One knee down from Rezout, but like I think that's the kind of the key here from Dylan G. Potentially even also managing those spirits for the next round, not even just cards as you side in, but I think just for more technical play, you see Toxion, you see a little bit of Burn. Is it worth it to expend those 2 spirits? Because those last 2 spirits that you had for that Scorpio form for Morfrost maybe ended up mattering.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, and obviously, like, the Morfrost package gives options, but I think in this past game, it didn't end up doing too much other than providing bodies on the board. That Champ Brummelinks is really what put in the work, and I think you're right, maybe managing spirits, cutting down on sort of the extra expensive things might be the way to go. But Nixamera is near and dear to my heart. I've always got to root for her a little bit to stick around for please more than one turn, just one.
It's such a threat. You got to deal with it immediately. And I think both these players, again, that back and forth, these players were in losing positions every single time. I think there was not one turn where I wasn't just like absolutely just like, okay, well, one wrong move will just lose you the game. And so I think that's so cool. Dylan G dropping the Nixamera, being able to see the effect pop off, incredibly cool. And from Rezout, I think being able to hold those key cards for the right moments was probably the difference maker.
Yeah, I think what we were looking at was resin form over on the other side there. And that is the Nixamera that came out on top in the first game. But going into game 2, I'm excited to see, I imagine, Dylan G going to be starting us off here. And it looks like, in fact, we're running it back. We are doing more Frost things.
That might be on par with Blaze R Us. I'm going to chalk it up there for that one. You see the Scorpio and the Bat form come down here just to thin out the deck a little bit. Limited Moralith incoming, I'm not quite sure. I think out of these 2 decks, I might be even still more Frost. I'd be more scared of this Frost list. This one got some powerful hitters.
And there she is, the Bunnix actually coming out. Hey, if we can get this Nixamera started while Rezout does not quite have all of the counter runes in the world stocked up, while we haven't been hurricaned, while the damage and bleeding is not already started, then maybe my little sheepy girl has a chance.
Yeah, we see that before Boombat incoming to thwart this entire play, but I think that if you are Dylan G, shotgunning that Risen form in the next turn is probably not a bad idea. We didn't see Rezout set too many cards and maybe the player on their own Hurricane, but Risen form loves to be into loves to have one back row specifically to target.
I mean, that is what she does best, certainly. And we are going to be going over to Rezout here. And we've got... Oh, I was thinking it was going to be another Astral start, but in fact, we are looking at Titanostrike, Champion of Zeus. PK cannot keep getting away with this.
The back-to-back Titanostrike putting in work here, grabbing a Thunderstorm. Despite the fact that Dylan G is now also playing around the one of Hurricane, they can't quite play around the searchable Thunderstorm, which might be worth it if we can see a potentially Mount Olympus here to contest this Bunnix, making it a 5 attacker. And
it's a shield.
A shield of Achilles, never resolving.
No, but that's okay. Probably, certainly, right? And speaking of Mount Olympus.
Mount Olympus up on the board, making this a 5 uncontested bunny, but no counter runes.
Mm-hmm. So nothing set. We know that we have that Nixamera in hand and that there are ways to get things on this board to be able to ascend over. Let's see.
Absolutely insane. I think that if Brumelink's champ here to search a Boreas out the Mount Olympus, swing over the Titanostrike, and now with the set back row, you're looking pretty to ascend into that Nixamera into the next turn. Yeah, wow. No back row is a little scary unless there's a Hurricane in the midst.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to be worried about it, even at 1, as we've seen. It is still a very prevalent card. However, Narpoon coming out here, going to be going and searching out a Frost Elestral. Wonder if we're going to see another Nixamera, maybe that Brummelinks, if it's not already in hand.
I do like the idea here of trying to grab for those more power pieces. Brummelinx is a good option. Alternatively, you could go for an Amphrostrix, but looks like the Brummelinx champ is going to be the card searched here.
Okay, so we've got that at least a way on the horizon to deal with that Mount Olympus. And I mean, I think that we were probably right in that Rezout went into the sideboard and quickly got the Mount Olympus and added it into the deck.
Definitely the Stadium Wars did end up mattering. And similarly, no back row from Dylan G passing back to Rezout. And it's at a Jolton. Hey, making sure those Stadium Wars are in.
The baby going in saying, hey, you know what? You can go and get your own stadium, but I've got another one to slap right down on top of it as soon as you get rid of this.
Yeah, going for Searcher v Searcher here. 2/5 bodies, and particularly a 5/5 body is very strong in the form of the Titana Strike. Again, a little bit of a mountain to climb if you are Dylan here, as the little pebble gets in for just one, and then go for Titana Strike here to do for a little bit of chip damage. Spirits wise though, Dylan is up compared to last game, but for how long?
Yeah, and you know, in this situation, I think we do have a bit of a race to the top going on. And Dylan G, I mean, could go for that Brummelinx, but again, we have another stadium in hand just to contest it. However, Brummelinx does come down. Could grab the Blizzard. I mean, that, as we found last game, is an option.
Incredible. I'd say the Brummelinx champ here, grabbing Boreas. Gonna go ahead and try and contest one of these cards. The back row is certainly real from Rezout if they haven't had to set one yet. Not really afraid of any sort of ascensions here. This might be a game where Rezout can slowly edge tempo, but I think that we'll have to wait and see. Last game was like this a lot too. There's trades back and forth, these low blows, these high highs, and turns out, either player can bring it out from the back.
Yep, but here comes the champ Brummelinx. Rezout simply going to let that Titana Strike go down, which is interesting. Again, we know that other Mount Olympus is in hand right now, going to be able to get rid of that Mountains of Boreas immediately. There it goes. Yeah, wasted no time on it. No!
No! Whoa!
So unexpected!
A shift in scenery here for sure.
Yep.
That is crazy, as we're going to drop down a Boom Bat to take care of this for.
Well, Dylan probably isn't too sad to see one of these Boom Bats go. Yeah,
if you're trying to swing in with the Jolton, the shield, opting not to Boom Bat here, saying I can hit over it with this Jolton.
Okay, so Boom Bat, we're just going as a body on the board. You know what? Good for him. So often, he's just a stepping stone on the way to destruction. Not often given the dignity of being able to hang out. But you know what? Good for him.
The proper time to hang out is about right. It's so funny, too. Typically, we see these cards paired with stuff like Poseidon to enable them to keep them on the board as small bodies. And now we're going to see right back, there's a Stadium Wars. Boreas in, Olympus is out. Last week's news.
Mm-hmm. It's getting chilly in here again.
Turning down the temperature just a little bit.
Yeah, and with this Brummelinx on board, we could see an ascension into the Nixamera!
There's the Nixamera risen form.
The crowd goes wild.
The crowd of K's.
The crowd goes.
It's never resolving.
No. Okay, and Nixamera being able to run over this Boom Bat feels like the perfect poetic justice. Like, yeah, you took me out last time. Well, here.
Nixamera Fallen Form sends their regards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to be counting sheep, you know what I mean?
That was pretty good, I think over the Frostmite, Blazerus, we'll add that another one to the contention. This Fallen Form is going to come out here, big and strong. Potentially another Boom Bat from Rezout. We know that they play two of them, so I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing a retaliation here. We have no back row, so it has to be just Elestrals.
And with this Nixamera under the Mountains of Boreas in a situation where two Mount Olympuses have already been dealt with, I mean, it's unlikely that Rezout is running a third.
Yeah, I think this Boreas is going to stick around. I think you're 100% right on that. Ambrosia coming down here, not getting sniped out by the Nixamera again. And there's the second boom back.
Did we have a Gorgon's
Gaze? No.
Gorgon's Gaze, please, no.
No Gorgon's Gaze for Dylan. The sheep
It's
goes
June
down.
Nowhere.
Can't do anything this month. Res out is, again, this is so funny, back to being empty boards but full hearts as both casters claw their way back from these positions. A Boombat is pretty devastating. That was pretty harsh, but Ambrosia coming down from Dylan. Can we see an Elestral to kind of do some damage?
Yeah, Ambrosia is nice. Unfortunately, we tend to only run one of each of the Nixamera forms. So Dylan is going to have to find a different strategy to go with. Champ Brummelinx, as we saw last game, could be a strong Elestral to just stick on the board, especially under this Mountains of Boreas.
Two back row here. Not too rough of a position, even if you don't have an Elestral here, as Rezout draws for turn. Curious to know what the response here. Spark It would be good here, but looks like we're gonna drop a Hurricane
with the 2-set. Oh. Okay,
wow.
PTA and Tsunami, interesting. Okay, well, I listen, we've seen it like every game. What's going on? Attack Rabbit coming out, that makes sense.
Taxed Rabbit in. Is it really limited at all? The Rabbit here is a great play to pick up on tempo, potentially draw into counter runes. Re-enchanting the next turn is extremely powerful from what I hear. And I think if this is now just a game of tempo that Rezout has firmly grabbed at the moment.
Yeah, when you see Rabbit in attack, it's never a good sign for you, because that means that you have gotten to a position where Rabbit can simply do whatever it wants. We have one back row set, and not much that Dylan G is able to do in terms of this deck's ultimate strategy being Nixamera. But like we said, maybe some Champ Brummelinx happening. Okay, or more Frost.
Got those more Frost coming down. We saw a search earlier. This is a pretty decent way to out this Rabbit and establish a board. I almost forgot that these were held for so long from the very first turn. Potentially even looking to maybe to hit over the Astrabbit with the Frost Enchanted Scorpio.
Yep, and there goes the Lycan form coming out here. Rezout looking at that back row, already saying, I wonder. A Tsunami would kind of go crazy here.
What could this be? What could this be? The response here has to be pretty good. A Blizzard.
Ooh.
Coming down, non-chainable Tsunami. Whoa.
Oh, it was a Tsunami. Look at that. Hey, you know what? Dylan said, if you can do it, I can do it too. And here comes an Ambrosia, which, hey, big step to getting us back in this game. Getting back more Frost, actually.
She can keep getting away with it. I think that this is a constant trading and back and forth, clearing the board like this. I've only ever seen it done in Legend. We'll just say that. This board is still very strong, despite the fact that these are only two, 3 bodies. Rezout only has 1 card in hand to maybe deal with this back potentially. We've already seen Boombats, both of them go down. A Toxion here could be really strong, though.
I'm just saying, could you imagine if you had a 6 attacking Morfrost Chimera right now on board under this Mountains of Boreas? That'd be crazy.
Oh, reaching for 2. That's an Arclith if I've ever seen one. There's Unk.
Ooh, there it comes.
Oh, wow. With no back row to counter it off, this is going to be 4 damage into one of these Morfrost. The poor Snowball is on the Thunder side.
Yeah, this is going to be each ooch ouch territory for sure. There come the Thunder Spirit's going to be enchanting under that Arcalith.
Oh, wow. I think what's so funny is that in the last game, I did see quite a bit of baiting for this Arcalith, and now seeing it come down here, putting Dylan down to 1 spirit left. Ambrosia off the top Catarant would be probably the only thing you can do realistically here.
I mean, even with that, it's just like, what do you do against this Arcolith? The Nixamera is gone. Brumbling's Under Stadium is only a 5. There comes the Catarant. Okay, we're taking steps here. Slowly getting back into things. Moving into defense. That'll stop it a little bit.
That'll do it. This is a Jolton coming in here. That's going to be the last body that the Resout needs. 3 spirits left from Dylan. Is that going to be enough to contest a 4 body and this 6?
I think that might be all she wrote for Dylan, unfortunately. Especially with that back row set. 5 spirits on Res outside, and you could always pay for things off of that Arcolith. So, it's looking a little bit rough.
Last card in hand.
Catarant.
Looks to be a Catarant. I don't think that's going to be enough. And wow, we see Thunder take that with a shield in the back there. 2-0 against Nixamera.
Okay, well, huge GG's to Res out. I mean, Thunder has been one of those elements that it's just always been good, and it's never been bad. And that's still true. And yeah, I was rooting for Nixamera to be able to pop up a little bit, but dang it, Boom Bat! Oh, every time.
Absolutely. I think it's so interesting here too, because there is a strong argument to be made that that Thunder has never truly left us. I think for a long time, people thought to themselves, oh, I can just splash Thunder into everything. Spark, it's gone. We have Arcolith is limited. You know, the planet is leaving us. The Elestrals aren't contacting us. But that's okay, because you do really need more than 1 copy of Race anyways. That was insane. I'm happy to see, too, from the Nixamera side from Dylan G. We did see Nixamera do its thing, popping back row and going into the Fallen form. I'm so sorry to see your sheep go.
Yeah, pop off, Sheepy Queen, for like the brief, beautiful blip of time that you had, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's... I can't believe it. I think that I think on some level, I'm excited to see the Thunder still doing well as a Thundercaster myself, but Nixamera also really close and near and dear to my heart. The Frost Ascensions like that are a lot of fun.
And going on to round 6 here is what we're looking at. We are already a huge way through the day, and it's shaping up to be pretty interesting. A lot of the usual contenders, I think, that we've seen, as we've talked about quite a few times at this point, just a lot of these sort of good stuff piles, people going back to, oh, hey, this card is good. Oh, yeah, this card's good. and I think Thunder is one of the natural conclusions of that as well. So sticking with the theme of the day, I would say. Absolutely.
And I think as we are going into those later rounds, again, both these players at a 3-1 record. We have Thunder walking away as a 4-1 right now. That is top cut contention. That is easily something that you can say these players can still convert, even in a 5-2. Maybe you see even squeeze out in a tiebreaker. So I wouldn't be surprised if we happen to see any of these casters again, like we have seen before. So I think right now too, speaking of the top players, we have some top decks and top cards that we're looking at here from today's tournament with some data compiled here on the day for our August 2nd premiere. Look at the top 12 cards inside of the game right now for this premiere. I think we already know some of those answers. Some of our predictions, PK, are coming to fruition more than others.
Yeah. Hey, listen. And this is looking about right. Yeah. What I love about the fact that we have our data done this way is we have the top 12 cards, and here in a minute we'll look at the top 12 Elestrals, which will give us a little bit of a better idea of the decks that we're actually seeing. But of course, this is sort of a showcase of the staple cards of Elestrals here. Gorgon's Gaze, Shield of Achilles, Ambrosia. Those are cards that basically everyone, I mean, I'm shocked that there are people who don't have Ambrosia and Shield in their lists apparently today, but they tend to appear in most lists.
Yeah, despite the fact the Shield never resolves, players seemingly are continuing to gravitate towards it. What I love about this list, though, and oddly enough, it's the Hurricane. Hurricane is still there at the 1-of, despite the fact that it's limited. And we also see it rise back in Argo, which is also kind of funny considering that harkens back very much to, like you were saying previously, in the Moonrise meta.
I think that this is a result of probably the limiting of Hurricane. I think that they go hand in hand. Argo feels a little bit safer, but is it? Because we've seen it every game. So, I'm not sure.
Showing up right on time. Our Hurricane is never late, and our Hurricane is never early. Zeus here also coming in here, despite the fact that we've seen a lot of Wasp Ivy, we've seen a lot of the Earth and Fire artifact decks pop up. Zeus is still in the top percentage of cards here, even though it's a little bit lower than I think we've seen in cards previously, which I think is kind of surprising. Maybe the fact that might have to do with the fact that Demeter is a lot of everywhere, which you love to see it.
I mean, good for her. One day she may be on this list, but we're going to be looking here at the top 12 Elestrals. And I mean, we were talking a little bit about the emergence of Earth coming back just now. There's Viserys, both forms, making it onto this. Rabbit, as ever, still going to be the number one represented Elestral. But I mean, we have a few interesting ones here. I think that Smaltuga, which we've talked about a few times, being a direct result of the limiting of Kinleo, making an appearance on the top 12. Arcolith being there. I mean, we just saw him do his little thing in that last match.
I do think this is also really funny to see that we have, again, those two Viserys taking out the slot. I think it's unfair. Yeah, where's OG Volcaries here coming down? Where's OG Galaxy on this list? That seems like we need a little bit bump in there. The Smaltuga at the very back here for these top Elestrals being played, I do think also signifies is how much fire is being played and how much value Kinleo kind of gives. Smaltuga being one of the best ways to get into it, which I think is incredible. I love Smaltuga, one of my favorite Elestrals in this game. And all of these, I think, are kind of shaping out to be a very combat-focused format. I think comparatively to maybe formats previously, all of these Elestrals are heavy hitters and get a lot of value off of combat.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of conversation around Elestrals has been that it's a very reactive cards are good meta, and that's what pretty much every single one of these outside of the Searchers that's what basically all of them are. And we also have some deck analysis, which this is really interesting. Okay, Fire Artifacts, as we've been talking about, that's the most represented deck. That's the one that people have been able to play around with the most. I am surprised to see that Wind is second.
Wind being second is kind of interesting. It's the Wind aggro too. Maybe it's potentially compiling the Pantera list. Pantera is very well positioned inside of this meta. Again, we talk about those combat focused decks, and Pantera is the biggest body that is so hard to get over for so many decks. What I'm really surprised about, honestly, is the Thunder tempo. That's my big surprise from this format. Love me some Thunder, and we just saw Thunder put on a showcase. I did not expect it to be that high in representation for this event.
I mean, I think it was Cobalt who's been bringing Thunder for the past few events, and I think even with a starter deck did pretty well with it. So maybe people are just learning the good teachings of Zeus at this point and following suit.
Yeah, I also see BlueStacks and Cryovern aggro, which I'm assuming is like a Frost kind of mixed good pile deck coming in here on the back end. BlueStacks also, of course, historically did very well early inside of Firestorm. And seeing a couple casters bring it to today's event, I wouldn't doubt it's also potentially due to some Elestrals Clash, the online clients doing, enabling some of these practice plays, and you can play a lot of these cards directly inside of Clash as well, and that's a deck that you have full range and force in. I think it's a very cool little sight to see. I am curious to know if we'll see any of the BlueStacks convert, though. It's a very scary deck to be into Top Cut, meaning that you are effectively giving your entire run to chance. And we've seen that happen before. Josh Bean Soldier taking that deck to a win, a finish, putting it all on Blizz. So I'm curious.
I gotta say, my feelings are a little bit hurt. Bears were not even whispered about in the top deck court card representations. Come on! No. I feel like people are losing the faith in Bears, and that's okay.
It's very sad. I think everyone is they've played it a lot inside of Clash, one of those decks that you see all the time on ladder. Maybe they're just like, you know what? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of beating it inside of Clash. I don't want to beat it more in the Premier. That's really my read on that. And I'm so sorry for your girl Hestia.
Listen, I may recover someday, but it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, we've seen so much of it. I'm so tired. Yeah, are you also tired of laughter? Are you tired of joy? Do you also want to see fewer flowers in the world? Like, what's going on? It's okay. It's okay. Maybe next tournament people will look back at the bears. Maybe people can cook with bears a little bit more.
Yeah, here's hoping. We have one more week too, and maybe that's also true. The Bears are sleeping in hibernation for the next event, and that's also the hope that we can find here as players are refining their decks for Kisame and here in a couple months, and we also have the next premiere next week. So I think that's something to look forward to. If you are traveling and are looking to play inside of these different events, we have a couple premieres. One next week, August 9th. A lot of these players we'll see just today doing amazing in this tournament. Might also try to get the run back there if their run hasn't gone so great. September 13th for another opening premiere, right before Kisame gets some last minute practice, and then October 11th for our online webcam premieres.
And of course, we always have our casual events. If you have sort of fringe strategies that you're like, I don't know if I can take this to a whole premiere, we have casual events, and you can always do that. We have been running those on Clash, which is fun. You don't even have to have a webcam set up. You just have to have the will to do it, I suppose. And I personally, I keep saying that I'm going to do these, and I feel like now that it's on Clash, it makes it feel a little more accessible.
They're a lot of fun, and I really highly recommend it too. I know I'll probably be hopping in on Clash just to do a little bit of them. It's the client itself, again, I've been talking about how it's incredibly addictive, but outside of that too, I think that just in general, the casual events are a great time to sit with the community, to see what people are playing, to have a nice fun time, to learn new decks. It's partially what got me onto the Chronodile shenanigans with the Bubloon Champ of Aphrodite. So I feel like that was a pretty good environment to test those things in. So I recommend sign up for the casual tournaments if you can, and if you have the opportunity to. They're a lot of fun. And yeah, with Clash, it makes it even easier, way more than ever.
Which, speaking of that, no Bubloon. Have we even... new Bubloon. Everyone's so excited, I thought, and yet... Where is she?
Bubloon, Bub who, I think is kind of the question that we're asking.
Yeah.
Because I agree. I think there is a sizable amount of players that have been really excited for the new cards from Lifestream, as we've been seeing, so graciously revealed to us. And I maybe this is the case where this card is maybe going to see a lot more play then. I think that's maybe the other question is that the safe battle picks that we've been seeing from casters in the side of this tournament, a 2/1 stat maybe doesn't always float up to the top, but I'm hoping that we get to see some Bubloon enchant Aphrodite and Aphrodite into Lakagon. It's incredible. So I am sad to see that we did not get it inside of this premiere, but maybe in the next one.
Hey, maybe someday, and as more, hopefully, fingers crossed, champions of Aphrodite are revealed, come out, maybe the whole strategy will start to come together and people can start cooking on that. But in the meantime, I can't wait to see where Firestorm goes. I know I have my personal dreams, my little pet decks that I love. But it seems like Fire Artifacts is really the list that people are saying, oh, okay, this has the most potential, the most ability to kind of slide into other strategies and other decks and do interesting things with. But it has been fun.
I think it's been cool to see too. And this is going to be a back in my day, another gray hair to the arsenal. But I know Bo really kind of showcasing how Artifacts can really put on a showcase at Dallas. And then from there, before that, a 9th place finish, that who knows that could be. Then to Bo in Dallas, and then on to, I think it was Archaic Rage, even getting 2nd place at the first Firestorm premiere with the Fire Artifacts as well. It's this nice little snowball effect that we've seen players innovate upon. And so I'm really curious to know, what is the final form of this deck as we start to get into the later seasons of Firestorm? Is it this definitive list that's playing, the grass and fire combination? Are you playing back to solar with Heliolith? Does it really matter? Is it just Artifacts are just the way to go? Fire seems to be the primary revolve around, and whatever gets slapped in there is maybe the fit. Would love to see some Heliolith though. I think we've only seen that once so far.
Yeah, one Helios so far, but we will continue to see, hopefully, even as today develops. Which, on that note, we are going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, PK Cray will be back on the mic. Our professor will be taking a much needed break. So we will see you then.
Kay, I'm telling you, the game on Elestrals Clash was crazy. I had to evoke areas on the field. They were not expecting the Krakatuga into eruption. Blow up the Arcalith, blow up the Spirit Deck, a hit for 3 after Torch of Hestia. Elestrals Clash has me in my bag. I am out here.
No way.
I am spending my break in the utmost best fashion, burning for game. Let's get it.
Wait, PK, sorry, I don't know if you noticed, but we've actually gone live now. We are back on the air.
You guys want to hear about how I burnt my opponent for game? It was crazy, right? I had 2 eruptions in hand.
Welcome back.
Burn has become one of my favorite strategies in any fashion. It's so much fun in Elestrals. But yes, welcome back to the Elestrals Webcam Premier Tournament. It is PK Sparks. Welcome back with K Cray. That's right, PK Cray is on your screen once again. You got one more time. You're going to see this later on, so you better take us in while you can. But today we have round 6 coming up. We are nearing the echelon of players. The records are likely going to be 6-0 or 5-1, somewhere around 5-0, 4-1, somewhere around there. So we're going to be seeing a lot of just high octane play here. I love that my caster predictions got to show up and show out in that last match. I said Titanic Strike was my friend's pick, and sure enough, just because Hurricane is limited, Thunderstorm showed up. Was it now 4-1 in the tournament? Love seeing that, Kay.
You can't keep getting away with this. I mean, the fact that it's just like every cast is like, and another point to PK, and another point to PK. Oh, man. Meanwhile,
but don't count Galaxy. Don't count me for every Galaxy. Only if it's like a tempo pile, then I'll take that point. I'm just being real here. But I am proud in the Titanic Strike call. That was 4 minutes.
Both of those are represented in the top decks, which we were just looking at before. You do have that tempo pile. You have the thunder as well. So I think that you were spot on with those predictions.
We'll see. It's just, I use Galaxy to represent something different, but I'm down with it all the same. But right now, we're going to be getting into round 6 in just a little bit. If you guys haven't done so yet, you already know we're looking at what you're saying using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. I have it set up and scrolled, and I'm going to see what you guys are saying right now. Let's see what you guys have been talking about. The Elestrals team is tweeting out absolute fire posts right now. And apparently someone's using Rhinosect and Antitan? What?
Oh! Rhinosect and Antitan.
I'm just reading the hashtag about what people are talking about. So, hey, especially the people who are using tournament reports. I would love if you guys could include the hashtag as well. Because I want to see what your tournament experiences have been like. What are you encountering in this Webcam Premier Tournament that we're not seeing them? So by all means, feel free to let us know what you guys are experiencing using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. But these limited cards, like there's not even that many, but they are everywhere. What was it, Hurricane 3 times in that last game?
I mean, it's just, we keep seeing Hurricane. She's everywhere. We've seen Kinleo a bunch, which again, Smoltuga makes that a little easier to find. We've seen Lavalith. We've seen Arcalith. We saw
a lot of Lavalith. Arcalith was real scary, but seeing Thunder Pile, which I get in my call. Of course, we saw Arcalith show off there, so I'm glad to have seen it. Do you remember a while back when we had the Lith Pile was Arcalith and one Lavalith because it was limited, and it was just a Thunder Pile with that, and it was just going hard? I feel like there's still room for that sort of a build. Now, you can't really fit that with Moralith because Moralith kind of fits a different vibe, but I mean, Verdalith is there.
Verdalith is there. I think it was Dymax who was playing like a no stone unturned Lith list, which was kind of cool to see. And I mean, it's always Dymax who's doing it.
I've tried out No Stone Unturned. My idea is that No Stone Unturned can search Equilinks because you search Rummagem, cast out Rummagem, search out any 1-cost Earth, and that's Equilinks.
Yeah, hey,
No
just
Stone
you
Unturned
wait.
searches Equilinks. Equilinks is a golem. It is. I don't make the rules. Titanic Strike is also a golem. Titania Stalk. I meant Titania Stalk, not Titania Strike.
I was like, okay.
Titania Stalk is one. Which
You know,
let
I
me just
support
say,
you no matter what. But
I'm gonna put this out there into the ether. I want Neandersloth and Titania Stalk to be real.
okay.
Think of it with Hermes.
I know that Paleoth was a card that was included in, I believe it was one of the Cards HQ decks.
Paleoth is good. Yep.
Yeah,
it's not a bad card. It's a little more of like flexible, foamy. I just bit my tongue.
Oh no! He is so passionate about this topic that he is literally injuring himself. Are you
Seriously.
doing okay?
I should. I got a little bit of blood, but I'll live. Elestrals makes a card called First Blood. It's just me in pain. But yeah, they think of it with Hermes. And not to mention Neandersloth gets to like I think it's a 13 attacker. It's something massive that can rip 2 on destruction. I just want Neandersloth to be a thing. I think that Elestral's cool. So Hermes, please. Like, is there an Earth Wind build? Herboofin. It's all coming together. I don't know where the pieces are at, but it is there somewhere.
Hey, you know what? It's sometimes a little dangerous when we let you cook, but I'm always a fan of your cooking sessions when we're here. And speaking of cooking, this next round is about to be crazy. We have Bo, who is a name who I know that we are all familiar with, 5 top cuts, 2 championships, and Johnny, who is also not a stranger to Top Cut. This is bound to be an incredible game. I don't know if we're going into this 5-0 for both casters would be my guess. But yeah, Bo was talking to me yesterday about what she is playing, and I'm really excited to see this list in action. Yeah,
literally, I'm watching Kay pull Stellar Nemistar, right? And then Bo pops up in the chat and says, "Watch what I'm playing next tomorrow." And we're like, "What is it?" And they said what it was. I don't know how true it was. It might have just been bait, but we're gonna find out. We were told to keep our eye out for Bo's list. So Bo, the spotlight is yours, my friend. Let's see what you got. I'm excited to see what we should be watching out for. But Johnny, haven't had any experiences or any leads about what they may be playing. But we'll find out soon as as the producers get the event set up for you guys. So feel free to let us know now. Who are you guys predicting for? Are you predicting for Johnny? Are you predicting for Bo? Honestly, if you want to go with the only in IRL Elestrals champion, it's a safe bet. I think odds are plus 80 in Nell's favor. You know what I mean? It makes sense. But again, Johnny is no stranger to Top Cut. We have seen upsets before, and upsets have been won over Bo. So,
I mean, hey, both of these casters have earned their role today in this clash, and their records that they have going on cannot be disputed. And I don't think that we can count either of these casters out here. Bo, of course, with the craziest in-person buff I've ever seen. Like, I just don't think that she can be stopped at an in-person event. However, we are on webcam. So you know what, Johnny, this is your chance, okay?
There's no stadium buff for you today, Bo. Also, I want to bring attention to their play match because they are rather exclusive. We have Dallas Open Champion playmat versus the Moonrise Store Champion playmat. So 2 champions in their own right going out there. So I cannot wait to see what these 2 casters bring. We're in for a treat, Kay. I don't know how we got so lucky to cast a Bo match and a Johnny match, but I'm here for it.
Hey, you know what? I'm here with you, and I couldn't have asked for a better co-commentator to co-commentate this with. So I can't wait. And
it's gonna be exciting.
You know what? I literally, I don't know if you were on stream when I said this, but to Bo, I was like, send me that list. And you know what? Send it. They did.
They did?
Yeah. So I might know some secrets. I'm keeping it to myself. I'm just saying that this is about to be very exciting, and we are getting ready to get into round 6 right now. Bo versus Johnny. I'm not sure who's going first, but we will find out shortly.
Yeah, we'll just see who's moving their cards first. Let's see what's going on. But I am excited to see what Bo's list is. This is a champion caliber player who has been changing the game every time they bring some list. Let's see what Bo feels as though is worthy of the top cut in this webcam premier tournament. But look at the records. Both of these casters are 4-1, so they have tasted blood. The flex!
Yeah.
Oh, the flex!
The way that apparently Bo just always manages to open with that. Every single time.
Love that Bo actually plays the championship of Stravit. Not just keeping it in a case, not just like, it is in the deck being actively played, and I love it.
We have the 2 back row set from Johnny. Theoretically, neither of those, I'm going to say, are PTA. Otherwise, that would have been a quick activation. However, that's a card coming out from Johnny.
Right now, we have Johnny just playing their one. It is a Soylent. Yes, Soylent is going to be able to run over. So Bo has been here before. We know that Bo has brought Argo to the spotlight. Don't fall for this, Johnny. All right. Oh, look at even the championship and Strava being put up on stream. And it's Shield, not Argo. It's it's Argo's older cousin.
That did seem like it was a possibly televised Argo there, but Shield coming out, that means that we do have the possibility of that Sorlet coming back. But Aetheros coming out and hitting the field. We're going to be nexusing some water, folks. And here comes Poseidon.
The face down was not face down, but Poseidon is on the field, so we're going to be drawing cards. Do we have Bubloon? Is there Bubloon Aphrodite, champion of Aphrodite, in the list? I am here. I love being able to draw 2 for every card I nexus. And do you stop this? You have to stop it on the nexus though, because now this isn't what you want to stop.
No, the card drop, but you know what? We're also in a position for Galaxy to come out and make this a very scary Ass Rabbit if Johnny does not do something very soon. Oh, very true. Well, right now we are hitting for 4. Johnny immediately on the back foot after 2 turns, and that's a lot of. Is that Earth? I think I see Earth and 1 water. A lot of spirits being expected right now. I think that's what that is. And by the way, it's a card that we don't see very often. We did just see it in action. The Aetheros is a water card that, hey, you know what? As a Pisces, gotta love her. You nexus up to 2, and for each water card that is nexus, you get to draw. So that is what we just witnessed happening. And again, a card coming down from Johnny.
I believe that is Champion Sorla being put on the field. So going to contest the Aetheros, but it has to be vulnerable. And yes, the Gorgon's Gaze is going to be it, stopping the attack from that, protecting the Aetheros, allowing another Nexus, allowing another swing of drawing cards, and just giving Bo so much advantage.
Yeah, the 3 back row set from Johnny. I am interested as to, we didn't see anything activated that last turn. However, surely one of them's got to be real, but we are very much in the position to see possibly a Galaxy come down, make this the scariest Ass Rabbit in the world. Going to be, once again, activating Aetheros' effect, nexusing both water spirits back to the Poseidon, going to be drawing 2 unless there's a Gorgon's Gaze incoming. You got a little bit of a peek.
I don't think you do it, but I think you do turn on Johnny Tsunami, which I feel so confident is one of the face downs right now.
I do love Johnny Tsunami, and we are gonna be possibly coming out with, it is a whale, not the whale I thought. It's Champ Galaxy.
Yeah, not base Galaxy, but still really potent to turn the Strabit into a 5 attacker and the Soylent into a 3, but Gorgon's Gaze is going to stop that. So at this point, we're retreating to defense. The Aetheros, the Astrabit goes to defense, and hopefully Bo has another back row. If you've drawn 4 cards and have no back row, okay. You had to, right? You had to.
There's 1 back row. You're right. This is sort of a tricky situation because, as you know, we've seen Hurricane every single game so far today. So Bo might just be playing around what has been a hurricane-heavy day.
Yeah, Hurricane is a lot to worry about. Even though it's only one card in a 40, it's still just such a major play. But typically, if you know that one card can save you, there's no reason to set more than one. So, you play to the tempo of the game. Another Elestral is being cast out by Johnny. I feel like it's champion carry off, but I can't quite make it out right now. But Stola is threatening another attack likely into the galaxy, so hopefully the face down does protect it, and we're thinking about it. And we
it's
do
a tsunami. It looks like the thought was maybe, do I take this and pay off of the Poseidon? I think that was maybe the brief consideration there. But Bo deciding to leave that Poseidon fully loaded up here. And there goes the Aphoros, Johnny choosing to take that down. I guess this
that's a champ whale. That's a champ whale. So the effect was swapped. So the Soilet was still a 3/4 to Galaxy's ability to get over it. So they're able to stop the attack, but still able to get over the Aphoros. But a second Aphoros runs out, and now we just have a Nexus once again. And if we Nexus to the whale, we're Nexusing to the whale. We got 4 attacking a strap. This is an insane field right now. Bo is accruing so much advantage. This is the best Aphoros has ever looked, and I need this list. I have Hallows I want to play.
I have been waiting for Aphoros to get good, and she is shining today, and also showing another one of the advantages of Champ Whale there, the ability to reactivate the effect with a Nexus, with something like Aphoros. And this is really cool to see, this water list. We've all been waiting for water to shine, and I think she is. She's glistening right now.
I think it's great that you already knew what was going on. It's probably just you're probably like seeing it in action, like there's no way I could have figured this out. This is incredible. But this list is so exciting for me to experience for the first time. And I mean, I know that one of Johnny's face down is a tsunami. I just had that feeling and there's no opportunity to really use it right now, because when do you use it? Like everything is water enchanted.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are probably looking at a game 2 siding out of those tsunamis with a quickness, if I had to guess. But it looks like we're deliberating over what we actually want to do for this. Well, I don't know if we're even in battle step yet.
I mean, probably not. Oh, it looks like we are. We have a shield bouncing the 3-spirit galaxy. Now, that is a lot of value.
Yeah, that is a valuable shield. The effect, however, is still active, which means that... Oh, okay. So activating the tsunami off of the spirit on the whale, moving the Astrabbit into defense. Aphoros still in attack, but looks like unable to get over that Sorlet with its stats swapped.
I want to say I am proud to have called that tsunami, but I mean, it's still, even if you call it, what do you do? How do you play it? And Bo just had to play their strategy. So, we're here with the swiftness, and now Johnny is trying to just break this board that has been so thoroughly insulated. The hand is so thick with just advantage right now, and Johnny has a single pig that is quick to fall at the thought of any effort being expended. But we have another one. We have pigs in arms on the field as base Soilet does meet champion Soilet.
Me personally, I wish these pigs were in blankets, being nice and comfy, cozy, and warm. But instead, they're out here having to battle in these conditions. And you're so right. The biggest threat that Johnny is facing right now is this hand that Bo has made with this Aphoros, and the first Aphoros as well. Just drawing cards, getting advantage, getting every tool that they might need, including an Argo coming off, going to be paying off of that Poseidon and activating. We're going into the deck here to look for an artifact. 2 water are going to be enchanted.
Champion of Poseidon would be fantastic here, but we are going for Necklace of Harmonia.
So here comes that necklace. Previously, Bo has been able to masterfully get Necklace, get rid of it the next turn before having to pay the burn effect. But also sometimes they've been able to say, it's more valuable for me to have this +5 attacking Elestral, and I will take the burn. Interesting to see what they might do with it here.
I mean, I remember Bo making a huge play with Necklace of Harmonia and Earthquake to get Helios on the field. That was incredible. So I know that Bo knows how to manage spirits under an artifact. But we do have an Ambrosia healing them up to, I think, 7. We're going to count in just a little bit. But Necklace of Harmonia, I guess we're going to be nexusing off it. We are nexusing off of it onto a Strabit. Drawing, is that +8, +10?
Yeah, I think we've activated it. Yeah, like a bunch of times. And here comes the champ.
Galaxy is back again. Yeah. The amount of advantage in Bo's hand. Play how you want.
Are we scooping right now? Is this? I think this may just be a scoop from Johnny looking at this board that Bo has been constructing and this hand that has been just stacked with who knows what threat looming. I can't blame Johnny for deciding to concede there. Oh my God. Aetheros is a star.
Dog, that Aetheros shine. That's what I always imagined Aetheros was able to do. But Aetheros might be in his best bag in Firestorm format. Now that Water has so many new tools. I thought we were going to see Drataga. We didn't see Drataga. We just saw Strabit, Aetheros, and just advantage. That was an advantage engine. The spirits were on board, and that is peak Elestrals. That you reusing spirits for other effects, getting the most advantage out of them. But like the Argo off of the Poseidon after you were nexusing to and from it to get it to something else, and then suddenly going for the Argo and nexusing off of that, getting 2 more cards, then a Strabit, getting the initial advantage, and then just being a huge bank and target for the nexusing, and then getting more from the Galaxy. I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. That is my type of Elestrals. And man, did Bo find a list that has my eyes aware and my ears perked. I want to see more and I need to hear how to play it. Absolutely.
Yeah, this has been so fun to see. I mean, it's basically Bo has been able to activate Nectar of the Gods every single turn, for free. Not only free, but turning those spirits either into possible damage, possibly hitting the opponent for 2 extra spirits, possibly putting it back onto Poseidon to then, like you mentioned, pay for Argo, recycling those spirits. I am very excited to see Aetheros pop off the way that it did. And of course, Johnny over on the other side playing what seems to be a wind list. We saw piggies. We did see the whale as whale. But I mean, in the face of the deck or the hand and the board that Bo was constructing, not much that a little piggy can do.
Nah, I mean, that pig tried. It flailed its little feet and tail as hard as it could, but all it could do is squeal to its brothers. We are going into game 2. The spirits will be reset, and I'm assuming that Johnny S will be going first. And we have an expend to draw from Johnny. So let's see after that game how Johnny adjusts. As you said earlier, I'm pretty sure that Tsunami tied his way out of Johnny's deck real quick.
I mean, dude, Johnny was...
What?
Okay. So we are already starting off with that Champ Astrabbit again.
Champion. No, I guess it is a champion. What do you refer to this? Open Astrabbit? Because it's not a champion Astrabbit.
Yeah, the 1-of-1 gold Astrabbit champion of Bo.
Trophy Astrabbit. There you go. Trophy Astrabbit.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, we figured it out. But yeah, Trophy Astrabbit once again just magnetized the Bo's hand, getting the search for 1, getting the attack in for 1, and we're currently at 19-18. Johnny's on the play right now, and we have Nobby being cast out, making Astrabbit a 0. Will we? This has to be stopped, right?
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's best bet here is to start getting momentum. However, a tsunami happening is going to hamper that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Coming in, but we do have those 2 back row set for Johnny and Bo, not yet having started the engine. So hopefully Johnny can get something going before this gets too carried away.
Well, I mean, not too much is done, and now I'm sure Johnny knows I cannot let this sit, but, does the advantage... Oh, look, a foamy. Will we see this one resolve?
I've never seen it ever happen.
It's always been destroyed through some extraneous means, so let's see what happens, but foamy's going to try to attack into the Na'Vi. I imagine this will be saved. I imagine. But we'll see. Also, confirmation, this is Champion Astrabit, and the official term for Champions of cards is Astrabit - Champion of whoever. So,
okay, so
this is technically Champion Astrabit.
So listen, I got it right the first time.
You did. You did. It was my shorthanding that I was getting confused with, so I apologize for going against the official lore.
Astrabit Champion of Bow is kind of cute. I'm just saying.
That is Astrabit Champion of Bow, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, the way that rabbit has made an appearance every single time, okay?
All right, now we have a re-enchanted Na'Vi lowering the attack of both these Elestrals again, and it does destroy Champion Astrabit. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But it is going to allow the ascension into the Doppelganger. Now with 3 spirits underneath it, I imagine we're going to get a water enchantment underneath it, unless you have to cast it with a lunar.
Although that is leaving you vulnerable to regular base set Galaxy coming out. So we'll see about that. And there goes I think it's actually going to happen. There goes the foamy. Here comes the foamy effect. This is incredible.
Wow.
Getting
it
Mustation.
That's massive.
Mustation? There we go. Mustation.
Yeah, it's Mustation and Mustachian. That's how I've been saying it. Like mustache and then mustache, the emphasis is in a different spot.
Listen, I'm all for it.
I'm doing my best, but I love the naming convention all the same. 3 back row protecting the 3 spirit Doppelganger, and I believe that is all lunar on it as well. So no water on it.
You're probably wary of that Galaxy possibly coming out. Although what we aren't wary of is Hurricane. My word. We have 3 set for Johnny, and here comes. It is a Champ Galaxy coming out for Bo.
Yes, it is. That does make Mustachian a 6/1 attacker, not even needing to expend for its own cost. Man, Mustachian and Galaxy. Name a better duo.
I mean, again.
Ambrosia and Drataya.
Oh, R.I.P. It's okay.
No, it's not.
No.
Wow, Doppelganger acts 3 back row and none of them are useful right now?
I'm very confused about what the back row has been for Johnny over the course of these 2 games, honestly. I'm not positive what this could be, because if you're going to protect anything, surely it's the Doppelganger.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's a hard card to get out. That's constantly lowering attack. You protect it as much as you can, especially since you only have 1 in your deck. So if that's not worth protecting, that back row's not real. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it looks like I think that's another Champ Galaxy.
Yeah, these things are everywhere, aren't they?
Yep. And
a rune being played.
Thunderstorm, maybe?
It looks like it is going to be Thunderstorm, destroying the rune underneath Bo's Champ, or targeting it at least, I'm guessing. So we have a consideration here. We're trying to figure out what the best play is. And, I mean, is it a tsunami? If it is a tsunami, you don't do anything about it. Also, why would you Thunderstorm after the cast? I guess trying to bait out a PTA, maybe. Say, hey, if you want to PTA this or gaze it, that's fine. I'll get the other one. So
yeah, possibly. And there goes the Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay. So what was that? Targeted by the Thunderstorm? I guess we'll find out now. It might have been targeted by it, so just stopping the attack, allowing Bo to retain control, because now you can just expend the spirit with Mustachian and run over the Galaxy on the same.
Yeah, but here comes Zeus, which this is an interesting time to activate it with that Gorgon's Gaze having gone off.
Yeah. Oh, this is a Nexus play. We have Ultra Stars ready to go. Has to be, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that would make sense as to why a back row hasn't been activated. They were waiting for something to Nexus from and to for Alter. That might be a good call out there.
All right, well, we do have Poseidon with 2 spirits on it now being cast. And I believe that is Premier Pack Eddie being cast out to switch the... Are we going to switch the Galaxy? We are switching the Galaxy.
We are switching Galaxy, and the whale effect having been reactivated by the Nexus.
I think we're not. I think we're switching the Galaxy to defense. That way we can avoid Argo shenanigans.
That would make sense. But again, like if one of those was Argo, that would have gone on the Doppelganger.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Who knows? Okay, so I think that all along that in fact was a Zeus and there was no thunderstorm. And sometimes with webcam tournaments, it's a little hard to see. We appreciate you being patient with us.
We are doing our best with the pixels we are given.
Yes.
But all the same, looks like Johnny's Galaxy is going to go down. Shield is going to bounce Bo's Galaxy. Okay. And now we're going to be losing 1.
Why wasn't that shield activated to protect the Doppelganger? I'm genuinely, I mean, maybe it would have gone down either way, Johnny trying to save it for something else, but I'm really not sure here.
I believe in that situation, a single shield would not have been enough.
Okay.
So that's why they, decided to let it go and try to use the shield for another 1 point of interaction instead of make multiple. That's my guess. But all the same, it is just curious what the other 2 face downs are, because now 1 is real, so who knows? But this is Johnny's game. They made it 4-1 so far for a reason, so I'm sure their reasoning is sound. We're just here watching it all unfold and providing insight as we can. But Johnny is now mulling over the face downs, needing to get a body on board, needing a body to stick on board. That's been Johnny's problem this entire game and match, is just always being down in the Celestial advantage. But Earthquake on Mustachian is going to help out with that. Help for 2 spirits, just evening up this Celestial count just a little bit more as we run out.
Spectaris coming out here. That will be able to hit over that Eddie. Always remember, declare your Spectaris effect, folks.
Yes.
Make sure.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
That does clear it.
In attack step, I'm activating Spectaris effect. Otherwise, you're attacking with the fork.
And now Johnny finally looking at a clear board for the first time since the beginning of the game, honestly. And we still have that Zeus active. That is still an option. We still have those 2 back row. And 1 back row from Bo.
Well, Bo's trying to figure this out. We have 1 spirit onto the Poseidon, which does mean that Aethros can come alive and make it, at least get a draw 1 off of that. But do you really want to do that when you know you're going to be steering against a pseudo 5 attacker in Spectaris?
Yeah, and Aethros is one of those that it really shines when it's sort of part of a group, like a fish, and is able to, possibly. There we go. Here comes a Galaxy. Speaking of, reactivate a Galaxy with its effect, etc. kind of thing. But here we go. Going to be getting met with...
Oh, that's cute. Switching the stat, so we're switching it to its stronger stat and activating the effect, so that way does it become a 5?
Whale wave question mark?
Whale Spectaris. I'm sorry. Yeah. I need Skyhawk to give me a crash course in stat modification, because it befuddles me to this day, but I'm assuming it is going to be able to survive the attack, as here it is going to attack on Johnny's turn, threatening the destruction of the Galaxy.
So we know that it is the case that obviously all of the whale rulings or any ruling in Elestrals is the way that it is because stat swaps are always the final effect to be applied. Yes. And so usually in the chain of actions, even if something else happens, like the PTA, the effect of Galaxy, because it is a stat swap, happens after those things happen. So just to explain, my confusion is always where stat modifications apply after stats are swapped.
because it says it increases the attack, and Galaxy says it switches the stats. So I'm like, is it increasing the defense, or is it increasing the new attack stat? And that's where I always get tripped up at. But again, I will figure it out. It's okay.
I think my guess would be that the effect of Spectaris is applied first, making the attack a 5, and then the stat swap happens, switching that 5 to the defense. That would be my guess. But hey, we're on the mic.
How we can solve all this? We can just ban Galaxy and move on. But all the same, Atlantis, I had a feeling that Bo would be playing Atlantis. With this type of a list, it makes absolute sense. And now we have a 5 attacking Eddie, switching the Specters to an attack, 2 defense, but Poison Tipped Arrow is going to be meaning. So all 3 of those face down were real. I'm really boggled by the fact that Doppelganger wasn't protected.
However, I think we saw a Rise from the Depths and then this Galaxy coming out. So we have the special cast, and now this Galaxy is the normal cast coming out here. And we are going to be able to contest the Spectaris now. And it's another real back row here coming out.
Man, I am really struggling to understand Johnny's philosophy in this game.
I mean, we're still in the game. We
Absolutely
are very low on spirits here, but I mean, we're going to clear this board if we pay out the PTA for the Eddie at least. And then with the spirits that we have left, I mean, we've seen, I believe, 1 Ambrosia from Johnny. Could be nice to have another one.
Well, let's see how we deal with this 5 attacking Eddie, as we have a water going to. Was that an expend the draw? That might have been expend the draw.
I think that was the payout for the PTA.
Oh, the poison arrow. Okay.
Yeah. And now Pelaquarius coming out. Pelaquarius.
Yeah, I mean, no, this makes sense. This is really valuable. Searching out a Galaxy or searching out an Eddie, taking advantage of your opponent's stadium rune as well. Absolutely do this. And you get to hit him for 1. Not the worst position, but I mean, you want to set a back row. You don't want to need to use that back row.
No, especially not on 2 spirits. I mean, at this point, I think the biggest value is thinning the deck a little bit to maybe be able to hit another healing card to keep us in this game. But Bo going to be taking that 1 spirit of damage, and with Poseidon still active, with Atlantis still active, anything here is a threat. That is a big Galaxy coming out. Pelaquarius is immediately contested. But now what we're going to see is the other Galaxy coming out. Although
I think that might have been a concession. Yeah, I think at the end of the game, the Galaxy does come out. Johnny understanding like this is not an ideal situation. Those whales, like again, call Captain Ahab. We need to get these out of the ocean.
Yeah, whale. I mean, listen, they're trying to throw these arrows at them, but it's not doing anything. And so they're swimming around, running amok, uncontested. And we didn't even get to see it in this last game, but the Aphros is so cool and so exciting.
Yeah. I mean, the Air Force was doing a lot of the work, doing the absolute most. 2-4 body, pretty decent defensively, but the Nexusing is what really turns Bo's deck alive here. We didn't even get to see it, but we saw game 1. We know what it can do. I will not doubt its presence ever again. I wonder if there is a Trident of Poseidon in Bo's list. I know you know. Please don't share. The people are listening. But I wonder if there is a Trident of Poseidon in the list, because with how important Poseidon seemed to have been, absolutely you're going to want to have to play that. So by all means, I would love to know more about the list, but we may see more of it once Bo reaches top cut. It feels pretty good to be making top cut for Bo right now.
Yeah, we are reaching the end of the day. There's only 1 more round of Swiss remaining. And wow, I'm honestly really excited to have been able to see that list. I think that that's one of the most exciting ones that we've seen today. The other one that I'm going to call out from the day has got to be the Wasp Ivy. Those are the 2 that really just got my heart going and had me excited to play Elestrals. Yeah.
That was
Very cool.
Yeah, that was 5e list with utilizing the artifact function of Hephaestus to bring out the poison tunic to trigger it on command. That's another level. That's really cool. That's better than Argo. That's better than PTA just waiting and just using it for the sake of using it. Like, no, that's like having the hard ascension be so manually available. So nice. Big fan of that. Big fan of that one. I mean, we saw you got to cast Nixamera in the last round. It would not stick around for a turn. People respect it way too. I feel like that was a bad matchup though, because I mean, every time it got out, Boom Bat was right there. That's the one thing.
Listen, the effects, the can't be targeted by counters, can't be targeted by invoke. It's like, yeah, we're safe. Oh, Boom Bat. Oh,
exactly. Okay. That's how I feel about Centaur. 11-15, big dude, can't be hit by invokes. Yeah, well, I got everything else under the sun, so. Okay. Man, it is such an exciting time to be like the format is shaping out how I expected it to, where everyone is just trying different things. I did win with Titanic Strike as well, like Charles, let's say I called that one. But man, I love how people are out here experimenting. Bo's list was exciting to watch. I'm glad we got to witness that. Like those just draw 8, draw 10. Look like we're playing a game of Uno out here. Jeez. Fantastic play by both of them. But shout outs to Johnny as well. Absolutely stayed in the fight. Did not give up a single time. I do, and this is not critical of Johnny at all with this one, but I want to understand Johnny's philosophy regarding that, because I'm still stuck on the doppelganger. Now, I know that to stop a swap, but you're still a 4/5 with the attack being dropped, which maybe my inability to understand stat modifications has me misreading that situation entirely. Perfectly fair. But knowing that there was a PTA, knowing that there was, I think, 2 shields, or was it a shield and a gaze? But the back row was live. It was real.
Yeah.
And not protecting it does throw me off.
I mean, it might have been one of the situations where they would have had to PTA the whale and then only had a shield to answer the other thing. But yeah, I'm not totally sure, unfortunately, what happened there. But I mean, hey, I'm sure that there was a reason. There was the follow-up whale in hand, so it may have been a matter of I'd rather not spend these spirits right now because I know I have a follow-up answer to this kind of thing. But who's to say? Unfortunately, Bo is always cooking up something that people have no idea works at all, let alone is insane. And then you don't know until you're facing it, and then you just have to deal with it.
Yeah, it was a really exciting deck that I really just enjoyed seeing played by both of these casters. I really want to play Bo's list, but I also really want to play Bo's list in style. Do you mind if I open up some July Shattered Stars packs?
I would love for you to join me in the Stellar Poseidon Club. I think it's only a matter of time.
We're holding up the same thing. Just don't look too closely into it.
Yeah. If you squint, if we reduce the quality, chat, if you could all put it to 360p for us right now, that would be really great. If I
just become a Premier Webcam Tournament player, then...
Listen, I think you put it great. We all do the best with the pixels that we're given, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And fortunately for me, there is no better pixels than 4K, baby. Let's see what I can pull from my July Shattered Stars packs. I subscribed at the end of the month last month for this, so I was able to pull some. This month is... What is this month? It's not Cancer.
No, it's Leo. We have Hephaestus.
Leo, yes, with Celestial and Leonite being brought out there. So yes, I have those coming as well. But these just came, and I want to be like Kay. So look at my Leviathan sticker.
Oh, cutie. Okay. And by the way, hey, chat, if you're looking at this and you're like, man, I wish I could pull a Stellar Poseidon, these are still available on Shop Elestrals. So hop on there before they are sold out.
Yeah, absolutely. I did the exact same thing, and I am here now with these. But let's get some fancy pulls in. And can I get some stellar luck in chat, please? I really want to show up and show out as we start with the comments. We do have Sluggle, champion of Poseidon. Then Bubloon, hopefully we get to see this being played later on. It's still possible, but Bubloon, champion of Aphrodite.
My
followed up by this beautiful artwork of Tap-Off. I love this one. The Elestrals team has really been showing off with the artwork as exampled by Veritaqua right now. And the last common card is a new Elestral, Harpy, a 2/3 Elestral. The holo, reverse holo, is champion Sluggle. Love that. And the rare in the pack, Poseidon's Fury. Not
Does this count as a point for me?
Yes. You get a point every time I get a Poseidon. This is beautiful in person, actually. Like this.
I knew it.
Wow. This is actually beautiful in person.
Oh, isn't it stunning?
Yeah, absolutely. Like for real. Let me organize my desk a bit because we're going to get ourselves a stellar somehow, reverse stellar or otherwise. We're going to pull this off. But this thing, excuse me, got to watch the slang, Philly slang coming out.
Listen, hey, you know what you're aiming for, okay? All right, we're just.
Oh, okay. You're just big flexing. I got to catch up. All right. All right. So we know the common cards: Champion Poseidon, Champion Bubloon, Tap-Puff, Veritaqua, and Harpy. The reverse holo is another champion Sluggle, which goes to that playset, and the rare Tsunami High Tide. Look at that holo foiling. Like, this is insane. Love that. I think Tsunami High Tide is a really good card.
I have personally lost games to Tsunami High Tide, so
it can really hurt you if you're not prepared for it. And not being able to switch any two Elestrals and that the spirit enchantment cost, meaning you can search it with Snark. We have Sluggle, Bubloon, Tap-Puff, Veritaqua, Harpy, the reverse holo, Tap-Puff, and the rare in the pack. Hey, Mustachian, Constellation Rare. I love the Constellation Rares as well. This one looks really good. It's like a good contrast to the background and all that. You see that?
Yeah, that like pop of orange at the bottom there. That's gorgeous.
It's so good.
Okay, you've gotten a good like spread of polls so far.
I would agree. Yeah, we got a decent spread. I mean, I need Poseidon. Obviously, I'm trying to play in fashion like Bo, so I need my stained glass Poseidon. But the sticker, hey, Frog.
Hi, Froggy.
See more packs. I'm gonna let production let me know when I gotta stop, but otherwise I'm gonna keep on going because I like opening Elestrals. I haven't opened Elestrals.
Hey, this is like iPad baby content for me. I love watching pack openings.
Let's see. We have a Sluggle, Bubloon, Tap-Puff, Harpy, and Veritaqua. Veritaqua and Harpy. I'm organizing my cards. The reverse holo is Tap-Puff. All right, so
in the reverse stellar, there we go. Manifest.
Yeah, here's the reverse stellar. Hey, stained glass Poseidon.
Oh, look at my man. He's beautiful.
Look at him. He knows. I don't have to say what he knows, but you all know what he knows.
I know he knows.
I know he knows too. He knows. And that's what makes him dangerous. Bo know he knows.
Yep. Chat, let me know if you know that he knows. I gotta know if you know that he knows, and we know that we could do this forever.
We absolutely could. Why? But why? Harpy, the reverse holo is Tap-Puff. Wow, 3 Tap-Puffs in a row. And the holo, hey!
You need a little felt Leviathan.
Let's go. I love the felt artwork and the common one in the background. Look at that.
Cute.
Man, Elestrals holo foiling does go hard. This is pack number 6 of 7 bundles.
By the way, we have production in the chat here flexing all of their stellar pulls right in front of PK right now. So PK better pull something.
We'll see. I'm trying. I am pulling as hard as I can.
Hey, I believe in
First
you.
holo. Hey! Okay. All right, so we got Sluggle and Tap-Puff playsets. And
Monsoon.
Yo, this card is crazy. Glad to have the holo. I actually forgot it was in here. I actually forgot it was in here. So that is the end of the second bundle. I'm glad to know that chat knows that he knows that he knows.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, chat. The sticker for bundle number 3 is Sonic. Oh, this artwork is dope. Look at him.
That is kind of giving me like boom bat trauma flashbacks a little bit.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. You feel the pain that any Nixon mirror feels.
I do. We're connected.
You have a bad nightmare. It's like a Nixon mirror was destroyed somewhere.
The boom that echoed through my heart for the rest of time.
Dang, that's actually crazy. Tap Vera Takwa, Harpy, and the rare in the pack. I'm sorry, reverse hollow. Hey, Vera Takwa, we on a new reverse hollow playsets, and the rare Tsunami.
Okay, we got Tsunami High Tide.
Tsunami. I think I got one of each main pool. I got Monsoon, 2 Tsunamis, 1 Poseidon's Fury, Mustachian, and Poseidon. And I got Leviathan. So yeah.
And the Leviathan, yeah.
Apparently there are still 10 Stellar Majesties pulling. I'm assuming that's Champ Majesty. So I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be as lucky as to pull in X of 10. I would never hold my heart for that. Hey, Sluggo, we consistent in the rare in the pack. Another Leviathan.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I mean, I love my hollow spirits. Not mad about that. But yeah, I would never hold my heart out for it. Like I always hope for it, but you know, that hope is held close to the chest. It's one of those things where like it doesn't hurt as bad if you don't speak it.
Yeah. Hey, surely we'll all pull X of 10s someday.
Everyone will. We'll all get special, right? Reverse hollow. Another Sluggle. Wow.
Okay.
This thing clearly loves me. And the rare in the pack. Monsoon. Ooh. I want to play set. Give me that play set.
Oh, is that your third?
That's my second. That's the end of my third bundle. We have 4 more to go. So we're hoping to get something amazing in here. We're over that reverse stellar. But
I feel like I'm manifesting your Sluggles by having this one be the like angel over my shoulder here.
Hey, Comagma, Hellmelt is waiting for you. Hellmelt's like, oh, I'm coming, Comagma.
Comagma, we all had to remember you thanks to Cobalt.
I love Comagma. I just can't do anything with it, but I've definitely tried. More Shadow Stars packs available on shopelectuals.com. Tapa, Vera Takwa, Harpy, and the rare pack. Harpy! We got a new reverse hollow now on deck. Love to see that. Let me just put that and organize it on my desk. And the rare in the pack. Another Tsunami. We have a playset of Tsunami now.
Yeah, it's almost like Tsunami Mommy is here in the room with us right now.
Tsunami Mommy is influencing my pulls, absolutely. I need Poseidon's Fury, though. So let me just get this Fury real quick. Let me get angry. All right?
Yeah, there you go.
If you know, you know. Harpy, the reverse hollow is Blue, new reverse hollow. And the rare in the pack is Leviathan. Wow, I'm getting a lot of Leviathan. All right. I have one more pack in this bundle, and then we'll save the rest for another time in the stream.
Okay.
That'll be, 3 bundles left? Yes. So I would like to pull my second stained glass Poseidon. That's what I want. Like, if you want to make me happy, give me another stained glass Poseidon. Harpy, the reverse hollow is... All right, I'll take that. We're getting our play sets, and the rare in the pack is Monsoon of Uwu.
Hey, that's your playset of Monsoon.
That is my playset of Monsoon. However, unfortunately, I only still have 1 Poseidon, 1 Mustachian, and 1 Poseidon's Fury. So hopefully these last 3 bundles, 9 packs, will have them for me. But we'll have to check that out another time, because it is now time for me to body K in another round of Who's That Elestral.
Hey, listen. Whoa, hey,
What's going on? I'm confused.
Listen, I haven't been as quick with it today. They're not coming to me, but maybe this round will be better. I've woken up a little bit more.
I will try alongside you. I hold no breath, but I will. Like after what Swole did to me, my confidence is a little shaken. But if you guys have got yourself some Shadow Stars as well and want to share your polls, I would love to see you do so using the hashtag #PlayAlestrals on socials. Because I will be jealous, but I still want to be happy for you. So just go on to share your hype polls. Let the community be excited for you and your good luck. But all right, we have our producer setting up Who's That Elestral, and in the meantime, Kay?
Yes.
This Elestral has 3 attack.
Okay. This
Guess what it is? Guess what it is?
That's my hint. I don't even get to know, like,
No.
spirit.
Nope.
No.
Just guess a 3 attack Elestral.
Guess a 3 attack Elestral. I don't know. Is Tectaurus a 3 attack or is it a 4?
It is a 2.
It's a
3 attack when it gets its effect, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it's 3 going to 4. I'll actually let you know. Tectaurus is... Oh, it is a 3 attacker. It's a 3 attacker.
Okay, listen. That's my guess. Tectaurus.
All right, no. But unfortunately, we'll have to save that game for another time. But I did have a guess. But Who's That Elestral is set up and ready to go.
Okay.
Let's find out. Hey, oh, she's actually moving the mic out of the way. That's cool. Oh, she's pushing the hair back. Hold up. I'm not ready. Oh, she's no longer talking. Why does no one like to talk whenever Who's That Elestral pops up? Everyone gets so serious and moved in.
I'm
Like,
locked in.
We can yap. We can talk. It's
Hey,
a
you
hit
know
that
what?
goes.
I can keep yapping. I'm not going to miss. This is the final game of Who's That Elestral that we're going to be playing today on stream. This is serious.
Maybe it depends on how long the rounds are, but this is our first round. Oh,
It's true.
Who's that? So we're basically playing for second place here.
Whoa. Okay. It's
All
time.
right, how about this? We're playing for whoever gets to challenge Swole again. That's what it is. Swole's the
I
base
don't
time.
want to play with him anymore.
Hopperoo!
Hopper, dang it.
I cannot wait for Hopperoo, dude.
knew
You
it
don't
was a new
understand. This Celestial is going to be so good. I cannot wait. Hopperoo is a cool Celestial. Man, also, kudos to the designers for making something that clearly looks like Lumaroo, but it's not. Like, I'm just like, oh wait, no, not Lumaroo, Hopperoo.
Okay.
It was the ears, the little antenna thing. I'm just like,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
Love that. Infostix?
Infornax is what.
I think it's
That's not what-
Infostix.
It's Infrix.
It might be Infrix. It's
Infrix
one of them.
Champion of Hestia is what it is.
Is it?
I
Let's
think
wait for the reveal. It's either Infostix or Infrix, so let's... Which one are you going for? Oh, okay,
I'm
so you
going
have to make a guess.
Infrix.
I'm going Infostix.
Oh, you're right. Dang it.
Infostix. No, Infrix was really good, really close as well. Like I see it. I want an Infrix archetype. I think the idea of Infrix is really cool, and I want more Infrix.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love it. All right, so fun fact: one of my favorite mythological creatures is a phoenix. Infrix is a phoenix. I want to use a phoenix in Elestrals. Please let me use a phoenix archetype. I will do everything. Oh,
Crocodile!
That's the stellar artwork. Love that.
Who got that one? Who
Look
got
at that dude.
one?
That's me. That was me.
I feel like that was me.
Nah.
He got that
What?
for sure.
No, she did not.
Yes, I did.
I disagree. Producer? This is wow. Big production scandal. That's crazy. Unreal.
Hey, I said that immediately.
You said, oh.
Now we're just rewriting the narrative. That was quick.
Sonic
Oh.
one?
No. It's
This one.
Is that what's the evolved form of Quackle? Is that him? Is
Not
that
Imperial.
You don't think the ascended form?
This one's getting me, Alaka. Like, I see it, but I don't. Like, I can't get my head out of Sonic Core.
Someone said Lotagon. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that because I have no idea.
Wow, using the chat, cheating.
Found a friend. Excuse me,
No.
Lotagon.
No.
We don't have to give that to me.
No. There is no phone or friend and who's that Elestrals.
God forbid a girlie use her resources.
Yeah, not in this one. Your resources is your brain.
A girly read.
Man, that's the new artwork though. That's why I didn't recognize that one. I cannot wait for that.
Mm-hmm.
Can we bring back base Strataya for that, please?
Oh, Nick
Chimera.
Risen.
Morphos Chimera form.
Fudge.
Morphos Chimera form.
You're right.
Is that correct? There we go. Ooh, yo, I am a fan of the new cards being used for Who's That Elestrals. I see you, director, producer.
Listen.
I am aware of your situation. This is a good
Hey,
one.
we had the Hopper. We had
Not
the
good.
new Latagon.
There was another Elestral that one realized that one resembled that I can't think of. I'm like, wait, it's almost that. No, it's Chimera form. I said Chimera. I'm like, no, it's Morphos Chimera form.
No, you're right. You got that one. I thought it was Risen form. Listen, anything that is built
that's
like
exactly what I
that,
thought it was.
anything that is built like that, it looks. I keep thinking, Sprouter?
I think it is
New
Sprouter.
champion of Dionysus?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
I think it's Sprouter champion.
Yeah!
Woo! The
That's
stellar
the stellar
Sprouter.
artwork, right? That you can
Yeah.
get for pre-order and live stream.
Yeah, you
Like
can
that
get.
one, I gotta get that one. That was good.
You get 1 for pre-orders of $50 USD or more, 2 for $100 USD or more, and 3 for $150 USD or more.
So buy a new deck box and a box of live stream. There you go. But yeah, that's the I like it's like a streamlined version, like, cause the other spotter looked chunky, right? Like no disrespect.
Just had grapes.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it, but like this one seems like athletic.
Listen, not you shaming for
I'm the last one to shame. I'm just saying. Spectress?
It kind
Champion
of,
of Artemis?
it kind of looks like a one of the mantises, but I have no idea. I don't know this art.
This one is. I'm spinning the Rolodex trying to figure out what it could be. I feel like it's a lunar one.
Oh, I think that I already read the chat, so I can't say.
Is it a Gloombat or a Glimbat? No, Gloombat. Yeah, I'm gonna guess Gloombat because like the Spectre antenna. Is it a Gloombat?
Glimbat.
Is that Glimbat? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the feet.
Yeah.
This is
The amount
so-
of times this is the poor butt over again, because now we were looking at the
it's
antennas.
Snowman butt all over
We were
again.
staring at this poor man's feet.
I thought the feet was like spooky antennas. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's Gloombat, but no.
Hey, whoa. Pardon us.
That one got me. That one got me. What art is that? I don't recall seeing that one.
I think that is the new one. which many people are saying I should know.
Tournament Pack Season 3. Oh, that explains it.
Oh, okay.
Got it. I'm gonna guess this is a new Elestral, but
we got. I mean, is
it's
it
not
Babloon? Champion of Aphrodite?
It's not Babloon.
It can't be.
It's water. It's absolutely water. It's not Aetheros.
Oh, is it Cyanectar?
Is this Cyanectar?
No.
It's Stellar Cyanectar. Wait. I have it!
You literally pulled the card?
I can't hear you. I took my headsets out for that one.
Oh man.
What'd you say?
I said you've pulled the card and you still didn't know.
It's in my deck box. I use it.
Okay, all right. We got one more.
You want to know why? It's reversed on the screen. Like in here, it's like, look at the direction. It's different. So I got bodied by the director.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, producer. You set me up for failure. I don't even know what our points are.
Listen, he's been really trying to trip us up on these.
Yeah, honestly, I appreciate it. Going up and going out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what this one is. Last one, I'm saying is for all the marbles and the ball of jacks.
Okay. Wait, who's winning? First, before we agree to that, who's winning right now?
I have no idea. This one's for all the marbles.
Okay.
This one's for all the marbles, and it's gonna be a Centaur. Foamy? Who has a wand?
Is it Foamy Champion of Aphrodite? Is it? Oh wait, Foamy Champion of Aphrodite? Foamy Champion of Aphrodite? Is this a reveal?
This is not a Foamy.
No way! No, I think that's my guess. This is a reveal. It's a new card, and it's Foamy Champion of Aphrodite.
There's no way.
Those are hearts. All of the Aphrodite art has hearts. That's what I'm saying.
I'm holding my breath on that one. All right, well, in the meantime, I'm trying to think of who has...
I'm thinking because we haven't gotten it revealed, I'm not right.
I mean, Foamy Champion of Poseidon? Because it has the trident?
Oh, you're probably right. Dang it. Oh.
I'm going to guess Foamy Champion of Poseidon. It looks like a Foamy. I see the wild, but I do see the hearts. It's a Foamy. It's a Foamy. Whatever Foamy it may be.
It's Foamy. I think you're right maybe about the trident, but they do look like hearts to me. I think this is a new card.
Is it Smokey?
Oh wait, Smokey Champion of
Hephaestus, maybe? Champion of Hestia? It is a Foamy Champion of who? Foamy Champion of who? Who is this a champion of?
Oh,
is this Trident of Poseidon?
I mean, it's gotta be Poseidon with the trident, right?
I need to know this. Time will tell.
Okay, so it looks like none of us are getting a clear answer on this. Chat, you gotta let us know what do you think? What do you think this is a champion Foamy? Chat, let us know what you think this is a champion of. Is it champion of Poseidon? This is unbelievable that we don't get the full answer, by the way. Or do you think it's a champion of Aphrodite?
Like the trident could be Poseidon, but the smokes, the clouds are in the shape, kind of a shape of a heart.
Listen, this means that we're not going to know who wins this until they decide to tell us what this card is, because this was for all the marbles.
Oh no, the marbles are just in the ether now. Why would you leave the marbles and the jack and balls in the ether?
I'm not sure about any of those things, to be honest.
Well, you know, jack, like the little balls you bouncing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You skip the jacks. Okay, I guess the ultimate debate there is, are the little foams, are those hearts, and therefore that's champion of Aphrodite? Or is that trident indicative of that being champion of Poseidon? And also, what does it do? Will this foamy actually resolve? Who knows?
Wow. I want to say, pats to back for us. We knew it was a foamy. We both said foamy, and then we're like, wait, but this artwork, what is this? So I think we're both right in guessing it could be a champion of Poseidon because of the trident, or Aphrodite with it being new and in the heart shape and whatnot. But as you said,
kind of like pink hue of the like everything. I don't know. I think it could be right.
We will see. We'll see. Man, that is a cliffhanger to do that on. Rude.
I know. I'm gonna just be sitting here for the rest of time until we find out about.
I'm gonna be on YouTube, just looking at the VOD, just like, all right. So what is this? Who could this be? I love the chat though, just popping off with the guesses right now, because no one there is aware as well. Like foamy with the staff. Hey, let us know your guesses on socials using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. But the fact that we just got a new art reveal and a new support for something out there during Who's at Elestral, I'm never looking at this game the same again. We went from having fun to now being used for propaganda and promotion. How dare you? By the way, don't forget to pre-order live stream on shopelestrals.com.
Yeah. The promo sprouter that we just saw, the Stellar Sprouter, available while supplies last. Thank you.
I thought you meant promo sprouter, like Sprouter was doing promotion.
Yeah,
but yeah, we also saw that one. That was great. Yo, give it up for the producer. But yeah, please let us know what you guys think. And apparently you want to know what you think the new foamy does. I'm going to guess not resolve.
Yeah. Okay. Multiple questions here that we need you to take to social media. We need you to use hashtag #PlayElestrals. First question: what does it do? Does it resolve? Those are the two answers that they're the burning questions that we need your answers to. And apparently, listen.
Foamy champion of Aphrodite. So we know if it is, no, you guess for Aphrodite, I'm gonna guess for Poseidon. If it is Poseidon, it's going to be a nexus of somehow, like maybe an enchant and nexus. Like, think of it like this. When it's destroyed, you put a water from your spirit deck or underworld on the field, and then you can nexus it somewhere. So you're getting two receive effects going off. That'd be kind of crazy.
Okay, or maybe it like ascends into its next form specifically.
Does foamy have an ascension? Oh, is it Capricorn?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. So maybe it's like a specific ascension. We're already seeing some fun ideas in the chat. Be sure, hey, you want to immortalize these, because if you're right,
you'll get a pat on the back.
Yeah,
you get internet high five.
A little tweet.
a good job, thumbs up. But
bragging rights.
The Aphrodite. I was going to say that if it is Aphrodite, then the idea would be like, if it's destroyed, you can float into two of something of the same name. That seems to be Aphrodite's thing, is just, keeping pairs together. Or maybe a name that's already on the field.
Mm-hmm. Although, historically, when we've had new champ forms, it hasn't necessarily had much to do with the previous, like, base form. So who knows if it will be something that floats, although I feel like because that's inherent to its design, maybe something with floating makes sense. I don't know.
I can see that, but I think after this, we are going to take a quick break. I will be right back with Swole as we move into the final round of Swiss. So, Bestie, can I have an internet high five on a job well done? There we go. There we go. Good game to you and good game to the producers. I look forward to seeing your predictions on the champion foamy or using hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. But we're going to take a quick break. So go get some water, go get some snacks in 1 minute. We'll be right back with round 7. So Swole, what does Foamy, champion of Aphrodite, do?
All right, excuse me for one sec. I'm got a little bit of a sweet tooth. I'm enjoying some fudge between rounds. I heard a time will tell on that, but I am really curious to see. That's some new art. I was freaking out on multiple explicitism on my side. Luckily, I was muted, but I can't wait to see. We have seen Champion Caprigal though, which I know is the ascension form of Foamy. So I have to imagine has some sort of synergy. I like the idea of the adding multiple copies or potentially being able to float into other things. Titled Foamy is also super scary.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a huge fan of that. Well, I'm a huge fan, but like it's going to be crazy. I cannot wait to see what the effect is going to be. And remember that you can tell us what your guesses are on Foamy, champion of Aphrodite, on socials using hashtag #PlayElestrals. I refuse to concede that game because it was for all the marbles and the jack and balls. So I will not. I will not.
Champ of Aphrodite, did I hear that right? I like the mashing of the two.
I'm just trying to figure something out.
It's a good reveal. No, I like it quite a bit. I think that was so cool. You know, I heard that as we're getting closer to live stream, the Elestrals Classic, you know, hiding leaks and hiding certain cards in plain sight, super fun. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, again, no one knew about Pandora's box, and then suddenly they're like, oh wait, carry-off was there the entire time.
Legitimately.
Like we just didn't know what it was, but I think that's great. I love the little teas they do. So just be aware of all things Elestrals going forward. You never know where the next secret might pop up at. It might just be Dan's Twitter at this point. Who knows? But all the same, we are moving forward into round 7, and I cannot wait to see what will happen. We have seen so many exciting matchups. Like Bo, Swole, I don't know if you saw Bo's list, but talk about everything regarding Poseidon. That Aetheros drawing 10 or 12 in a game, the advantage was unreal.
Insane, by the way. I love how Bo continuously decides to break this game in the craziest way possible. Again, going from Voldusk and the crazy, like a bunch of elemental lists we saw at Atlanta, and then into this with Aetheros. I've only seen Aetheros used to effect one time, and it was for like a mono water challenge that Bean Soldier was running for Clash dailies, like the Clash achievements. And meanwhile, Bo's like, I'm gonna get those achievements in real life. I think that'd be a cool idea to do.
Bo's the only one with IRL achievements thanks to winning both opens. So yeah, it makes sense that they would speedrun that with Aetheros.
Absolutely. No, shout out to Bo too. That was crazy. What I love about the Poseidon tech too, especially in a deck like that, is that not only are you utilizing OG Galaxy to swap all the effectively low attack stat, high defense stats of the Water Elestrals, you're also using Poseidon for healing with your Togwell. You're also using it for like prompting the champion Galaxy without actually having to use your normal cast. Very skilled play, and Water is resilient to so many counter runes.
Yeah, that normal action is so valuable, and just Poseidon we didn't even actually see the nexus from Poseidon onto Galaxy, but it was possible. Like the entire time, it was a threat and something that had to be considered. But instead, it was like, no, I'm just going to keep building wide. Here's my Aetheros, here's my Mustachian. Oh, I got that off of Foamy, by the way. It actually resolved. Of course, the open champion resolves Foamy. Shocker. Just fantastic play by Bo. Johnny absolutely did the best they could, but I mean, what do you do when your opponent is drawing 12 extra cards than you?
Yeah, well, and I think at this point too, especially if you're Johnny going into this matchup against a previous champion, you can feel pretty good that you've made it, not only won this far with the record that you have, but then also too that you're bringing it down close. You know, these tempo strategies and water tempo more straightforward. These matchups are known quantities for these players, and so you are just trying to do your best and try to play to the best of your ability with these cards that ultimately are very powerful, I think, from both ends too. That could have gone either way. I think it's kind of a testament to Bo's skill legitimately.
Well, we are exciting. I'm glad to say that we are going to be witnessing the best of the best this tournament has to offer for our round 7 matchup. We have Justin T versus Rybot. And both of these players are the last remaining 6-0 players in the tournament. So while we will likely be seeing both of them in Top Cut, one of them is going into Top Cut with an undefeated record. And honestly, this might be the time to take the L, because historically, when you go into Top Cut undefeated, you're done in the first round.
I was talking about this earlier on what decks I think could be seen and to be played, and I think that it's really cool to see this matchup that we have upcoming here. It's so hard for me to be non-biased here. I've been playing with Rybot for a long time, met him in person in California, and then again inside of Dallas. Love kind of playing with him a little bit on spiders. I think a previous spider aficionado, kind of branching out a little bit, which is really cool. And then Justin, obviously, I credit Justin with my second championship win with the Arcolith technology, like going late nights, being like, I think Arcolith might be a good card. And with 2 championships under their own belt, Justin is a force to be reckoned with. But Rybot's no slouch either. 2 top cuts, and also I know is part of the infamous Penthouse crew. So very experienced players that we're about to witness for the to see who comes out undefeated in this round 7.
I'm not gonna say it. Penthouse, I want to talk with you. Penthouse! All the same, though, looks like our casters are getting ready to prepare for round 1. We do have a Dallas Open top cut playmat being played on screen as well, so cannot wait for you guys to see that. The Stellar Pantera playmat, such a unique piece of Elestrals history. Cannot wait to see the playmats that we're going to be giving out for top 16 at Kissimmee. If you guys haven't done so yet, register for Kissimmee. I would love to see you there, whether on the screen or in person. We'll find out for me. But go through, go register, be there. It's like Florida in October is a pretty good place to be. It's beautiful weather.
At prime time, let's see. I'll be enjoying the scenery, maybe a little bit of time hopping on some Elestrals. I'll try not to play too much of it on the flight there or on the flight back. I promise that now. I'll try to be a little more respectful. But
hey, when Clash gets on mobile, we playing it anywhere. You know what I mean?
If I'm running late, just know the 30,000 feet in the air doesn't stop me.
Not at all.
This matchup here, I think, is really, really cool to see. I love getting to see skilled players play this game. Elestrals oftentimes is this game of inches, and as we're kind of going into this next round here, ready to go, I'm so curious to see what kind of technical plays and what sort of like interactions we're going to see from both these players.
You love seeing skilled people play this game. Is that why you never watch my games?
No, the PK Clash streams are my favorite streams. Have you done any?
I will soon.
That's maybe why I haven't shown up. That's no other reason.
Round 7, 2 undefeated casters are on your screen. Justin T versus Rybot. Justin on the play. Let's get into it.
Yeah, this is such a good time to hop on Elestrals. So cool to see them undefeated. Those are stained glass spirits. I know Justin's very fond of. Rabbit's Effect's gonna go off here. Tried and true. Look at top 3. Pick one out. That Dallas top 16 is bringing back some memories, though. Holy.
Yeah, I'm sure you have one right in front of you, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's funny.
You the Astrabit too, so I mean, you probably have that one in front of you.
Oh yeah, we got both on the ready. I haven't played on the Pantera one in quite some time. Last time I played was against Ari in one of the premieres. I was rocking up with Pantera, and I was like, you know what, I'll do it too.
I was like that. We do have the Astrabit and a set 1. Typical opening play for Elestrals is setting pace, getting your pace slap in, as it were.
Yeah, I don't think that Justin wants to play into even the random one of Hurricane here, as Rybot's going to go for a Water Spirit down for a Galaxy, old school Galaxy.
Okay.
Oh no, that's the Stellar Champ Poseidon Galaxy. My mistake.
Well, it's still base set Galaxy in effect, but yes, this is the Stellar base set Galaxy right there. So this could be a 5 attacker, not bad. Wait a minute.
That's a large play there. No, that is the Champ Poseidon Stellar Promo Galaxy. Guess that Elestrals round 7 coming in here. We have Astrabit going down to that swap effect. Justin letting that go, potentially signaling maybe a tsunami in the back row as a Viscerus hits the board.
I'm trying to remember where Champ Galaxy Stellar even was released at.
It's a promo, from my understanding, along with the Fulgaris, the Champ.
I need to get that.
It looks beautiful.
It does.
It's crazy how good the Stellar is.
That's a beautiful shrimp, and I'm allergic. Viscerus just teasing the attack into it, and Shield of Achilles is going to return into the hand. But I love that the stained glass artwork is the choice for Justin. And if you have to deal with your Viscerus missing an attack, it being bounced is probably the best way to go.
Yeah, that Viscerus can come down next turn to threaten effectively anything here. Rybot's Galaxy Champ only being a 2/5 is kind of what we were talking about previously. It's going to do a lot of 1 damage. And then it's the OG Galaxy. Double trouble. Whale. We have come to this conclusion again. 5 2s have entered the scene.
I did not imagine that this meta would devolve so much after a ban list to running both whales. Captain Ahab is rolling in his grave.
That's what I'm saying. Call me Ishmael, and let's see if we can take down these two insane bodies. The idea too,
Ishmael, the best thing you can run here is a poison-tipped arrow. So says Trish anyway.
There's an earthquake coming down that's going to take care of OG, and then also allowing the Viscerus to now contest the regular. This is such a hard position, though, if you're Justin, because you wanted to save that earthquake for something maybe a little bit more enticing. But if this Viscerus can connect, that's going to put him very far ahead.
I was trying to be thematic with the play, but just going in anyway. But Argo is going to protect the champion Galaxy. So we have, I believe that's 2 solar spirits being spent there.
That's right.
And we're going. So I wonder what we're going to be going for. It has to be a Necklace of Harmonia, right? Yeah.
Necklace of Harmonia on here is going to be able to allow the whale to destroy this Viscerus. Argo making its big comeback. I think Kay mentioned earlier that because Hurricane is just less frequent inside of the meta, Argo is very scary. And I think on a whale too, that you set sail for pain here. I think this Viscerus is not feeling too great, especially after getting shielded.
No, especially after getting shielded, it's like, you're trying again, but now you're being destroyed for your trouble. But the good news is that only one actual Elestral was destroyed by Justice. So whatever may be in the hand is still ready to be cast out and deal with this upcoming board. As Sluggle, Sluggle is going to be cast out, healing 3 from the Underworld, 3 water specifically.
I love this artwork. This is the artist collection Sluggle. Yes. That's so beautiful. I love using it as a one of, and maybe we see that Rybot's on the similar water strategy to Bo, Tekken, and Argo, but this is going to allow Rybot to heal back 3, potentially also help kind of insulate the damage from this Necklace of Harmonia as a PTA. Hey, you mentioned that come down.
PTA could have sniped out the whale, but said, I'm going to save it for the slug because this one is dosed, and not only in poison, but salt as well. Kind of potent if you think about it.
Justin's definitely going to eat up that Escar go, as we're going to Escar go to the battle phase here, swing for 1 and potentially take 2 from Rybot. Have you seen that judge map, by the way? The one
no,
with
not even 2. Remember, the Sluggle was only a 2 attacker, right?
Oh, correct. That's right. Yeah.
So it's not able to do any damage even with the spirit on board. And now Rybot has to spend 2 spirits thanks to Necklace of Harmonia. So overall, not a terrible spot for Justin. But, wants to build back to this board, or at least stabilize going into this next turn.
It's a little hard here, too. Imagine it, best case scenario here, you see an Equilinx. Equilinx, I think, would be a great addition to this board. A second Argo, too, is going to be kind of rough. I like that Rybot's taking it slow, saying, hey, I can just keep this necklace on my whale. A 7 attacker is effectively a Cryovern. I don't have to deal with too much here.
Wow, it is.
I think this is going to be tough, though.
Just setting a face down. Tsunami has never felt more terrible than this tournament. There's just been so many water enchanted Elestrals, just whale everywhere.
Whale everywhere without a drop to drink. Justin is maybe seemingly out of Elestrals, going to go ahead and expend 1 to draw, passing back to Rybot. Maybe the idea here is that Rybot will take an extra 2 damage. You can whittle down the spirit count here. Which might be a little bit dangerous, though, as Justin's going to lose board presence. And what we see coming down here, an Astrabbit.
Oh, that's probably the worst thing Justin wants to see. I don't think the idea of taking 2 and then watching them expend 2 is terrible, but doing that while your opponent is getting more advantage could prove disadvantageous for you in the long run, especially if Astrabbit is able to find an invoke route like Ambrosia.
I think that this is a very, we saw the Sluggle down earlier. I'm curious to know if there was an option maybe for Rybot to go for another healer, maybe a second Sluggle, maybe. And I think that's, there's the other healer now.
Yeah, there's the Ambrosia to pay off the Necklace of Harmonia with a new face down set as well. Rybot's in a good spot to just keep control of this game. Galaxy, Astrabbit was just missing the water on Astrabbit.
Water on the Astrabbit will be really nice. It also gives Rybot the option here to re-enchant the whale on the next turn to have these 2/5 bodies on the board. The whale and the rabbit is a tale as old as time itself, and I think they are best friends going into this attack to Justin, even in the spirit count now, 10-10.
Well, spirits being sent to the underworld. 10-10 is the spirit count, but board presence is not in Justin's favor. Like, has not been able to take a Lestral, even had to expend to draw on the last turn. So hopefully a single dude can be found so Justin can try to build back something better.
Yeah, a good defensive body here might just be the way. It's funny because I think getting rid of the other Galaxy was definitely a good choice. And Champ Galaxy sticking around for this long means that now Rybot can just continue to lay on the pressure. Justin's looking at those back row like, yeah, have they changed yet?
No. No, we are sitting here the same play because you have not declared an attack. And that's always scary when your opponent has back row, but you haven't been able to pressure it at all. The second stained glass base set Viserys coming out now. So, I mean, if you can hit this attacking, you can get out the Firestorm Viserys, which isn't the greatest in the situation because it has one defense, but it's an extra body on board.
What I do like about the Firestorm Viserys in this position is it actually kind of keeps Tsunami live. The idea here is if you can go for this Viserys to swing on one of the Elestrals, given no Argo here, then you can bring out the Firestorm Viserys. Firestorm Viserys, when it moves back to attack, you can even play around Argo better because it's unaffected by counter runes. So, chain Argo, go Tsunami, and there's
chain Argo. Yeah, there you go.
Chain Argo.
Call that. What are they going to play out this time? Wait a minute. What are we going to play out this time?
I have had to guess maybe a second necklace. Maybe we're going back to.
Are we playing two necklaces?
That's the only thing I think works here. I think if it's a Scythe of Demeter or it's a Lyre of Apollo. Whoa, we've seen a lot of solar spirits. I guess that makes a lot of sense.
We're getting a crash either way, which means that the spirit does get out on board, but it can be run over by one of Rybot's remaining Elestral. So, okay.
It's very interesting here. Taking on the whale is probably a smart choice. That Rabbit's going to stick around potentially to re-enchant as one of the best plays you can make. But wow, a Lyre of Apollo, does that signal a much heavier solar inclusion inside of the deck? Maybe not this typical water heal strategy we've been seeing before.
Well, I mean, we do get an extra body on board, so I mean, it's better than nothing. If the face down for Justin is real, maybe we can turn this molehill into a mountain.
Well, I think that's going to be a hard boulder to push up there. 5 to 11 spirits is kind of crazy here. I mean, as long as potentially a second rabbit could hit the board, or maybe we even see, is that a second whale that we're about to see? There it is. There's champion whale a second time. Well, no, that is Galaxy, the OG. Yeah.
Just a bunch of stellar whales coming out here right now. Mine is stamped, so. But yeah, a lot of stellar Galaxies is hitting the field, and now, I mean, both of these Elestrals are threatening destruction of the Viserys. You can't stop them both with Tsunami. So what do you do? I mean, do you flip them both? Do you accept the loss here? And if you do flip them both, I mean, I guess you have to, but where does that leave you? Because if you're using a Gaze and a Tsunami, that's 3 spirits gone. You only have 5.
I think what's really interesting about this position from Justin is that Viserys is normally a card that, like you said, could help mount this comeback and get up this molehill. And I think if you're Justin letting this go, even if you have a shield for this whale, with Rybot on no back row, it's very little cards that you can do to really help establish a board even at 5 spirits. I think there's a lot of Kate Bush action going on here, some Sisyphus with going up this mountain.
Man, well, first of all, I love the reference, but Viserys is going to go down. Just take that one, and I mean, Justin, I'm struggling to understand what it is. Like, base set has been bodacious in this play right now, just absolutely providing so much power with Astrabit and Galaxy, and then the Champ Galaxy from Firestorm also working out so much. Face down Ambrosia is going to bring Justin up to 6, gives you a little bit of flexibility. Interested to see what spirits will return.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be a start back up to, I think that's going to be 6 or 7 spirits for Justin. And it's still, you need a big card that's going to allow you to establish a foothold into this match. I'm trying to think of what potentially we've seen so far, just the Viserys. So maybe there's a card that can help contest the Galaxy. A Spectaris would be huge here if we haven't seen Lunar already. And with no back row from Rybot, it's going to go uncontested. So this is Justin's time to get after it. Interesting play for Justin. Well, the spirit being brought back. I believe that was an earth and water. But all right, we have our own Galaxy, Champ Galaxy. So it is going to, but I think he waived off the effect Yeah, keeping that 5 body on the board with the OG Galaxy swapping it, I think is kind of the move here. Gonna be able to take down that
definitely
rabbit
makes
at
sense
the
to
very
do so.
least.
So now you're at least matching Rybot in terms of presence as long as his Galaxy is on board.
Yep, unless you see another Champ Galaxy come down from Rybot to swap everything back over. That's going to be a Champ Plucky.
Okay. Oh, Liar.
Yeah, get Liar here to swap some stuff around. We are doing some heavy spirit math here, trying to make this work. I love the fact that we have a little bit of a stat swap turbo matchup here.
Yeah, I am too.
Also get technically is also heal as well. We saw the Sluggle come down to heal, and also this Liar is also kind of a heal. I can see why both these casters are undefeated, by the way. This is still neck and neck, despite the fact that this is a heavy hitter in the form of Galaxy back-to-back.
The Liar likely empowering the Galaxy on Justin's side, making that back to a 2-5 while keeping his own Galaxy. And because Liar is on the field, Plucky does go up to a 5 attacker, thanks to his own effect and Liar swapping stats and increasing it. So, I mean, great play here. And what?
And a second Liar of Apollo coming down for Rybot here. Gonna go ahead and swap and make this Plucky quite large.
Okay, never mind. I think both Liars are empowering the Plucky.
Swapping them first and swapping them back is the idea here.
Man. I'm struggling right now. I ain't gonna lie. This stat swapping, we have the attack on it. I'm assuming that one might be empowering the Galaxy, one empowering the Plucky. But this is just a guess. We have the attack of Galaxy into the to Justin's Galaxy, and now we're just deliberating the situation. It does go down, and the one Liar does go onto it. So now the other Plucky with the 5 attack and the Galaxy is going to be get over it, just run over the field and do damage. But man, crazy situation. Double Liar, actually triple Liar, because we saw one off the Argo, right?
Yeah, one back row there, we have seen triple Liar. We've seen the 2 Argo, 1 back row back there. Could even be a 3rd Argo. We haven't really seen much from Rybot except for those, and that's a tsunami to maybe not take the extra bit of damage there. I can respect the play. I think that's a pretty good choice overall to have save a little bit of time. You have 1 card left potentially here before you go into a very dangerous situation.
I like putting Plucky in his most disadvantaged stat, because now you can get something weaker and just run over it. Because I believe right now it's a 5-3.
That's right. It's still a 5-3 at the moment. That the stat swap is pretty big, so you can't just hit it with a rabbit, unfortunately, unlike the OG Plucky. Justin's doing some spirit math here to see if it's what he has to do to come back. I think we've seen 2 Ambrosias so far from Justin already.
Yeah, Justin has definitely been fighting to stay in this game, but Rybot has maintained field presence this entire time, as we have another Astrabbit hitting the field to try to dig to some sort of resource, but Poison Tip Arrow is probably just going to cinch this.
Yeah, Poison Tip Arrow is absolutely killer here from Rybot. That is a dangerous amount of advantage already on the board. And it's so interesting because already this all kind of snowballed out of proportion with just the first Argo, allowing this whale to stick around. And then as the game has progressed, Justin's been kind of struggling to find some ground. I don't know if any 3 spirit cards can particularly do it, but if I know a champion like Justin, maybe that's the whole point, is sticking around to the last cards played.
Nah, I mean, definitely played out as long as you can, but I think the wall has been hit. Justin picks up his cards and claims, yeah, this one is not winnable. Kudos for, as you said, just playing for as long as you can. Maybe, if nothing more, getting more information out of your opponent. But man, that was just low to the ground. That was tempoetic, if that's a phrase. And just keeping up ahead of your opponent, 2 steps at a time.
Yeah, it's so interesting too. Again, Argo being a big star there in these big power plays. We saw earlier the Hydrake matchup in the earlier rounds, kind of highlighting how important combat is inside of the game right now. And with a strategy even like that, can also fall to a strategy into cards like Argo.
I would argue that the spotlight, the star of that match was actually Liar. like the stat swapping just did so much, and Rybot had so much control and manipulation over the stats every single turn. It took the world to try to stop it, and the world was not in Justin's hand that time.
Absolutely. There's a lot to be said, I think, about Justin's play there too, because at some points in time it felt like, oh, this is, not much that Justin can do. But Viscerus after Viscerus, even to a couple Ambrosia, I think that there is a very likely chance that if one of those cards was not necessarily Argo, or even just the shields in the beginning, Justin could have potentially kept up tempo with Rybot there. I do like the inclusion of the Sluggle, though, to help kind of insulate those spirits from stuff like the Necklace of Harmonia. I think that has a wonderful place inside of this deck so far, and that was pretty clinical. I think that was a good showcasing of, again, with the artifacts that have had such a good showcasing.
Yeah, that's the story of this webcam premiere. Artifacts are everywhere, and we've only seen Helios once. Like, that's what's wild, is that the artifacts have it's such a turnaround from where they were around base set time. Like, even with base set, people were like, oh, Argo, interesting. Anyway, cast Eddie. But then Moonrise came and was like, oh wait, Argo's kind of crazy. And then Dallas Open came out, and you and Bo said, actually, Argo is cracked. And here we are today, the first Premier Tournament of August, and Argo is just everywhere that people don't want it to be. Hurricane might have been its own Gates of Tartarus.
It's so interesting too, because Hurricane, for the most part, you talk to different players, they tell you different things. Hurricane could either be the best card of their deck or the absolute worst card of your deck. And I'm curious to see what kind of role that might have in these two strategies as we're going into the next game. Hopefully Justin can pick up a round here, or we see Rybot moving on to being the undefeated for this Swiss round.
It is going to be one of the two, but my opinion, I don't care who wins. I just want a game 3. Love is up a good game 3. So Justin is shuffling their deck and getting ready to go, imagining that Justin is going to be on the play, which will help out a lot. But just you need to keep up that tempo. And while Viserys is amazing, if your opponent has the answer for Viserys every time, Viserys is nothing but a pest.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen much from Justin either here. Just kind of like the initial Viscerus, the rabbits. We saw whales here, so not too unlike what we've seen from other decks inside of this tournament so far. I wonder what the spice that they're bringing in today could be. That's one thing that I am always curious about with Justin, is what is the idea with this deck today? What's the catch? It's always a twist with this one. It's partially what's been able to bring him to so many top cuts. But once again, Rybot's twist are those liars and the pluckies. Such an interesting deck showcase for something I thought was not going to be anywhere near here. We saw Solar hasn't popped up in a while.
My twist would be Argo to Necklace of Harmonia on Tectoris while Panzer's enchanted with 3.
Tectoris in here? What is this, Elestrals Season 2?
No, it's PK Spark playing Elestral in August 2025. We are ready for game 2. The casters are ready, so let's get into it and see what Justin has up their sleeve to take the world back to their game. Cannot wait to see how we have adjusted, because not only do we have the play adjustments, but we have the side deck adjustments, something we didn't even touch on. What kind of side decks could these type of decks be utilizing?
I think for Justin, you're probably setting out these tsunamis.
Yes, absolutely. The silent tsunamis have to be going out. But otherwise, we didn't get to see much personality from Justin. Like, as you said, what is your twist? We just saw Galaxy and Estrabit and Viserys, which, base set.
You can see a mulligan come down from Rybot here, and I think you're happy with that. Maybe potentially trying to fish for those Argos, so to speak, or maybe some more whale combinations. I think that overall, you can also heal back those spirits from what it looks like from these pluckies and from these liars of Apollo. So I don't think that's too out of the realm. Sometimes you don't like to see mulligans from these low to the ground strategies, but I think it's just fine here.
Now, sometimes you have to, and depending on the hand, I'm sure we've all had those hands where we draw Ambrosia, Shield, 2 cost Ascension. Like, okay, I can't really do anything with this hand. Let me just get this out of here, depending on what it may be. But Estrabit, once again, the same opening that we saw from Justin last game. Hopefully it bears more healthier fruit.
Now we can see here. It's going uncontested this time. No PTAs from Rybot's side, though we've been here before where Justin has this lead up with a rabbit, only to be met by a champion whale from Rybot. We're starting to get to the new Eddie. You know, back in the day, we'd have an Eddie rabbit situation where Argo was so powerful, but Galaxy rabbit is just as strong nowadays.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's repeatable. So if you can protect the Galaxy, it can threaten something else and threaten something else. Those gates of Tartarus, they are looking appealing.
See Water Spirit coming down. There's a Champ Galaxy coming from Rybot. We have a Deja Vu here.
Devil. Yeah, absolutely. The same exact scenario. Do we see a PTA? Do we see a gaze? Right now, 2 face down being set, the attack being declared by Rybot, and the respect is destruction of the Astrabid. So either not valuing the Astrabid as much as the hand, or the face down is not as real as Justin needed it to be.
It's kind of crazy here to think about that, but are these 2 back row just another Ambrosia and, you know, something that wouldn't be as effective into the whale? I think letting go of the rabbit is fine as long as you have some follow-up. We've seen how devastating it can be.
Agreed. We have another Astrabid coming out there, so I guess that's why we weren't protecting it. Poison Tip Arrow would have been phenomenal there. I wonder if Justin did find value in keeping the Tsunami around. Would you have kept Tsunami in that scenario, or would you just say, you know what, it's not ideal?
You know, I think I just wouldn't be ideal here. You've seen too many water Elestrals put in work, and I think that if you're Justin going this far into the tournament, you probably have some inclination on what your opponents are playing, and so as the Demeter comes down here, that gives a lot of information on what Justin might be playing, buffing this rabbit up to swing over this Galaxy.
Full art Demeter, love my queen. 2+2 on that one. I mean, Demeter carrying the meta along with Zeus for so long. Glad to see her back here. But now we have a situation of just making sure that this advantage doesn't go for naught. Like, are we going to buff up the Astrabid? Are we crashing? I guess we are going for the crash. It will be met with an Argo.
I feel like I've seen this one before. If we hop down and see a Necklace of Harmonia, I think that this is going to be... I would swear this is a replay.
I mean, yeah, I guess you don't want to... Yeah, it has to be Necklace of Harmonia. Because if you lyre it, it's not really doing what you need it to. Necklace of Harmonia is going to be it. Man. So Justin whiffing on that attack declaration, but we do get a decent amount of spirits out of Rybot. So worth?
Yeah, it might be. I think this is also kind of interesting here for Justin's spot because you were in a very similar position to where Rybot could just keep around this Necklace of Harmonia and very much threaten anything that comes down here. It's Galaxy being a 2/5 on your turn, now being a 7/5 is scary.
100%. I mean, even making a 5/7 if you choose to use the effect, but it's still just like, yeah, that's cool. Like, I'm not mad about being a 5/7, you know? So right now we have a deliberation by Justin, it looks like. Do we have an answer about own Argo?
And we might. I think that a retaliation of Argo might be good, or alternatively could be even a Tsunami. There's an Argo on Argo.
Oh, Argo on Argo action. We saw this earlier in the tournament, I believe round 4, where the Argo was just dueling Argos essentially. Not even fighting with cannonballs, just pretty much throwing tools at each other. Just hammers across the bay.
Just throwing jewelry back and forth here. This rabbit's about to be iced
Demeter?
out.
Scythe of Demeter right now would be kind of crazy.
Scythe of Demeter to heal back 1 and
2.
Also to heal back 2. That's right.
But you would take the crash with it. So I mean, what do you do?
I don't know. I think that's...
Tunic? No, that's still 5. So do you necklace?
I think you'd have to have a necklace of your own here, potentially take down those other 2 spirits, and hope that it's enough. And there's a necklace coming down from Justin.
Yeah, it is going to be necklace. So wanting to win the advantage, taking the same game state that Rybot was okay with taking going into their next turn. The difference here is that Justin's going to have this expend 2 thanks to controlling the Elestral that Necklace of Harmonia is empowering.
Well, this is kind of expensive now from Justin. Rybot was initially up. Gorgon's Gaze.
Gorgon's Gaze! This is the longest attack step ever! This is one large step! My left foot is still in the air!
Oh, God. I love the idea of siphoning those spirits from the necklace onto the Gorgon's Gate, so you don't take burn damage. You say, I can take this, not too bad. And now Justin has to burn for 2, and that puts Justin in a very weird position, as this rabbit is strong, but Rybot might have an answer.
I think in the grand scheme, I'm okay with the situation if I'm Justin. Because you took out both of the back row. You still have 2 with a 5/7 attacker on your field and Demeter to make it even more potent. Is that a calf mel? That's a calf mel.
It's a calf mel. And a defense position Galaxy, that's with no counter runes. That's exactly why Rybot had to save it, try into another counter rune, but now Justin is in the driver's seat. How can he capitalize?
We are retreating, and that should be blood in the water for Justin. Hopefully they can capitalize going into this next turn. Calf Mel is going to heal for 3 solar or lunar from the underworld when it's destroyed by battle or card effect. So gotta be wary of that one. As we have, never mind.
There it is.
We ain't healing nothing. Calf Mel's greatest enemy, Spectrus, has now dropped on the field as we have Altar of Stars to switch one of them to attack, likely the Galaxy. Incredible. And getting another spirit onto one of your Elestrals on board.
Here's the idea. Was that a Thunder Spirit on the Astrabbit to prompt the Astrabbit again for more value? And I think it's gonna be the case. Checking to see from Justin.
Couldn't you have done that while attacking? Like you attack with the Spectrus, get over 1, and then Nexus. That way you have the stronger power. I don't know. I guess there's a few ways it could have been done, but it works all the same.
Yeah, I think it works here just because there's no counter runes in the back for Rybot, so it kind of alleviates Justin's mental stack of being like, let me just get this out of the way before I forget, because it's also a possibility here too.
Well, right now the damage is done. The board is clear, and Justin has firm control going into Rybot's next turn. And the issue Rybot is seeing now is that they've only been playing 1, maybe 2 cards per turn, and you're going to need a lot more to try to break this board. So if you got a lift, now's the time to drop it.
Yeah, potentially going to go. I mean, I would say Heliolith is probably Rybot's best option. We've seen a lot of solar coming in here. I know that Bo is probably screaming, like, yo, drop the Liar, go Heliolith, and has the whole game mapped out from just that play. Rybot's thinking pretty hard about this.
Oh, was that? No, that has been the draw. We have another calf mount coming out to run over the Astrabbit. Likely just going to be bait for the Spectrus, but I mean, this is probably the best situation you have right now, right?
Yeah, we're back in Moonrise format effectively. This is a really cool interaction here with the Spectrus and the calf mount, allowing Rybot to potentially hit over the rabbit, but then also has to, defensively answer the Spectrus, which doesn't feel great over time, especially if those are going to be primary healers inside of this deck.
Really tough situation to be in, but I like where Justin is at right now. We do have calf mount and a face down. The question is that face down bait? I want to guess not, because Rybot hasn't really been setting anything when he hasn't needed to.
Yeah, it's also possible it's an ambrosia to have Justin think about some of these turns. But like you said, I think that it would have to be real, as I think another Lunar's coming out. Is that another? That's a Werepup.
Whoa, Stella, Werepup comes out. Okay.
Werepup indeed. This is looking very familiar to a deck that I know new and true to my heart, which is an Earth Lunar variant we used to call Lego back in my day.
I was going to ask you something. Would you call Lego a tempo build?
I think on some level, but it also has a little more spice to it in the fact that you're really just trying to manage your spirits effectively off of the like Void enchants.
Does adding Chant Galaxy make it more tempo than Lego?
Ooh, honestly, okay, so to your prediction point, I would say absolutely.
You saw my bait and avoided it, man. I'm trying to get these points. But yeah, Werepup did search out likely the full moon, and we have a set, so like a Void is threatening a lot of damage and immunity to counter moon. That's really scary, considering how Rybot has been playing this game, just thriving off of the counter runes. Now we have a potential counter rune immunity coming up.
I like that play there.
Wasp Ivy.
I like the play there from Justin, pumping up the Demeter with Demeter the Spectrus by 3, making it a 7 on the play, an 8 on the attack and suppress. Just a player on Argo for a second necklace potentially. And Rybot's gonna go down that Kaufmel and take 1 from the Werepup. This is this is such a different game from the last one.
Yeah, this is not the same matchup. Justin has so much control that Rybot has not been able to get back on. Spectrus is just sniping all the abilities from Rybot. Werepup now being a new threat, and we have an unknown face down that Justin has not even been tempted to trigger.
And knowing Justin, that's just a set Ambrosia and using the old Justin T mind games to try to play around whatever Rybot's doing.
The Justin T set, I see.
Exactly. And many are calling. That's a really good name for it. We go for the Galaxy here. OG Galaxy. It's a 5 attacker that should be able to get over this Werepup. But again, Justin with the Spectaris, that's going to put in so much work here.
We are going to full moon. Will we enchant to the Werepup to do this?
I think so. And if that's a Gorgons from Rybot, this would be a pretty prime target. But if you're Justin, you're also not sad about that.
I wonder how we're going to do this. Like, oh yeah, so we're not even properly enchanting it. We're just using it to get the Like a Void.
Yep, gonna go here and ascend over. You can't do a Water Spirit here because the Galaxy would end up flipping it over. But maybe there's a possibility for an Earth Spirit. And there it is, Earth Spirit coming down, maybe for some Nexus shenanigans later. And from the hand, a Like a Void.
That's rough to see. You don't want to see the card you want to search from deck in the hand, but better on the field than anywhere else.
Ooh, got Rita Claire still.
Argo.
There's Argo. Again, going down so low in spirits here just to try to get over this Like a Void when the Spectaris can't contest the Galaxy, but it's a Lyre of Apollo coming in.
That is switching Like a Void to 2. So it works.
On the attack declaration, and let's see what Justin has in response. Looks like there might be something here picking up the Spirit deck.
Oh, Gorgon's gay, stopping the attack. Wait, didn't we just see this? This is almost an exact mirror of earlier in this match, right?
Legitimately, this is a 1-for-1 scene. These crazy attack and battle step focus effects. It's so funny to think about this. We were talking about how, we've seen this before, play after play, and we've now legitimately seen this before. And that Lyre on the Like a Void is now not that threatening. The Spectaris can immediately crack this whale. Likers can swing in for 2. And Justin is comfortable with a Rummagem coming down.
Oh, we love that Stellar Rummagem. Kickstarter Stellars look amazing. Yeah, that Rummagem searching out Visors. I was expecting an Equilace, but I guess without the meter on field anymore, you don't really want to search that one. Well, I wouldn't say wouldn't really want to, but Rummagem is going to be coming out. We're going to be running over the Galaxy, hitting for 3, leaving Rybot with 2 against a board that's 3 Elestrals wide.
Yeah, it's almost like a Void was never sent to Tartarus. The OG Like a Void put in just as much work as the new one. With Rummagem kind of backing it up too, it's kind of a fun little game of, does Rybot have the ability to deal enough damage? Because they're both on 2 spirits here, and Justin's in a commanding board position, but Rybot has shown to have some heal in the back.
I don't know if
some tricks.
I don't know if I'd lie and say they did the same amount of work. One got banned for a reason. One's getting eroded for a reason.
True.
But Like a Void, for the essence of Like a Void, yes, it is putting up the same sort of pressure that Champion Like a Void did, just not to such a dramatic amount. But with 2 spirits left in the spirit deck, Rybot with about 3 cards in hand. I think we have an Ambrosia coming down. No, there is a Sluggle in attack, so able to crash with the either the Like a Void to take out the spirit damage, although you do take 1, or the Rummagem to get another body off the board.
Yeah, I like this idea here, going for the Sluggle to heal back, just put yourself in a little bit of a better position. You have to have a counter rune, I think, of some sort, or else the game is close to over. You would take 1 damage here from the Like a Void, and then you would take 2, potentially 3 on the next turn. He's gonna go for it.
Attack declared into the Like a Void, taking the 1 to get rid of the 2. I understand it. It is risky because worst case, that Visors was just searched out. You have no back row, which means the game is over, right?
Yeah, you enchant to one of the Elestrals, or you see a new Elestral, and that's just the 3 spirits down. Rybot is going to go into a game 3. Justin takes game 2 here in a fairly commanding position. That was, we saw in the first game, Rybot take it with Argo, and then Justin take it with Argo.
you know what's scary here? We have 13 minutes left on the clock, and you're facing healing.
Oh, that's right. We could potentially run into a time situation, and I don't think I know Rybot to have eruptions at some points in time, but I don't think Justin's really prepared for it.
We haven't seen any fire being expended, although it absolutely could be in the side. And if you do, like, how much do you mess up your spirit math to get it? Do you add it in 2? Do you add it in 4? Like, what do you do? But it's possible. I'm not going to put anything past these casters. They are undefeated going into round 7 for a reason. But we have 12 minutes and counting for these two. And while they haven't been playing slowly, they've also been making methodical plays, meaning they're not just playing recklessly. So it's going to be interesting as we get to 5 minutes and under to see the pace of play that both of these casters are going to be presenting us as they continue their play to try to make it to the top podium.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really worried about any sort of slow play here from these players, not just only because they are experienced and they can make those definitive plays fast, but I know also because the judges are keeping a close eagle eye on something like this, knowing how much time is left in the round. I think that playing 4 time is an angle that you could work for, but so dangerous to know that, like, effectively, I don't think it's going to matter either way. So many decisions in those last couple games came down to just having the right cards and sequencing them correctly. And I don't think any amount of play that's playing for some sort of other win condition will really work here. I'm curious to know what Justin is doing. Looks like a quick side from Justin potentially, which means maybe nothing changed.
We'll have to see. It could just be confidence, understanding the situation. We do have a different situation now where Rybot is going first in this situation. There are different words I can use in this situation. But is going first in this matchup right now going into game 3. And with you having healing options, we don't encourage I'm not saying slow play. However, the plays you do make can be more methodical, so that way you have more room to pace out your healing towards the later minutes of this match. Very much possible. And instead of, trying to beat out 1-1, saying, you know what, I don't need to spin the spirits for this. I'll just heal it back and I can do something with this next one. We'll see how it goes as our casters are now prepared for game 3 with about 10 minutes left on the clock.
This is going to be for, we're talking about with the guest that Elestral, all the marbles, but this one legitimately is for the undefeated. Is it going to be a Lunar Aggro back from the dead, or we have Rybot on heal playing a very interesting deck we also haven't really seen since Moonrise format? The Firestorm where? And I think the answer is Pup, I think, from Justin's side. Rybot's on the play here, thinking about what to do.
Right now, and we're going to get an expend the draw. Looks like it is an expend the draw. So again, this is something that is afforded to a deck that has the ability to heal. Getting up your resources, make sure you're able to heal up above in the later game. This is the time where seeing 2 Ambrosias in your opening hand may actually be fruitful.
Let's see where we go here for Rummagem. That's a great start. That's going to allow you to open up your deck to anything Equilinx or to Viscerus, and a PTA coming down from Rybot.
Okay.
Feels fine. There's almost like a rabbit interaction here.
Yeah, preventing yourself any damage from being taken. You do get an ad here from Rummagem of any 1 cost Earth. Will we see Equilinx? And if we do, that could mean that the meter is in hand, but instead we see Viscerus getting ready for more offense in their second turn.
That could also illuminate the potential that card is in the hand. Normally we do see a lot of Earth players play Viscer or play the Equilinx, and I'd be surprised if Justin's not on it, considering how strong the Nexus are. Rummagem's going to swing in, and Justin's going to wave his hand and say, it's fine.
Nah, I get it. Yeah, just let him know I'm here. Like, aware that I am attacking you. It may not do nothing, but I am. Are we expending? Oh, that was the PTA expansion. Okay.
Going to go for the PTA to destroy the Rummagem. Sometimes if you're top players like this, you just go, oh, of course you're going to expend the spirit, or you're going to do whatever. So you move cards from the board to your underworld. But you do have to give your opponent a chance to say, actually, you know what? I might just keep it on the board. There might be something advantageous for Rybot there.
Right. I just didn't want to take the damage, but I do want it on board for carry off. But
Yeah, something crazy like that as a whale comes down. OG Galaxy swinging.
That's not a carry off. What's going on here? I've been lied to.
It's almost like we're back at base set. I've seen Rummagem, seen Galaxy, seen PTAs. This is a blast from the past, and my old bones are happy. But I'm curious to know what Justin has in response here to this whale.
It is really curious how we've been seeing so many people go back to the base roots, pun intended, on Elestrals. Just so many Galaxy and just Rummagem and Equilinx. Just the old guard still being the current guard.
Yeah, I think this just kind of goes back to how powerful a lot of those single cards are, especially in metas like this, which are more defined by combat. A lot of the early stages of Elestrals are designed around the battle-focused decks and stats having these really impactful moments inside of each game. I think if you're Justin, though, a card from Daybreak, Spectaris, might just be the optimal answer here. I imagine that would be a snap decision to put that down. We have a Champion Galaxy coming down instead.
Okay. So are we just going for the crash to get rid of it? I understand that if so. Like, these whales have been just a thorn in everybody's side all tournament long. So if you can get rid of one with your own and keep your Viceroys in hand, I'm taking that deal. And that's what we're going for.
Taking the crash here. Let's see. It's Argo. Okay. Tales old as time itself. There is the card of the day once again. Whale, we've come back around to potentially Necklace of Harmonia here.
Well, let's see what the cast is going to be. It can literally be anything at this point.
No, it has to be a liar.
Going for a liar, yeah. But maintaining their spirit advantage as long as they can, which, ironically to say, we are at 18 spirits to 13 right now.
Yeah, that's kind of the crazy part about this play. Knowing how the stat swaps work in Elestrals, Liar is the only option it can be. And there's a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the attack going through, to stop the swap. I'm trying to figure out here what exactly Justin is going for in response, because it looks like the whale is going down.
Battle step, negate the swap?
I think that might be the case.
If we battles... Wait a minute. Because the
battle step negate, or it suppressed the whales. That way they are fives again.
So we both traded our back row to both lose our whales.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know if that's necessarily true. I think the whale on Justin's side, because it's swapping back forward. So Galaxy would swap the Champ Galaxy, making it a 5/2. They swing together, swap. The Argo happens, going in for the Liar Apollo. Liar Apollo swaps Justin's Galaxy. Then Gorgons negates and suppresses the OG Galaxy, swapping back the Justin's Galaxy to a 5/2. And it doesn't matter because the Helios is on the board anyways.
I mean, right now we need Heliolift to provide some healing to Rybot. 16 to 11 going into 5 minutes on this matchup. Just keeping an eye on it. We still have a lot of Elestrals to play, but man, just gotta be wary of it. And also, we only just bounced the Galaxy. It's not even gone.
Yeah, you can still trade out with this Heliolith here to get rid of it, and Rybot's got no counter runes to back it up, while Justin is sitting pretty on potentially one counter rune. Asking the question in any back row, and there's a Viscerus to trade and to keep a body on the board for Justin. If we see a Demeter here, I think would be just absolutely insane.
Demeter right now would be wacky, and I can see Justin snowballing from that point forward.
Oh, we got two Earth Spirits, and that's the Demeter.
That is a Demeter. Now, this is a massive pole position change for these players now, because Justin has so much command, not worried about using the face down, likely because of I'm fine with losing that point, because now I'm going to have so much field advantage that would protect my new board. Because now I guess we're sending out Firestorm Viscerus. No, we're going out with base set. I can understand it.
This this game has been decided pretty much by an OG versus new school back and forth, and I like the idea here that back row even potentially be an altar play that Justin's been saving for a moment like this, being able to flip the Viscerus to attack to contest whatever Rybot has on the board. Now, while Rybot is not in a bad position by any means, having 11 spirits left, this is a commanding lead position from Justin with the two Viscerus on the board.
Yeah, it's all about how Rybot plays his next turn, as we're seeing the Estradic in attack come out. So are we signaling a Necklace of Harmonia in hand?
Necklace of Harmonia or a Liar would be good here.
Liar would be okay. Not ideal in case the face down would be an altar, as you said earlier, because then you just switch it to attack. You have a 5 attacker hitting into a 6 attacker that's going to get out the Firestorm Viscerus, and then that's over.
Yeah, then that's the landslide, if you will, on the Earth side of things. Kind of showcasing, too, how Earth is still not out there. Earth was almost nowhere to be seen for a long time as the Liar comes down onto the Rabbit.
Okay. So Liar hitting the field, putting his Rabbit to a 5 attacker. We need to get over his Viceroys now. even dealing with the meter, which, you have to assume that Vibot's 2 face down can deal with the meter buff over Viserys. So now Justin has to consider his face down, and it is going to be Altar of Stars. You are a caster wiser beyond your years of experience.
Yeah, but to say, I've seen this play. Listen, the only reason why is because I've been hit with this play from Justin too many times, is probably what I would say. Rabbit's going to take a damage here after Rabbit going down, and then just like you said, getting out that Firestorm Viserys. Viserys is going to go out and bring something that's unaffected by counter runes.
Yes.
This is now a pure earth just landslide happening in front of us. Rybot, I think that Argo play into the whale might have been just a key pivotal moment. Now the tempo is firmly in Justin's favor. Absolutely insane play so far.
Well, with a 3-minute time extension added to this matchup, meaning that we are currently at 5 minutes left in the round for them. 3 Viserys on field, 9-9 advantage, 4 points of damage staring at Rybot. At this point, you just need a back row, Justin, and just do what you have to do. 7 to 9 spirit count as Justin's on the play. You set one, even if it's fake, you just set one just for the intimidation. Stop your foot like an Astrabbit or Astrabbit, all the same. Just let them know, I am here defending.
It's so funny to think about this too, because for a long time people were saying, oh, heal is not great as an Astrabbit comes down here, digging Justin into Ambrosias and counter runes. People were saying, oh, heal doesn't really play well into the new Like a Void. Like a Void goes away, heal comes back. Oh, heal has never been great against Viserys, but who's playing Earth nowadays? And Justin is the psychopath that's like, you know what? Earth looks pretty good.
I mean, you know me, I'm a huge fan of Earth and Demeter, so I am loving what I'm seeing. But it is a situation where, like, Vibot, you need a tsunami. You need a tsunami. That face down needs to be tsunami, and it looks like the damage is going to be taken. So that is 5 thunder, water. I think solar again.
Thinking about the last card to expend here from this damage. Yeah, you need a double Ambrosia, Hurricane, and like a Nabi to clear this out. I think is the way to go. Otherwise, we are coming down to the wire here. You might not even need those extra 3 minutes.
I mean, Nabi would be fantastic.
That would help for my player prediction.
We have the attacks going out here. The deliberation going out here, trying to figure out where's my Ambrosia because it's not being jammed down. Wait, do we have it? We don't. Oh, we have Ambrosia adjacent.
Ambrosia at home is pretty good. This Kaufmel can hit over a rabbit, and then when contested by this Viserys, can heal back for 3. Rybot can buy himself another turn or 2, and that might just be enough.
Remember that we have 3 minutes added to the timer right now, so we still have a bit more time in regulation. But Spectators is just going to call it. Gorgon's Gaze is face down, but the spirit count will not be able to be thrived. That is going to be it. Justin T, in a nail biter, comes back and wins in game 3 to complete Swiss undefeated and make it the top cut.
That was absolutely insane. Congratulations to both players for making this far, and also both players for making it into top cut here. Justin T going undefeated, showcasing why they are a previous champion. This is so funny to think about too. That end board state in game 3, it's just the bug agenda. A-Drive, you can't keep on getting away with it. Bugs being the best thing you can be doing in this game. Spectaris, Viserys putting on a showcase. I do think Rybot's deck is really cool though, utilizing the Kaufmel and the Sluggles for more heal. We saw Heliolith finally. Really cool strategy. The
unfortunate thing for Heliolith is that you're dealing with a bunch of 5s. And, I'm going back to my prediction, and I'm saying that I got a point for that match for Justin's matchup, because that was a 5. that was the type of list I was expecting, just more so with the Lego package that you, Swole, brought into Dallas Open. So, in the situation, I think that that matchup where you're dealing with a bunch of 5s, Heliolith unfortunately just is not enough on its own. It's really good, but the little guy big stat agenda is too much for Heliolith to deal with. Heliolith is at its best when you're dealing with 4s and 3s. You're bouncing Ascensions like Drag King. We haven't seen anything like that but Nick Samara. We saw Nick Samara, which would have been Heliolith food fodder as well. So
Yeah, Solid got taken down by the Boom Bats in those rounds as well. I think it's so funny because, from my experience, I think a Helios and a Dream is enough. I think Bo kind of showcases that every single time queuing up with Solar. And I think to Rybot's end too, that Helios was pretty pivotal, allowing you to get at least a big body on board. And if Justin did not have the Demeter, they would have to crash and try to play this back and forth game of inches. But Demeter, showcasing why one of the best Divine Runes in this game, cannot sleep on Earth. Earth did not go anywhere. Allowing just the insane landslide towards the end there.
Yeah, the thing with Earth, and similar to Wind as well, is that while they have not gotten a lot of new tools in recent sets, they're still really strong. Like, there's a reason why Viserys is at 2, and they had to introduce a new version that didn't quite do what it did before. But as the saying goes, it's the third Viserys that gets you.
It really is a third Vis, and I think in this case too, those incremental chip damages being unaffected by counter runes with the other Vises on the board is super important. Heal, making its comeback here, going this far too, is also really cool to see. I know we talked about this previously in what decks we kind of want to see pop up here and there, and someone like Rybot, a very skilled player, making it to another top cut with Heal is scary. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a repeat of Justin T and Rybot even in the finals.
Not at all. Like, this matchup is just really tight. Imagine that we do have first place and second place, which means they'll be on opposite side of the bracket, and we could see them again show up. I cannot wait to see what this top 8 is going to be looking like, because we have seen so many fantastic players. We have seen so many amazing decks and strategies, as well as old tried and true strategies. But the one thing I know for sure, we're seeing Galaxy.
Yeah. Galaxy everywhere. Yeah.
Like, Galaxy everywhere. Well. Wait. Well. It's just so many of them in everybody's deck. Whether base set or champion form, it is thriving right now. 5 stats are real, and it will hurt you.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we have water everywhere, and seemingly everything to drink. Everyone is on this, or back on the whale train, if you will. And I think it's a cool inclusion to see not only the champ whale and the OG whale come together and have some good synergy, but also some counterplay. We have the Spectres coming down from Justin that was able to combat this, which I don't think anyone really wanted to put on their radar either. Lunar still got it. I think as soon as Lycanvoid Champ got the Tartarus treatment, everyone was like, well, I don't really know if I want to play Lunar, but sure enough, I think that's a very solid option here.
I mean, you want to talk about 5 attackers. Have y'all seen the champion Cyprong that you can win from Kissing Me? Have you read its effect? Because it kind of says, hey, 5s, I don't really want to deal with you. What the effect is, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, Swole, but it reads something along the lines of, if the Elestral is 1 or 2 cost and has a 5 stat, destroy it.
Yeah,
while it's dazed.
Insane. Pairs well with the Dionysus here too. I love the direction of something like, again, that and the Caprigal, saying that, Caprigal is if the Elestral has a 1 cost enchantment, Caprigal cannot be destroyed by that Elestral. And that is such a powerful design here, as we're seeing a lot of these really high impact, high buff stat Elestrals trying their hardest to get over some of these big bodies. Imagine if Heliolith there had that effect too. I think that would be a different story.
Man, having that would be so good that it can just contest any 5 or lower. So, like, I can lose to the big dude, sure, but if this is my stat line. If you're not exceeding me, you're not beating me. I will crash into all of you, which would actually be dope. That would actually, can we get that on an effect? That sounds like fun.
You're kind of killer.
It's like a gatekeeper Elestral, Like, this is the stat line. You beat it, sure, whatever, I don't care. But no, that means I'm just stonewalling you.
Yeah, you must be this tall to ride the ride. We have a 5 and we have a 3 here, and if you're not that tall at the very minimum, then
don't you short joke me.
Short joke? What are you talking about? Short? I'm talking about Celestial stats.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're doing. You were alluding to me being not 5'10".
Are you? PK, we're gonna have to do a height comparison in Kiss Me. I think you might be taller than me.
I mean, I gotta get there for Kissing Me first.
That's what I'm talking about. If the Cyprong is on the line, then I better see you there too, as much as that's been hyping up.
I am hoping to be on the mic to watch everyone competing for it. That's my goal. I want to be there with a mic in my hand or a headset on my head. That's my goal for Kissimmee. But I hope you guys are able to go to Kissimmee as well. If you want to, tickets are still available. And I mean, the caster's not here, the commentator, the producer's not here. So you guys want to open another bundle of Shadow Stars?
PK pack breaks. Let's go.
We're just going to do this right now as we get.
Oh, wait, that's
Stellar Starbit.
That's Stellar Starbit. Whoa.
Yeah,
I recognize that, Elestrals.
Stellar. Let's go. Mods are asleep. We're opening packs. We'll do it. I'll speed run this one because I don't know how much time we have. I know that we are preparing top 8, and I kind of need to rest my voice for the top 4 as well. So let's get it. Move my stuff over as we have Sluggle. We know Sluggle. We know Bubloon. We know Tadpuff. Oh, Miles are back. Miles are back. We have Reverse Stellar Harpy and the rare in the pack. Monsoon. All right, not mad at a Monsoon. I'm doing 2 more packs, Senior Mr. Producer, and then we can go to a break. Let me get 2 more out the way. We have.
Talent's so demanding here.
Please, can I please open 2 more packs? The rare in the pack is, hey, Reverse Hollow, the Tagua, and the rare. That's a Leviathan. All right.
Ooh.
Not mad about Leviathan, but I am hoping for some big hit. I have 2 more packs left.
I love the felt arts specifically in this new wave of Shattered Stars. They're absolutely crazy. The whole fabric of my being loves them. I'll say that.
There we go. There we go. Man, some of these Elestrals packs, too much security.
Tough crowd, I guess, that didn't leave any stitches.
All right, this is the last pack for this one, unless producer says we have more
right
time,
here.
then I will absolutely do more. Sluggle, Tadpuff. Oh, just dropped that Tadpuff. Veritaqua, Heartbeat. The reverse hollow is Tadpuff. Not
Beautiful.
mad about that. And the rare.
This is the Poseidon easy peasy right there.
It is a Poseidon. That's my second one, finally. Still need a play set, but I do have my second. I am happy about that. Producer, do I have enough time to open another 3 bundle, or do we gotta wait? If you can
PK
let
pack
me
breaks
know.
does kind of go crazy. We're trying to get the top cut here settled out for our August 2nd premiere.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm trying to be like my
That's
bestie
crazy.
K. She got a stellar pull on that. You can, but that cuts into Swole's break. I will not do that. I will not cut into Swole's break. So
PK, I'll make you a deal. Do you want to open up 1 more bundle? I don't know if I can give you 2, but I can give you 1.
I can do 1 more.
All right, let's do it. I want to see.
All
I want to see if we get pulled to Poseidon on the stream. I don't know if we're gonna get another chance to do it.
Yeah, I mean probably not. So let's see what happens as we have
Titanostock.
Titanostock. Where's Neandersloth at? We're going to make this quick, so we're going to speed run just to the final 3, all right? And I want Swole to be able to rest. So 1, 2, 3. Put these down. We have
Manifesting Poseidon.
Reverse Hollow Harpy and... Oh! Swole!
Let's go!
Reverse Hollow Javalantis!
Yo!
Woo!
That's
Not
crazy.
bad at all.
Look at that
Not bad at
stellar.
all. We got it. Thank you, Swole.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Woo! That was a major one. Yo, we gotta get this sleeved up ASAP. This is not a proper sleeve for it, but it will do because it's openly available.
Wow. Well, that is a beautiful one. I love the Javlantis. The confetti. Look at the stars.
Love it. Well, hey, let's speed run through these last 2. Who knows? We could have a bundle with both Poseidon and Reverse Stellar Javalantis.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, at least hit the high early. Poseidon in there could be the next thing that tops it, but
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. Not mad about it. All right. Next one, Reverse Hollow Tadpuff and Mustachian. All right, that's my second one of that one, so I'm also happy to have it. Last pack for now. Glad to have it. Glad to have it. There's no illustration. What?
Constellation Rare, not the Illustration Rare.
Oh, I'm gonna say what? We have Reverse Hollow Bubloon. Glad to have it. And the
This is Poseidon,
rare
easy peasy.
pack, Poseidon's Fury.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
That's
we're
my
close.
second one of that. So we're getting my play sets. happy about it. I do have one more bundle. Hopefully we have time to open it later on our stream, but that'll have to wait for later on. We're gonna take a quick break right now. I need my break before top 4. Swole needs the break before yelling about top 8, and Kay is ready to yell at you guys just because y'all have been bad. Just to scold you all. So we're gonna be right back with setting up for top 8. So I will see you guys in the round.
And welcome back to an exciting change of events here inside of our August 2nd premiere for Elestrals. I'm joined once again by the effervescent K-Cray, my Season 2 Elestriad rival, actually. I don't know if it's super comfortable being here back on the desk with you, as I think in Parawatts we'll always have a Cryoscorch rivalry. Yeah,
I mean, that happens when you're the ones who lose. Unfortunately, you carry that with you. But as the one on the winning team, I have moved on. You know, I personally have been fine to work with both you and PK, although, as we know, PK has always been a Team Cryoscorch believer.
Oh, it's so true. Go Cryoscorch.
Yeah, go Cryoscorch indeed. How are you doing? That last round was... oh my gosh.
it was a sight to behold. It's so funny that I haven't seen those two decks in a long time. Talk about the gray hairs. I was a much younger professor, much earlier in my tenure, since I've seen either of those things. And I'm glad to see them do well. I'm glad to see both those players moving on to what we can say is the top cut that we can take a look at here for our top 8 bracket. Both Justin T and Rybot do clear. And from what it looks like, we have some of the most stacked top 8 that I've seen in a long time. Justin T versus Adam, Perky versus Doom Raider, Prime versus Ant MPH, Rybot versus Tyler C.
And these are casters that a handful of them we've already seen today. We know how they've been performing. We know that they've been playing out of their minds. And I think that this is shaping up to be a top cut of all time.
Well, can we see the three-peat from Justin facing down Adam, a very experienced player, again, top 16 in Dallas, multiple top cuts under their belt. And very similarly for Rybot going under Tyler C, those two strategies we saw in the last round. And Prime and Ant PH, then we saw Ant MPH, miles per hour, showcase off with Hydrake and Penterra making it to another top cut after so long.
I do like that existed in a world where Ant was either basic or acidic for a moment there. But instead, yes, it is a measurement of speed. There are going to be a lot of really good matchups here. And we both got news of a specific deck that has made it to Top Cut that I don't think has ever made it to Top Cut before. And I am personally so excited about it. And I want to shout it from the rooftops, but I'll keep it to myself until we see it. Okay.
Well, first time for everything. I can't wait for the glass to shatter and the decibels of Voldusk amount to occur. I think this is so crazy too, by the way, is that from what we've seen so far, this overall looks like a very diverse top cut. We've seen a lot of whales, we've seen a lot of artifacts, but looking at who is playing and what we know so far from their list, this is a very varied top cut, oddly enough, after our rounds of Swiss. Yeah, and I mean, I know that personally one of the ones that I'm most excited to see is the fire artifacts with Waspivy that we saw in our Swiss round. And I mean, like you said, we have seen a lot of the same thing. However, a little bit of diversity here. And I'm excited to see sort of how these specific decks and archetypes are looking right now after the ban list, because some of these we haven't heard from at all. Yeah, I think this is it's very curious. And we're talking about the deck representation of the entire tournament previously before. And I think we have almost every single one of those representations inside of here, except for the Cryovern Frost tempo strategy. You know, we've got the wind tempo strategy. I see fire artifacts. I think what I'm missing here. We also have the just general tempo pile for water tempo is in here as well. And those are some of the best decks in the room up against in the hands of some of these best players.
Yeah,
very excited.
And importantly, I just received notice that we can tell you the lists that are in Top Cut, and guess what? There are not one but 2 Nixamera. There's 2 Nixamera. Let's go. Oh my gosh, this is the greatest day of my life. I'm so excited. And there are other decks, I'm sure. Swole can tell you about it.
How many greatest days of your life can we have here on the Elestrals desk? We have total Volclipse of the Mind. We've got the Stellar being pulled live. We have guessed that Elestrals, and now we have double Nixamera have hit the top cut.
You had a bit of a mix-up in era there happen for a second.
No, I'm all shaken because I think that I am expecting, if I could hope and pray for one thing, it'd be Nixamera to win. I think the deck is super cool, and I love the strategy a lot. It's a very strong Ascension Frost deck that in the hands of some of these players is terrifying.
I'm genuinely very curious what these Nixamera builds are, partially because I want to see what they've cooked, but mostly because I want to build it. I want to build it. Can I build it in Clash? Can I play it in Clash after we're done here today?
Absolutely. We got to hop on and see. It's funny going from Frost is such a dominant strategy. We saw Sir Tractor take it to a previous success here, so I would not be surprised if we see Lightning Strike twice. I think that I am looking forward to that as well. I'm also looking forward to some of our repeat top cut here as we get into some of the best and technical inside of the game. And maybe they can teach us a thing or two about these decks as we go on. I'm curious to play that Earth Lunar deck inside of Clash after this too, if that's available. Yeah,
the Earth Lunar is looking very exciting. And also, interestingly, and this might be the Clash effect, but I see that we have, and this is the name of it, a heal control list in Top Cut. I mean, the number of times that we thought we've seen the last of her, and then heal control, well, here she comes, creeping back in. We've seen many iterations from base set into even today, where now we have another heal list in Top Cut. But other than that, we have a lot of interesting representation that I think is going to be very fun to watch.
I'm super excited. Thank you for joining me on this for this top 8. I'm glad we get to do this together because I think eventually as we get down to these final games, you might be watching Nixamera make its deep run. So
please.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I got a 25% shot here. I think that the odds are pretty good.
25% shot of Nixamera moving on. I'll take those odds every single day.
Yeah.
And as also well, too, we might be crowning a new champion for this event, someone who has not previously made it to those Worlds qualifying points. It's also something to keep in mind is that so far, I don't recognize any names here. Some of them may be on those the top 16 of players vying for those qualifying points, but no one with their immediate invite. So we might be crowning someone else that is going to be flying out and facing amongst the likes of Bean Soldier, facing off against Trishula, facing off against Sir Tractor, Cobalt Sanderson, the biggest heavy hitters in the game. Someone here in this top 8 might be facing off against them sometime soon.
And hey, even if you have been playing today, you didn't necessarily make it to Top Cut, but maybe you made it to top 32. You are slowly chugging away at getting those points and qualifying for Worlds. You don't have to win Worlds. I'm just saying, we could have a Cinderella story.
Someone who's grinded their way through all the premieres, all the events, going to the store, regionals, and championships as well, I think would be absolutely beautiful. There's plenty of space for anyone that wants to play Elestrals to succeed and do well. All the way from the casual levels, all the way from Clash, and of course these premieres, or even the opens. We have the Kisame 1 happening soon, which will crown another world champion invite there too. So absolutely, that'd be insane to see. I would love to see a new name pop up. I'm seeing, a bunch of people that I recognize that I've been playing for and playing with for years. A new name here would be great.
Yeah. We got some of the old guard here, which, speaking of our casters that we are going to be watching for our top 8 round, we are going to be watching Doom Raider and Perky. Again, 2 names that we are all probably very familiar with, and casters that are incredible and going to put on a great show for us.
Yeah, Perky has a runner-up, second place under their belt, and Doom Raider 3 top cuts. Both these names are very, very well seen inside of the tournament scene for Elestrals, and it's great to see them facing off here today. It's going to be an amazing match with both these, what they bring. Let's take a look at the global leaderboard here for those invites on Elestrals. See Bean Soldier and Cobalt Sanderson and Bo and Sir Tractor already secured their tickets for the World's invite. And Perky's right up there too, and this might be Doom Raider's chance to get amongst his top 16.
Yeah, I mean, all of these casters are just a few tournaments away from qualifying here, and we're starting to finally see. I mean, obviously, with the first one when Cobalt qualified, like, okay, well, we know one person who's going to be there, but we're finally starting to add names to the list. It's starting to shape up. We're starting to get an idea of what Worlds will look like. And I can't wait to see as we continue through this season, as more and more people qualify. Again, as we were talking about, maybe like you said, through going to the store opens, through the regionals, through going to the in-person events, through just playing here and playing things out to top 32. I think that is what I'm most excited about, because that's when we're really going to get a picture for what our first ever Worlds is going to look like.
Through all the events possible in Elestrals, it might be locking into them that they are going to Worlds, and I think that's I have to I have to get on the tournament scene myself. I'm here at the desk today, but I have to get at least one win to just do it immediately and get my ticket in.
I mean, one and done. Swole, just lock in.
I've seen it done before. Yeah, it's just that simple. I've seen it done. I've seen it done many a time.
I mean, go along with your predictions. Crock-in,
True.
Put your money where your predictions are. Chrono Dial champion next time. I don't know. We could see it.
All this much whale on the board. It's water definitely is in season, but I don't really know exactly if I can face down all these artifact lists. It's been last time I faced down an artifact list in the championship of something, didn't quite go that my way.
Well, either way, I am excited. Listen, we already know that's my champion. He's the best to ever do it. Speaking of, two of the other best to ever do it, Doom Raider and Perky. I cannot wait to see. We know a little bit what they're playing. This is going to be an incredible first match. I am so excited. Swole, are you excited?
Oh, I'm so ready. This is gonna be so cool. I can't wait for everyone to see at home what we're about to witness as we transition here into our start of Top Cut for this Elestrals August 2nd premiere. Two of the best players inside of the entire world of Elestrals facing off here today. An expend for a mulligan on Perky side, double Frost Spirit coming down. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Kaylin, you said that there were potentially two players into the Top Cut that might be running Nixamera. Are we seeing Perky playing Frost? So that's a good sign. Yeah.
25% in a dream, baby. I'm telling you. That might be what we're looking at. And here we have, I believe that is the premiere, Champ Brummelinks coming out, the premiere frame, which is so gorgeous. And hey, you know what? Classic. We did see this with the last Nixamera list that we saw, and there is that the
Full Art Mountains of Boreas as well. Someone's bleeding out their deck for the Top Cut. Passing back to Doom Raider here off one set from Perky. Again, a really good position, not dropping the Mountains of Boreas just yet, potentially trying to keep it around just in case there is some sort of removal. We have a rabbit coming down from Doom Raider.
All right, okay, this is shaping up to be a story that we've seen many a time. Rabbit coming out in defense. The one set from Perky, apparently not a PTA, but hey, we could see Whale coming out. I'm very interested to know what this particular Nixamera, if that is what it is, build. I want to know what it is, because obviously we saw the Morfrost package in the first Nixamera list that we saw today. And there was a little conversation over, hey, that's a little costly. Is this maybe a little too expensive to go along with Nixamera? I wonder if Perky had that thought process and went a different direction with it, but remains to be seen.
I think there's maybe a argument here, well, as a Champ Galaxy comes in here to see a play we've seen many a time today on Rabbit to Champ Galaxy. It's maybe an argument that Perky could be also combining some of those Frost tempo strategies that we've been seeing inside of the representation with a Nixamera line, probably very powerful to bait out some counter runes. And their spirit count so far is staying much higher than the last time we saw Nixamera come down here. Doom Raider is debating whether or not to respond to this Galaxy. Okay,
and a shield coming out, which against a Galaxy doesn't feel great. I mean, you're going to just see it come back. It's going to get its effect again. Perky doesn't feel too bad about that.
Wonder if you're Perky, if you were running a Blizzard even to help contest these one set back rows. Starts the Mountains of Boreas on the last search for Brummelinks. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's a tech option for the next one. Doom Raider could also set multiple. We know there's maybe not even a Trouble of Hurricane as Volcari's champ comes down to get an Hephaestus.
Okay, so this is pretty consistent with what we've been seeing today. People building upon the fire artifacts list. And I wonder what Doom Raider's specific brew is looking like here, and if there's anything interesting hiding in the list.
I do like the idea here that Volcari's can now contest this Brummelinks almost immediately with an artifact search here. Torch of Hestia would be kind of killer, going for that Foretell to help stack and shape your deck just a little bit more for this matchup. Unless this back row from Perky is anything particular, I think a shield here would probably be the best case scenario. Otherwise, you're going to be eating up this there's a Torch of Hestia coming down. Didn't even need to search it.
And there goes Rabbit to attack. That's when you know things are about to go down. It's like a harbinger of the apocalypse. Rabbit in attack. But we do have shield, correct?
Shield of Achilles of their own from Perky. The attack strap, it's not going to be able to get in, and it's a little bit scary now from Doom Raider switching that Rabbit to attack, thinking that maybe this was going to connect.
We do have that set card there, and that makes me think that maybe it's something that can back up the Rabbit, maybe even if it's just a tsunami. And we see a little Narpoon coming out here. Okay, so far the Frost package, or the Frost Assist package, is looking pretty standard.
Yeah, I want to see if this Narpoon searches here, potentially give some more insight into what Perky can be up to. And it's a Stellar Bunnix. It's confirmed in Nixamera.
I know for a fact, and I'm really hoping that we see it, I think that it's Perky who has the X of 10s of the Nixamera Risen and Fallen forms. So I'm just telling you, chat, we might be in for something insane. Like, I will tell you right now that if I see the X of 10s hit the board, I'm gonna be having a good day.
Whoa, wait, that's an insane call out. I hope so too. That is absolutely killer. I don't think I've ever seen at least the X of 10 as an Argo, I think is going to be popping off here.
The attack Rabbit, it's always something set, usually Argo.
Usually Argo. We are going to equip and enchant, or empower rather, this Rabbit with an artifact rune. Necklace of Harmonia is going to be able to take down this Narpoon. And Brumlix is sitting pretty here. I like the idea of attacking with the Narpoon first, just in case that is a shield or that is an Argo. That way you could potentially have, like you said, those Nixameras still live.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just something to ascend over here. And yeah, that Rabbit with the necklace, very scary, very standard. I mean, I think that people thought that they were done hearing me say Argo to top cut, but here we are. We're once again in an Argo meta, apparently. And we do have, I believe that's the Kinleo coming out here. And we have that Nexus Bank live, Doom Raider not wanting to have to take the burn from the necklace at the end of the turn, using the Kinleo effect to be able to get rid of that and pop that Brummelings.
With the Rabbit here for 1 and the Kinleo in for 1. These 1-ofs are just so powerful, kind of showcasing off why they are on the limited list. Truly popping off. And nexting back to the Hephaestus is kind of strange here. I'm curious to know, also there's been no second artifact search from Doom Raider. I am curious on if those back row are real or if they're just bluff artifacts.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And did we just want to keep the spirits off to ward away a really tasty shield for Perky, or are we going for more artifacts later? I'm not sure.
Yeah, our going for more artifacts might just be the wave here. Perky's kind of sitting here with, we know the Bunnix in hand, and a set Blizzard was the back row.
Oh, okay. Gonna be, I believe, see what they chose to hit there, and it won't be
targeting a Gorgon's Gaze from the back row. It's the TP art, I believe.
Oh, all right. So a pretty valuable hit, especially if we come out with, say, Narpoon, something that wants to search out a card, or even if that Bunnix were to come down, we want to be able to get that effect off. And we see Cryoling coming out.
Cryoling is going to be massive here, especially in this late to mid-game scenario for Perky. Narpoon's a good option here instead of trying to maybe force the Bunnix, because if that back row is Tsunami, then you can play it around it much better with the Narpoon, save the Nixamera for potentially trying to deck thin later, and this Kinleo might not be long for this Earth.
Let's see. Okay, and there it goes. Kinleo is gone, and as we have been told, theoretically, that is a 1-of. So I think that threat has been neutralized. Who can say? Maybe the 1-of Rise from the Ashes will be coming back, and then we'll get the 1-of Hurricane, so that there's no issue with that either. And instead, we see the Champ Galaxy coming out. Maybe switching that Narpoon from a 4/3 to a 3/4.
Yeah, it's so interesting here. A solid stat line from the Narpoon is that Gorgon's Gaze coming in to suppress and negate that effect. That's going to keep the Narpoon on for just one more turn, unless there is something this Rabbit can do, which, you know, we've seen Necklace of Harmonia, one of them. We've seen also Torch for one of them. I wouldn't be surprised if we have more artifacts, but This rabbit might be going to defense here in one moment.
Hephaestus has just been here, fully loaded, not really doing too much, but that's okay. He's in his forge, he's in his working era, putting his head down, getting business done with all his spirits.
Yeah, hitting the anvil to try and get these artifacts out for Doom Raider, surely.
Yeah. The grind never stops.
Hephaestus on a full load of fire spirits here. Doom Raider currently searching through cards and seeing what they can do. Maybe the deliberation here is an Argo in the back. We see some Justin T action here, attacking and declaring.
Yeah, we see the fingers tapping. We're really locked in, and things are so high stakes right now because this is Top Cut. This is a big deal, and every choice matters here. So we see one card being set, and Rabbit maybe moving to
every small moment, edge of the seat. Doom Raider is so deliberate. We thought that Elestral was high stakes. I think these two casters might be in a little bit more of a pickle. Oh,
I think so too. I feel like that must telegraph that one of those is Argo. If the debate was, do I move Rabbit to defense? No, I'm keeping it in attack.
Okay. Going for the Festus to disenchant to search. We do have another artifact inside of the deck that we can deck thin and get out.
Okay, it's the Scythe. All right. Which will also, I don't know if we've used Earth Spirits at this point, but theoretically could allow us to heal some Earth as well.
Going uncontested here. This only brings Astral to a 4, I believe, which could get back those Earth Spirits here, and Narpoon going down, keeping the tempo up for Doom Raider is maybe the idea.
And not wanting to give Perky something to ascend over, even if it's, this wouldn't be properly enchanted, but the importance of keeping things off the board is probably really weighing on Doom Raider at this point. And there goes the Narpoon, and there goes the Astrabbit because it's a crash, but we will still be getting the effect of that Scythe of Demeter, the heal.
Yeah, Crash Trap there, putting the spirit count from Doom Raider 7 to Perky's 6. Doom Raider does seemingly have a very established board, though, that Perky is going to have to break. A 2 attacker is not the end of the world. The Bun X should be able to take that whale down. And
or the Cryoling, if we see that come out. Yep, this is a good Cryoburn turn. Although those 2 set back rope, one of them potentially being Argo, is a little scary.
Yeah, it's a little bit, I think Doom Raider is thinking about a Gorgon's Gaze potentially, because keeping this Cryoling off of a Cryoburn is scary, but then the next turn, Cryoling's attack boost still happens, and thus I imagine Perky has, let's see, they're asking about spirit count here. Oh, and they're going to go ahead and Ascension.
And it is going to be water enchanted. This is the Dragon Who Cried Vern.
Dragon Who Cried Vern indeed to be able to contest this galaxy. If we see an Argo here with a Necklace of Harmonia, that means that these two Elestrals trade, or that's still going to be very expensive for Doom Raider.
Which at that point, Perky probably not too upset about it, but with those spirits on the Hephaestus, we could just pay off of that at least for the Argo.
Now, late game Mountains of Boreas coming down. We saw that early to be searched from the Brummelinks, and then a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh.
Being dropped here for the combat.
Yeah, that doesn't, it just delays the issue. It doesn't quite solve it. Doom Raider must have something up their sleeve here. Of course, this is not literal, it is metaphorical, as that is much frowned upon, especially in a card game. But interested to see what that might be.
Oh, well, I think if you're Doom Raider or if you're Perky here, is that double Earth for an Earthquake?
Earthquake? No wonder you weren't worried about it. You knew you had the Earthquake. I'm sorry. Is that a one-of? This can't keep happening.
I've seen more one-ofs out of this tournament than I think I've seen in a very long time. The Earthquake coming down, I didn't even know there was Earth Spirits left. That Scythe might have just saved this game. And going to have the Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus search out another Hephaestus.
So we are doing artifact things here, and Perky with a completely empty board except for that Mountains of Boreas is looking a little bit in rough shape.
Both these casters making it so far already. I think that, knowing Perky, there's no counter runes in the hand or counter rune set. We might see an Ambrosia pop down here. And there's the Nixamera, there's the bunny.
Okay. Please tell me that you're about to flex the cards that I think you're about to flex.
Oh, and a tsunami coming down from Doom Raider, stopping the bunny in its tracks.
Oh.
Still a 4/4 to deal with, though. That's pretty hard now that Doom Raider.
Oh, this was a misenchanted bunny. That's why. That's why we didn't go and get the Nixamera, and that's why the tsunami didn't work.
Whoa!
Okay, water bunny, but also I wanted to see the Nixamera cards.
Wow.
What if we pretended that it was frosted?
Here I am, the Dallas Borders getting the best of me, thinking that is in fact a Frost Enchant. No, that's an incredible.
Oh, and here
play.
comes a Poison Tunic coming out onto the bunny.
Ooh. Does Doom Raider have the spirits to play it?
Yeah, with one.
Of course they do. Volcari's effect on the fastest allowing you to use the spirits from the underworld.
Yeah.
Turns out I'm really good at spotting the Elestrals and not so good at reading it. Philosophy professor, by the way. Swing into this bunny. Perky, do you have anything on response?
Unless it's no. I think we've got a scoop here. Okay, so game 1 of top 8 goes to Doom Raider and Fire Artifacts. We did get to see the Bunnix, and I hope that we get to see those Stellar Nixamera.
I really do hope so too. The Bunnix there, the little bunny that could, Water Enchanted Bunny did put in some work admittedly, and is so cute to see. Doom Raider also going down to just one spirit, and this kind of came down to just those small micro decisions, and I don't think there was any particular one turn that was this big swing turn. The Cryoburn coming down was huge. Having to contest that was kind of a problem. Both these casters are at the top of their game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some top cards even come down too, if those Stellars are any real, as you say.
Please. I mean, hey, it is just a rumor for now, but a girl can dream, and a girl can go through her Twitter likes and and check the record there to make sure. But the fact that it came down to 1 to 0 spirits, that it was that close, really goes to show that it is anyone's game going into game 2, and that we could have a game 3 on the horizon, and we could see a Nixamera pop off. But Fire Artifacts has been showing its strength all day today. And the fact that one of the strongest parts of it, in my opinion, the fact that you can use spirits from the underworld when you have the Hephaestus Enchanted, that we just, right. As a surprise at the end there. I mean, it just goes to show that it is a card that is so represented today for a reason.
There's a lot of surprises still in Elestrals left, and I think that's one of the cool things about a card like the Champion of Hephaestus Volcaris, is that it kind of breaks the traditional convention of what we've known for Elestrals so far. We keep on saying, base set is back and Moonrise this and all this stuff. But one of the cool things about Firestorm and eventually Lifestream kind of bringing into the game are these sort of playing with the idea of, you don't really need Ambrosia. You could use those Fire Spirits from the Underworld or Reforce, as we saw previously. We also have the similar thing with the Nixamera and the Bunnix list. We have those Brummelinks being able to flex both options of a Searcher of removal, but also the Stadium Rune. Kind of flipping the idea of Jolt on its head too. And I think that's such a cool thing to see showcased inside of this match. And, I don't know if I'm going to get tripped up by that again. I think for competing, I'm going to have to remember that Volcari's trick for later, but yeah, hopefully we can see some bunny action here and those Nixameras rise.
And fall, but but on their own terms, not in the boom bat way. And
not limited to rising again, and of course not limited to falling again. Yes,
exclusively in this top cut.
Lies entirely within Perky's deck.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have these two casters here. If I'm Doom Raider, what are you siding into and siding out, Kay?
Well, knowing that we're playing into Frost and that it's kind of an expensive list, we're playing Fire. Eruption, if that's in the side deck, could be pretty good to tech in. It could punish the fact that this is an expensive list, especially if it starts getting going and gets out of control, because you're having to enchant to Nixamera each turn. So that could save you even if you don't have an answer to the Nixamera.
Absolutely. And I think as we see an expended draw here from Perky, those spirit counts can get a little low. We'll see if that Eruption Foretell might come to fruition as a champ full carries from Doom Raider side of things, the kind of MVP of the first game coming in to search out a Hephaestus.
And the turn 1 Valkyries we've seen a few times today, being able to come out, do its thing without fear of Gorgon's gaze. It's always June somewhere. And grabbing that Hephaestus, setting up for all kinds of artifact nonsense.
And particularly Heph-phobic here today, got to hit him with the gaze. That's just like Elachik. It really never left. You were completely right. There are those within the world to see. Swinging for 1 here from Doom Raider onto Perky with this champion Hephaestus full carries. The 4-2 stat is no slouch. We talk about 5s being a killer, but 4-2 is crazy. Cryoblast.
Whoa! Yep. And if that is a card that was in the side deck for Perky, I'd say that's a solid add, given the stats of a lot of these.
And a Bunix!
Bunny right off the rip. Here we go.
All right, let's see. What are the cards looking like? I think you're absolutely correct.
What did I say?
Whoa!
Look at those! Hold them up to the camera. Hey, Perky. Hey, hold those up. Flex those for me. Look at that. They're stunning!
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Holding them on the board for a minute there. Absolutely gorgeous.
That's insane. If I'm Doom Raider, you have to do at least the solid of letting one of those hit the board. That is, the shield coming in to bounce back the bunny.
Come on.
Doing what the bunny does best and bounce away. But that is, wow. I hope to see those Nyxameras return. Because holy, that looks gorgeous. Just sitting in the underworld right now, I can see it. I'm just bring it out.
I know, and that's my favorite one too. When I saw that, I was like, I can't get emotionally attached to an X of 10. She may never be in my life, and that's okay. If I can see her through the camera doing her job, then I'm happy. We have the Champ Whale coming out and setting a card for Doom Raider, and Perky's simply going to be taking that damage. Hopefully, we have something else to do. Come on, Stellar Nyxamera, you can do it. You need to hit the board.
See, this Champ Whale's misenchanted with Earth, it looks like.
Oh, okay. And here comes the Brummelinx, which, that could be some Ascension fodder here. That is, of course, sort of a testament to the Morfrost strategy, being able to develop multiple guys to be able to then ascend over. Of course, the Gorgon's Gaze coming out, preventing the search for what was likely to be the Mountains of Boreas. But yeah.
Looks like we have the Champ Galaxy coming down again. Another whale has hit the board. Classic for today. Going to swap both of those whales to a 5 attacker and the Brummelinx down to a 2 defender.
There is nothing outside of a Gorgon's Gaze that would have stopped the effect that could keep this Brummelinx on the field for another turn here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I definitely agree with your assessment on the Morfrost side of things. You definitely need more Frost to get these Nyxameras live. It's seemingly, if Perky can make this stick, you're going to take 1 damage out here. It's destroyed, but looks like the Solar Spear is going to go back, and putting the Water Spear back into the Spirit deck, potentially not knowing that there's only 1 Spirit damage being taken here.
Yeah, I think that they ended up putting the other one back. I think we're good.
Yeah.
But we do have the 1 set from Doom Raider, and hopefully we can get something to stick here to get the Ascension over. Perky has been taking names all day with Nyxamera, so clearly there are multiple ways to send a Kinleo to the something. I'm sure there's.
Yeah, there you go. That's quite about right.
Send a Spark into Tartarus. Yeah, there we go.
There's a lot of ways to send a Spark into Tartarus. That's a pretty good one. We'll keep that one in the back pocket.
But we have Narpoon coming out, maybe going for the Cryoling, maybe another Bunix. The 4/4 stat for Bunix is pretty nice.
And the Bunix 4/4 and Under the Mountains of Boreas a 5/5, similar to that the champion of Zeus Titana Strike here. Shouts to PK's predictions. Narpoon going to go and search for maybe even a Cryoling again to help contest some more bodies. What's the nice part about this Narpoon being on this field is that a Frostix come down. Oh, there it is. Okay. Wait a minute.
This is the way.
Out of all the universes, this is the one chance to do it.
Yup. I don't know if Doom Raider is saying, hey, could you read that to me real quick? But
It's
we
like
have...
a stained glass version, too.
It is, and she's gorgeous. And here she goes. Interesting that we are getting the activation now.
Whoa.
When we've already had our normal cast for the turn.
Gonna go for bringing back the Champ Brummelinx with a water enchant to play around Tsunami here.
Okay, so we aren't going to get the effect, but we will be able to knock out both of these whales. So clearing the board, valuable. Getting rid of 2 Champ Galaxies, also valuable.
Tides are turning here for Perky. It looks like in a pretty good position to even ascend over those Nixameras. I think the Frost Spirit on the Brumlinx probably could have set up better for those Ascension plays, but I imagine there might be a different play in mind for this Lavalith coming down. I mean, I don't know if we have a plan for this.
Yeah, Lavalith coming out here. Maybe this is a Gorgon's. No, it's a shield. No! Does it ever resolve?
Never resolving. It's never resolving since Frostfall. This Lavalith uncontested here gets to swing in, and this is a big body. Not even a Mountains of Boreas can boost anything up here to a decent amount to contest the big body.
Yeah, we need exactly Nixamera. Nixamera, save me, Nixamera. Come out here, take care of this Lavalith. We're deciding which of these to target. I mean, they're both pretty much the same at this point in terms of value on the field.
Yeah, I imagine here too that looks like you said you probably can just ascend over whichever one does not get hit into that 7 attack body for Risen form. It's misenchanted, sure, but it's hard to deal with a 7 body as much as it's hard to deal with a 6 body.
Mm-hmm.
And I think potentially from Perky here, deliberating on that choice. Let's see it here.
Possibly thinking about if we have Cryoling in hand, we might be able to go for Cryovern. But either way, we got to get some motion going.
Perky's hand has a lot of cards in it. This is a... There's a lot of Elestrals you can't really do much about. If it's 2 Cryovern, the one Nixamera, I think that's kind of an unfortunate one, but down to 7 spirits to Doom Raiders 11 here.
I think that the most cost-efficient spirit-wise would be simply to ascend over this Brummelinx. Obviously, the Cryoling into Cryovern would be pretty expensive, but you would get there the same way. However, we are simply going to go in with a Champ Galaxy. PK can't keep getting away with us.
Champ Galaxy is really good here, and the Lavalith does go down. That back row from Doom Raider has still not been activated. It's either a bluff or for sure is a Tsunami. And going in for 1 damage here with the Champ Brummelinx as well. There's that one of Kinleo coming down again.
I swear we just saw him. Wait a minute. Didn't we do this already? And here comes that Hephaestus that was searched all the way at the beginning of this game. And
a second Hephaestus.
Oh. 2 Hephaestus, no
counter runes.
No counter runes.
Gonna go ahead and try and swing over this Champ Galaxy. Whatever sense of ascending that Perky had is gone. That is a damage taken. What is the... Only taking 1 spirit damage here. Perky's not taking damage with Doom Raider's hand signaling there. So hole up for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Perky getting towards the bottom of their spirit deck here. And I mean, I guess this would be the time to do Cryoling or Cryoblast. Oh, see, another one of these guys in Doom Raider's list that dies to Cryoblast. It was a good ad if that was from the side deck. And an Ambrosia coming out. All right, we're cooking. We're getting Frost, and I don't know if the middle one is another Frost, but
it's like it is triple Frost here.
So maybe that is saying I'm going Cryoling, committing to Cryovern at this point.
Be a nice hold option here. I do like the idea, and you're completely right. They're going to go for the Cryoling here, activate the effect to ascend. Doom Raider's got nothing on the board to stop this. meaning that they can get in for a 2-spirit damage here in a big 7/4 body with potentially a back row.
And we are enchanting with Lunar, which maybe, I mean, if it was solar, then I'd be like, are we gonna then ascend into Nixamera and still try and do that? But
staying here, I imagine maybe that there's not much solar spirits left, or we're going to try to have the solar enchant on the next ascension, if there is a next ascension. And I know there is only one Kinleo, and we've seen Kinleo already, but I wouldn't count out that Kinleo could be lurking around the corner.
I mean, hey, we again,
so
rise from the ashes. I would not be surprised if that Kinleo comes back, like you were saying. But we do have the 2 spirits of damage taken here, and now Doom Raider needs to deal with a pretty big body. However, I mean, even like a Valkyries, okay, or Whale would do it.
Champ Whale, you have to be stopped. Your flip's too good, your stats too cold. They're gonna Tartarus you.
Yeah, they'll send you to Tartarus. And a Shield of Achilles coming out, which is really just a temporary solution.
You know, absolutely not. I think this puts Perky in a very good position here to ascend over this Cryovern into the Risen form and still have a body that can contest the Champ Galaxy, unless there's a second Cryoling coming down too, and that's also going to do it. Okay,
so we have either Cryoling and no back row to contest, so here comes from hand, as you were saying earlier, that Cryovern, which is now, that one is going to be water enchanted, playing around any potential future tsunami, but getting Doom Raider down to only 1 spirit left, 2 on the Hephaestus, which could be used for, say, an Ambrosia or something, if that's what we're looking at. But otherwise, Doom Raider has 2 big dragons to deal with, and we could be looking at a game 3 situation here.
These dragons are bad, and 2 dragons no counter runes are kind of crazy, though we have seen Doom Raider pull off something like this before with the champion Volcaries, pulling off into maybe a Necklace of Harmonia to kind of combat these things. And like you said, a one-off Ambrosia would be killer here, though Perky, the 2 7s are just so hard to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like if you can get Ambrosia, if you can then get Valkyrie's Champ and then attach an artifact to it to then be able to contest this. But even then, I'm thinking you'd have to go exactly Necklace, and then you'd just be on a timer with the burn effect. So I'm not sure what does it.
Gonna expend a draw, trying to dig for an Ambrosia.
Come on, Ambrosia.
And that's gonna be it for game 2.
Okay, so we are going to game 3, and we still, despite seeing them from the Bunnix effect, we have not actually seen those gorgeous X of 10s. I told you that they were there. They did technically hit the board. So it's anyone's game going into game 3. You asked me this last time, Swole. Either of these players.
Yeah.
If you were them, what would you be looking to side?
I'm Perky here. I am.
Hi, Perky.
Hi, Perky. I'm Dad. If I'm going to be trying to even maybe load up more counter runes, maybe even Argo inclusion. It sounds kind of weird in a Frost deck, but I think with how much you are afraid of Argo instead of Doom Raider's deck, it might be the case where that Bunnix can survive for 1 extra turn for your Ascension. I've also seen some really crazy techs for something like the Champion Exaltus to maybe have like an extra Solar Elestral on the board to ascend over their Risen form. Like, we're digging deep in here for Top Cut.
Okay, I think that we saw that in the last premiere. I was trying to remember the combo, and you're right. It was that Champ Exaltus. I wonder if that was Perky, because I know Perky's been kind of committed to the Nixamera train, has been cooking with it. But this package with the Cryoling into Cryovern obviously has been serving him well all day today. Doom Raider on Fire Artifacts. It feels like it has answers for everything, especially when you see the one-ofs, especially when Kinleo just keeps coming. And
you see the Lavalit, the Kinleo, the Earthquake. Historically, we've seen the decks that really perform inside of Elestrals be these decks that can really slot in all these really strong power one-ofs. The Resting on Your Laurels, the Earthquakes, the Arcoliths, even, to not shout out my Unk. Like, this is... And then this version of the deck of Fire Artifacts, like you were saying previously, is kind of this culmination of the 5s into like the Moonrise meta stuff with Argo, and now with the Kinleos. It's a very threatening deck, and Perky's got answers, but we'll see if they see him.
Yeah, I think that this could be anyone's game. Both games 1 and 2 came down to the wire. Obviously, when you get 2 cryoburns to stick on the board at the end game, it's you pretty much cleaned it up. But
it's challenging.
Still, it could have gone either way for basically the majority of both games. And we are getting ready to go into game 3 here to determine who is going to be moving to semifinals, either Doom Raider on Fire Artifacts or Perky on the most blinged out Nixamera list I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, take a breath here. Just breathe in, breathe out. Slower.
Okay.
Hyperventilating for when these Nixameras drop on the board. Expend a draw from Doom Raider here. Going to set 1, maybe 2, and pass. Perky's on the draw here. Bunix actually start would be great again. Whoa!
Okay, so we are schmoovin'. I think it could be a Bunix.
Shield!
Oh.
And a Bunix!
And a Bunix. Bunix happening. Going to be going and drop those on the board. Let me see them again. Let me see them. We all want to see them. Of course, the moment that the camera goes a little blurry is but they are still so stunning. That Fallen Form. I love her so much. Oh, it's gorgeous. And with the Stellar Baby Bunny, too. This is a sight to behold.
Not going to get a repeat of last game either with that shield made quick work of. I think this is a very advantageous position for Perky to drop a Nixamera in this next turn if Doom Raider does not have an answer for this rabbit. Nixamera loves to be in a position where you have one set back row and like a Celestial deal with.
Okay. And speaking of, we were talking about these 5s lists that have culminated. Here comes what appears to be a Viscerus and an Earthquake.
Oh. Not the bunny. That's Tectaris punching the ever-living Frost Spirits out of this Bunix into oblivion up with the Nemestars.
Goodness. I mean, I think that this back row has got to be real, though, because Perky was ready to make the run. Although it seems like just going to take the damage, which is fair. It's not going to be able to activate the effect to go get another Viscerus, so this isn't spinning out of control. However, the Cryo Blast on the cracked back is... Okay. All right. Fair enough, casters. I see how we're playing today.
I love that interaction from Doom Raider to Perky back and forth. And a Cryolink coming down too. Cryolink potentially proccing its effect to go into the Cryovern. The Earthquake being effectively removal for 2 spirits into a Viscerus, and then Perky's call and response back with a much better spirit efficient play when the Cryoblast. Very strong to have a native and elements, and now the big bad Wyvern is coming down.
And not only that, but we were talking about, hey, Ascension fodder on the board. That's what we could be looking at here, although being able to just stick a Cryovern on the board, hey, that's pretty strong too, as we found out last turn.
Well, it's resolving now.
Immediately going to be shielded. Okay.
It's going to be pretty expensive here from Doom Raider, but you do take that. Your hand might not be well equipped to deal with that 7 attacker, unless you have your course Champ Galaxy. Taking the tempo back, Doom Raider's Elestral has to stick here, and it is a Champ Volcaries. It's a really good one.
Yeah, and I think that's got to be Gorgons. Yep. So Gorgon's Gaze coming down from Perky, preventing the search of the Hephaestus. I wonder if Doom Raider just has it in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it anyways.
How did you call that a million miles away? That was, I could not have predicted that Gorgon's Gaze hitting this Elichic-like effect. That's no counter runes from Doom Raider. Whoa.
Listen, Perky and I are kind of connected on a higher level right now. I am willing these Nixamera plays into existence. I want to see this. We have Champ Whale coming out here, and with no back row set for Doom Raider, this is looking like the end of Champ Volcaries.
On the Whale putting in the work again can also get cracked back by even just a Kinleo if we do happen to see that come down. One back row set from Perky is really strong. With the hand we know, of course, is a Cryovern and 1 Nixamera at the very minimum.
Okay, unfortunately, Galaxy not an ideal Ascension tool here, but still keeping this back row set for Perky. Completely open field for Doom Raider. I mean, with this current game state, we could have started playing 1 turn ago. Which is yeah,
we just set the spirits from Perky's 9 to 11, and Everything's good to go. Oh, and that's a Firestorm Viscerus, a 5-body attacker coming in.
Okay. And we will see if Perky decides to go for that back row or if we simply have another Cryoblast in hand. It is a shield. Okay, Viscerus getting shielded. There is one back row set for Doom Raider. Oh, here we go.
Edge of our seats here. I think that the play is for Perky potentially going into another Frost Elestral. Maybe a Brummeling's Champ is the most ideal, getting some advantage and sticking once again a Frost body. That way we can see the rise and the fall of Nixamera over and over and over again. Let's see how this turns out. Sighting Spirits here for that Shield of Achilles. And Perky's go here. Let's see what they do.
Shuffling cards at the speed of light. Anytime I see something like that happen, I'm like, oh, we're built different. Okay, so we engage with card games in a different way. Got it. Because if that was me, those cards would be all over the board. Oh!
No, that's going to be Ascension.
That's an Ascension. That's into the gorgeous X10. That is the Risen form, not properly enchanted. Wah, wah, but that's okay. Dreams do come true. Here comes the Ambrosia. Maybe we're going to be getting some of those Frost Spirits back from the Underworld. Going to be...
Look how beautiful it looks in the artwork.
Oh, and keep that up there forever until Fallen Form comes out. And then put that up there. And then put the Risen form. And then put the Fallen form. See how fun this is? Okay, so we're getting spirits to be able to properly enchant this Nixamera. We saw the lunar, we saw the solar, and then I don't know, something else.
We're currently got little Bunnixes scrolling through our co-commentator's eyes here as Perky is going to be trying to swing in on Doom Raider. Doom Raider taking 2, potentially a Tsunami or a Bluff in the back row, and this also potentially sets up Nixamera to be re-enchanted properly next time.
Mm-hmm. And without the effect, we actually, for maybe one of the first times ever, get to see Risen form stick around for a whole turn. And here comes Rabbit in attack on a Fire Artifacts list. That tells me some things that I don't want to hear.
I don't love to see attack Rabbit in this position if I'm Perky. That's a 7 attack, no Boreas. However... It's not been unheard of that we've seen Attack Strap put in work with a Necklace of Harmonia, potentially another artifact rune to even hit over this Nixamera. Not a boom bat, but kind of.
It would have to be exactly Necklace. We would crash, and then... Okay, so...
Ooh, a little bit of...
I think it was cast in attack. Yeah, there we go. I think we have to keep that in attack there, unfortunately. But the rabbit effect should be good. Without the chant Valkyrie's Enchanted and without Hephaestus, that does mean that if we want to do any artifact shenanigans, it is going to be expensive, which was always the drawback with this kind of deck before. So who's to say? That looks like an Argo to me.
Yeah, Doom Raider doing little tippy-tappies of the hand, trying to figure out a way around this big Nixamera. This is match point for one of these casters moving on to top 4. Mm-hmm. One way or another, we're going to have some magic happen, I'm sure, with a fire artifact list making its way through, or the stellar Nixamera is represented.
I think that if we properly enchant this Risen Nixamera, that gets us out of a lot of problems, especially with that water enchanted there. We're not worried about Tsunami. Oh, we are simply going to be going for our own rabbit here.
Tax rabbit would be interesting.
Okay.
Things of all time. I think we have... What are we trying to dig for with this attacks to rabbit? Potentially even searching for other counter runes, maybe. It looks like trying to just go for advantage here. I'm not quite sure if that was a scenario where showing the Astrabbit then committed Perky to the play in very similar way to Doom Raider. But a Water Enchanted Spirit on the Astrabbit, maybe just trying to crash and bait out an Argo to not lose your Nixamera, I think would be the game plan here.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. I'm curious why we didn't go for the proper enchant on the Nixamera, provided we have Frost Spirits, which I think based on what we healed back, we should.
Really afraid of Argo here if I had to guess, especially with no counter runes from Perky's back row, unless it's going to be a PTA in response. And it's a Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay. I mean, with the... If we had properly enchanted it, we know that we healed another solar to be able to use the effect to pop that possible back row. But with the 2, maybe the gamble was just too much. And we do see Champ Valkyries coming out. And with still no back row for Perky, that means that this Nixamera is in danger.
Yeah, we do have Champ Valkyries being able to search Hephaestus. Hephaestus can search any artifact rune inside of the entire game, meaning that we get to see maybe one of the most popular ones that we've been seeing from all the Argo lists, from Rybot all the way to Doom Raider, and that's Necklace of Harmonia, bringing a Valkyries up to a 9 attacker.
Whew, okay, so this would be, I think, for either of our casters here. This is the final push to decide who is going to be making it into our semifinals here. Doom Raider really thinking about what do we have set here? What's going on? Here comes the Hephaestus, probably going to be minimally enchanted, if I had to say. There goes the Disenchant going in and searching for an artifact.
There's Necklace.
And it's the necklace. Yep. This is a little risky because, yes, you can use spirits from the underworld to enchant this necklace, but you will have to still expend the 2 at the end of this turn.
Ooh, good call there, too, especially with Doom Raider going down to 0 spirits. A Cryo Vern could be dangerous here.
Or, yeah, a Cryo Vern would do it. A Cryo Blast to deal with the Valkyries and then just run over.
That Cryo Blast.
We know that Perky's running them. And there goes the expend. Doom Raider down to 0. Really needs to get rid of this necklace. Here comes
I know that water spirit if I've ever seen one. Whale. If there is something like a shield or a Gorgons that we can use the spirits on the board to deal with, no, it's simply going to go down. I think that's all she wrote unless we top deck exactly Ambrosia. Okay, I think we might be witnessing something. And I'm not sure if Doom Raider is going to scoop here immediately or if they drew an Ambrosia to continue this game. But if this is what I think it is...
Nixamera Gold to semifinals!
Whoa, that is the hand reveal and the concession from Doom Raider. Perky moves on with Nixamera. Stellar Nixamera at that into our top 4 of this August 2nd premiere. Congratulations to Doom Raider for taking it this far. Both games neck and neck, but wow, what a match.
Yeah, those were incredible games. Super well played to both Doom Raider and Perky. Perky, congratulations on semifinals, and congratulations on just like owning all of those cards. I'm really happy for you. They're so beautiful. Oh my gosh. And dreams do come true in the world of Elestrals.
I cannot believe it. You know, it might be the stellar buff exactly, and I cannot wait to see Nixamera make this such a deep run. This is already an incredible feat, again, from both of these casters, showcasing not only a tried and true strategy that we've seen time and time again through this entire premiere, but throughout this entire season, and then someone bringing a deck that I think no one was anticipating. Oh, yeah, sorry. You were anticipating.
Whoa.
I wasn't.
Speak for yourself. There is a Nixamera contingent out there. We are small, but we are mighty, and we believe. And Perky is apparently our god. So.
Congratulations to the Nixamera contingency. You know, there is an I in Nixamera, and I think that that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. The hard ascend over the water enchanted Nixamera not being properly enchanted, going into to plays. It'd take a second for that I, right?
I had to like NYXI. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, not to spell check the professor.
Hey, listen, like I said, I didn't read the Valkyries the first time, but I got my literature degree in between those matches. That's how fast I had to work to keep up with these casters.
Yeah, you put your hair back and you went to work. I know that's true.
That's what I'm saying. You got to get down on some level, and I think that I can get down with both Nixamera and Top Cut, and of course, our Fire Artifact player going this deep run and showcasing a absolute crazy amount of skill with this deck.
And you know who else has been putting in a lot of work in this interim is our other casters who are in Top Cut. I've been seeing the reports coming in, and we are going to be getting ready to go into semifinals. And I am hoping really soon. I've got to see what's going on. I need to know which decks have moved on and what we're looking at and what's Nixamera doing. How is she? Does she think about me? I don't know. Ooh, I'm feeling really normal about it, actually.
So normal about it. So normal about it indeed. Now, this has been an absolute pleasure to cast too. I'm so excited I got to see one of your other you can't keep on getting away with this. You know, you already have Demeter, you got the Stellar Poseidon. You know, Bo went deep with Voldusk, and now we have a deep run with Nixamera. It really is the best day in the world if you are specifically K.
Yeah, hey, I mean, every day you wake up and you manifest the day you're going to have, and I do that by every time I get on these mics that they keep letting me get on for some reason. I say,
You know what decks I really like and would really like if people made them good and played them?
we manifest it. Okay.
Absolutely. Listen, the voice of Elestrals speak and the voice of Elestrals gives. I think that's the one thing I'm learning today.
And I don't know how much longer we have on this or how much longer until we can tell you guys what we're looking at in semifinals, but I cannot wait. Do you have any particular lists? Obviously, we don't know who has moved on, but we had an idea of what was going into top 8. Were there any that you were specifically excited to see and are specifically hoping to see move on?
Ooh, honestly, I think I can be happy with, of course, the Nixamera run, which would be super incredible to see, even make it to the finals. I think Justin v. Rybot was explosive and really great to watch inside of the last round of Swiss. And I wouldn't be upset to see both these mighty casters try and go for gold here and take down this event. So I can't be upset by anything. And then since you already have Nixamera down as yours, I got to go for Lunar Aggro. I got to go for the Lego deck. It's a little bit of my baby here. I'm very familiar with the strategy, and I'm rooting for it just a little bit. Let's see if this thing can make magic happen twice.
Well, I know that you will be back to cast the finals, but moving into semifinals, I'm going to be joined by PK. That's right. We have a PK Cray semifinals coming up for you. We are going to be taking a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to tell you all about what our semifinals are looking like.
Hey, Kay, you weren't here, but I was fortunate enough to pull a reverse Stella Javalantis.
Okay, listen.
Wait, hold up. I want you to be here for this one. I pulled a second one.
What? Okay, I was here for the first. There's no way. There's no way.
I opened the last pack thinking it would be a bust. No, it was not. What also wasn't a bust was that top 8 match.
Oh my gosh. We are back from the shortest break of all time because we are already just plummeting into the next round. We are getting into semifinals. And oh my gosh, that top 8 match was incredible. We see Justin T moving on, going to be facing off against Perky, our Nixamera player, and Ant MPH and Rybot moving on the other side. I imagine that's probably who we're going to be watching. I'm not totally sure, but either way, oh my goodness. Justin T possibly going for the 3-fer would be crazy. Perky on Nixamera would be incredible. I know Ant NPH and Rybot have both been putting in so much work today. No matter what happens here, this is going to be insane.
We witnessed both of these casters in the all tournament long. We've seen both Ant MPH and Rybot on stream, so we know exactly what they're on. The question is, how are these decks going to match up when they face each other? Wind Aggro, Pantera is going to be really strong for Ant going into this matchup, but we have Rybot dealing with heal control. So can we retrain our resources enough? Can we retain our resources as much as we can so we can deal with the incoming onslaught of Pantera? I really don't think he'll can, but I'm sure that we're going to see a huge fight in going into top 4.
This will be a really interesting matchup. Ant MPH, a bit of a newcomer, at least to Top Cut, and going against Rybot, who has been to, I mean, it's a name that we hear all the time. They have multiple Top Cuts under the belt. This is going to be a great game. As you said, I don't know how heal goes into a 15 body of Pantera, but we are about to find out, and you are going to find out with us, to those of you who have been watching.
We are going to be relying on the invoke, wound, and recovery options, just making sure we can remove the Pantera, assume it's going to come out, and just be able to crack back immediately. Because, again, what do you do with heal control versus this, right? We're going to have the Galaxy, sure, but you're not I mean, even if you flip a Pantera, are you going to be an 8-15? No.
No.
So we're going to see exactly what these casters have in store. But top 4 is Ant MPH and their Pantera list going up against Rybot and Heal Control. Let us know who you think is going to win this top 4 matches using the hashtag #PlayAlestrals on socials. But with that all said and done, let's get into top 4.
I am so ready here. We have both Ant MPH and Rybot. We have that gorgeous top 16 Dallas mat. I mean, hey, it would be really cool to see that Pantera come out.
Strabbit being the first cast, take a shot of nectar every time it's done so. But we have a has added the top 3 for Strabbit. So cannot wait to see what is going to be added here. I'm assuming it's going to be just one set. Keep it slow and pacey. Just again, turn 1, just the pace lap. We're testing the waters and seeing what the opponent is going to be casting out here.
Yeah, we are certainly playing Elestrals. When you see Astrabbit come out, it's like, oh yes. Nice.
Exactly. Yeah. I know what's going on here. We've been doing
yeah. I've seen that boulder before. And we do have the 1 set and pass. PK, are you psychic?
You know what? I'm just really good at pattern recognition.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have Galaxy coming out. Wait.
Galaxair.
Oh. You know what? Same thing. Second verse, almost same as the first.
Whale, you know?
Well, we can increase the count of whales even more. Switching the stats, going into defense and running it over. It's just a simple, just a 1 pass. We're pace lapping is all it is.
Mm-hmm. Galaxair being one of those that works well in if we're looking at wind. I mean, it's a great card that just in element gets added. And Rybot we see coming out with, that is a Stellar Galaxy.
Base Galaxy is going to be here. 1 whale crashing into another with a Zero Stratus that is Galaxair dissipate to the onslaught of Galaxy. It will not, as it's protected by Shield of Achilles, costing Ant MPH too, but giving them ability to expand the board even wider. And if we can replace that back row with another, the Ants has taken control and lead of this race.
Mm-hmm. And if Ant is able to start developing this board wide, especially knowing that a Pin Terror might be coming, that is Pin terrifying to me. And especially knowing that Rybot probably has just a bunch of little guys using heal control, I'm not sure.
So it looks like we may have had an expended draw. We do set one and hit in for one. So not able to make a wider board. So we know that Galaxy is going to be coming out again. So you have to assume that there's going to be some way to destroy it or to prevent it. And if that new face down is Gorgon's Gaze, then on battle step, that will negate the effect, allowing the Galaxy to defeat the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm. We're running it back again. Here comes the Galaxy. We have the one set for Rybot and MPH reaching for that back row. It says, oh, okay. Literally just run it back again. We are shielding that Galaxy for a second time back to hand. He's simply just going to keep coming back.
I was incorrect. It is third verse, same as the first. It's just attacking the Galaxy shield, attacking the Galaxy shield. Third verse, are we going to see another expend to draw? The problem here is that the back row Ant is using is starting to have him go down in spirit count without expanding his board wider. So you're protecting just a single Elestral that, for all intents and purposes, seems to be the only Elestral that you have. So Rybot knows, I'm just going to keep running this down. But now we have Champ Galaxy coming out here, switching everything on the field, and is now just a huge threat to the field. Is going to be a 5 attacker once the base Galaxy hits the field as well. So Rybot now has to start seriously considering this situation.
Yeah, even just this whale puts up a bit of a wall for Rybot if Galaxy is the main attacker in this list. However, Calfmel coming out, we're starting to do heal things, and gonna be swinging into the Galaxair. Oh, the Champ Galaxy, excuse me.
Yeah, definitely want to get rid of that ASAP, because then you can cast out your Galaxy again without giving your opponent a 5 attacker. So absolutely makes sense. And what are you going to do? Flip the Calfmel? I mean, you can flip yourself, but then you're just giving him a heal of 3.
Mm-hmm. And we have a second card set in the back row for Rybot, and Ant MPH really needs to get some motion going here. We want to see Hydrate come out. We want to see something start here.
I don't think Rybot wants to see Hydrate come out. Or another Ant doesn't want to see Hydrate come out.
Maybe a little bit.
We'll see what happens. But, still just trying to make things happen. Rybot is, staying grounded with this one. Ant is just mulling over the hand. Looks to be about maybe 5-6 cards in hand.
And we've got a bit of a large hand going, and out comes
an Elestral.
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out. I'm sure we'll get information by production. But is that Cyanectar?
Oh, Champ Sorlet is what that is.
Champ Sorlet. Okay. All right.
It was kind of Cyanectar shaped, which is why I was like, I don't think that's in this list.
A little bit. I was like, just trying to figure it out. But yeah, Champ Sorlet is going to be a huge threat to this field. Now, get your heals. I don't care. I'm taking them right back away from you while getting a 7-3 body on my field. So, that's fine by me.
Yeah, and Zeus apparently was not getting enough attention here, so he had to come in and say a little something. But
I'm sure we all missed seeing Zeus this tournament.
He's like, we have not heard enough from me for my liking.
Yeah,
however,
the narcissist.
I know, right?
Zeus is going to be here, just being present, but getting bounced by the shield. Was the Elestral Ant just cast out the Chrysor, but the Galaxy did swap his own stats, allowing the destruction of the Calfmel, while giving Rybot a heal of 3, is taking a body off board. I think there's value there.
Mm-hmm. This Galaxair, however, it does not go away. It wants to stick around. And Rybot probably looking at that Galaxy again, being like, surely the third time this is going to work, right?
I mean, we'll try again. Actually, we have an Estrada coming out here.
So
we might have something cheeky coming out in the back row. Maybe an artifact, perhaps. Do we have a liar or anything like that?
The past couple iterations that we've seen of heal control have run Argo and done some artifact things to be able to contest the fact that the bodies in this list are not big enough to contest most things. But I mean, even then, it's not big enough to contest a Pin Terror.
Let's see what Ryby has in store. We do get an add over to 3, so now you can. Yeah, there's the liar. Is going to be just how you can mold yourself for the upcoming turns. You know that there's a lot of threats waiting in Ant's hand, just waiting for you. So I feel like a 5 attacking a Stratted with 2 back row for defense is a good enough board to get you back into field control. As the Astral attacks and runs over the Galaxier, which was on the field so much longer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, that was the Galaxier that did not want to float away.
Resilient.
And it does make me wonder with this liar. Obviously, the first effect of swapping the stats is one that we've seen a lot today. But with Solar Native in this list, I wonder if we're going to see a champion of Apollo to be able to take advantage of that second effect of liar.
It is possible, but we haven't seen any hints of it lately, so I can't imagine that it's gonna come out now.
A girl can dream.
I would like it. I'm sure Shmo would like it as well. But right now we have the wait.
That was a hurricane.
There's a hurricane?
Yeah, the hurricane came out and got rid of a PTA and one other back row there that I can't quite see. But
oh. Ryby. I mean, that is not what you wanted to see, but it does bring Ant down to a pretty low spirit count. You still have to do with a 5 attacking Astral.
Or so you could crash Hydrakes into it.
Well, you could. I mean, we have seen that before earlier. It looks like that is a Sorlet, maybe base Sorlet?
A water Sorlet?
No, that is base Sorlet expending a win to get over the Astral. That is a board clear by Ant.
Is it actually properly enchanted?
That's a properly enchanted Sorlet. I believe that's Artist Collection Sorlet as well.
Oh, I love that for her. It looked like a water under there, and I just assumed. But instead, this is a properly enchanted Sorlet. And hey, the effect is good, folks.
Yes. We have a new face down by Ryby, so not lacking defense, but are you lacking in Elestrals? We haven't expended the draw right now. Well, you're probably in the board state to do so, but instead we are going to cast out the Galaxy that was lying in wait since turn 1.
And we are just going to crash, and Rybot is taking that exchange, which, I mean, if you're on heal, interactions like that don't feel too bad. Just being able to deal with the body on the board, knowing I can heal those spirits back next turn or whenever there is a chance for me to do that.
Right now, we're just, it's just trying to retain control. Having 2 face downs for Ant is probably doing more harm than good, because you got to think, which ones of these do I even want to use considering my spirit count? Sorlet is going to come back out there, and I'm assuming we're going to have a run-in. Base Sorlet looking really good right now, getting the attack in, and that's going to be 1. And honestly, 2 back row, a 5 attacker in the front. This is where you want to be.
It looks like it is Thunder Enchanted. I think that this might be a Thunder Enchanted Piggy, which is new.
Well, we all need new Nexus forms, right?
True.
Zaplet? Chocolate?
Zaplet is cute.
Chocolate. Like chocolate.
Like chocolate. That's adorable.
Yeah,
hey,
chocolate is it.
Could we get someone started on this, please?
Looks like we have Plucky, Champion of Apollo, being cast out here, pulling out the leader of Apollo.
What did I say? I told you there could be Champions of Apollo in this list.
I mean,
they were lurking.
You were right, and Champion Plucky is right here, becoming a 5, while empowered by Liar of Apollo. But I can see an argument of doing it to empower the Sorlet. I guess it doesn't really matter if you're going for the attack in any way. Yep, it is going to be. Oh no! It becomes a 3 attacker. Okay, I get it. It became a 3 attacker once it empowered the Sorlet, so it gets over it. Wow. Okay. All right, so now we, simple plays here. They know that the spirit count is low. We're just trying to do as much as we can for as little as possible. Good old capitalism.
At this spirit count, knowing what MPH actually has to be able to build up to, it's not looking like we're going to be able to see the big dragon hit the board. At least that would be my guess, unless we see an Ambrosia and some healing happening. But Rybot in probably exactly the position that they want to be in here. However, another Galaxair, which we might have this stick around for another calendar year, again, based on our last interaction with the Galaxair, gonna be swinging over this Plucky.
Yeah, just a simple play. Again, just trying to get as much value as possible for as little payout as needed, as we have more whale-on-whale violence. So no one tell PETA, okay?
Hey, I would not tell them anything.
Galaxair, base Galaxair is going to run over the Galaxy. Base Galaxy runs over Galaxair. And now we're just waiting for the, Ant's follow-up. Like, it's been a good trade.
It's an earthquake! We have the earthquake coming out, taking care of that Galaxy. Ant, however, getting really low on spirits here and going for that Champ Sorlet. And it looks to be, I mean, I'm going to stop guessing, but it looks water enchanted to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a body at this point. So if this gets gotten over, which with the amount of whales in Rybot's list, I wouldn't be surprised. But
Whale, here we go. And the two set there, unfortunately, nothing does it for only one spirit. I think this might be all she wrote here.
No, this is what you do. You pay off of the Galaxy for shield, and then you expend it, right? And that's it.
Yep. Okay, we have the scoop from Ant MPH.
Yep.
However, going into game 2, we do know that there is a Pentair somewhere. We did not see any piece of that particular strategy, but I think I have to agree with you that if we get to a situation where Rybot is looking down a Pentair, there's not much to be done about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that position, Rybot did everything in their power to make sure they did not see it. But at the same time, Ant just seemed to not have seen any hydrates at all. With the way that Rybot was playing, I feel as though it was just luck that factored into this more so than anything else. Because if there was a hydrate with what Rybot was doing, just a simple one-to-one trades, we would have seen out a Twindra or maybe even Pantera. And then the question becomes, what does Rybot do about that? The board state itself, that was probably one of the most tame ends to any game we've seen all day. It was a simple one-to-one trade, and one ran out of resources due to the beginning of the game. All the spirits that Ant spent in the beginning of the game to protect his Galaxair with the shield and the shield came back to bite him. He was behind by just about that exact spirit amount at the end game. So it goes to say, like, you know, the runes are good. The runes can help you build wider. But when you give yourself that opening and you don't build wider as a result, you're going to go down an advantage. Because now you spent extra spirits and got nothing extra for it.
Unfortunately, with as long as Ant was protecting that Galaxair, I wonder if they were trying to get into a position where they could even special ascend the Twindra over it and just get the Twindra on board if we couldn't see the Hydrake, and then get into Pantera from there, but just was not able to see the pieces of the combo, which can happen even when, I mean, we saw the expend to draw. We saw all of that doing Ant's absolute best to make that happen. So that being said, going into this next game, I mean, if things go slightly differently for either of our casters, that could have been a totally different game. So who's to say?
We'll have to see. We all know the game plan by both of these casters, and I'm sure our casters know each other's game plan as well. Let's see how Ant and PH can adjust as we go into game 2.
I always like to see, especially at this point in the day, games go to game 3. I want to see both casters be able to show why they got here, because obviously you're playing at a high caliber if you've made it to this point at all. And I love to see, like, oh, that's why, you know? Yeah.
Exactly. And we already know Pantera is a consistent good. Out of all the Elestrals from base set, Pantera is the boss Elestral that keeps on giving. And MPH is looking to harness that full power of the Pantera as they go into game 2 here. And looks like he's going to be on the play. I'm guessing we'll see in the Strabit set 1.
I do feel like Ooh,
No,
maybe?
Rabbit. Wait a minute.
You
Oh,
simply
it's
see-
been the draw, plan B.
Yeah, expend set 1. I feel like this Stellar Pantera mat on Rybot's side must be intimidating the Pantera in Ant's list somehow. Maybe that's what happened this last time. He just got a little nervous.
Just like, oh wait, you did not earn top 16 at Dallas. Maybe I don't want to come out right now.
But here comes, is that a Plucky coming out?
Looks to be passing the turn on just a single set face down as well.
Mm-hmm. Plucky going to be going in and searching for that Lyre of Apollo, which did cause some problems last game. I really liked the play of attaching the Lyre to Ant's Elestral and then still getting the advantage of the stat boost from the effect of being a champion of Apollo. I thought that was pretty fun and just a different way to use it that we haven't seen before. We see a set card from Rybot, and looks like we're just going to be swinging in, and Ant's going to take that 1 spirit of damage.
Do we know if Ant is playing Aeolus or not?
I don't think we've
I
seen it.
don't think we've seen it in any games we've seen from them.
It could be one of those things that it's in the sideboard. I think that everyone should be at least sideboarding stadiums. There are so many games.
Oh no,
can
I
get
meant
out of
Aeolus the
control.
Divine.
Oh, I was saying, in my brain heard
I know
Aeolia.
Aeolia. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right though. Like, I agree. Stadiums should always be in the side. I fully share that sentiment as well as Pandora's box.
Yeah, PK said, so that's interesting. Completely different conversation than what I'm having. No, Aeolus would be good to be able to search out the Hydrake and be able to make this a little more consistent. But no, we didn't see that at all.
No, not at all. So I mean, it would help out. I know it's expensive, but man, does it
Oh my gosh.
break your hands. Yep, more
What
whales.
is this, game 1?
Yeah.
Show me a shield and then we'll really be back in game 1.
Whales are like the unofficial mascot of Elestrals at this point.
Uh-huh. Okay, simply just going to take down the Galaxair. Maybe Ant either didn't have a response for that or said, okay, well, this didn't necessarily serve me well last game, so let me not do that again.
Whatever enemy in the Elestrals RPG exists, their ace Elestral better be Galaxy.
Can you imagine?
Has
Oh
to.
man, like this starting battle is just between a rabbit and and a Galaxy. Yeah.
Whatever
Ooh.
antagonists exist in the RPG, just make sure they main Galaxy. All of them.
Okay.
Oh, we have Artist Collection Soiled coming out to contest the base set Galaxy. Is that base set or Champion Act? That's Champion Galaxy.
It's so hard to tell with the Stellars.
I've learned that the Champion faces to the left and the base set faces to the right. Also, the Champion one looks more like Shrimp.
And you can, if you really look, you can see the title. But we do see a shield coming out. Oh, poor Water Pig going back to hand.
I mean, I want to just talk about it looking like a shrimp, but yes, you can look at the title as well.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. It
looks
it's
like shrimp, right?
yeah,
All right,
so true.
thank you.
I can smell the fried rice now.
You mean to tell me a shrimp fried is rice? Rybot on the draw after bouncing the Soiled back to Ant MPH. And we're getting an expansion of the board, now casting out Calfmel. And this is the
Okay.
opening that Ant MPH was missing when they used Shield last game. So now Rybot is starting to establish board control. We don't have a new back row to accompany this now widening board though. So that is an opening that Ant could hopefully take advantage of to try to crack what's already been put on field.
Yeah, this looks really tasty for a Hydrake if we can get one going.
This looks tasty for a Spectress.
Also, in addition to that, however, we are doing Champion Sorlet coming out. I think it's once more Water Enchanted, taking advantage of that Galaxy effect. We are going to swing. And here comes the
The
Champ
Surge of the Crysaor, yeah.
I guess it isn't Water Enchanted. I'm just getting my Waters and Winds. They're looking the same to me today.
The destruction does happen. Chrysor is sorted out, and thanks to the rulings update, you have to cast out Chrysor Champion of Aeolus with another Wind Spirit as well from the Spirit deck. So make sure you keep track of that as we move into, continue on through Ant's battle phase here. Looks like we're going to be considering, there's no reason why we don't just go out for the Ascension,
Okay,
and
so
I'm pretty sure that was Leviathan. Is that double enchanted? That looked like a Leviathan.
It did. Don't ask me anything. Okay.
I mean, I'll trust the judges here. Like we are just commentators at this situation.
We go back over to Rybot. I believe I didn't see the heal. I was too busy looking at this Chrysor trying to figure out what was happening. But probably yum got to heal back up some solar spirits. Gonna be setting a card. And is that a pass? I think we're just passing. I mean, at 18 spirits, I mean, you're not in too much of a rush, I suppose. But
with 18 spirits, all you're doing is having a longer demise. if this board doesn't shake out soon, as we have a Strabit in a attack Strabit being cast out by an MPH, getting an added 3 with a 2 back row. I mean, at this point, you just kind of try to find your Hydrate, right?
I mean, Pantera could ascend over this Chrysor right now if Ant really wanted to. I don't know if we're gonna see Pantera in this game, but I have dreams.
Well, this double attack here is going to deal 3 points of damage unless that face down is a tsunami.
Although it wouldn't stop what many people are saying is a water enchanted Chrysor. So, okay, here comes the damage. We're going to be taking 2 waters and I believe a solar. And going over to Rybot for their turn, we got to start getting something going before Ant gets. I mean, we went back and forth here. Rybot had started to develop a bit of a wider board, immediately contested by Ant, who has now started to develop their own pretty scary wide board here.
It is an interesting dynamic between these two players and their decks because their advantage is essentially the same exact thing. Just simple 1-to-1 trades. Like here we go with Strabit and then we got PTA. We do it as low as we can, we get in the advantage we can, we're moving forward. And there's never been any burst plays, burst combos that are being played by one or the other. It's simply, this is the board I presented you with, one face down, etc. All right, well, I'm going to run this out and go for it where I don't have a follow-up, what I do, and here's my expansion. Like, it's been so simple between these two. It's a little unusual and unnerving to be seeing in Firestorm, for being honest. But maybe that's the joy of just the type of decks that these two are playing. We do have a win list, which is one of the most malleable and simple elements out there. And we have this heal control list, which is essentially just a tempo list, which goes along with our Champ Galaxy prediction. So point for me.
And we didn't keep the poison tipped arrow on the board. So, it doesn't matter because we're going to be using the spirit off of the Astrabbit to pay for something. Probably an Ambrosia.
Makes sense. If it's going to go down anyway, might as well get the most value possible. That is going to be an Ambrosia, getting a heal up. So keeping your heal alive, but I mean, what good are those spirits in your spirit deck? You got to get them on field and making them work for you.
Ant is simply just going to continue to develop threat after threat each turn. And Rybot is going to need to take some action here at some point. Another rabbit coming out. I mean, we've got to be digging for something, right? I keep telling myself that there's got to be like a piece to the combo that we're searching for, and then we're going to see it, right?
I'm assuming so. Like, we have not seen Pantera as well. Like, we've seen Sorlet, which now Chrysor is on the field, and we have widening Astrabbits. They are multiplying. Someone spray some water on these Astrabbits, please. But
yes, they're multiplying like bunnies, some might say.
Yes, like Astrabbits. But we're getting a replenishing to our hand. We're just digging deeper to a choice of 3 to deal with any future situations. Is not looking good for Rybot here, despite the spirit count being 10-17 in his favor.
Well, and with 2 back row set, I mean, we've been able to just continue to gain advantage, get cards in hand, search for cards that we need, flush out our next few turns. And Rybot is still here with only 1 card set, taking lots of damage. We've already gone through 1 Ambrosia. We've already gone through one Cathmel. We've got a Galaxy coming out here. And with the water under that Chrysor, actually, Chrysor's in some danger. And that looks like a Liar.
Oh, that's the Liar that was searched from Plucky long ago. The Liar going on the Chrysor to switch his to attack the 3 and is going to try to run over the Galaxy, but it is going to be met with the Shield of Achilles, I believe. So that is going to just return it back. Wait, is it being destroyed? Or is it another Galaxy?
I think maybe...
I'm trying to see exactly what... Oh, that's a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah,
Battlestab Gorgon's Gaze.
Classic. Okay, listen, it's been so long since we've seen a regular base set Galaxy meet a Battlestep Gorgon's Gaze that it was like, wait a minute. That's exactly what that was, stopping the effect in the Battlestep, which of course causes the destruction of the Galaxy. And a Gorgon's Gaze coming out on a re-enchant of a rabbit, which it's like, sure...
You're going to 2 regardless, so I'll take 2 and a Gorgon's Gaze, sure.
Yeah, and you can't go in and get something that you need. That Lyre of Apollo still on the Chrysor, which if we have the Plucky come out is going to be able to take advantage of that stat boost, and then those rabbits wouldn't be able to contest the Plucky. That could be a good Elestral if it's in hand to come out and hit the board here.
Well, Plucky would only crash into the Chrysor, though, because it'd be 3v3.
Well, yes. But we wouldn't do that.
Oh, okay. Right? I'm just making sure, it can't happen.
Mm-hmm. No, we just simply are going to put a Sluggle down.
How much healing has happened in this one game?
It's going to be met by, was that Spoiled Fruit?
Yes, it is.
I think that was a Spoiled Fruit coming out to stop the healing from Sluggle. And is this a scoop?
Yes, it is. That is a scoop by Rybot. We're going into a game 3. Ants just keeping low to the ground and not allowing Rybot to play the play. And this harkens back to a conversation I had with Caleb, one of the progenitors of the heal control strategy. The point of heal control is to not beat your opponent, but have them beat themselves. Continue to burn out their spirits while yours stays high. And then by game mechanics sake, you're going to get to a point where you just have more ability to play more cards in the end of your opponent. Fortunately, Ant MPH understands the win condition versus heal control, which is to stay low to the ground, stay simple, and keep everything on the board as much as possible. And fortunately, that Spoiled Fruit on the Sluggle was all Rybot could stand and was able to just say, you know what, we're going to concede this. We'll go to game 3. I'm going to be going first, and it'll be fine. But yeah, just a really good example of heal control, but the inherent flaw in the strategy as well.
Yeah, that poison, oh my gosh. it was a bit of a side deck hero, I imagine, for Ant and PH going in, knowing I've seen at least some heal cards. I don't know if we saw the full heal control package, but we're able to see Cathmel in game 1 and probably said, I should go in and get some Spoiled Fruit since I have side decked that, I imagine.
Most likely.
Most likely not something that's in the main, but a very powerful side deck staple, in my opinion. Much like another card. What is that? Pandora's Box? PK?
Pandora Slipper, maybe?
I mean, hey, that is a card that Rybot, if it is in his side deck, should be considering if there is a Commentator somewhere.
Talk about counter tech picks, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully Rybot is able to come correct with this one, but at the same time, we still have not seen any Hydrake by MPH. It's been Chrysor and Bunnies. Pigs and bunnies and a little bit of air whales.
Oh my.
So we'll have to see if Hydrake is even real at this point. I'm starting to question its existence. It might have gone extinct. Game 3 is ready to go right now, and Rybot will be on the play. We see the opening hand, and we have an expend to draw. It's either a Strabbit or expend to draw. It's one or the other. Also,
expend to draw, it's a mulligan, I think, is what we're
is that too?
looking at. Yep.
Okay,
You know,
well then
mulliganing.
a mulligan works as well. Not exactly the expensive draw, but hey, if we can find this rabbit, it's all the same thing. Hopefully, we can see Pandora's Chancla actually appear in the set cards as well.
Hey, I would love that. And Rybot probably knows that they need to start with a strong opening hand to be able to stop Ant from getting momentum from getting to develop the board like last game. If Rybot is simply able to keep them off of it like that game one, then we are looking at a completely different game here.
Yeah, but I still argue that he wasn't able to keep him off of it as much as Ant just did not see it.
Well, allegedly it exists. We haven't seen it either.
Producer said, you know, if we're wrong, blame the producer.
However, it looks like we are going to be getting into this game 3. I am curious if...
Is this another mulligan?
I think you're right. I mean, Rybot has got to be looking for a very specific hand. That or those both were so atrocious that there was no choice but to double mulligan in semifinals.
Look at the meticulous shuffling that Rybot is doing here. Like, that was like a 5 of a very fine shuffle going in right there. So hopefully these next 5 cards is what Rybot needs. You cannot afford another mulligan. Like, you gotta make this work, whatever it may be.
That's the kind of shuffle you do when you say, I cannot see any of those cards ever again. And I don't want them to show their faces. Okay, so we are starting with Kathmel and going to be in defense here.
All right, well, just considering the set that we do have a Kathmel in defense, which can help you heal 3 solar or lunar, but I don't think we spent. I see Leviathan. I don't know if we have enough because you gotta have 3 in order to heal.
Yeah, we do know that
unless the third is from Kathmel.
Yeah, you can heal back the spirit from under Kathmel with its effect. So maybe there are 2 other solars there, and Ant MPH coming out with, I believe that is the base set Sorlet. And once more, Water Enchanted, however, getting hit with a PTA makes that not matter too much at all.
Where PTA on a Sorlet means that you're not doing anything that you wanted it to do. You could expend the wind. You could crash into it. But at that point, all you're doing is equaling the... Or...
You could bring out Zeus and say, I'm hitting over that regardless. But... Rybot using solar to pay for that PTA might have been part of his way of saying, okay, let's get a couple more solar in the underworld so I can take full advantage of this Kathmel. And I think that we are only gonna... Okay.
All right.
That might have been the solar from under the Kathmel coming back.
Possibly. All the same, though, I'm sure the spirit count is accurate. So we are going to just bring the spirit count up a little bit for Rybot's favor, but still has to deal with the Zeus and the face down as a second Kathmel. What kind of mulligan?
I have no idea. We're not looking at a going to time scenario, but Rybot, I mean, if you look at the spirit counts right now and I were to say, hey, guess the heal player, you would not guess it. I promise you.
Yeah, this double mulligan is really putting the player behind. I feel like the spirit count's a little bit higher than it is right now, but of course, we'll let production figure that one out. But Kathmel going in for 1, and now we have Ant and PH on the play. We see a spirit being chosen to cast out Chant Galaxy.
Okay, Ant said, you know what? You've been bugging me with this dang whale this entire time. What if I did it too?
Yeah, still haven't seen Hydrake.
Does it exist? I don't know. One can dream. I think you have to go all in on this game 3, right? Like
Hydrake avoided a game like his opponent is Kendrick Lamar.
And that was incredible, I fear.
Lyre of Apollo going out. I believe that's Lyre of Apollo. And yeah, just... Oh, that was an Argo into Lyre, swapping the stats back so it can be defeated by Kathmel, retaining it. But look at the spirit count.
Yeah, again, pick the healer. I'm not sure. We do still have this Zeus on board to be able to do Zeus things at some point. I wonder if it would have been worth I mean, granted, we hadn't seen Argo before, but it could have been worth just preemptively using the Zeus to play around something like that. But not the end of the world, considering Rybot has 6 spirits left.
Yeah, that you again just play low to the ground. You got all the control you need. It's going to take a lot from Rybot to retain this, and does not have the spirits to justify playing so many back row rules. You just keep up the pace slow and steady.
Kathmel being able to come back in, knock out that whale in return. If we have Spectaris, I'm gonna be back in Moonrise. I'm gonna be back in Daybreak. It's gonna be just a classic format that we're looking at here.
I mean, Spectaris is absolutely what you want to see if you are Ant right now, because it laughs at the majority of his opponent's deck. Looks like we do have an update of the spirit count. We are 14 to 11 now.
Okay, so that's different than what we were looking at before. Okay, neat.
Just a little different, but you know, it does change the perspective of the game situation right now, as we have Firestorm Viserys coming out there attacking the Kathmel and met with a giant tsunami. Man, looking like the West Coast in the past couple of days.
Ooh, I think this is the hardest I've ever seen someone defend a Kathmel. Normally you're just like, okay. You sure you want to attack into it?
It reminds me of Ant MPH's game 1. This is the only Elestral Rybot may have.
That could be. I mean, after 2 mulligans, devastating.
And we already saw one Kathmel go down, so at this point, it's protect the tower.
There's the one set keeping this Kathmel alive, and we are going to be able to swing over this Viserys unless Ant has an answer here in the back row, which it looks like it is a Gorgon's Gaze?
I believe it is a Gorgon's Gaze. Yes, it is a Gorgon's Gaze. That's going to stop it where it wants to be, and now we have a chance to not only build wider, but destroy this Kathmel with Viserys to build our board even work wider from there. So, Ant in a pretty good position in this, well, very fortunate spirit count for himself.
Yeah, I mean, a little different than when we thought Rybot was on 3, but still pretty good. And am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Am I seeing a Hydrate?
Oh, that's Hydrate!
I think that we are going to start Hydrate gaming.
He dropped the album! He's back!
No way!
Wow, Hydrate is real, and it will try to hurt you.
Okay, there we go. We are going to swing the Hydrate.
Let's see what happens. The attack does go down. The Hydrate went into that?
Apparently.
Not the Viserys?
Many people are saying. And Viserys is simply swinging for damage here.
Well, I mean, this is a wider board. We do have Zeus available, and we have a face down. So Ant is still in a commanding position, and it leads you to believe that the face down by Rybot is not very real.
I suppose that was a situation where if it was a set Argo or something, for example, Ant would have been like, yeah, sure. KO my Hydrate. I dare you. Which might have been why we went with the Hydrate over the Viserys, but who's to say? We see the Lyre of Apollo coming out here, attaching to the Viserys, I would guess.
I'd imagine. Oh, it was the Viserys. Now we're bouncing.
And now Heliolith is coming out.
Yes. Oh, now that is wise, but also scary, because you gave them a 5 attacker. So if Hydrate, you have to have a Gorgon's Gaze now, right? You have to have a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the attacking Hydrate. Otherwise, you have to deal with Ben Terror. And this is what Rybot is trying to avoid all match long. With 9 minutes left.
Or does it feel like the game is just starting? I feel like whatever we've been doing before now, I'm not sure what's been going on, but this feels like we have started playing the game. Hydrate has hit the board for a little bit. We have Heliolith out, and now we could really start looking at some shenanigans.
These casters are wide awake. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to be dealing with here. I imagine the best play here would be to cast out Hydrate and then weaken the Heliolith, because then if they stop the attack to save the Heliolith, then they got to deal with the Hydrate on a later turn.
Okay, we're actually disenchanting from the Zeus to bring down the Heliolith.
Yep, try to threaten it and just keep the Hydrate on board for our opponent to deal with later, instead of just getting rid of it ourselves and possibly dealing with the Gorgon's Gaze that's going to stop everything and keep them controlled.
Yeah, that way, if the Gorgon's Gaze comes through, then at least Hydrate stays alive, and it's not just I crash and then whoa.
Right. Exactly.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Around that, we have the Hydrate declaring the attack, checking the face downs, then it's going to be a shield. And Argo.
No, Argo. Okay,
So is the other one Gorgon's Gaze?
I mean, that's what you want to see if you are looking down a Hydrate. So we're going
you have the Gorgon's Gaze to make it a 5 attacker. So what would you give? I guess Necklace of Harmonia?
I think, that has to be what it is. So Necklace of Harmonia coming out here and going to be powering up that Heliolith. And you're right, that has to be exactly Gorgon's Gaze set. Otherwise, you're playing right into Ant's evil plan.
And looks like so no Gorgon's Gaze on the battle step.
Okay. And here comes Twindra.
This could be a plant. There is no way that's an Earth.
That looks like an Earth to me.
How do we have 9 spirits left and not have enough?
Okay.
We expended. We expended
because of the
Earth.
second spirit on the Heliolith. Okay, all right. We were so focused on the Twindra that we were like, excuse me, how do you play the game of Elestrals? But here comes Twindra coming out, and yes, it is in fact wind enchanted.
Also, big brain by Ant with the attack order on the previous turn, being aware of the possible Argo.
That's what I said.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you had that one right. I had the Zeus call right. We're both big brain. We can top.
Hey, you know what? We're killing it.
We're absolutely.
Yeah.
Yo, meet you in the finals.
Well, you'll be meeting.
Meet you in the
finals. You know what? Yes. You know
meet
what?
you in the finals.
Yeah,
all right, there
meet
you
you
go.
in the
All right.
finals. Okay.
All right, see you in the finals.
Let production know that we actually, unfortunately, cannot be casting anymore because we have to play now.
How did it come to this after all we've been through? Twindra is now sitting on the field as a 5 attacker, dealing with the 7 attack Heliolith right now, thanks to Zeus. So it will have to just completely die from the attack if it chooses to go through that. Or you could just retain it. And it looks like that's what's going to be done. So now Rybot is on the play with now a 10 attacking Heliolith. I wonder why the Twindra wasn't cast out or wasn't attacked into.
I'm not sure. We will see though. Rybot gonna need to get rid of that Necklace of Harmonia though this next turn, unless they don't mind paying that burn.
I don't want to pay that burn with this amount of spirits left. Absolutely not. Argo's expensive.
Well, but then again, Rybot was on 3 and then suddenly on 11, so I don't know what's going on. It could happen again.
I guess you're not wrong, but I'm pretty sure 4 is now the accurate spirit count. Rybot just considering all options, maybe trying to figure out how they can get this necklace off of the field. And that could be why Ant did not go for the attack and destroy. Let Rybot burn themselves out.
Okay, we see a water spirit, and it looks like that is the... Is it? Okay, use your shrimp theory.
Stellar Galaxy.
Okay. Go ahead, do your shrimp thing. We have Base Set Galaxy coming out.
Me that rude.
Ooh.
No short jokes.
Hey, listen, as a fellow short icon, you're in good company.
Short icon, I love it.
Mm-hmm. That Twindra.
Ambrosia.
Okay, so we see some healing going on. I'm not sure if that Twindra is water enchanted, and therefore if it is now a 4/5 at this point.
Was it? If that was water enchanted, that's probably why he didn't go for the attack. Also, not paying off for the necklace.
Yeah, we are simply going to swing over, and I think that based on the little from the whale.
There it is. It was Gorgon's Gaze.
Ooh.
So I guess Ant had to read for that the entire time and didn't just want to just let him do it to take all that direct damage on Rybot's turn. So big brain play But man, Rybot having the perfect back row to deal with the situation at hand. And currently at 5 Spirit, having to face down nothing more but a Heliolift. Let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to bring note that we have 3 minutes left in this.
Verituga! Listen, your 2 wind lovers here are thriving. That, without any back row, will absolutely take care of this Heliolith. Verituga, my beloved.
This is the one situation where Verituga's like, yeah, I'm ready for this. You heard a boom bat, but let's see what a Frost Fall card can do.
Okay. All right.
For those of you guys who may not be aware, Verituga can destroy any Elestral that is on the field if it has actually, wait a minute. Doesn't it need to have equal spirits? Hold up. Let me double check this.
Wait, it does.
Equal or fewer. Equal or fewer enchanting spirits. Wait a minute. Which means that it cannot get over the Heliolith. So the question becomes, what are the face downs?
Is there some way to get a second spirit onto this Verituga? Otherwise, this is just game. Oh, no.
We don't have anything. There's no Bloom for Wind cards right now.
Yeah, I remember there being... Oh, Spoiled Fruit. There we go.
Okay.
Spoiled Fruit coming
right
out.
There.
I remember there being conversation for a while about, like, if you can get 3 spirits on Verituga, it kills Blitztrix, which...
True.
Oh, was that Monsoon?
Was it?
Monsoon to put a spirit? Hang on. What's happening?
There's a lot of movement going on, but we're not being allowed to see any of the actual cards.
I know. Okay,
I think that was Monsoon.
Okay, we see the re-enchant on the Verituga. Now we are able to swing over this Heliolith. Rybot unable to do anything about it. Oh.
Monsoon to re-enchant. These wind cards out of Firestorm had the ability to warp this meta. And there's the original. You heard of Boom Bat? Yeah, well, here he is.
Yeah, well.
Boom Bat getting rid of the Verituga without any battle step at all.
And that is going to be putting Ant down to 0 spirits. That seems to be all she wrote on these semifinals. Okay.
Who's the scoop there by?
I assume it was Ant. I think Rybot has got this. Unfortunately, wait a minute.
If the Boom Bat was cast out with the Verituga having 2 spirits on it, you just disenchant. Wait, was that Water Enchanted Boom Bat and meaning that he doesn't have anything?
I don't know.
Confirmation that Ant does lose. I don't quite understand how the end game resolved there, but we have confirmation that Ant MPH does concede the match. So Vibot will be your caster moving on to finals.
Listen, what a journey we went on those last few turns.
Things happened, cards moved, and spirits were depleted.
They were played. Certainly, we had production yelling cards at us in the chat. It was great. We were in a situation where I believe that the Liar was attached to the Verituga, and then because of that, its stats were swapped. So then Boom Bat was able to swing over it. So we had a concession from Ant. I think that is, I believe, what we looked at the end there.
There's a lot of things that happen and not a lot of good confirmations for us visually, but shout outs to the birds in the sky, or I guess in the headset, for giving us the commentary points that we need. So I'm going to be glad that we got Swole to go into the finals, because, man, I got to admit, I kind of missed that one. But yeah, the Liar, it makes sense now that the Liar was swapping the stats, and the Boom Bat being a 2 attacker is pretty much just And I also love that the final 2 Elestrals in that clash was Verituga and Boom Bat. Attacking Boom Bat. You got to see an attacking Boom Bat twice, Kay.
I love to see it. Everyone always asks Boom Bat, what can you kill? Not Boom Bat, how are you? Do you want to hang around for the party? and he has gotten to hang around for the party a couple times today, and I think that that's so beautiful. And on top of that, my gosh, heal control in finals again.
Yeah, again, you're
In
right.
Firestorm, we have Heel Control going to finals. I'm not sure from the other semis what we have moving. Oh, just kidding. It's Nixamera. It's Nixamera.
Well,
Nixamera is going into finals.
I guess we gotta get Kay off a commentary because we cannot have biased commentary going into finals. But she is absolutely giddy right now. Actually giving Birdman hands right now.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I'm like a fly right now. I'm just gonna start creating sparks at this point. I am so excited. Nixamera is in finals. We have Heel Control in finals. I don't even know how that matchup looks. Of course, Nixamera being an expensive strategy, Heel Control being able to play sort of like a longer game should be really, really interesting to see.
So what I'm hearing is that Kay wants the solo commentary finals. So I mean, hey, by all means, you got it. I trust you. But yeah, it's going like you deserve the break because you've been killing it for the past two matches as well. But yeah, this is a pretty unique finals. Nixamera showing up and showing out. Cannot wait to see how this one goes up against Heel Control. But I gotta imagine, just thinking about it on paper, Nixamera is expensive.
Don't say. Listen, I believe
I'm just
in
being
Turkey.
factual.
I believe in Rybot. I think that no matter what happens, this is going to be an incredible finals. And you know what? I'm kind of jealous of both you and Swole, but I will see whoever wins in the winner's interview. I will be back for that.
Gee, I wonder who you want to talk to.
Hey, you know what?
Well, you guys will be seeing Kay during the winner's interview, but we're going to take a quick break and get set up for this finals match. So go get some water and go get some snacks. In 2 to 3 minutes, I'll be right back here with Swolewax. One final clash to end it all. Welcome back to the August 2nd Webcam Premier Tournament. Your finalist playing Nixamera is Perky. And on the other side, we have Vibot on Heel Control. Either one of these two casters will be a brand new champion, not just in Firestorm, but in Elestrals. We'll be crowning a brand new champion today. Swole, are you excited to see these two lists go head to head?
I think I'm ready for what could quite possibly be the most explosive or methodical finals of all time. Both Nyx and Mara, an incredible Ascension strategy that we've seen perform before at this high level. And then Heal, which we just saw back-to-back put up insane results with slow incremental play. Absolutely insane.
Well, we're going to see exactly what's going to happen with these casters. Cannot wait to see how these plays are going to work out. And regarding qualifier points, there's a lot being earned by both of these casters right now, Swole.
Absolutely. I think it's important to note here too that Perky, regardless of results here, has already secured their qualifying points for Worlds. So we might actually see two individuals that have an invite to Worlds off of this finals along with the champion.
Wow, actually incredible. Perky was there in 12th with 150, and this performance has qualified for that. So absolutely incredible, and is why you keep on competing as often and as much as you can. So congratulations to Perky for making their world invite via qualifier points. We're going to see if Rybot can do the same. Just skip and hop over these other 16 casters to make it into the world qualifier players as well with a championship victory right now. So you and I have different opinions on how this matchup will go. I'm leaning more so into Heel Control because if Nyx and Mara even tries to get going and can't get going, it's an expensive, bumpy road for them to go. But you have a different perspective.
I might be putting on my big brain just a little bit too hard here, but I do think Frost actually has a very solid matchup. Cryovern, Cryoling, the sevens from the Nixamera as well, very solid into a deck that's going with Argo and with Necklace of Harmonia. The idea here is this cards like Sluggle, like Rabbit, even Quackle back in the day for heal. Anything that's not Kaufmel into Argo won't be able to contest these larger bodies. So I think that might be a key moment for someone like Perky to take advantage of. And so that, along with searchable removal, that might be hard for Heal to deal with. Heal's got some tricks, don't get me wrong. But I think Frost has an edge.
So we just got to see who gets their big body out first. That's the big question here. But, over 100 casters down to these final two. And I'm interested to know what you guys think will happen in this final. So one more time for the road, if you guys can engage with us on socials using hashtag #PlayElestrals, I want to hear your thoughts and your opinion on Heel Control by Vibot and Nixamera by Perky making it to finals, and I believe this is their first finals appearance here as well. And definitely Nixamera, a card that I know Kay is off of the distance just squealing her heart out. So I cannot wait to see what Nixamera does. But I'm also interested to see the methodical play that Heel Control will provide to have Nixamera burn itself out.
Now, I think this is Perky's second appearance in finals, again, a top two finish before Rybot's first finals appearance. Multiple top cuts for both these players. I cannot wait to see how they play against each other. They are both very familiar with each other's play styles. Of course, they're in similar testing groups. And that kind of testament goes to show that once again, both these casters bringing it to the finals here is a testament to just how much and how well they are facing off against each other, theorizing decks and playing against the meta. So I'm very excited to see how they perform. Regardless, Nixamera or Heal, I'm ready for some great Elestrals action after a very long day with some of the best players inside the entire world.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like our casters are ready to go, so let's not dawdle any longer. Perky and Nixamera versus Rybot and Heel Control. Game 1 begins now. I believe. Looks like we are ready to go. Our casters are just transitioning over. The cards are already laid out, ready to go. So it's time for us to see what these casters have in store for us. Going to be seeing who's on the play here as the hands are both shuffled up by the players here. And it looks like Rybot is going to be starting off with an expend to draw. So Rybot in heel control gets the lead, and I feel like that's a really good spot to be in for heel.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad option at the expended draw and set 2. You know, back when this deck was a little more prominent instead of Moonrise, we did see this play happen quite a bit because you had no problem taking it just a little bit slower than your opponent. And that's going to bait a Poison Tipped Arrow as the Champ Brummeling's coming down, being able to search a card out here. I wonder if Perky's going to go for an early copy of Blizzard just to snipe the other back row. And it looks like that might be the case.
Man, I sure do love that tablet art. It's the marble art of Brummelings right there. This looks beautiful. But yeah, the Blizzstrix I think is really good. And it's something I had a realization of earlier. Like, if you want to be destroying back row with Nixamera, why not have Nixamera help out with that? I'm sorry, why not have Brummelings help out with that? Because it can search out a card that can destroy a back row that cannot be responded to thanks to Blizzard. So you pull that out, and now we're not even worried about the back row, which means that Rybot's going to have to worry about Blizzard being in Perky's hand the entire time, waiting, okay, how many do I overset? Oh, wait, does he have Hurricane? Maybe I don't want to set too many, etc., etc. So it's going to be a really tight situation that Rybot's going to have to navigate as we have Brummelings being destroyed thanks to the Poison Tipped Arrow. So, you know, just trying to maintain as much control of the board as possible. And look at that back row widening. The Blizzard fear is real swole.
Yeah, as we get to the OG Champ Galaxy coming down here, a staple card that we've been seeing all tournament long. Also meeting a PTA Whale Arrow ? Happened in finals. Holy, still going to take a damage here from Perky, trying to equalize those spirits out. Rybot is not in a bad position per se. Those 3 counter runes are great, but Perky still might be able to have an explosive turn and take Rybot's spirits down just a little bit. Once again, heal might not be looking like heal for just a little bit longer.
I'm not going to lie that, I mean, the situation is just kind of still in Perky's control, because you can tell just from the plays that are happening, Rybot is playing with concern, not fear, but definitely more caution than you would like to see. But are we not going to see a cast of an Elestral by Perky? No, Elestral. Wait, that's a major swing, as Rybot will be healing water thanks to Sluggle.
That's going to be a pretty important turn for Perky here too, because you're now allowing the heal player, and this is typically where heal likes to be, is your opponent is now down in tempo, choosing to forgo for card advantage, and you have a Sluggle coming in to heal back those key spirits and also deal damage. Gorgon's Gaze coming down here though, stopping both those things. That's kind of costly though.
Yeah, just taking that damage there. Look at where Gorgon's Gazing, the healing has to be the healing to stop the attack as well. And honestly, it makes sense for Perky just to try to keep the spirit count as equal as possible. We are playing the Blizzard, but now we got to play, choose the hat, as it were. We're going for the middle, and that is Shield of Achilles.
It's never resolving.
I mean, it's tough to say, in this situation. Now we're casting out the Galaxy, going to be, making the Galaxy a 5 attacker. The Sluggle just looking like, wait, what happened?
Galaxy coming down here, Champ Poseidon, truly the battle of the whales here, once again for this tournament, acting the effect of the Galaxy and trying to swing over this Sluggle. This might be the case where Argo takes hold once again. Rybot's reaching for Sluggle, letting it go. That's going to be Sluggle down, but Rybot's still really up in spirits.
I think considering the board state, and we don't know Rybot's hand, but I imagine that Sluggle was not worth protecting right now. I can get over another way, especially if I have Calf Mail or something. Like, I'd much rather protect that than anything else. But we do have a water cast to a Galaxy. Wait a minute. No,
that's going to be the Champ Galaxy.
That is Shrimp Galaxy out there going in and setting another back row to meet. Well, we know that the Blizzard was spent. We don't know if a second one is in hand, though. You have to assume that since Boomerlink searched... Argo. Since Boomerlink searched Blizzard, that there's already a Mountains of Boreas in hand. But we have Artifact. Argo searching an Artifact and casting out Liar. That makes sense. Swapping the stacks back of Perky's Galaxy and just shutting it down on this attack.
You can't go for a Necklace of Harmonia here, which does make this a little bit more dangerous to keep this Champ Whale out here for Rybot. But what a great Argo play. That Argo was set last turn for Sluggle, so really making sure that you are keeping the play alive by enabling maybe a slightly more defensive looks like maybe even that lyre is attached to Rybot's own whale.
Yeah, possibly. Interesting. Well,
Yeah, it's opting for the effect.
You know what? It didn't opt for the effect and then got the swap there. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. But now we have the Champ Galaxy just, flipping everything. We have Gorgas Gaze to meet it, keeping Perky on the back foot. Vibot with really methodical plays down is still down in spirit advantage, especially with all the back row being played, but it is enough to keep control. That's Heliolift bouncing the Champ Galaxy and getting in for 3.
Jumping in hot here, Rybot is back in the driver's seat as a 5/5 body and this 5/2 body in the Galaxy are super hard to deal with. Heliolift doing what they do best and really pairing well with those artifact runes. You love to see it. Perky has one set back row and a hand that might just be full of Nixameras and Cryoverns. It is now tied 6-6 in spirits.
Man, and not to mention the board presence is crazy. 1 face down on each side, but 2 and an artifact for Vibot. This is the situation that I imagined Heal Control was going to be in. Nixamera, it's expensive to get started. Once you get there, then yeah, it's crazy, but are you going to be allowed to? And Vibot has all the correct pieces. Not only that, but playing them, moving them to the right square at the right time to really keep control of this game. As we have a new Elestral being cast by Perky.
Now that's Bunnix right there. That is the Stellar Bunnix.
Oh, okay.
One of the most beautiful
Poison's
styles here. Arrow coming down here to snipe the bunny.
We're not going to expend. Man, PTA just hates rabbits.
Yeah, a PTA hates to see the rabbit coming. We have Bunnix here that's going to go down to this, opting maybe to expend. Perky is a little bit low on spirit, so I imagine the deck thing is not super important at the moment. But now that's going to put Perky in a really rough spot because now representing on the board, potentially even next turn, is 4 spirit damage from Rybot.
I want the emotional damage of seeing a Strabbit in an anime being shot and taken down by a poison-tipped arrow. just imagine that any anime. That's episode of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood damaging right there.
Oh god, only if you're Trish trying to hunt whales too, as I can see equipped with those poison-tipped arrows.
Absolutely. Get that on a crossbow. Have the stat. Ambrosia by Perky trying to keep themselves into the game. Not paying off of the Bunnix, interestingly enough.
Yeah, trying to make Rybot close the spirit gap and pay out that PTA. Perky's like, if you're going to heal, I'm going to heal too. And I think this is going to be very interesting as with Perky's open board, you're still taking 3 to 4 damage here.
If I'm going to heal, I'm going to heal too. I get it. But no, you're absolutely right. Just trying to maintain how can you heal control?
I've seen it done once before, but to be fair, I think after that point, a 1 Sluggle might just also put the heal back in Rybot's favor. The spirits are now equal back to 7/7, but Rybot's got 4 damage on the board.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge swing. I mean, you could Tsunami. That saves you 2. Well, 1, because you got to pay for the Tsunami. But otherwise, this is just a game state that you don't really want to deal with. Water is just so good at getting a lot of attacks in because it cannot be stopped with 1 single rune.
I had a nickel for every single time I've seen Heal do well inside of a finals of a Premier Tournament. This would be the 2nd time. Maybe taking some notes from Julian's previous play here. Rybot is closing this spirit gap with the swiftness.
Absolutely. Mulligan, it is Tsunami. Okay, so we are going to save ourselves 1, but it doesn't really open up any new avenues. We're still taking all the damage that we need to.
Yeah, every single spirit counts. And I think if you're Perky here, holding on to, let's say, 2 more here could be good. You have a potential Cryovern and Cryoling combo, which I think we might see pop down here with this Cryoling, the beautiful artwork for the Shattered Stars.
Yeah, I do love that Shadow Stars artwork, but the artwork that isn't going to save you into a good play. But we do have, so we're in the situation where you thought the game would become unbeatable for Rybot in heal control. Cryovern is on the field. Do you think that face down is real enough to stop the onslaught? The Heliolift is in defense, so it cannot be argued with unless you do Scythe.
Well, I think so Rybot has 0 cards at hand. Perky's confirming. Cryvern's going to swing over and the whale's going to go down. What's really funny about this one is I do think that on 2 spirits, if that back row is particularly Argo or Necklace of Harmonia, you take that crash if you're Rybot and then just swing the other 2 for the Heliolith. It turns out to be maybe nothing, and this Cryovern could just be enough. Are
we re-enchanting Sluggle? We are not going to flip Necklace of Harmonia.
Oh, we are.
We are flipping Liar.
Liar Apollo to swap the attack and defense of the Cryovern. Helios can now hit over, and then Sluggle deals the last 2 bits of damage here. Going
not
game
Sluggle
1.
For game. Not Sluggle for game.
Rybot taking down game 1 in this Premier Finals with a Sluggle onslaught. Just absolutely showcasing the power of these artifacts. Those attack swaps back and forth, whether it be Galaxy or a Liar.
Oh, man.
It's coming down somewhere.
I've never seen a Sluggle for game before. Oh, man. And the worst part was that it wasn't even an actual expenditure. Your opponent just had to accept that, yes, I was finished off by a Sluggle.
And one of the smallest Elestrals in the game, but one of the most powerful. Again, Heal is an incredibly technical deck that every single position and every single turn does matter. It's important to note that Heal is not about number go up, it's about number go down and then back up. And several times there we see Rybot make decisions to expend spirits and to enchant spirits to potentially get themselves into a low position and then bring it on back again, baby.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what we saw. I mean, I thought that the Cryvern was going to be it, but Rybot just had one step too many. If that Sluggle wasn't on the field, that wouldn't have been possible. Just there's a lot of things that could have been. That face down, he had to have the Liar, which I'm pretty sure Rybot is playing the Liar at 3. Just crazy. I don't want that many Liars in my life, but clearly Rybot's like, yeah, I'll deal with your manipulation of stats and nothing else. But it's just such a crazy game state to have witnessed like that. Unreal.
Yeah, 2 Liars cancel themselves out, but the third one definitely takes the cake. Perky, though, like we said, that play there for the Cryovern on the board at 7-5 was the condition that I was talking about earlier, saying that's a really hard place for Rybot to be in. The stat swapping is the key there, allowing Rybot's deck to get over it. I think if that Heliolith was not on the board, if the Heliolith was being able to take care of previously, the Liar of Apollo was much less effective. And that's a gamble that Perky kind of has to take, I think, because if you don't hit over the Galaxy, you end up swapping the stats anyway. So you're going to a double checkmate there where Galaxy can potentially swap the attack and defense of the Cryvern, or a Liar does. And that's such a powerful interaction from Rybot.
Yeah, there was nothing else that you could really do. I mean, you can't say that didn't play to the win condition. We went down to our final 0 spirits, so stayed into the game until the very end. But Rybot's strategy, not just with the heal control, but just understanding the minutia of the matchup and the Elestrals that they're using, the cards that they're using to get this done, it's impressive. It is impressive to watch the manipulation of the spirits by Rybot to get into a winning position, even with dealing with a Cryovern in the end game.
Yeah, these 2 players practicing against each other are more than familiar with each other, and I think that the exploration of each other's decks is probably what led them to the finals here in the first place. I don't doubt that they've faced this entire time, and they've been practicing for weeks now off this new ban list. And as we're heading into a game 2, Perky versus Rybot. Perky's got a little bit of a mountain to climb back, but hopefully it's Boreas and not Olympus.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how it goes. Broomerlinks was a great start for Perky, just was not able to clinch it out. Let's see what Perky can do on the draw in game 2.
Starting out here, Broomerlinks might be killer.
Yeah, absolutely. Broomerlinks would be a great, or a Strabbin as well. We love Funny Bunny in defense.
Tried and true Elestrals play.
Do not have to worry about a poison tip arrow on turn 1, play 1.
Yeah, but an arrow does not hate to see this rabbit coming, but Rabbit here is, wouldn't be Elestrals finals without at least one rabbit cast, and I don't believe we saw Rybot really go for anyone in particular. We saw Bunnix in the previous one for Perky, and Rabbit here coming down for gonna maybe search for some counter runes. A lack of counter runes from Perky last game was also pretty killer. Maybe afraid of potential removal there, and seems like they have a good choice here.
the stat swapping manipulation is going to be the play for this one. Because even though Estrabit, like if it just stays in defense, anything else in Rybot's list isn't really doing anything. You do have to watch out for Champ Galaxy, which will absolutely snipe the Estrabit out and can become a 5 attacker with base Galaxy on field. So, I mean, it's not a terrible spot to be in. Just watch out for Shrimp Whale.
Yeah, get the fried rice ready. This stir fry is about to be delicious. I think it's so funny to think about Eddie being the previous chef on the board here against a rabbit in defense position. Used to be the premier out, but then Argo was everywhere. And now that Argo is back in action, Edward is nowhere to be found. And instead, Champ Galaxy goes crazy. And Rybot is going to go ahead and go here a champion of Apollo Plucky to search out a liar.
All right, not a terrible play. Just going for the defensive play. You know, similar to Smotuga, defensive body, get out a search to your list, and now we have to worry about a quick Heliolith coming out later on in this matchup. So Perky needs to be aware that your stats can be swapped at any time. As a matter of fact, this could have been a swap to Estrabit, but I guess also didn't want to risk the Estrabit being protected and giving your opponent a 5 attacking buddy.
Yeah, there is kind of a risk here to having a liar on your opponent, right? And that's the spirits can stick around. A shield on your own Elestral can mean that, yes, you are now a more powerful Elestral, which is great. And then also Rybot could potentially use those spirits too. So there is some counterplay around it. I will say holding this liar for those key moments like the Cryovern, I think is probably going to be the matchmaker. Unless you're going to set and bluff like it's nobody's business. But a 3 defense Plucky is not super great either though.
Not at all, but you don't really, like, Estrabit's not going to try to get over it. And if you go for anything else, then, we have the Blizzard to snipe out the Gorgon's Gaze. And now we have an open back row, so Perky can play however they want. If we have Boomerlinks in hand, you know, you search out Borean or maybe even another Blizzard. But no, we have Narpoon. Almost Boomerlinks if you squint.
Narpoon is a great option here between this or Nixamera. The 2 cards I would say would be really good in this position. You're able to get over the Plucky, do a little bit of damage, and you want to try and take advantage and tempo. And the only 2 cards that can realistically, well, actually maybe 3 cards that can do that are the Champ Bremelinks, Narpoon, or Bunnix, which I would really love to see come down here in the finals. A Nixamera finish could be crazy.
Did I see that? Was that a Hydrake?
That could have been Hydrake.
I'm sorry, not Hydrake. You know what? My brain farted on what I thought it was. I said Hydrake. I do not know why. I don't think it was Boomerlinks though.
It would have been any. So I think the Frost borders on the Premier could be where the light trick is happening. I think I wouldn't be surprised if that was Bremelinks, but a Hydrake could be pretty interesting. Alternatively, the Cryovern and the Cryoling line also very live here as a Kothmel comes down from Rybot.
Cryoling, that's what I was thinking of it. Thank you, Swole.
Go for Kothmel, try to swing over the rabbit here. No back row from Rybot, by the way.
Yeah, no back row at all. Just trying to get rid of the Estrabit, which, you know, this is a good opportunity. I feel like Estrabit is typically defeated when you throw it into attack position. So let's see how this one works out.
This is a hard choice from Perky. If that's a Tsunami in the back row, this is also really funny because Kothmel in defense means you really have a hard time getting over it unless you have specifically Mountain Zaborius. And that's going to be a Astrabbit there, I think, coming down and attack. There's no Specteris.
Oh, Specteris is going to be major.
Whoa. Coming back to Justin T, the ghost to haunt Rybot's past. Perky is going to take down the Kothmel, deal 1 damage to Narpoon. This is a crazy board for this position.
It's, Specteris is going to laugh at a lot of what Rybot wants to do. Base Galaxy get laughed at. Galaxy, well, I'll deal with that with Champ Galaxy, I'll deal with that with the back row. Anything else get laughed at. So Specteris, you protect that bug with gusto.
Yeah, I think it's no secret that we've seen 2 of our top performers inside this tournament play the big bad bug, and the A-Drive agenda could not be stronger. Kothmel is nothing to this suppression beast, as there's that liar coming down from Rybot, potentially swapping out that Specteris, making it a 2/4 body now.
Yeah, not the greatest situation, and Kent won't be able to deal with the Galaxy as we have Heliolith coming out. Oh, what are we bouncing? Are we going to bounce the Narpoon? We're not going to bounce the Narpoon, right?
I think you do. And the Gorgon's Gaze is going to stop that Heliolith in its tracks, and that's going to be very rough. You cannot hit over anything. It's a pass back to Perky. No back row. This Heliolith is a sitting duck.
Yeah, we know Cryoling is in hand, so if the Frost are in Underworld, which I think Perky was just checking, we might see Cryovern. There is a free back row for Perky to play into. So this is the time to get out Cryovern, and that's exactly what is going to be. Oh, which is hard ascending. It's a hard ascension. What's
with
that?
The Solar
Frost,
Spirit.
Solar Enchanted?
Okay, not to K-cray too much here. I think that a Cryovern Solar Ascension only means one thing for me, and that is a potential setup for a Nixamera Ascension on the following turn. This Cryovern has to stick around, or else that play's dead, but are we going to see a Nixamera Solar Water and Frost come in?
Right back with the confirmation of the spirits enchanting the Cryovern. They'll be saying something's weird here. I'm unsure.
Regular Galaxy.
Yeah, Galaxy. This is exactly what Perky doesn't want to see, because now that is a 4/7 Cryovern, and that does not stick around as long as needed to. I feel like that. So risky, yes, but we know we have the other Cryoling in hand, so now we can get out Cryovern again and just try that whole play again. So
yeah,
not the worst scenario.
Now, I think it's very funny because the confirmation of the spirits was important to where you can go into this regular Galaxy. Classic way to deal with a Cryovern on the Frost matchup is you just say, yeah, you're water enchanting the player on Tsunami. However, OG Whale, if you will, is my answer. And that's going to swap everything from a 5/4 and easily be able to deal with that the Dragon of Frost there. Maybe getting some confirmation here on the attack and defense. Perky is mulling over their options for the Spectaris as a 2/4 body. Cannot hit over this whale.
No, not at all. I mean, even with the attack buff, stat swaps are weird. So
the key here is to stay safe. It's set, add and defense, and then it's swap. So if we get an attack declaration from the Spectaris, it's a 2/4 from the Liar. It's going to try to activate its effect. It's a 2/4 still. Effective suppression activates. It's a 2/5. That's the play here.
Yeah, it just feels so unintuitive to my mind. I know it, but it just feels wrong. Feels dirty.
Now it's all a little bit. Same. It's a little bit wonky here on this play too, because there are double stat swapping happen for the Liar and for the Whale. Once you start adding a lot of those swaps in the mix, you then have to start stacking that on top of it. I don't feel envy for our judges and our rules monitors and our players trying to do those calculations.
Well, right now Perky is going to have to make a move. It's been about a minute since we've seen any active play from Perky. Don't want to get a slow play warning absolutely in finals, but we're in a situation where. The Cryolink is in hand. I'm pretty sure the Cryolink is in hand. Don't you just cast it out? Is it not that simple? I guess maybe trying to think, in the future.
Yeah, trying to think of what could be potentially the out here. Again, another Heliolith could be pretty devastating from Rybot dropping that down. Rybot's got a fairly open hand for the most part, it looks like, as Perky's going to drop down a Mountains of Boreas and Frost enchant the Spectress to boost up the attack and defense, allowing this to get over the Whale, activating the effect to suppress the Whale, and now the stat swaps really don't matter all too much. This Spectaris becomes a 3/6.
That is hilarious. This is the most abnormal Spectaris I have ever seen.
That was crazy.
That does work and does save the burst option of Cryovern for later in the game, so I love it. I like how, we've definitely seen some people casting out Champion of Apollo Exaltus for the matchup here, try to make another point to cast off Nixamera Risen form, but instead he's going for the offensive pressure of a misenchanted Cryovern to set that up in the future. Boombat by Rybat is the immediate answer to out the 2 Spirit Enchanted Spectress, but now you lost a pretty good option to the potentially incoming Cryovern. And still no back row by Rybat. This is what, 3 turns?
And that's a Cryovern coming down uncontested, going to be able to deal 2 points of spirit damage. Those Boom Bats, I imagine, were sided in. We really don't see those in a lot of the turn 1s from Rybot, but a good idea to try to take some space back against that Spectaris. You don't want to try to take a lot of damage. However, that Boom Bat could have been very, very helpful against this 7/4 body, which I can't imagine Perky's going to want to water enchant again.
No, absolutely not. Like, you only did that because he went over the Narpoon, but here, you go for the Solar or Lunar enchant, right? That's
right. Solar right there. You're trying to go out for that Nixamera Ascend here that we're trying to read, and if only Rybot will let it happen. It seems like this swing to face for 2 is going to put down the spirits a little bit low, and a Sluggle here doesn't feel great, even backed up by an Argo.
Also, this is an 8-5 Cryovern thanks to Mountain now. So even if it was Water Enchanted, like the best they could do is crash and take 1.
I forgot about the Boreas. Stadium Wars are back as a rabbit comes down from Rybot to try to dig into some answers.
Yeah, that's not great, but it could give you the back row you need. But if we're seeing Nixamera next turn, your back row doesn't matter unless it's Poison Tip Arrow. Then it's like a perfect back row, but we'll see what happens.
Even Poison Tipped Arrow isn't great into the Nixamera matchup here. You might want to hold it for specifically the Fallen form. I think that otherwise you're losing this rabbit. And that's going to be
does Risen's in phase effect trigger before the PTA?
I think you'd rather hold it for whenever the, in my mind, what you do is you hold it not for the Risen, but you hold it for the Fallen. So they go Risen, they do their thing, and you Fallen. Now, if the Risen is able to hit in the back row, that's great, but does Perky have the Solar Spirits to do it? That I'm unsure about.
That's what I'm questioning, because if they do have it, then the PTA is moot for Fallen.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you fire it off at that point right on cast. But I think that's going to need if Rybot has. Ooh, Ambrosia's not bad here, but it's finally a back row from Rybot.
Yeah, after 3 or 4 turns, it's been pretty dry back there from Rybot. Right now, Perky is on a play, Cryovert in hand, probably questioning, do I want to just go for Nixamera? How real do I think that back row is? I can't do damage, so maybe not. And we go for Galaxy instead, likely swapping the stats. So both of these Elestrals can get over this. And, one way or another, this Astrabbit should go down.
Yeah, one way or another, gonna blonde getcha. This rabbit is absolutely down. And an Argo here potentially to save the rabbit
there's
here.
No way we're seeing Scythe, right?
Scythe?
Is it Liar? It would be Liar. Liar on a Strabbit would save him after the stat swap.
Because Pandora's box.
A fire attacker.
No. PK, hold the phone. That was a Pandora's box full art coming down to stop the Argo cast.
Pandora's box! Pandora's chocolate is real right now! Told you guys, look at it showing up and making a difference here in finals. Absolutely smothering the Argo. And you guys laughed at me. You guys thought I was fake, that I was just making stuff up. No, I am a seer. I understand this, and Pandora's box will show you fear.
Oh my God, opening up for absolute chaos on the desk here. That was an insane play. What a side deck from Perky. I imagine that comes in for the Bear matchup, but it's also good against Argo because Pandora specifically says cast from deck. And so as the Galaxy comes down here, potentially to swap a card on the board, not the Cryovern, Rybot is gonna have to deal with a lot here. Counting spirits up after an Ambrosia, getting them back in the game. Wow, what a Pandora's.
That Pandora's box, I mean, you never know when cards are going to be pulled from the deck. There are a lot of cards that do that right now, and just getting a complete snipe on that at the last second can, I mean, it stopped the entire play that Rybot had while losing too. Right now, we have the Spirits on board. We have Cryovern, a Narpoom coming out again to search out a Broomalinx. It's not looking good for, as a matter of fact, I think that is a concession by Rybot.
That's a concession from Rybot. We're going to a game 3 in this finals, Nixamera versus Heal. We got to the game state I was talking about. That 7-5 body is hard to deal with, but Pandora's box, PK. Pandora's box.
Pandora's box was absolutely so there because, again, I saw the argument about, okay, it's going to be protecting the Astrabbit. We can move into another play, maybe get a new cast out or a heal or re-enchant, whatever. But you had the foresight to say, no, PK, you're popping off with the Pandora's box being played. And absolutely, that just stopped the cast. There's, again, so many cards that are searching from the deck in one way or another. Pandora's box is tech, just like Spoiled Fruit is tech. We've seen a lot of this stuff being played right now. Play your Omni roots. It's applicable.
And in the beautiful full art there too, what I love about this is that it's a discovery of a card that for so long we've said Pandora's box will be good at some point. It's a side deck of a side deck card for a reason, and Argo format is perfect for it. We thought we'd see a bigger rise of it inside of Moonrise, but that was a clear-cut case as to why you might want to consider it inside of your decks for Firestorm. As Argo has been popping up all over this tournament, that was absolutely crazy. Love the back and forth there, because otherwise that Argo would have wreaked havoc upon Perky's board.
No, absolutely. There are just so many opportunities for players of all deck types to search from their deck right now. I mean, we've saw Rummagem search out Equilings. We've seen Spotuga search out Kinleo. You Pandora's box that, you're stopping it. Like you're putting, and not to mention Argo. Like I think we've seen way more Argo in this tournament than I ever expected. I knew it was going to be a tempo to the plow. I did not expect the Argo to come out at night once the hurricane passed.
Yeah, we are going to the polls with this one, and I can't believe that both these players, as we're entering into our last game of the match point for both of them. One of them going to be crowned the newest Firestorm champion here. Both 8-1 throughout the day. Incredible records back and forth. Two testing partners inside the same group. You can't write a better story for this. And even if, again, we mentioned Perky's qualifying points here too, and even if Rybots takes this, they're both going to Worlds. This is a crazy match with a lot on the line, honestly.
And both of these casters are battling to get their first championship title at a Premier Tournament. So a lot to happen here. Vibot is on the play into game 3. Let's see what happens. And it looks like immediately we already have a mulligan. Now, we saw Vibot mulligan twice in the last round and make it to finals. So I'm just going to put my feet up and assume that this is no problem. Right?
Yeah, I think that if we're Rybot here, only one mulligan is good enough. I think that you have a reason to say that you can mulligan maybe once, maybe twice, and a sluggle will get you back in there. And if you're Perky too, Perky's on their mulligan as well, maybe trying to load up the underworld with Frost Spirits for those Cryling Cryoverns early, which we see just have a great tempo swing in the last game.
We will have to see how this one works out. Do we have a double mulligan? We do have a double mulligan. Now that is a mulligan you want to take. And you know, it was probably one of those situations where Perky was like, I will keep this if you don't mulligan, but I don't really want to mulligan. I really want to mulligan this away. So, you know, we have a double mulligan. It looks like both of our casters are okay. And now we have a play out of a Strabbit on turn 1 for Vibot after a double mulligan for both casters. So now we're just, you know, it's the pace lap time. We're playing a Strabbit. We're playing low to the ground. We're trying to set up our tempo and our traps before we go any further.
Yeah, I think this is going to be another game of inches here if we're seeing a rabbit come down from Rybot. I think that Perky's options here aren't limited, but a good start to this would probably be something like a Brummalinx, trying to get into some Blizzards early to snipe out some of these Argos. We see Rybot setting more than one this turn to maybe play around those Blizzards as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've always seen Blizzard do a lot for Perky here, but instead we are just meeting it, rabbit. But do we have a poison tip arrow to snipe? We do not. So now we're going to be able to search up, and if Perky can match the energy with 2 back row as well, I think that puts us in a pretty even positioning as we go into turn 3.
This is going to be where Elestrals shines, or these kind of gummy board states. You know, I've heard from previous finalists and champions before that rabbit against rabbit is a very tight situation. It's usually the first person to move here to have a reaction and a subsequent equal reaction to really set off the domino effect here. Rybot could easily drop a championship whale and have this whole little Jenga board fall.
You're not wrong. We do have the energy matched with 2 back row set as well, with a re-enchant to the Astrabbit. So we're really not comfortable right now.
I'm curious to know if that's a good play here. I think that re-enchanting rabbit normally is something solid, but are we just trying to hunker down our defenses, maybe trying to dig into more boom bats? Not exactly sure.
Yeah, I mean, there was clearly a lot of fear that was imposed by the Cryoverns coming out because, you know, as you said earlier, and I think we were both proven right in this matchup, so it just depends on how the dice roll. But when the big guys are out on Perky's board, Vibot has difficulty getting over it. Like, we saw 8-5 Cryovern, and I think Vibot was just like, darn, that's it.
Yeah, and this rabbit here in defense means that you do have to have, well, here it is, the championship whale and or Cryoling to help deal with it. Let's see what Rybot has a response for. It's like maybe a Gorgon's Gaze coming off here, taking one off the rabbit to stop that champion of Poseidon whale in its tracks. That's a really good sign here. You don't, unlike Eddie, where you previously would wait for the attack step or the damage step to stop the Eddie from swinging in. You can't let Champion Galaxy's effect go off, because especially with the rabbit on the board, now you have 2/5 defenders trying to contest your 2 defense rabbit.
So, I had to stop that on the Gusto, but, Estrada going to attack. Is this foretelling an Argo play in the future? Just switches to attack and just said pass?
No, I think that what we're seeing here is another counter move to another champion Poseidon. So the idea is that if Rybot's response to this Poseidon rabbit play, champion whale play, is that if you have one of your own, Rybot's now staring down 2 5s or has to crash the board.
And what if it's base Galaxy?
If it's base Galaxy, then you're in a very similar position, just the other way around. And it looks like that we do have base Galaxy there, so we have to answer the question. Let's see what Perky's response is. This gets very dicey very fast.
Is this going to be Gorgon's Gaze in Battle Step? Because if so, I would trade that.
It's going to be
Shield. Okay. So not the worst situation. You do reset and you get information on your opponent's hand, knowing that base Galaxy is available to just flip things on his head however you want. But you have the room now to maneuver how you want to, as we maneuver the Estrada into a different position. Just wanting to match the energy there. Estrada.
I think this is also really funny too, because now if you are Perky, it's hard to justify a position where you have a Cryovern enchanted with a Water Spirit like you did the previous time. Because now, like you said, knowing the hand knowledge of the Galaxy being bounced back, Cryovern, as a Galaxy gets re-enchanted here to swap everyone's attack and defense, Cryovern can't be water enchanted now, which then plays worse into Tsunami. It's a very interesting catch-22 that Perkies find themselves in.
I mean, unless you get that Mountains of Boreas back up.
Oh, absolutely. That's the one.
Then it's like, okay, I'll water enchanted all day. That's fine. I can make this to a Visit when I want. I can make it to a Fallen when I want. I'm good.
It looks like the Rabbit goes down to the swapped attack defense of the Whale. Rabbit's going to swing over, and Champ Galaxy's going to swing into Rybot for 2 damage, and that back row presumably is nothing.
Possibly, or it could be a Tsunami, something they can't find the value that Rybot wants right now. All the same, though, we are going to have base Galaxy come back out. So now we have a 5-2 Champ Galaxy on Perky's side and a Stratton. Do we protect it once again? Is it Battle Step?
Might be Battle Step Gorgon's time to suppress the Galaxy. Unless, no, that Rabbit's going to go down, saying that's perfectly fine. I don't think you hate that too much. Perky's still putting on a lot of pressure with this Galaxy Champ of Poseidon still being stat swapped. With a Spectaris coming down, there's the suppression.
Oh, we saw this last time, and it was a huge boon of problems for Rybot. We got to see if the face down is a Gorgon's Gaze to just not allow this to happen. It is a Shield of Achilles. So at the worst, we could see a crash from the champion and still deal 1 point of damage to Rybot. I see if Perky values the Champ Galaxy more than that. And I think they do.
Yeah, I think you might want to. You keep the presence on board, which is really nice. But at the same time, that Spectaris can deal with most threats in Rybot's decks. We're talking about those Kaufmels, talking about those Galaxies, and we are going to see a proposal for a trade here. And that's going to be 1 spirit damage to Rybot. You'll take those games of inches. And now Perky with 2 back row resetting the board. Perky's got that Spectaris in hand for a solid beater. This is so difficult for Rybot.
Yeah, we haven't seen any healing options for Rybot. Let me just, speak that to existence. It's going to be Kaufmel or Sluggle. This is a perfect board for Sluggle.
Absolutely. The open board state like this, just like the open sea, Sluggle loves to traverse. And from your lips to God's ear, there's the Sluggle.
Spoke that to existence.
Spoiled fruit!
Oh, the tech counter wounds. Pandora's box in game 1, spoiled fruit in game 2. Game 3 in game 2. But this is a board of control for Perky. They are ready for all contingencies.
That was a 1 copy removal for the Sluggle, the exact card that Perky needed there. That's some forced scurvy on the open seas. There's no Argo alive that can save that Sluggle, as we are going to go for a Brummelings champ, and a value gainer here is crazy.
Are we going to go for we have to go for Blizzard right here, right?
Blizzard would be crazy. Gonna grab the Blizzard here. You cannot have that card be anything. If it's an Argo that Rybot's waiting on, if it's a Gorgons, if it's a Shield, you should just fire that off now. You have the spirits left for the Cryovern. This is in Perky's hands right now.
If the Blizzard isn't fired off right now, then that face down is absolutely real by Perky. It depends, does he feel like he can protect this Boomerlinks going into his next turn?
Feel like can, and we see Rybot take 1 damage here. Gonna hold that blizzard for potentially a hotter day to turn down the temperature. Rybot 6 spirits to Perky's 6. Match point here for both these casters. Rybot is still not out of this. Heal can easily come back from a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the calf mail and a lot of offensive options and way to heal up. But remember that Spectres is looming in the wings of Perky's hand right now. So it's not safe, as we have, I believe that's Plucky, searching out the Lyre of Apollo.
That is Champ Plucky, and no spoiled fruit to take out this duck. We also are potentially forgetting Heliolith plays, which I imagine is going through Rybot's head of trying to walk Perky into a position where they are lower on spirits. You can drop a Lyre, bounce with the Heliolith, and pull a bow, fellow teammate for the penthouse, to swing into Perky. Potentially even firing off this Lyre of Apollo now for the extra heal could be good.
We'll see what Rybot may be cooking. Like the kitchen of Rybot's hand is absolutely stirred, but let's see if it's going to make any recipe worth talking about as a face down Lyre.
Ooh. That's right. Considering the Lyre, going to heal back up with Plucky. Spoil free number 2.
I feel like the face down Lyre was spent just because they didn't want to lose it to Blizzard. But now you let your opponent know, like, not only was the face down fake, but there's an extra Lyre in your hand.
And also, too, this Plucky heals and becomes a 5 attacker, so Perky now has to respond to it. Rybot's only on 4 spirits, though, with no counter runes. That's going to be devastating if Perky's able to stick, like, a Cryoling or something.
Yeah, not the spot you want to be in. Just trying to figure it out. Get over the Boomerlings with the Plucky, which they do so. But no back row is live now. So Spectres can just come down. If you have anything else to play out that can beat this Plucky, I would do that. Like, the best play right now is a Champ Galaxy.
Absolutely. And I think Perky here is in a prime position to, I mean, honestly, the world is their oyster, or oystress, so to speak. Expend a draw is an option. You can just set cards and hope that Rybot doesn't have anything next turn. Any Elestral will effectively do it over a 5 attacker. They're mulling over their position here. Once again, we can maybe assume their hand is full of these Ascension plays, which makes this a little bit difficult in terms of options. But there's a Boom Bat of Perky's own.
Whoa! This is a new one, but okay, Boom Bat coming out to snipe the power of this Plucky that was empowered with the Lyre of Apollo. Absolutely good play there. And now we have Infrostics to pull back the Boomerlinks. Look at that animation coming out there. Love to see it. And now that we get a cast of the Boomerlinks, we can search out the Mountains of Boreas, making it a 5.
That's a solar enchanted Brummalinx.
Oh,
and that is and a Ambrosia to add insult to injury. We now have a setup play for a Nixamera next turn and plenty of spirits to do it, even if not the case. Rybot, you have to respond to this Brummalinx.
You could have Frost Enchanted. They got the mountains and still been set up for Nixamera.
Oh, you got to tell us a little more something here, making this a little more exciting. You're also showcasing to Rybot saying, hey, deal with it now, please.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Spectres is still looming.
That's right. Spectres is still on the play here. And, oh God, Rybot, you have a Cryoblast of some sort. Looks like it's an Ambrosia coming down here. Pretty important.
There's that heal. No spoil fruit this time.
No forced scurvy up here. We have...
The forced scurvy is crazy.
Listen, it worked out once on the Sluggle, okay? Traversing the high seas, or you know, salting the escargot for your previous analogy.
Yo ho, Captain Ahab will go snipe another galaxy with a PTA. But right now, we're just waiting for any sort of whale to hit the field for Rybot's favor, and nothing is really coming through. We are at 7, I believe, for Rybot in terms of spirit count and spirit deck. But what's this?
For a Heliolith, though, we know the second Lyre is in hand and might hit the board, and if this Heliolith can bounce back the Brummalinx, Rybot can be back into a position where potentially the only thing that can contest it is a Cryoling. There's Heliolith coming down, and it's Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh,
that's Gorgon's Gaze.
If Nixamera comes out this next turn, it's a huge problem for Rybot.
when you say something just so frost-phobic. You gotta hit the Heliolith with the Gorgon's Gaze to ascend into... You gotta stop it down here. That's Stellar. I know it's lurking. You know it's waiting for it.
Winning a Premier Tournament with an X of 10 Stellar Nixamera would be insane.
Setting down one card from Perky.
We're all just waiting with bated breath at this point. Like, what are you cooking? Why did you not Frost Enchant the Boomerlings? What are you expecting? What are you imagining? What is the play here?
Going over all the options here, Rybot on 3 spirits with a Liar down. You're going to normal cast another Boomerlings, properly Frost Enchanted to search out a Mountains of Boreas, or potentially just to cast it as a normal option to get the Mountains of Boreas on the board here. Ambrosia coming down from Perky. You've already calculated out all the plays. It's not a Nixamera play as we assumed it could be, but now you have a body to contest the Heliolith and still do 1 piece of damage to Rybot. You're still in a commanding position from Perky, but does this close out the match?
It's tough to say, but it looks like the attack is going to go through. We do get the Mountains of Boreas coming here at the very end, still trying to protect the back row, but it is a brand new set being set after the Gorgon's Gaze has been spent. The Liar is still swapping the stats of the Boomerang, so that is a 2-4 right now. And, you know, you could be dealing with another Heliolith on this next turn, which would be the final gasp of life for Rybot.
I'm trying to throw us off just a little bit. Rybot draws for turn, asking how many Frost Spirits are inside of the Underworld to potentially try and play a little better around a dropped Cryovern as maybe a game ender. Rybot potentially being able to heal back something to stay in this game with Perky on 6 Spirits, Rybot on 2. 1 Lyre of Apollo and a Dream currently. Can Rybot sink it down? That's going to be, I believe it's a Kaufmel. Kaufmel to swing over.
I mean, with no back row, you're just asking to be wiped by the, oh no, you're getting the healing in now. But Rybot thought that it was a 3/5, but it is a Solar Enchanted.
And we know the Spectaris is in hand, and that can close out this game for Perky to swing on to the Kaufmel. Kaufmel gets suppressed, takes down, that Lyre was gone from the Brummelinks being gone. Rybot's on the draw here.
Huge
Another Kaufmel can't do it, and that's going to be a concession from Rybot. We have Perky taken down with Nixamera winning the Elestrals August 2nd Premier.
Nixamera has earned the ring. It was on the bench, and it participated to get us in this spot. Fantastic play by Perky, becoming a brand new champion of Elestrals.
Wow, that was insane play. Again, both casters back and forth inside of this Game 3 finals. Rybot's play there at the end with the Kaufmel, last little ditch effort to try and heal back some of those spirits. You got to respect it, try to get into every single thing that you can, and maybe even being afraid of those Nixameras that we saw just previously in the rounds. Congratulations to both Perky and Rybot. We have a new champion for the Firestorm meta. This is insane. Nixamera, can you believe it?
Actually, no, because Nixamera is a card that we have seen hit the field and be obliterated immediately as soon as it could be. This time, it was just a looming threat. That's all it was, and it was enough to make Rybot play so off kilter in this matchup. Fantastic play. Rybot absolutely fought the heart out, but I mean, it was the tech cards. It was the tech cards that helped cinch the match up for Perky. Pandora's Box, stopping the Argo. We had Spoiled Fruit, stopping the Sluggle. It just did not allow Rybot to play their strategy to the best of their ability.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to hear from our champion here. We're getting set up an interview for both of our casters. This is going to be absolutely insane. I'm so curious to know the deck choice here. And I know for a fact that we have one of our co-commentators especially who is probably just bouncing up and down inside of the booth, just freaking out. The Stellars on top of that too. I wish I'd had that luck. It was absolutely crazy.
Man, I wish I had the camera on from her, but you know, it's actually going to do her best to do her journalistic duty, handle her journalistic duty, and get this interview in with Perky. But I cannot wait to hear the thrills and excitement and the trills that are going to be coming from K-Quay on this interview. But I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup, so please let us know. Holler at us on social media using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. How excited were you to see Pandora's Box and Spoiled Fruit, two tech counter rooms, show up and show out to secure Nick Samara its first championship victory? How excited were you to see Rybot and the Heliolift come out and secure so many games and just play how well you did with the amount of healing that Rybot made to do? Let us know your thoughts on all that and more using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on social media. We will be looking. But all the same, congratulations to both of these casters. Unfortunately, Rybot does not secure their performance, their entry, the invite to Worlds via just a championship victory. Perky has only done it not only with a championship victory, but by qualifier points. So expect to see Perky showing up in Worlds 2026. So whoa, this matchup, I think that for better or for worse, we both had a good read on the match.
Not to jazz hands too much down to my prediction, but I do think that, like I said, those Cryoverns are killer. The 7 bodies of the Nick Samara are killer. And we didn't see Argo as much in that last game. You know, previously before, Argo was a very big determining factor in previous runs for Rybot and for the previous game inside of this best of 3. But Perky running into these Elestrals, playing very smartly around things like the Live Apollo, like around the Champ Galaxy, and making some insane calculations, trying to go for things like a Solar Enchanted Brummelings, or also for an Frostix that for way from down under after a Boom Bat. Probably the plays that are sealing the game. But absolutely not. You know, Rybot, you know, despite the fact that, rightly said, has not secured those qualifying points, I do not doubt that we will see Rybot in this position again. Very skilled player, and also probably still in the top 16 for those qualifying points, just right there for Worlds. And I'm excited to see how both these players progress as we move into the next premieres and the tournaments moving forward. This was an insane day. Over 100 casters, and now only 1 remains. Perky did quite the feat here, but with a deck that I think no one saw coming.
I do want to remind everybody that we are that we do have another Premier Tournament coming up next week. So hop on Elestrals Clash. It is now open to everybody. Get your practice in with some of the best cards you can find in Elestrals, and make sure you are ready to enter. Register today via play.elestrals.com. You have less than 1 week to make it happen for everybody. But man, am I excited to see what you guys have brought. I think that all of our prediction points came up in different aspects, but Nick Samara, no, none of us called that.
No, not at all. I think that's been one of the decks that I know people have been wanting to see. It's a big fan favorite, but just for so long has been so difficult to really master. And we're in the presence of truly a great clasher here, truly a great caster for the game of Elestrals. I'm super excited to hear their insights and their thoughts on this deck. Really cool plays throughout the day, and I can't believe we were able to bear witness to that, not just once, but twice inside of this tournament.
I do want to give another shout outs to Heal Control and to Rybot and Heal Control. Once my understanding of Heal Control was opened up, thanks to the conversation by another Heal Control player, Kayla.exe, I really have come to have a new appreciation for the strategy. It does take a lot of methodical understanding of the game state and where you can go and the cards you currently have in your hand, because you're playing a lot of little dudes besides the many whales that exist, which aren't even the same thing if you're dealing with a lot of 5 attackers and defenders in your opponent as well. It's just a different situation that I think takes a really good high skill ceiling to really control to bring to a finals appearance. So I want to give a lot of credit to Rybot for their performance of Heal Control. I think it looks great. I think it plays well. And maybe if you want to try to test your understanding of Elestrals, maybe pick up their list.
Yeah, I mean, like been mentioned before, that Heal is a very technical deck. It's a very much every single play, every single spirit matters. And, excuse my metaphor here, it's like threading through the eye of a calf mill. I think that you really do have to narrow it down to that was really bad though, right? You have to really narrow it down to these micro decisions to ultimately bring out these plays. And it was really cool to see, especially the certain version that we haven't seen in quite some time. So absolutely, I think that we are I'm super excited to see how both these casters move going forward, of course, and Nick Samara taking it today. Wow.
Yeah, it was just a lot of impressive performance, not just from finals or even Top Cut, but just all day. Like, we have seen so many exciting games. We saw Thunderstorm show up, or Titanic Strike and Thunderstorm show up. We've seen like Nick Samara twice show up and show out. Like, I don't think anyone was really expecting that. We saw that amazing artifact match. That was just so many more artifacts than either of us. So I imagine nobody has seen a single match of Elestrals with as many artifacts that was cast as that was. So that was also really fun to see. And that's what's cool about Elestrals right now. It's diverse. Like, if you look at it, if you have no understanding, it's like, oh yeah, it's all fire. No, there's a lot of things going on here that I don't think a lot of people understand until you're deep into Elestrals. So again, bring your friends in, tell them now's the time to hop on Elestrals.
No, absolutely. And speaking of hop on, I think we're going to hop on with our winner here of the tournament. Perky, K-Cray is ready to talk about those stellar Nick Samaras and so much more. Take it away, Kay. I want to hear from this absolute champion.
And I am here with our newest ever champion, Perky. Hello. First of all, congratulations. Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much.
I have to say, you're basically my hero at this point. Winning with Nick Samara. They said it couldn't be done. How are you feeling right now?
I'm on cloud 9 right now. No pun intended, because they're big cloud floof balls. But yeah, I'm pretty happy right now. Like, I don't think it's set in just yet, but I feel pretty good.
I mean, you played out of your mind. It's been so fun to see the development of this list, the different iterations of Nick Samara, people trying to make it work, me stalking you on Twitter and seeing you acquiring these stellars, which, by the way, I'm going to take a selfish moment in this interview. Do you have the stellars with you? And can you show them on camera? Because we gotta see them.
We'll do that. So,
my
I don't know
goodness.
if this looks really well, but
hey, you know what? We can sense them. So you have the full playset of the Bunnix, and you have both X of 10s.
I do, and that was the only deck building restriction I gave myself, was like, I'm playing all of them because I bought all of them.
Absolutely. Okay, so I guess it's kind of a chicken or the egg question. Did you decide to play Nick Samara and decide to try and win with it because you got the stellars, or did you get the stellars because you loved the deck and wanted to play it?
I got the stellars because I loved the deck and wanted to play it, yeah.
Okay. Hey, I get it. As soon as those X of 10s were announced, my heart was just aflutter.
Oh, yeah.
And
same here. If you go check Twitter, I think I said something like, oh my god, I need that Risen form, like the second that it got revealed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you have the whole collection. I think that is a solid, like, do it for her kind of thing. You have the stellars all pasted in the background. So I have to know, a big conversation that we've been having on the desk today is that obviously the ban list just came out. How do you think that affected you going into this tournament and your prep for it?
I think the biggest, at least from what I think and then what my experiences today, I think